The story begins with a group of men surrounding and bullying a child. Despite his small frame, the boy bravely shielded his loved one, shouting, "I forbid you from touching my older sister." As soon as the boy finished speaking, a thunderous kick landed squarely on his stomach, making him cry out in agony. One of them jerked his chin and ordered, "Beat him to death for me." Instantly, the burly men swarmed in, raining punches and kicks on the child. The little girl, his older sister, could only cry and beg in despair, "Stop it, please don't hit him anymore." The little girl sobbed, her tiny hands tightly gripping the leader's hem, her pleading voice breaking. "Uncle Wang, I'm begging you, please." He let out a sneer, his eyes brimming with cruelty as he looked down at the little girl. Right then, he scooped up a ladle full of pig swill. He shoved the ladle in front of her face, accompanied by a malicious offer, "Be a good girl, take a bite, and I'll tell them to stop." While the little girl hesitated, the thug's shouts rang out again, sowing more terror. "This little brat dares to fight back. Beat him to death." The man called Uncle Wang laughed in amusement, urging, "Have an appetizer, what are you waiting for? Otherwise, your precious little brother will be beaten to a pulp." Hearing this, the little girl's pitiful face was a mix of intense worry and sheer terror. Her trembling hands reached out to take the ladle of pig swill. The man immediately shoved her head into the ladle, snarling viciously, "Eat it fast." His expression at this moment was truly no different from the most wicked stepmothers in fairy tales. The little girl could only sob helplessly in despair. How could a human swallow food meant for livestock? As soon as it entered her mouth, she gagged and threw it all up. The man pressed her face into the dirt, hurling venomous insults. "Bastards with a mother but no father like you only deserve to eat dog and pig food." The little girl named Zioshi, even though her face was swollen like a bun, couldn't bear others insulting her for not having a father. She craned her neck and retorted, "Zioshi has a father. Zioshi has a father. Zioshi and Zio, ye are not bastards." Talked back to by a child, the man flew into a rage, swinging his hand to deliver a thunderous slap that sent her flying. He pointed at her and roared, "Still dare to talk back." Witnessing Zioshi being brutally abused, Zioyi struggled to sit up and called out, "Sister." A large hand delivered a heavy blow to the back of Zioyi's neck. The boy's eyes slowly closed, and he lost consciousness amidst the ruthless beating. A whole group of adults stood surrounding the two unconscious children on the ground. The leader jerked his chin and ordered his underlings, "Clean up these two bastards." A bald thug spoke up, seemingly hesitant, "Senior Brother Wang, but young Master Zhang instructed that we still need to use them to threaten Xian Heng." The leader pointed at his lackeys, his tone nonchalant. "Whether these two eyesores exist or not makes no difference. Dispose of them quickly, then head over to young Master Zhang to collect our reward." The gang replied in unison, "Yes, sir." Right at this moment, the little girl groggily woke up. Her face was haggard, the corners of her mouth still stained with filth after the leader had shoved her face into the swill. She called out, "Father," in utter despair. A streak of purple light suddenly tore across the sky. The light quickly expanded, crashing straight into the distant mountain. The silhouette of a handsome man appeared. He was meditating with his eyes closed, surrounded by surging azure auras. This was none other than the Hall Master of Tianli Hall, Li Tianyuan. His brows furrowed slightly, as a faint call of "Father" seemed to echo in his ears. The crowd below looked up at the majestic figure enveloped in azure light. One person exclaimed in awe, "The wind slave tribulation, all things return to silence." Sui Feng, one of the 8 paragons of Tianli Hall, fanned his black paper folding fan, fixed his gaze on Li Tianyuan and said, "The Hall Master has entered the state of heaven and man as one, comprehending the mandate of heaven. He is only waiting for the moment to break through his current realm." The blond man next to him laughed heartily, his face full of pride. "Once he breaks through successfully, the Hall Master will officially step into the ranks of immortals." Suddenly Sui Feng noticed something unusual. He frowned. Something is wrong." The blond man asked in confusion, "What is it?" After observing carefully, Sui Feng saw a strange golden light appearing amidst the azure aura. He said in a deep voice, "Something is interfering with the Hall Master." White bolts of lightning began to appear, tearing through the space. The lightning bolts grew larger, shattering the boulders below into pieces. Sui Feng and the other man called out anxiously, "Young Master." There was no reply. The lightning continued to devastate everything around. An earth-shattering explosion rang out. Black smoke billowed out, covering a corner of the sky. A figure descended from the thick white cloud of dust and smoke, landing on the ground. Li Tianyuan, clutching his chest with one hand, staggered forward. His subordinates hurriedly ran to his side. The blond man thought to himself in horror, the hall master has failed his breakthrough. He furrowed his brows, his voice urgent. My children are calling me. Hearing this, Sui Feng asked in astonishment, what? Li Tianyuan did not answer, simply striding straight ahead. As if guided by an invisible call, he just kept walking. Sui Feng and the others hastily chased after him. Guessing his intention, Sui Feng anxiously tried to dissuade him. Young master, you just failed your breakthrough. You absolutely cannot use phantom teleportation. But at this moment, his advice fell on deaf ears. Disregarding everything, he utilized phantom teleportation to rush to where his children were calling. Unable to stop Li Tianyuan, they could only look at each other in worry. We must find a way to follow the hall master. His meridians are severely injured. Something terrible will happen. At the same time, the thug leader was directing his lackeys. According to young Master Zhang's words, we have to handle this cleanly. Holding the two children in their arms, the lackeys felt somewhat reluctant. One of them spoke up. They are just two kids after all, acting like this is a bit. The bald thug smiled sinisterly, proposing a quick solution. Just throw them off the cliff. Let heaven decide their fate, out of sight, out of mind. Finding it reasonable, the two lackeys nodded in agreement. Good idea, good idea. Just like that, they brought the two children to the edge of the abyss. Suddenly, the two lackeys let out a groan, their faces turning deathly pale. Seeing them dallying, the leader pointed and yelled, What the hell are you doing? Why haven't you done it yet? Unexpectedly, an icy cold voice rang out, freezing him to the spot. Put them down. Terrified, he stammered, Who's there? Li Tianyuan appeared amidst a halo of azure light. He unleashed razor-sharp beams of light toward the men trying to harm his children. His eyes at this moment were brimming with killing intent, as if he could murder with his gaze alone. The thugs were scared out of their wits. He struck, a powerful surge of energy sweeping the entire gang away. The two children were tossed into the air. He immediately dashed forward to catch them, wrapping one arm around his daughter. His other arm reached out to support his son. Holding the two little beings in his arms, seeing their bodies covered in wounds without a single intact patch of skin, his heart felt as if it were being crushed. The little girl tried to pry her eyes open, wanting to see clearly the face of the person who had just saved her. She asked weakly, Are you my father? Gradually, his image in her eyes blurred, replaced by pitch black. She had completely fainted. Li Tianyuan was thoroughly enraged. The azure aura surrounding him grew increasingly dense. And then it spread across the entire cliff, like a declaration of its master's absolute fury. His meridians were already damaged, and forcibly using phantom teleportation had severely worsened his injuries. He coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. His face was deathly pale, and cold sweat poured down like rain. The subordinates who had just caught up hurried to his side, anxiously calling out, Young master. They each took a child. Sui Feng wondered aloud, could these be the young miss and young master? Li Tianyuan nodded slightly. Yes. Holding the young boy in his arms, Sui Feng shockingly discovered something abnormal. He hurriedly said, Young master, it seems there is a problem with the young master. Hearing this, he called out, Li Qing. Li Qing immediately understood. He placed a hand over his right eye and from it, golden rays of light radiated. Li Qing's eyes flashed as he uttered 4 words, piercing heaven golden eyes. The golden rays enveloped Xiao Yi. Li Qing reported, Hall master, the young master's innate talent is extremely high, but his bones and muscles are defective, as if his heavenly veined soul bone had been extracted by someone. These words were like adding oil to the fire, causing his anger to flare up. His eyes now held nothing but burning, killing intent. Li Tianyuan's face was as cold as ice as he ordered his subordinates. Go investigate this matter clearly for me. I want to know who had the audacity to lay a hand on my children. Li Qing cupped his fists in obedience. Understood. Sui Feng looked at the two children and thought to himself, This is the first time I've seen the young master this furious. The next morning, in a spacious manner, Sui Feng reported the condition of the two children to Li Tianyuan. Young master, aside from the young master missing his heavenly veined soul bone, their bodies are fine. They only need rest to recover. Li Tianyuan quietly watched his two children, sleeping soundly on the bed. Just as he sat down by the bed, Li Qing quickly approached and reported, "Hall Master, the investigation is complete." Pausing briefly to take a breath, he articulated clearly, "The two children are named Wu Zhai and Zhu Yi. The mastermind behind those thugs is Zhang Rui, the fourth young master of Qingyun Mountain. He intended to use the children to threaten their mother, the former holy maiden of the Xin Mu sect, Xian Heng, into becoming his concubine." That name made him subconsciously recall the beautiful green-haired girl from years ago. Li Qing interrupted his train of thought, continuing the report. "Furthermore, today is the day Zhang Rui intends to marry her. The wedding procession has already set off." Unable to hold back any longer, Li Tianyuan shot to his feet, ordering his subordinate, "Sui Feng, take care of the children for me. I'm taking a trip." Seeing him about to leave, Sui Feng anxiously called out, "Hall Master." Knowing they intended to dissuade him, he waved his hand. "Let me handle this myself. Prepare to execute the next step of our plan." Suddenly, a tiny hand tugged at his hem, and a weak voice rang out, "Father." Wu Zhai looked at him, pleading, "You must save Mother. She doesn't want to be with that bad man." Li Tianyuan gently patted her head, promising, "Rest well. By the time you wake up, our family will be reunited." Saying so, he turned and strode outside. Meanwhile, in a place with majestic mountains and lush green trees, the gentle morning sunlight shone down, creating a picturesque scene. In the courtyard of Xian Heng's small thatched cottage, the bridal procession had brought the palanquin right to her door. Zhang Rui, clad in a glaring red outfit, was blocked outside, shouting angrily, "This bitch! This young master has lowered himself to come all the way here, and she still refuses to open the door." The man surnamed Wang, the one tasked with disposing of the two children yesterday, quickly spoke up to placate him. "Please calm down, young Master Zhang. Let me go in and try to persuade her." Zhang Rui scowled and yelled, "Hurry up." A red wedding dress and a phoenix coronet were neatly laid out on the bed. Xian Heng sat on the chair, as silent as a statue. The man surnamed Wang pushed the door open, calling out, "Junior sister." She didn't reply, asking bluntly, "Senior brother Wang, where are Zhao Shi and Zhao Yi?" At the mention of the two children, he feigned agony. "Junior sister, the people of Qingyun Mountain are very ruthless. The Xin Mu sect has also abandoned you now." Pausing briefly, he continued his threats. "If you don't agree, I'm afraid that." At this moment, she only lowered her head to look at the wedding dress, not saying a word. His face showed helplessness. One had to admit, his acting skills had reached the pinnacle. If this were the modern era, he would definitely be an A-list actor, flipping his attitude faster than flipping a pancake. Afterward, he stood up, raising his voice to coax her. "Yan Heng, abandon them, let's run away together. I have reached the Lin Kuei realm. I will take you to join another sect and start over." Despite his ceaseless talking, she remained stubbornly silent. Finally, she replied to him, her voice cold. "Brother Wang, please respect yourself. The two children I carried for 4 years and gave birth to in the 7th month. They are my treasures. Their safety is more important than anything." Her words shocked him, pregnant for over 4 years before giving birth. They are not ordinary humans. They are definitely monsters. Yan Heng, don't sink any deeper. She stood up abruptly, cutting him off. "Enough." Yan Heng took a deep breath and said, "Pass a message to Zhang Rui for me. As long as my children are safe, I will go with him." The sun had risen high, and the sunlight became harsh. The wedding procession finally picked up the bride. Zhang Rui, in his vibrant red outfit, rode a horse leading the entourage. Sitting inside the bridal palanquin, Xian Heng calculated inwardly. "I must wait for the right opportunity to subdue Zhang Rui and force him to hand over Zhao Shi and Zhao Yi." She tightly gripped the dagger in her hand, making up her mind. Even if she had to die with him, she absolutely had to ensure her two children's safety. Meanwhile, Zhang Rui was also none too pleased. He muttered, "That stinking bitch, wasting my time. If it weren't for her decent looks and the fact that she was once the holy maiden of the Xin Mu sect, I would have forced myself on her long ago." A lackey walking beside him flattered, "The young master is still the capable one, taming that wench into obedient submission." Another added, "But young master, this hag has a strong personality. I fear she'll be hard to discipline later on." Zhang Rui scoffed coldly. "She dares to disobey. Just use those two brats to threaten her. If she disobeys, I'll chop off one of their fingers. If she's obedient, maybe I'll give her a title. If not, wait a few years until I get bored of her, then I'll gift her to someone else, or throw her into the Wan Huang mountain villa to be torn apart by demonic beasts." The lackey gave a thumbs up, smiling at the guy next to him. As expected of the young master, such thorough arrangements. The procession arrived at a mountain slope, where a figure was already waiting. A lackey yelled, "Who the hell is that? Get out of my way," another chimed in. "Are you blind? Can't you see this is the fourth young master of King Yun Mountain's convoy?" Li Tianyuan's face was as cold as ice, showing absolutely no reaction. Seeing him motionless, they assumed he was looking down on them and roared, "Are you deaf?" Then, one swung his fist to attack, but very quickly he used one hand to catch the punch perfectly, leaving the attacker in utter shock. Li Tianyuan applied force, and the man's hand instantly spurted blood, all of its bones crushed into pieces. After he let go, the man stared at his mangled, bloody hand, his jaw dropping in fear as he screamed, "Ah, my hand!" Only then did Li Tianyuan speak coldly, "I came looking for you." Hearing the familiar voice, Shi Yanheng inside the palanquin flinched. Outside, agonizing screams rang out incessantly. She hastily lifted the palanquin curtain to check the situation. Outside, a horrifying scene unfolded. The men from earlier were sprawled on the ground, leaving only Li Tianyuan standing there imposingly. Sensing someone looking at him, he turned his head. Shi Yanheng called his name in shock, Tianyuan. He also called out to her with a name he hadn't used in a very long time, Yanheng. She strode toward him. With a face full of indignation, she raised her hand, intending to slap him. Her hand was close to his face. But in the end, it turned into a gentle caress. No matter how angry she was, she couldn't bear to strike him. A moment later, she stepped back and questioned him. "Why did you come back? Don't forget that I was the one who chased you away back then." Li Tianyuan didn't answer her question but spoke about their children. "The children are fine. They are currently in the heaven grade room at an inn in town." Shi Yanheng lowered her head in silence. Then she turned around and hurriedly ran off. After a short distance, she stopped and asked, "What about you?" He replied, "I still have some matters to resolve." Hearing this, she urged, "Please be careful." Having said that, she ran like the wind to find her two children. After Shi Yanheng had left, he finally had time to deal with Zhang Rui. Li Tianyuan slowly walked toward him. He grabbed him by the collar, causing him utter terror. Dragging him along, he asked, "I ask you, who extracted Li Zuyi's heavenly vein soul bone?" He had asked very softly, yet the man still howled. "Who the hell are you? Daring to attack King Yun Mountain's convoy, do you have a death wish?" These words angered Li Tianyuan. His face darkened. Quick as lightning, he struck, sending fresh blood splattering everywhere. A shrill scream rang out. Zhang Rui gritted his teeth and cursed, "You bastard, I will definitely kill you, definitely." Reaching this point and still refusing to see sense, he once again provoked Li Tianyuan. The killing intent in his eyes became fully apparent. He severed one of his arms completely. Zhang Rui screamed in excruciating pain. He hastily begged, "Stop, stop, I'll tell you. The heavenly vein soul bone of that brat Li Zuyi, who you say is Shi Yanheng's son." Pausing briefly, he continued, "If I remember correctly, his heavenly vein soul bone was probably extracted by my seventh brother, Zhang Tong, 3 years ago. His cultivation suddenly skyrocketed. It must be because of that." Seeing that he was no longer attacking, he spilled everything he knew. Due to his outstanding talent, he has been accepted as the 11th disciple of the Jiu Yun upper sect. At this point, Zhang Rui issued a warning. "You'd better think this through carefully. My King Yun Mountain has formidable power and ties to the Jiu Yun upper sect. If you scram right now, you can keep your life otherwise." Suddenly, he stopped walking. He asked Zhang Rui, "Take a look at where this is." Not understanding what he was trying to do, Zhang Rui could only look up as instructed. Upon looking, he realized in horror, this place is. Indeed, this was none other than King Yun Mountain. Just like that, Li Tianyuan dragged Zhang Rui straight through the mountain gates. At the same time, the third young master was asking a subordinate, "Where is the fourth young master? The training of the half-demon slaves isn't finished yet." The subordinate bowed his head and answered, "Reporting to the third young master, the fourth young master went out to fetch his bride." Hearing this, the third young master shouted angrily, always slacking off, "Go find him and bring him back." Suddenly, a strong gust of wind whipped past, startling them both. That gust of wind emanated from Zhang Rui. He had been thrown forcefully forward by Li Tianyuan, his back crashing into the wall. His body slowly slid down to the ground before the shocked eyes of the third young master, and the subordinate. Zhang Rui, his face swollen and heavily bloodied, raised his head and called, "Third brother." Both men cried out in horror, "Old Fourth, how did you end up like this?" The third brother furiously turned his head to look in Li Tianyuan's direction. Following his gaze, Li Tianyuan was slowly walking toward them, his body radiating a formidable aura and azure light. Approaching, he got straight to the point. "Where are the 8 paragons?" Sui Feng replied, "Hall Master, 4 of the 8 paragons are absent." Li Qing cupped his fists and reported, "Hall Master, there are 1,579 disciples and sect members on Qingyun Mountain and 323 servants. Additionally, there are 372 half-demon slaves." The blond man added, "Throughout this Qingyun Mountain, apart from a few cooks, there isn't a single good person. Everyone's hands are stained with fresh blood." The gray-haired man placed both hands behind his head and gave a long yawn. "Hurry up now, I'm sleepy to death." Then all 5 of them sprang into action. The third young master pointed at him, angrily questioning, "Are you the one who injured my younger brother?" He answered bluntly, "That's right." The azure aura constantly radiated outward, spreading wider and wider. The man continued to roar, "What are you treacherous scoundrels doing here on my Qingyun Mountain?" Li Tianyuan stood imposingly and replied succinctly, "To level Qingyun Mountain to the ground." At this moment, the birds on the mountain scattered in fright. The third young master ordered his subordinate, "Quickly mobilize all the half-demon slaves here to fend off the enemy." Suddenly, a white-haired old man stepped forward, looking somewhat angered. He yelled loudly, "Who is attacking my Qingyun Mountain?" Seeing the old man, the third young master called out in surprise, "Second Elder." Before him, a chaotic battle was unfolding. Explosions rang out incessantly, golden flames blazed brightly, and dust and smoke filled the air, indicating an incredibly fierce battle. Suddenly, the subordinates standing near the third young master were knocked to the ground, leaving him terrified. Sui Feng, holding a paper fan in his hand, appeared in a handsome and unrestrained manner. He stepped forward lightly. The mere aura exuding from his body was enough to send those lackeys flying. Sui Feng's eyes were cold, harboring hidden killing intent. With just a gentle wave of his fan, the entire group of subordinates collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood. Only the second elder remained standing tall, completely unaffected. He said sternly, "Profound aura enters the body, power moves at will. To reach the sovereign realm at such a young age is truly remarkable." Having said that, he ordered everyone, "All of you fall back. This old man will deal with him personally." The third young master also chimed in, "Everyone retreat." He rejoiced inwardly. "I didn't expect to witness the second elder taking action. He reached the sovereign realm long ago. If he hadn't been distracted by handling sect affairs, he would probably be in the Saint Emperor realm by now." A golden light radiated around the old man. He raised his hand, extending an invitation. "Young man, join my Mount Qingyun. You have just entered the sovereign realm, haven't you? Cultivation is not easy. If we fight, with my strength being only 1 step away from the Saint Emperor realm, you will undoubtedly lose your life here." Hearing him speak so arrogantly, Sui Feng simply replied lightly, "You're mistaken." The second elder frowned, asking back, "Mistaken?" Sui Feng didn't answer, but instead concentrated his power. A pure blue aura radiated from his entire body. "That is, the great Emperor Mystic Light Realm," the second elder exclaimed in terror. "To think it's a great emperor." The rest of the crowd gaped, too astounded to speak. Very quickly, the second elder shouted, "Run!" With that, he turned and was the first to flee. But it wasn't going to be that easy. Sui Feng swung his fan to the right. The power unleashed from the fan was absolutely terrifying. Just like that, he effortlessly swept away the entire crowd. A trail of blue light curved along the path of the fan. The second elder also coughed up blood, heavily injured. He hastily yelled, "Inform the ancestor. Activate the mountain-protecting divine artifact." Standing amidst the dust and smoke, Sui Feng wondered aloud, "Mountain-protecting divine artifact?" He folded his fan and said disdainfully, "I wonder if it can even withstand a single strike from me." At this moment, Mount Qingyun had lost its usual peacefulness, erupting into complete chaos like a broken market, with people scrambling in panic. A group of people clamored in disgust. "I can't believe a great emperor is attacking. How did we end up provoking a great emperor? Has anyone contacted the Jiu Yun upper sect?" At this time, the third young master ran to the front of a large chamber, shouting, Ancestor, activate the divine artifact of Mount Qingyun. We cannot withstand the power of a great emperor. Pausing for a moment, he continued, the divine artifact concerns the very survival of Mount Qingyun. How can it be used so lightly? Another person added, a great emperor is attacking. They are still holding back for now, but in a little while I'm afraid Mount Qingyun will cease to exist. The person next to him agreed. Exactly. Suddenly, a majestic voice echoed from within the chamber. Cease this noise. A man called out respectfully, Ancestor. The ancestor, sitting on a chair, said, the divine artifact possesses terrifying power. Even if it manages to repel the enemy, Mount Qingyun's foundational vitality will be severely damaged. He closed his eyes and continued, but now there is no other choice. Then he stood up and ordered, push all the half-demon beasts to the front. The people of Mount Qingyun are to retreat to the back. Do not let the aftershock of the divine artifact injure you. Following that, he extended his hand and proclaimed, summon the divine artifact. The subordinates cupped their hands in obedience. Yes. At the same time, a group of people was being herded down the stairs. Among them was a blonde-haired boy, his face smudged with dirt and full of despair. A soldier kicked the boy hard, causing him to cry out in pain. He barked, hurry up, don't dawdle. A couple hurriedly supported the boy, calling out anxiously, Xiao Q. Suddenly a man appeared, and streaks of blue light shot toward the soldiers. They backed away in fear. One of them raised his sword and rallied, do not retreat, charge at him. Out of nowhere, another person stepped forward, surrounded by a halo of white light. That soldier roared, damn it. His voice was full of fury, causing the couple to hug Xiao Q tightly, trembling in fear. Then he raised his sword and yelled, whoever steps back, I'll cut them down. Xiao Q looked up at him, his eyes brimming with terror. He swung his sword, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. Just like that, the couple collapsed. Xiao Q sobbed uncontrollably, crying out, Father, Mother. Using this to establish dominance, the soldier raised his bloodstained blade and threatened, whoever else dares to retreat will end up just like them. A foot stepped forward. Sui Feng made his move. A hybrid blast of blue and white power flew out, blasting the entire group of soldiers away. They were sent flying far away, blood spewing from their mouths and noses. At this moment, Li Tianyuan walked over, the aura surrounding him overwhelmingly oppressive. The crowd, affected by his power, had to bow their heads to evade, not daring to look directly at him. Li Tianyuan knew they were innocent people, so he said, go down the mountain. Those people cupped their hands in gratitude toward him. Afterwards, the group quickly departed. They ran past the newly murdered couple, with no one paying attention to Xiao Q, who was sitting there crying alone. At this time, Li Tianyuan cut the tip of his finger, letting fresh blood drip down. He flicked 2 drops of blood into the mouths of the couple lying on the ground. The 2 drops of blood fell into the wife's mouth, then the husband's, one after the other. The man in green still refused to let Xiao Q go. He looked at the boy and cursed, you bastard, you spineless mongrels. Terrified, Xiao Q tremblingly picked up a blade. Then he looked up at the man in green. His body was still shaking, and tears were still streaming down his face, but his gaze was incredibly resolute. He had to avenge his parents. Seeing the boy advancing towards him with a blade, he backed away in fear, asking, What do you think you're doing, you mongrel? He screamed, I want to avenge my parents. With that, he charged forward with the blade. Suddenly, a hand held him back. Xiao Q was extremely shocked to be stopped by someone. The man in green was already sweating bullets from fear. The person holding Xiao Q's hand was none other than Li Tianyuan. He said, there is no need to let the hatred drag on. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Xiao Q. The boy was stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief, thinking he had misheard. How could it be his parents' voices? As if gaining a ray of hope, he turned his head. His parents had sat up, they were alive again. He called out joyfully, Father, Mother. Then he ran like the wind, throwing himself into their arms, hugging them tightly as if afraid they would vanish. Xiao Q said in pure bliss, You're okay, this is wonderful. On this side, Li Tianyuan walked step by step toward the man in green. He backed away in terror, stammering, You, what do you want? Before he could finish his sentence, he stabbed a blade into his stomach right before his bewildered eyes. Just like that, he was sent to meet his maker. After killing him, he said, I alone shall bear all the hatred. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Q looked at him in awe, forgetting even to cry. Li Tianyuan stood beside a corpse with blood pooling around it, his gaze looking off into the distance, seemingly harboring many heavy thoughts. A moment later he said to Xiao Qiu's family, "Hurry down the mountain. If you stay any longer you will die." All three of them bowed deeply with reverence. "Thank you, thank you." Having said that, the couple led Xiao Qiu down the mountain. Even as he was being led away by his parents, the boy couldn't stop looking back at him. On the mountain, only Li Tianyuan remained, standing proudly amidst the wind. A loud boom echoed from the peak of the mountain. The shape of the mountain gradually changed, as if something was rising from within. The ancestors' group was standing on the roof of a large building. The ancestor's expression was extremely grave, his eyes looking down as if observing the enemy. Then he clasped his hands in front of his chest, concentrating his power. A golden light quickly spread outwards. He proclaimed, "Mount Qingyun faces the calamity of sect extermination. Waging our millennium-old foundation, I summon the divine artifact to appear." As soon as he finished speaking, golden and white lights manifested in increasing amounts, intertwining with one another. Gradually, they converged at the spot where he stood. From within the light, an object materialized. That was exactly the divine artifact he had spoken of. Next, he held the divine artifact in his hand, his face full of confidence. It seemed he had great faith in the power of this treasure. He then placed the divine artifact onto a pedestal. Opening the divine artifact, he said arrogantly, "With the Qingyun divine artifact in hand, so what if you are a great emperor?" With that, he began to activate the divine artifact. The crowd behind him smiled gleefully, firmly believing that victory was already theirs. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were reduced to a solid blazing gold. No pupils could be seen. Very soon after, the golden light enveloped the entire mountain. Sui Feng, Li Qing, and the others still stood watching calmly without a trace of fear. Since the ancestor had unleashed his ultimate move, Li Tianyuan naturally had to offer a warm reception. He spread his hand wide, gathering a source of white power. Then he called out two words, "Long Kui." As soon as his words fell, a mighty blade appeared in his hand. At the same time, the divine artifact had locked onto the position where he was standing. The ancestor growled, waging the entire destiny of Mount Qingyun. Saying that, he fired off an extremely powerful blast of firepower from the divine artifact, roaring, "Kill the enemy." That blast of firepower streaked violently towards him. Only a second or two later, it had flown right in front of him. Li Tianyuan showed no fear, planting Long Kui into the ground. A green surge of power radiated from the blade. Then he looked up at the sky and roared, "Mountain Cleaver." He slashed downwards, and a colossal azure dragon manifested. It opened its massive jaws as if wanting to swallow everything whole. The two sources of power, one green and one gold, clashed explosively. Not long after, the green power completely dominated. It pierced right through the beam of golden light. It shattered everything in its path, sending crushed stones flying in all directions. The blast of power arrived right in front of the ancestor, leaving him completely clueless on how to defend against it. He could only step back in panic. Li Tianyuan seized the moment, delivering an earth-shattering slash that carved a perfectly straight jade-green arc of blade aura from above. That vibrant green energy began to corrode and crack the divine artifact. In no time, the precious weapon shattered into countless tiny fragments. He exclaimed in absolute horror, "Is this really the power of a great emperor?" The question was still hanging in the air when a blade aura slashed across his face, sending fresh blood spurting out. Realizing imminent death and knowing that Mount Qingyun could not escape the fate of sect extermination, the old sect master gasped out his final words, "My Mount Qingyun." An earth-shattering explosion rang out, and the entire mountain peak was submerged in a blazing golden halo. Smoke and dust billowed up in thick columns, blotting out the sky. Sui Feng observed from afar, dropping a casual remark, "Looks like they couldn't even withstand a single move." The next morning, in the Dong Sui Kingdom, the capital city revealed itself with magnificent and majestic architecture. At the same time in the military council, a panicked voice echoed, "Reporting to the general, there's been an incident." A man dressed in gray prostrated himself on the ground, his voice frantic, "General, Mount Qingyun has been leveled to the ground." The shocking news caused the general, who was comfortably seated, to bolt upright, his face changing colors. Unable to believe it, he demanded grimly, "Say that again." In the blink of an eye, he closed in on the gray-clad man and grabbed him by the collar. In this land of the Dong Sui kingdom, who has the gall to touch Mount Qingyun? Hurry up and prepare the shape-shifting array for me. The soldier hurriedly replied. Yes, sir. The general stood tall in the middle of the room, his gaze directed far into the distance, where a figure was rushing over like a fired arrow. He slightly covered his mouth, a deeply calculating smile blooming on his lips. At first, it was just a smirk, but then his uncontrollable joy transformed into a hearty burst of laughter that echoed throughout the room. Excellent, absolutely excellent. Next, he placed one hand on his hip and patted the head of a decorative stone horse nearby with the other, laughing until tears came to his eyes. Perfect. I was just wondering how to deal with that Mount Qingyun bunch. With that, he burst into laughter once again, filled with utter jubilation. After a while, the general gradually regained his composure. He began to mutter thoughtfully, but was this done by the Lord of Tianli Temple? Why is it so much earlier than planned? Pausing for a moment, he added, if it really was him, I must make time to head over and take a look. This mighty figure truly does things without leaving any room for mercy. At the same time, at Mount Qingyun, the explosions were still echoing continuously. Mountain rocks crumbled and dust filled the air. Suddenly, a voice rang out midair. If we don't stop this, I'm afraid this entire mountain will truly be reduced to flat land. In the sky, Li Tianyuan and his subordinates hovered in midair, looking as if they intended to crush this mountain into dust. Li Tianyuan's entire body was cloaked in a dense, hostile aura, emitting a gloomy blue light. Just like that, the blue halo expanded continuously. Suddenly, a golden object unexpectedly appeared near him. When the general arrived, even he was stunned by the scene of devastation before his eyes. Looking at the churned-up earth with only rubble remaining, he clicked his tongue in fake regret. Tusk, it really has been leveled to the ground. Suddenly, 3 fiery red streaks of light tore through the sky. Spotting them, Li Tianyuan said coldly, so you finally decided to show up. They were 3 men dressed in crimson, radiating towering auras. They were from the Jiu Yun upper sect. The youngest, with jet-black hair and a face brimming with murderous intent, roared, Who was it? Who dares to destroy my Mount Qingyun? The silver-haired middle-aged man appeared the calmest of them all. He stroked his long beard and gently advised, Tonger, keep your composure. Anger only ruins things. The remaining middle-aged man, after observing Li Tianyuan's group, could not help but pale in absolute shock. There stood General Fang. Recognizing him, this man immediately cupped his hands and bowed respectfully. Subordinate greets General Fang. At this time, Li Tianyuan looked straight at the young man in red and asked bluntly, Are you Zhang Tong? His attitude made Zhang Tong's blood boil. The man gritted his teeth. So what if I am? Don't tell me you're the one who destroyed Mount Qingyun. Abruptly, a terrifying suction force struck, making him drop his jaw in shock. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. Quick as a blink, Zhang Tong's throat was already clamped firmly in Li Tianyuan's hand. The white-haired man, seeing his disciple in peril, shouted fiercely, Audacious! Release my disciple at once! Seeing the tension, General Fang hurriedly intervened. Brother Shang Yun, please calm down and assess the situation first. Moreover, do you know who this person is? But at this moment, Elder Shang Yun couldn't hear a word of it. He roared, Get out of my way! Even if it were the King of Heaven himself, no one harms my disciple in front of me. Despite his shouting, General Fang simply dropped a soft sentence that was enough to strike him dead in his tracks. He is the Lord of Tianli Temple. Hearing that title, Elder Shang Yun stiffened as if turned to stone. His face darkened, his brows furrowed tightly, and he was rendered speechless. General Fang understood his shock perfectly, so he just stood silently by his side, giving him time to digest the truth. As for Li Tianyuan, while choking Zhang Tong, he gritted out every word. The heavenly vein soul bone of Li Zuyi. Was it you who stole it? Hearing this name, Zhang Tong laughed mockingly. Li Zuyi, haha, does that piece of trash even deserve to possess a top-tier heavenly vein soul bone? What right does he have to be more gifted than me? Fortunately, those useless fools at the Zen Mu sect couldn't recognize its worth, so they let me dig it out. At least it won't be buried in that wretched mountain backwater. He kept rambling endlessly, failing to notice that Li Tianyuan's expression had turned as cold as ice. After finishing, he even asked back, Now it's my turn to ask you, did you do this to my Mount Qingyun? Where are my senior brothers? Before his sentence could end, Li Tianyuan's hand had already pierced straight into his abdomen. A radiant skeletal core was pulled out amidst his agonizing groans. Immediately after, his other hand clamped tightly around the man's throat, crushing any further screams. Witnessing this chain of brutal actions, General Fang thought in horror. What? Ripping out a disciple's heavenly vein soul bone right in front of his master. Holding the core in his hand, he muttered, "This is not my son's heavenly vein soul bone." Zhang Tong couldn't believe his ears. He gasped weakly, "You, what nonsense are you sprouting? Impossible, I personally orchestrated ripping it out of that brat's body." Hearing that, he tossed Zhang Tong aside like a discarded rag, his voice full of sarcasm. "It seems you are nothing but a pawn who was played for a fool." Li Tian Yuan's series of actions had pushed Elder Shang Yun's fury to its absolute peak. He clasped his hands before his chest, channeling his ultimate technique, the Jiu Yun immortal arts, and roared, "I don't care if you're the Lord of Tian Li Temple or whatever the hell else. Today, I will bury you here. Jiu Yun immortal arts." After that, he pushed both hands forward and yelled, 10,000 swords eliminating evil." Instantly, a burst of golden power shot straight toward Li Tian Yuan. Witnessing that move, General Fang couldn't help but be amazed. He inwardly guessed, this sword strike. Could it be that he has already surpassed the sovereign realm? Even though that sword strike was incredibly potent, Li Tian Yuan only needed to use one hand to completely block it. The vibrant green power clashed directly with the blazing golden halo. In just an instant, the green energy completely overwhelmed it, blasting Elder Shang Yun backward. The remaining man quickly rushed over to catch him, calling out worriedly, "Senior brother." After steadying himself, Elder Shang Yun wiped the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth and admitted grimly, "Truly worthy of being the Lord of Tian Li Temple, it is this old man whose skills are inferior. But the grudge for murdering my disciple today, I have memorized it. The entire Jiu Yun upper sect will not forget." Looking toward Li Tian Yuan's group, he dropped a threat. "Your Tian Li Temple, just wait and endure the wrath of the Jiu Yun upper sect." Just as the two Shang Yun brothers were about to leave, a voice rang out, "Hold on a moment." The one who spoke was General Fang. He wore a reconciling smile. "Enmities should be resolved, not forged. We are all subjects of the divine continent. Currently, the Dong Sui kingdom is facing both internal strife and external threats. We should quickly clear up this misunderstanding." Hearing this, Elder Shang Yun's junior brother immediately retorted, "What misunderstanding? Do you think our Jiu Yun upper sect is afraid of his Tian Li Temple?" It was unclear what he was plotting in his head, but General Fang suddenly lowered his voice, sounding somewhat yielding. "Of course you aren't afraid." Suddenly, General Fang's eyes went wide with a piercing glare. Then he roared, "Heavenly prison!" He interlaced his hands in front of his chest and a blindingly bright golden light erupted, enveloping the entire airspace. Elder Shang Yun's junior brother roared angrily, "Fang Zhou Lai, what are you trying to do?" He paid them no heed, continuing to push both hands forward as he shouted, "Unbreakable Jade Cauldron Art." The power of this technique was utterly terrifying. Raging golden flames gradually engulfed the two Shang Yun brothers, causing them to scream in excruciating pain. The black-haired man, who was Elder Shang Yun's junior brother, screamed in absolute terror, "Fang Zhou Lai." The flames burned ever more fiercely, incinerating everything they touched. In no time, the two brothers were reduced to ashes, leaving only a flame hovering in midair. Fang Zhou Lai stood there, watching with unhurried ease. After the flames had completely died down, he turned to Li Tian Yuan and said, "If I hadn't acted swiftly, I'm afraid they would have already summoned the entire mob of the Jiu Yun upper sect here." Pausing for a moment, he pointed his finger at him and continued, "The lives of these two must be counted on your head. This has absolutely nothing to do with my Dong Sui kingdom." A general acting like a complete scoundrel. The blond young man standing behind Li Tian Yuan couldn't hold back anymore. He pointed straight at his face and barked, "You absolute ruffian! Can't you see we were intentionally letting them go?" Fang Zhou Lai completely ignored the blonde-haired youth, focusing solely on Li Tian Yuan. "Your aura right now is only half of what it used to be, and you haven't even reached the immortal state. It seems your realm breakthrough has failed." Saying that, he reminded him, "Once this news leaks out, the 10 palaces of demonic disciples, the 100 Ghosts Horde, the Tianjai Sacred Palace, the Wu Ling Divine Dynasty, all the factions you've offended will direct their spearheads at the Tian Li Hall and target you. Do you still have the strength to deal with them?" Afterward, he continued to lecture like a teacher, "Brace yourself. I'll lend you a hand this time and try to suppress the spread of the news. Remember, you owe me a huge favor." How could the blonde-haired youth tolerate these words? He flared up and roared. "I've found you an eyesore for a long time. How dare you threaten my hall master?" Saying so, he was about to rush forward and fight Fang Zhou Lai to the bitter end, but Li Tianyuan raised a hand to stop him. He spoke with absolute confidence. "My Tianli Hall fears no faction. Whether they come or not, whether we can survive or not, is merely a matter of time." Hearing this, Fang Zhou Lai gave a thumbs up and praised. "So arrogant. You are indeed the man I know." Saying that, he turned to the blonde-haired youth and called out, "Hey, young man." The youth was surprised, not understanding what this old man wanted from him. He thought it was something important, but unexpectedly, the old man just left a blunt warning. "Next time you speak to me, watch your words." His words only added fuel to the fire. The blonde-haired youth roared, "You damn old geezer, watch out or your kids won't even have a place to take a shit." Before he could finish cursing, his mouth was covered by Sui Feng's fan. Sui Feng, looking 3 parts helpless and 7 parts exhausted, persuaded him, "Come on, don't be so vulgar." Fang Zhou Lai disappeared in the blink of an eye without bidding farewell, so fast that no one even noticed. Afterward, Sui Feng turned to ask him, "Hall Master, what are our plans next?" Night had fallen, and the bright moonlight shone across the mountain slopes. Xi Yanhan and her 2 children walked hand in hand along the trail. A little voice murmured, "Mother, I think I just saw Father." Her face darkened as she replied to her child, "You two are mistaken. There is no such person." Zio, she pointed forward and wondered, "But Mother, Father is standing right over there." Indeed, in front of her thatched cottage, Li Tianyuan had been standing there for who knows how long. Xi Yanhan narrowed her eyes at him, her expression devoid of any joy. She answered Xiaoshi's words, "He is not." Xiaoshi was bewildered, "But Mother." Under her daughter's large, clear eyes, Xi Yanhan told them to go inside. And so, the 2 children quietly went inside, leaving only the 2 of them in the courtyard, Li Tianyuan and Xi Yanhan. Just as she crossed the threshold, Xiaoshi still felt uneasy and turned her head to look outside. The little girl's expression was a mix of worry and confusion. After the 2 children were inside the house, Xi Yanhan slowly walked toward him. As she brushed past him, she dropped a cold sentence, "Xiaoshi and Zio Yi are not your children." Pausing for a moment, she explained further, "The children are only 5 years old. You and I have been apart for 10 years. There's no way they could be yours." Her words did not change his expression at all. He remained strangely calm. Seeing that Li Tianyuan had no reaction, she continued, "Thank you for saving the children, but do not waste your time here anymore. Your time is precious. Go do more important things." Then she specifically emphasized, "It is still the same old saying, you owe me nothing." When she had walked a distance away, he finally spoke with difficulty, "It is very important." This time, it was her turn to be silent. She had stepped inside the house, her hand resting on the wooden door. Then the door slowly closed. Leaning her back against the door, she squeezed her eyes shut. She maintained that posture, standing there for a very, very long time. Suddenly, the call of Mother startled her, making her open her eyes. In front of her, the 2 children were looking up at her with eyes full of anxiety. She crouched down, tightly hugging her 2 children, her voice choking. "Mother is sorry. Because of me, you 2 have had to suffer since you were little, and this time you were even put in danger." Up to this point, Xiaoshi still couldn't dispel the doubt in her heart. She asked, "Mother, is that person really not Father?" Xiaoyi looked at her with resolute eyes, declaring firmly, "Mother, I will try my best to become stronger so I can protect you and my sister." Xi Yanhan looked at her 2 precious children with emotion. Xiaoyi continued in a loud, clear voice, "No matter what bad guys come, they won't be able to bully us anymore." Then Xiaoyi clenched his fists and seriously declared, "Mother, I want to participate in Zen Mu sect's disciple selection this year. No matter how hard it is, I must enter it. I want to become truly strong." Li Tianyuan stood outside in the courtyard, silently looking at the window where warm yellow light spilled out. Suddenly, Sui Feng appeared and reported, "Hall Master, almost all 372 half-demon slaves have agreed to join the Tianli Hall. The soul probing has been completed, and there are no issues." He replied briefly, "Good." Seeing that he was still lingering over Xi Yanhan and her children, Sui Feng advised, "Hall Master, as Miss Shi said, the 2 children are only 5 years old." Pausing for a moment, he added, The children are really. Before Sui Feng could finish his sentence, Li Tianyuan interrupted. Although my realm breakthrough failed, in that moment of unity between heaven and man, I could feel it. They carry my bloodline. Right at this moment, Li Qing also approached and reported, Hall Master, we've received news that the 100 Ghosts Horde has sent 2 people here. The other factions haven't made a move for now. Besides, regarding the Sword Saint of Kangrong City. Li Tianyuan abruptly cut him off. Leave the matters of Kangrong City for Wu Sen to handle. Hearing the order, Wu Sen, a gray-haired man dangling from a tree branch, let out a lazy yawn. Rubbing his eyes, Wu Sen replied, Understood, I'll be going then. As fast as the wind, he disappeared without a trace, leaving only the blonde-haired youth still sitting on the tree branch. He looked dissatisfied and complained, That brat Wu Sen, ever since he mastered the Hall Master's 8 Sufferings divine technique, he's become a completely different person. He looks down on everyone, even having that kind of attitude when talking to the Hall Master. Sui Feng sighed and said, Life has 8 sufferings. How can outsiders fully understand the bitterness within? The Hall Master has never cared about such trivial matters anyway. Paying no mind to his 3 subordinates' conversation, Li Tianyuan turned to Li Qing. Li Qing, the whereabouts of Zhu Yi's heavenly vein soul bone are still unknown. Follow the clues from the Jiu Yun Hai sect and continue the investigation. He had a premonition. I'm afraid this matter will involve even more factions, perhaps even those old monsters who have been in seclusion for years. You must be extremely careful. Li Qing replied, Your subordinate obeys, Hall Master. After that, he instructed the 3 of them. From now on, in front of outsiders, address me only as young master. I want to stay at the Xin Mu sect for a while. This place happens to have what I need to quickly recover my meridians. It won't be long before I break through to the immortal state again. Having said his piece, he ordered, Go and do your duties. The 3 responded in unison, Yes. In the blink of an eye, all 3 of them vanished, returning the serene silence to Li Tianyuan, leaving him a lone figure under the moonlit night. He rolled up his sleeve. On his arm, a faint purple mark revealed itself. Li Tianyuan frowned as he looked at it. Then he looked up at the full, perfectly round moon. He muttered to himself, There is still time. The next morning, a vast open clearing was packed with people. Zioshi and Zio, you were also present in the crowd. Suddenly, as if seeing something unbelievable, Zioyi's eyes widened. It turned out to be Li Tianyuan, standing with his arms crossed over his chest, looking completely at ease. Zioyi thought in shock, It's him. At the same time, Zioshi ran over, put her arm around her younger brother's shoulders and pointed at Li Tianyuan, her voice full of excitement. Zioyi, look, it's father. Zioyi refused to admit it and retorted, Mother said he isn't. A moment later, the appearance of a few figures caught everyone's attention. Li Tianyuan also looked up at the high platform in surprise. 2 men appeared up there, shouting loudly, Silence! Then, one of them declared in a booming voice, For our Xin Mu sect, those without firm will cannot enter, those without sincerity cannot enter, and those without great ambitions cannot enter. The person standing behind him added, If you wish to join the Xin Mu sect, you must pass all the trials. Saying that, he conjured woven baskets filled with heavy stones. Next, he explained the rules. Before 3/4 past noon, whoever reaches the martial arts arena halfway up the mountain passes this round. Anyone who fails to arrive on time will be eliminated. With the shout of begin, the crowd immediately dispersed. Everyone carried a stone-filled basket on their backs and began the journey up the mountain. Zioshi tried her hardest, her face flushed red, and her entire body trembled from the exertion. Not long after, she fell flat on her back because the basket was too heavy. She said loudly, Zioyi, it's too heavy. It looks like I won't be able to participate in the trial with you. Zioyi gritted his teeth and struggled forward. He said to Zioshi, Sister, you go back. Once I get into the Xin Mu sect, I'll come find you and Mother. Looking at her younger brother's small but resolute back, Zioshi called out in distress, Zioyi. An examiner placed a hand on his forehead, looking down at the crowd in frustration. Nothing but a bunch of ordinary mortals. Among those taking the trial this time, there are even little kids. Suddenly a voice rang out, startling him, Senior Brother Ma Yuan. The other man pointed at Li Tianyuan and asked, Do you find that person familiar? Following the direction of the finger, Ma Yuan furrowed his brows and looked closely. After a long while, he finally remembered. Isn't this the little horse-herding boy from 10 years ago, Li Tian Yuan? Saying that, he crossed his arms, looking at him with disdain. To think he actually dares to participate in the trial. Go report this to the higher-ups. Back when he left the sect, it seemed he caused quite a bit of trouble. The orange-haired man replied. Understood. With that, the man disappeared in a flash. The crowd had gone far ahead, but Zaiyoshi still stood there, watching her brother's silhouette. Suddenly, someone called out, making her turn her head. Zaiyoshi. Seeing that the person calling her was Sui Feng, the little girl asked, Uncle, you're the one who is with father. Without answering directly, he crouched down and smiled amicably. Let me take you to watch the young master in Zaiyoyi's trial, okay? Hearing this, Zaiyoshi clenched her hands and excitedly replied, Yes. At this time, the group of people was carrying their stone baskets, climbing the mountain steps one by one. It seemed everyone was already exhausted. One man complained, Carrying this boulder all the way to the top will probably cripple me, not to mention there are other trials after this. Another man sat slumped on the ground, glancing around stealthily like a thief. Seeing no one paying attention, he sneakily threw a stone out of his basket. Unfortunately for him, a man in purple clothes had seen everything. He coldly announced, Eliminated. The examiner's words terrified the cheater. How was I discovered? He hastily begged, No, please no, I won't cheat anymore. I promise I'll do it properly. No matter how much he pleaded, the man remained unmoved. He merely waved his hand slightly, sending the cheater tumbling headfirst to the ground. Just like that, he and his stone basket rolled haphazardly down to the foot of the mountain. When Zaiyoyi looked up, the man had rolled right past him. At this moment, the purple-clothed man announced loudly, In the Zen Mu sect's trial, cheating is strictly prohibited. Everything must be done with utmost sincerity. Anyone who violates this will be thrown straight down the mountain. Zaiyoyi's face was flushed with exhaustion, sweat pouring down in streams. He opened his eyes wide and looked ahead. Then he gritted his teeth, taking heavy steps up the stairs. On the mountain path, the trial participants formed a long line. Only Zaiyoyi was left far behind, for how could the stamina of a 5-year-old child compare to that of adults? Zaiyoyi's legs were already trembling. He missed a step and fell flat on his face. Fortunately, he managed to grab onto the step above in time, preventing himself from rolling down. Zaiyoyi lay on the steps, panting heavily, sweat pouring like rain. It was obvious the little boy was nearly completely drained. Just when it seemed like he had given up, Zaiyoyi let out a long breath, then gritted his teeth and stood back up. He exerted so much force that his face turned red and his entire body trembled, looking incredibly pitiful. He thought to himself, Can I really do this? Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Maybe I should just give up. The moment the thought of giving up sparked, he saw Li Tian Yuan's figure, still calmly carrying his stone basket and stepping forward. On a high rock, Sui Feng, Zaiyoshi, and the blonde-haired youth were intently watching the father and son. Zaiyoshi called out in distress, Zaiyoyi. The blonde-haired youth was puzzled. Why doesn't the young master help him? He's still just a child, his bones haven't even fully developed yet. Sui Feng explained, Not helping him right now is the best way to truly help the boy. Hearing this, both the blonde-haired youth and Zaiyoshi didn't understand. They stared at him with wide eyes. Returning to Zaiyoyi, Li Tian Yuan asked, Do you want to give up? The little boy gritted his teeth, kept his head down, clenched his hands into tight fists, and his whole body shook unstoppably. After a moment he shouted loudly, No way. Zaiyoyi made his resolve. Even if I have to crawl, even if I get crushed to death by this stone basket, I must reach the top. After that, he continued to grit his teeth and take heavy steps, while Li Tian Yuan walked lightly just ahead of him. Although his heart ached for his son, he forced himself to hold back, because he knew that only by doing so would it be good for the boy. A while later, many people had climbed up to the arena. At this point, the father and son Li Tian Yuan also arrived, and an announcement rang out, Qualified. Zaiyoyi panted heavily, his chest heaving violently. It was clear the little boy was exhausted to the bone. Upon reaching the final step, his legs staggered. Then his entire body swayed, his eyes growing dim. Seeing that he was about to collapse, Li Tian Yuan stepped forward and caught his son. Just like that, he leaned against him and closed his eyes. Two Zen Mu sect examiners looked at Zaiyoyi and whispered among themselves, Just another little kid. He's bound to fail. Looking like that, how could he possibly pass the later rounds? Li Tianyuan spoke up in response. The boy can. Seeing him interject, one of them furiously stepped forward, pointed right at his face and shouted, "Who the hell do you think you are? You're nothing but a—" These words angered Li Tianyuan. His face darkened and his eyes flashed with killing intent. With just the aura radiating from him, the examiner was scared pale. The examiner clutched his chest, the blood draining from his face and sweat broke out like a waterfall. He simply couldn't comprehend what the hell was going on. Just a single glare felt like his heart was about to burst. Was this guy a monster? A moment later, Zhao Yi had recovered somewhat. He stood up straight and said, "I'm fine. I can continue to the next trial." The other purple-clothed examiner gave a thumbs-up pointing behind him, squinting as he said, "Hurry over there." Meanwhile, the previous one was still clutching his chest, panting heavily. After all those who passed the first round had gathered, the purple-clothed man spoke loudly. "Congratulations on passing the first trial. This trial was meant to test your soul and willpower." Pausing for a moment, he pointed to a cave on the right. "For the second trial, you will enter this Chaos Heart Cave. Those who can make it out within 2 days will advance to the final round." Having finished speaking, he shouted, "Officially begin." Very quickly, the group filed into the cave one after another. As the father and son Li Tianyuan reached the cave entrance, the purple-clothed man raised his hand to block them. Wait a minute." Nearby, a man commented, "Look, I didn't believe it when people told me. I never expected you to really be that horse-herding brat from back then." Hearing this, Zhao Yi was extremely shocked. The one who spoke was Wang Xixuan. Seeing him approach, the purple-clothed man quickly clasped his hands in greeting, "Senior brother Wang." Stepping closer, Wang Xixuan recognized Zhao Yi. He pointed his finger at the boy's face and cursed, "You little animal, you're still alive." His mouth was truly faster than his brain. After cursing, he finally noticed Li Tianyuan standing next to the boy. He noticed that Li Tianyuan and this child shared many similar features. He stammered, "Why you two?" Pausing for a moment, he burst into curses. "So it was you. No wonder Yanhang got pregnant after you left. You shameless bastard, how dare you seduce the Saintess?" On the cliff, Zhao Shi worriedly asked Sui Feng, "Zhao Yi and father won't be in danger, right, uncle? That's the guy who locked me and Zhao Yi in the pig pen and drove mother away. He will definitely make things difficult for Zhao Yi." At this moment, Li Tianyuan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, his attitude cold as ice. A moment later, he said to Zhao Yi, "You go ahead with the trial first. I'll handle the matter here." The little boy was still gritting his teeth, glaring at Wang Xixuan with eyes full of hatred. Hearing his words, he looked up at his father with wide eyes. Zhao Yi had absolute trust in Li Tianyuan. The little boy quickly ran into the cave. He watched his son's back until the boy disappeared from sight. Then he turned his head back. He looked toward Sui Feng and the blonde-haired youth. Understanding his intention, Sui Feng immediately pointed in another direction to distract Zhao Shi. "Zhao Shi, look over there, a bird is flying by." This successfully caught the little girl's attention. She looked over curiously, while the blonde-haired youth quickly flew down below. Zhao Yi was still running deep into the cave. The blonde-haired youth used the one leaf conceals the eye technique. Quick as lightning, he caught up to Zhao Yi, running right behind the little boy. Suddenly, the little boy turned his head. How strange. There was no one there, even though he clearly felt someone behind his back. Zhao Yi stared wide-eyed for a moment, seeing no movement. So he continued running forward. At the same time, Wang Xixuan spoke arrogantly. "Fine, just let that little animal participate. Even if he does get into the Zen Mu sect, he will end up just like you back then, forever a lowly odd-job servant." Then he stepped closer, patted his chest, and warned, "Don't worry, in the coming days, I will definitely take good care of him. I'll make sure he inherits his father's legacy and continues to serve as my beast of burden." Saying that, he laughed sadistically. He ignored his provocations and cut straight to the point. "Let me confirm this. My son and my daughter were captured by you, correct?" He let out a long "oh." Then he laughed out loud and admitted, "Of course it was me, who told those two little animals to look so irritating to my eyes." Afterward, he laughed sinisterly and recounted, "Not only did I catch them, but I also specifically arranged for them to stay in the pig pen and eat pig slop, so they could experience what it truly feels like to be an animal." Before he could finish his sentence, Li Tianyuan could no longer hold back. He swung his hand and slapped him fiercely across the face. His slap was incredibly powerful, causing one side of the guy's face to swell up and his eyes to narrow into slits. Fresh blood splattered into the air. The bald guy witnessing the scene was so terrified he fell to the ground. He stuttered wang, 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 sounding like a child just learning to speak. Only after a long while did he manage to form a sentence. Senior Brother Wang. Senior Brother Wang's face. It's swollen like a pig's head. Li Tianyuan had not stopped yet. His eyes were bloodshot, and the flames of anger blazed. Next came a heaven-shaking punch straight to the guy's face, making blood splatter everywhere. Li Tianyuan growled, his voice dripping with killing intent. You're courting death. The next morning, in the main hall of the Xin Mu sect, the sect master of the Xin Mu sect, Zhou Tianci, paced back and forth in front of the head seat, his face full of anxiety. The deadline for the competition with the Xuan Yin sect is approaching. If we lose, we'll have to hand over nearly half of our resources again this year. And right at this moment, there are demonic monsters running rampant in our territory. He slammed his hand on the armrest and sighed. My Xin Mu sect has been weak for far too long. We truly are facing enemies both inside and out. A moment later, Zhou Tianci furrowed his brows and said worriedly, if the sect's guarding treasure, the Tai Chu heart-burning mantra, hadn't been lost 10 years ago, I could have learned it completely, and things wouldn't have come to this. Elder Zia Junyi spoke up. This competition was a coercion to begin with. Fortunately, they only allowed the younger generation to compete, which at least prevents those old monsters from the Xuan Yin sect from making a move. Ma Chengyan suggested, how about we go to Qingyun Mountain for help? Perhaps they can suppress the Xuan Yin sect. Hearing this, Elder Yi Ying gave him a sidelong glance but said nothing. Zia Junyi disagreed. The Xuan Yin sect is a tiger, but is Qingyun Mountain not a wolf? Ma Chengyan immediately retorted, but among our younger generation, who is capable enough to fight? The entire room fell into silence. After a moment of silence, Zia Junyi spoke, her voice tinged with concern. The newly appointed holy maiden has not yet undergone the baptismal rite. If she is forced to come out of seclusion, her strength will likely only be at the Lin Kuei realm. I'm afraid. Without waiting for her to finish, Yi Ying interjected with a bone-chilling snort. If your precious daughter hadn't been involved in that shocking moral scandal and stripped of her position, would we have to struggle to recruit a newcomer, only to end up in this dilemma? In the end, she is the culprit. What mother could bear to hear her daughter being so viciously insulted? Zia Junyi immediately flared up, snapping back. Her cultivation has been completely crippled, and she has been condemned to lifelong, lonely exile on Yunqi Peak. Why must you keep bringing her up? Seeing the escalating tension, Zhou Tianci hastily steered the conversation back on track. The most important matter at hand is figuring out a countermeasure against the Xuan Yin sect. At that moment, Yi Ying stood up abruptly and proposed. Sect leader, Wang Heng, our head disciple, is on the verge of breaking through to the Lin Kuei realm. If we pour all our resources into him, the Xin Mu sect might just have a chance to turn the tables against the Xuan Yin sect. Hearing this plan, Zhou Tianci gently stroked his beard, his eyes flashing with a thoughtful gleam. After much deliberation, he made up his mind. Pour a massive amount of resources into both the Holy Maiden and Wang Heng, while simultaneously sending a letter of alliance to Qingyun Mountain. The three elders bowed simultaneously, understood. Suddenly, a disciple rushed in breathlessly, his voice urgent. Reporting to the sect leader, something has happened at the trial grounds. Pausing to catch his breath, he cried out, Wang Pan has been killed. Hearing the news, Yi Ying's face darkened. He slammed the table and roared. Who is so audacious as to commit murder right within the Xin Mu sect's territory? At the mention of Wang Pan's name, Ma Chengyan chimed in. If I remember correctly, Wang Pan is Wang Heng's blood brother, and his cultivation has already touched the Lin Kuei realm. For someone to kill him silently within the sect, the culprit's strength is absolutely extraordinary. The reporting disciple hastily added. According to the senior brothers at the scene, before he died, Wang Pan claimed the murderer was a groom who deserted the sect 10 years ago. This rapid succession of information plunged Zhou Tianci into deep thought. Yi Ying, still burning with fury, bellowed, I don't care who he is. Anyone who dares to strike here must die. But Zhou Tianci raised a hand to signal a halt, his voice dropping. Wait. He then stood up and decisively declared, let's go take a look. This decision made all three elders turn to look at him, their eyes revealing clear astonishment. Why would the sect leader personally intervene in this matter? He offered no explanation, only ordering the disciple, "Lead the way." The man immediately bowed, "Yes, sir." Thus, the most powerful figures of the sect set off together toward the trial grounds. At the trial grounds, the atmosphere was far from peaceful. Before a pool of splattered blood, Li Tianyuan and another disciple stood facing each other. The disciple pointed a trembling finger, his voice shaking. Do you know Wang Pan is the younger brother of head disciple Wang Heng? You actually dared to kill him." Suddenly, a voice filled with furious indignation echoed across the area. "Who dared to kill my brother?" The new arrival was Wang Heng, leading a group of disciples radiating murderous intent. He marched straight up to Li Tianyuan and demanded, "Was it you?" He merely shot him a lazy, sidelong glance, not bothering to reply. Fast as lightning, Wang Heng lunged forward. His lackeys immediately fanned out, forming an encirclement. Wang Heng let out an earth-shattering roar, "I want you to pay with your life," and unleashed a thunderous punch at Li Tianyuan. His fist, shrouded in surging death aura, hurtled straight toward his face. Li Tianyuan stood unmoving. An emerald-green halo suddenly flared up around his body, forming an invisible shield. Wang Heng struck with all his might, but his punch couldn't pierce through, as if he had hit cold steel. Right at that moment, an authoritative shout rang out, "Stop!" Zhou Tianxi and the elders strolled over at a measured pace. Seeing them, the disciples hurriedly bowed to pay their respects. "Greetings, sect leader." Only Li Tianyuan remained standing as straight as a statue. Zhou Tianxi walked straight up to face him. He frowned slightly, silently confirming in his mind, it really is him. Zhou Tianxi had recognized him. This young man was the very same person who had discussed the Tao with the Supreme Elder years ago. Upon seeing the sect leader, Wang Heng immediately pointed at Li Tianyuan, tattling like a child. "Sect leader, he is the one who murdered my brother." Zhou Tianxi simply closed his eyes and waved a hand, signaling him to shut up. He observed Li Tianyuan from head to toe, calculating inwardly. Wang Pan's cultivation was by no means weak, yet he was turned to dust by this man in a single move. This level of power must be at least at the Lin Kuei realm. But when looking at his handsome face and overwhelmingly confident aura, he second-guessed himself. No, perhaps he has already reached the Dinghu realm. Zhou Tianxi couldn't believe that a lowly groom with zero cultivation 10 years ago could reach this realm so quickly. Could it be that the Tai Ji Fen Zin technique had fallen into his hands? Stroking his beard, he muttered to himself. But why would he return now? Could it be that he wants to voluntarily surrender the Tai Ji Fen Zin technique? Another disciple stepped forward timidly and stammered. Reporting to the sect leader, he was the one who attacked senior brother Wang. Furthermore, while he was still alive, senior brother Wang mentioned that the previous holy maiden was also with him. Hearing this, Zia Junyi gritted her teeth, her entire body trembling with rage. She unsheathed the sword at her waist, fury blazing in her eyes, and roared, "It's you! You are the one who ruined Yan Han's future." With that said, she swung her sword, thrusting it straight at him. When the blade was just inches from Li Tianyuan's face, a steady voice rang out, "Junior sister, stop." The one intervening was Zhou Tianxi, whose face still bore a look of shock. Li Tianyuan calmly raised 2 fingers, firmly pinching Zia Junyi's blade. She pushed with all her might, but the sword didn't budge an inch. This single, effortless action was enough to show his terrifying strength. Finally, Li Tianyuan opened his mouth. He spoke in a calm tone, "Because you still care for Yan Han, I will respectfully call you mother-in-law." Zia Junyi violently yanked her sword back from his grasp. Zhou Tianxi suddenly spoke up, his voice full of admiration. "Little friend, we haven't seen each other in years. To think your cultivation has reached such a level, it is truly a cause for celebration." He then changed the subject. "I'm just not sure why you have returned to the Zen Mu sect and killed our disciple." Facing the sect leader's question, Li Tianyuan tilted his chin toward the fresh pool of blood, his tone indifferent. "That guy tried to force my wife to serve Zhang Rui at Qingyun Mountain, and then took the opportunity to try and murder my 2 children. Should I keep such scum around for the new year instead of sending him to hell?" These words struck Zia Junyi like a bolt of lightning. She couldn't believe her daughter and grandchildren had gone through such a horrific ordeal without her, as a mother, knowing anything about it. Next, he raised 2 fingers and stated bluntly, "I came back here for only 2 things, to kill those who deserve to die and to save those who deserve help. You don't need to beat around the bush. If you have something to ask, just say it. Zhou Tianxi burst into hearty laughter. Little friend, regarding Wang Pan, I will definitely order a thorough investigation. As for you, since you were originally a member of the Xin Mu sect. Finishing his sentence, he held up his token and loudly announced to everyone present, using the sect leader's token, I grant you a special exception to join the Xin Mu sect. This decision left everyone present dropping their jaws in sheer astonishment. What? Completely ignoring the crowd's expressions, Zhou Tianxi ordered Ma Yuan, take the new disciple to rest. He clasped his hands in obedience. Understood. Saying so, Ma Yuan extended a hand, making a polite gesture to him. This way, please. As he walked past Zhou Tianxi, Li Tianyuan casually dropped a remark. To think that the dignified leader of a sect is cultivating someone else's technique. How bizarre. This sentence made him jolt in fright, entirely unable to comprehend how Li Tianyuan knew this secret. Wang Heng was burning with indignation. Waiting until he was out of sight, he continued to complain to Zhou Tianxi, sect leader, that bastard killed my brother. Why did you spare him and even recruit him into the sect? Yi Ying chimed in. Exactly. Only with Li Tianyuan gone did Zhou Tianxi slowly explain. I suspect the Tai Ji Fen Xin technique is in his possession, but this person has a fierce and unyielding temperament. Using force will only backfire. We must target his weakness. Pausing for a moment, he ordered, summon Tian Han to the main hall. Having said that, Zhou Tianxi turned and left. Only Yi Ying and Wang Heng remained. Seeing that he was still resentful, Yi Ying patted his shoulder. Wang Heng looked surprised. Uncle. He glanced at him and whispered, find a way to snatch the Tai Ji Fen Xin technique right in front of the sect leader. You will become the greatest meritorious contributor to the Xin Mu sect. Saying so, Yi Ying handed Wang Heng 2 pills, one green and one red. He instructed, the green one is the forbidden hook pill. When thrown, it turns into gas and seals cultivation. The red one is the explosive force pill. Swallowing it multiplies your cultivation to be used for self-defense. Pausing briefly, he added with profound meaning, moreover, what your brother failed to accomplish, you can do again. Wang Heng revealed a treacherous smile, bowing his head. Understood. Meanwhile, Ma Yuan had taken Li Tianyuan to a spacious and elegant room. He told him, you can stay here for now. Wait for the sect leader to arrange your future affairs. Unexpectedly, Li Tianyuan wasn't pleased at all. He told Ma Yuan, change it to another room. This request left him baffled. Why? This is a premium single room reserved only for elite disciples. He calmly sat down on a chair and dropped an incomprehensible sentence. I don't want to repair the door. Hearing this, Ma Yuan looked blank, completely failing to grasp his meaning. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door was kicked flying inward. Ma Yuan recoiled in terror, while Li Tianyuan acted as if he had expected it. He leisurely took a sip of tea, not forgetting to greet. You're here. The arrival was none other than Wang Heng. His face was brimming with murderous intent, and he growled loudly. HMPH, Li Tianyuan, you killed my brother, a crime deserving of 10,000 deaths. Striding up to him, he laid out his condition. If you hand over the Tai Ji Fen Xin technique, I can spare your life. How ridiculous. Li Tianyuan gave a cold snort, gently scooped a spoonful of tea and said, so your brother's life is only worth that much. Wang Heng put on a superior air, speaking as if bestowing a favor. If you hand it over now, at most I'll just cripple your cultivation. Don't be ungrateful. Unbelievably, Wang Heng actually thought Li Tianyuan was a fool. Yet he remained overwhelmingly confident. You should know that your lover, Xian Han, has already been summoned by the sect leader. In the past, she was at least a former holy maiden, with Shibu Fan as her father and an elder as her mother, so the sect only put her under house arrest on Yunqi Peak. Holding the green pill in his hand, he continued to threaten. But now she is involved with the sect's secret technique. Just because certain torture methods weren't used before doesn't mean they won't be used now. If you obediently hand it over, I can persuade the sect to spare her. Otherwise, she will suffer the agony of 10,000 arrows piercing her heart. Li Tianyuan patiently listened to his rambling. Now, he had shifted the topic to his children. I remember you have kids too, right? I'm afraid those little brats will also. Seeing that Li Tianyuan still had no reaction after all this, Wang Heng lost his patience. He thought to himself, not swayed, then don't blame me. With that in mind, he lunged at him holding the green pill. Quick as a blink, Li Tianyuan appeared and tightly grabbed the arm that was about to throw the pill. Then he twisted Wang Heng's arm back and popped the pill directly into his own mouth. To ensure he swallowed it, he clamped a hand firmly over his face. The guide disciple who witnessed the entire scene was sweating profusely. He stammered, what? Li Tianyuan tightly gripped Wang Heng's face, explaining, "This forbidden hook pill only needs to be thrown to seal cultivation. Now that you've swallowed it, your cultivation will be sealed until death." Saying that, he shoved him away forcefully. Afterwards, he dragged Wang Heng out the door, not forgetting to add, "Let's see what they will do." Wang Heng's inner voice screamed, "I can't move, I didn't have time to swallow the explosive force pill." Just like that, Li Tianyuan dragged Wang Heng forcefully through the courtyard. Looking toward the distant mountain, he muttered, "I was planning to wait until he comes out of seclusion to settle the score all at once." Pausing briefly, he closed his eyes and sighed. "I didn't expect his comprehension to be so poor. It's been so long and he still hasn't come out. Fine, no more waiting. It seems that in this Zen Mu sect, fists are still the only way." The next morning, in the Zen Mu sect's assembly hall, Tianhan knelt before Zhou Tianci and spoke. Tianhan pays respects to the sect leader. Then she turned to the elders, paying respects to the elders. When she knelt before Zia Junyi, she simply remained silent, not knowing what to say. Ma Chengyan began his interrogation. "Tianhan, back then you stole a high-tier elixir from the sect and subsequently got pregnant in secret, tarnishing the dignity of the Holy Maiden and disgracing the Zen Mu sect." After a long-winded tirade, he asked, "Are you aware of all these sins?" Tianhan answered straightforwardly, "I am." At this moment, Zhou Tianci spoke up. "Yan Han, for 10 years you have lived on Yun Chi Peak, raising your children alone. I know you have endured many hardships." She replied sorrowfully, "Yan Han knows her sins. This punishment is exactly what I deserve." Zia Junyi looked at her daughter, feeling as though her heart was being sliced open. After a long while, Zhou Tianci continued, "Over the years, the young master of the Kaiyan Yuan sect from the Yao Wang Yun Kingdom and the son of the Sword Saint in Yang, Jiang City have both sent letters. They were all pleading for leniency for you." Saying this, he tossed a stack of letters into her hands. Yanhan gently caught them. Then, without even glancing at them, she decisively placed them on the ground. Finally, he got straight to the point. "Now, there is an opportunity for you to redeem yourself." Hearing this, Yanhan remained silent. Zhou Tianci continued, "I believe you already know about Li Tianyuan's return. You only need to persuade him to hand over what he stole from the Zen Mu sect." Seeing her expression remain entirely unswayed, he dangled a bait. "I can allow you to return to the sect, and even figure out a way to restore your cultivation." Yi Ying also chimed in. "Yanhan, as you can see, there is no shortage of talented young men who admire you right now." Pausing slightly, he stroked 2 strands of his beard and added, "Why don't you take this chance to get the Tai Ji Fen Zin technique from Li Tianyuan, and we'll arrange a new marriage for you. Your life will be much more comfortable hereafter, and it will bring resources to the sect. This is the only value you have left." Zia Junyi couldn't stomach these words any longer. She angrily retorted, "Elder Yi, watch your mouth when you speak. Do not equate the Zen Mu sect with common bandits." At this point, Yi Ying even turned to provoke her. "HMPH, why pretend to be so noble? As soon as you heard him call you mother-in-law, you immediately went soft." Zia Junyi shouted furiously, "You!" Seeing the two about to break into a major argument, Zhou Tianci sternly intervened. "Stop arguing." With that said, he turned to Yanhan. "Yanhan, as long as you can retrieve the Tai Ji Fen Zin technique, it's not entirely impossible for Li Tianyuan to continue staying in the Zen Mu sect." Sweet words of temptation were immediately followed by a ruthless threat. "Otherwise, we will resort to drastic measures. Just the crime of defiling the Holy Maiden alone is enough to have his skin stripped and tendons pulled out 10 times over, and you will also suffer the punishment of 10,000 arrows piercing the heart." But Yanhan wasn't so easily tricked. She cupped her hands and said, "Sect leader, Li Tianyuan and I no longer have any relationship. The mistake I made back then was of my own free will, it had nothing to do with him." And she declared her decision. "I know I am no longer fit to be the Holy Maiden. Granted amnesty by the sect leader, I will live the rest of my life until old age on Yun Chi Peak. As for the punishment of 10,000 arrows piercing the heart, I shall receive it at Yun Chi Peak." These words caused Zhou Tianxi's face to darken completely. The atmosphere in the room turned terrifyingly silent. Afterwards, Xi Yanhan stood up, intending to leave. Yi Ying hastily stood up and asked, Xi Yanhan, are you really willing to throw everything away for a groom? Xia Zhenyi also anxiously advised, Yanhan, don't miss this opportunity. Tianhan kept her head lowered, not saying a word. A moment later she called out, Mother. And then she knelt and bowed to her, saying, Please forgive this unfilial daughter. On the roof, Sui Feng and Zio, she were observing the situation inside. The little girl asked curiously, Uncle Sui Feng, why are they bullying my mother? With that she looked up and said to him, Uncle Sui Feng, I want to be by my mother's side. Sui Feng agreed, All right, I'll take you down there. At this time, Xi Yanhan was standing up, bowing to everyone before turning to leave. Staring at her back, Zhou Tianxi muttered with a dark expression, stubborn to the core. And then he shouted loudly, Seize her. Suddenly, the door was smashed to pieces by an incredibly powerful force. A figure flew straight into the room, then crashed spread eagle onto the ground head first, looking utterly miserable. Yi Ying quickly recognized the person. He called out anxiously, Wang Heng, why is it you? Slumping on the floor, Wang Heng replied, Uncle, I was ambushed by Li Tianyuan and forced to swallow a forbidden hook pill. Now my cultivation has been completely sealed. Not long after, Li Tianyuan strolled in leisurely. He mocked, Oh, isn't it lively in here? Seeing him safe and sound, Yi Ying was shocked to the core. Tian Han was also bewildered. Why are you here? He didn't answer, only stared intently at her. Tian Han said loudly to him, My children and I have absolutely no relationship with you. Before she could finish her sentence, he stepped forward and covered her mouth with his hand, stopping her from saying such heartless words. Li Tianyuan looked straight into Xi Yanhan's eyes, sincerely expressing, Everything I do comes from the heart, unswayed by anything else. His words left her stunned. Tianhan looked at him with eyes brimming with emotion. Wang Heng couldn't stand it any more and roared, Enough! This is not the place for you two to act lovey-dovey. Hearing this, Li Tianyuan coldly warned him, Is it your place to speak? Saying so, he simply flicked his wrist lightly, and Wang Heng once again tumbled across the floor in agony. Right in front of Zhou Tianxi, Li Tianyuan acted without the slightest reservation. As for Wang Heng, he planted headfirst into the ground yet again. Watching Wang Heng being sent flying, Zhou Tianxi's mind was in turmoil. He knew better than anyone that this grand hall was secretly embedded with restrictions to prevent internal fighting, yet this man had blown away their top disciple with a mere flick of his hand. He then turned to look at Li Tianyuan, continuing his train of thought. Furthermore, looking at his demeanor, he hasn't even gone all out. He probably only used 2 or 3 parts of his power. Recalling how easily Wang Heng was defeated, he couldn't help but doubt himself. Could my judgment be wrong? Has this guy broken through the Ding Hu realm and advanced to the Jun Wang realm? Thinking this, he said to Li Tianyuan, Li Tianyuan, you are a disciple of the Xin Mu sect. How can you trespass into the assembly hall? We were merely interrogating Xi Yanhan according to standard procedures and, moreover, giving her a chance to redeem herself. Hearing this, he snorted coldly. So coercion is considered normal to you? This time it was Zhou Tianxi's turn to be horrified. What? Could he have been eavesdropping this whole time? Impossible, no one can eavesdrop without me noticing. Yi Ying couldn't hold back, pointing directly at Li Tianyuan and instigating. Sect Master, why be polite to this brat? Just capture him. I don't believe his bones are tougher than the agony of 10,000 arrows piercing the heart. He achieved little but ruined much. If it were that easy, he wouldn't have needed to call Xi Yanhan here to threaten him. Zhou Tianxi angrily shouted, Yi Ying, shut up. Stop causing me more trouble. Scolded by the sect master, how could he dare to utter another word? Yi Ying could only glare at Li Tianyuan with resentful eyes. Suddenly, Li Tianyuan spoke up and admitted, The pill that Yanhan took back then, I was indeed the one who ate it. He then opened his eyes and continued, Now, I will return one to you. Yi Ying unceremoniously retorted, Wow, what a big tone. That pill was a top-tier 100 refined pill of our Xin Mu sect. Recalling the arduous refinement process, Yi Ying said disdainfully, It used thousands of spiritual herbs and was refined 100 times before succeeding. We might not even produce one in several decades. Can you even afford to pay it back? After speaking, he began to channel his cultivation, purple aura radiating all over his body. The old man said to Zhou Tianci, "Sect master, I can't stand it anymore. I will capture this guy for the Xin Mu sect right now." Li Tianyuan closed his eyes, ignoring him completely. He slowly reached into his robe. Then he pulled out a pill, to everyone's astonishment. Ma Chengyan wondered aloud. This color, this density of immortal aura, could it be a second revolution immortal pill? Li Tianyuan replied immediately, "That's right." Xian Han was equally surprised to hear his words. Ignoring him, she knelt down to face her daughter and asked, "Zioshi, why are you here?" The little girl smiled and answered, "Uncle Sui Feng brought me here." At this moment, Ma Chengyan spoke up, his voice full of shock. Refining a pill 100 times is already extremely difficult. To make the pill stronger, one must constantly combine it with other spiritual herbs. Just one tiny mistake, and all efforts go down the drain. Only by repeating this process thousands of times can one refine a first revolution immortal pill. A cultivator who consumes it can directly break through an entire major realm. He then pushed Yi Ying aside, ran up to him, and continued, "And this is a second revolution immortal pill, 100 times more precious than a first revolution immortal pill. I've been refining pills for so many years, and this is my first time seeing one. How did you get this immortal pill?" He replied curtly, "I refined it myself." Hearing this, he waved his hand and said loudly, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. How old are you?" Even Dan Lao, known as a peerless genius, was only able to successfully refine his first second revolution golden pill at the age of 70. Tossing the pill to him, he said casually, "Believe it or not, it's up to you." Ma Chengyan hurriedly bent down to catch it. Holding the pill in his hand, he laughed gleefully. "This divine charm, this immortal aura, it's absolutely not a fake. This is indeed a second revolution immortal pill." Next, Li Tianyuan said calmly, "Consider this pill as repayment to you all." After that, he took a small box out of his pocket. Opening the box, a blinding light radiated out. He spoke to Zia Junyi, "Mother-in-law, I offer this as my betrothal gift." The item in the box made her jaw drop in astonishment. Following that, he made an earth-shattering declaration, "I want to marry Xian Han properly." Everyone in the room was utterly horrified. Ma Chengyan pointed at the pill in the box, stammering, Is this a fifth revolution immortal pill?" He screamed, "Such a rich medicinal fragrance, this is my first time experiencing it. There's even an anomaly of purple aura swirling around it, especially these 5 pill veins. There's no mistaking it." Ma Chengyan affirmed with absolute certainty, "This is the very fifth revolution immortal pill recorded in the ancient texts." Zia Junyi looked at it, feeling somewhat hesitant. Suddenly Ma Chengyan roared, startling her, "What are you staring blankly for? Agree to it. With this fifth revolution immortal pill, it might just be able to cure Shi Bu Fan." These words shocked her and she repeated, "Cure Bu Fan." After that, Zia Junyi reached out her hand, intending to accept it. Yi Ying hastily stopped her. "Nonsense, what fifth revolution immortal pill?" He then turned and yelled at Ma Chengyan, "Ma Chengyan, haven't you gone senile from refining pills? Spouting such rubbish, have you ever even seen a real fifth revolution immortal pill?" Hearing that, he pondered deeply before saying, "I've only seen it in books. How could I have ever seen a real fifth revolution immortal pill?" Seizing the opportunity, Yi Ying pointed straight at Li Tianyuan, smearing him. "HMPH, he definitely used some sort of illusion technique. How could a mere groom like him possess such a rare immortal pill? It's definitely a fake." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "As for the second revolution immortal pill, he definitely got it through underhanded means, deception, theft, or robbery." Finishing his rant, he turned to Zhou Tianci and said, "Sect master, why must you yield to this brat? Aren't you afraid of losing your dignity as a sect master?" Only then did Zhou Tianci reply, "Elder Yi." After listening to their prattling for a while, he lost his patience and reiterated, "What nonsense are you all blabbering about? I'm not giving this fifth revolution immortal pill of mine to you." Right after, Li Tianyuan snapped the box shut and handed it to Zia Junyi. He then bluntly declared, "I have never owed the Xin Mu sect anything. On the contrary, the Xin Mu sect owes me a massive favor." Zhou Tianci frowned and asked, "Owes you a favor?" Yi Ying couldn't stand it anymore. He shouted loudly, "Arrogant, truly extremely arrogant. You are nothing but a horse groom. Even if you manage to refine a few immortal pills, it's not the Xin Mu sect's turn to owe a favor to the likes of you. I will capture you right now." Saying that, he flew straight towards Li Tianyuan. He stood completely still, exuding a haughty aura. From behind him, a golden surge of power radiated out, dazzling the entire room. It sent both Zhou Tianxi and Yi Ying flying. Suddenly, a voice echoed everywhere. "Disciples of the Xin Mu sect, all of you come out and receive me." These words left Yi Ying astonished. He strained his neck and hollered, "Who is it?" At the same time, at the sect's plaza, a giant sword plunged heavily into the ground near the mountain, making the curious disciples run out to look. They looked at the sword, whispering amongst themselves. One person asked, "What happened?" Another replied, "I just saw this iron sword suddenly fall from the sky." An arrogant laugh rang out from behind the mountain. Right after, a foot stepped onto the hilt of the sword. It was a green-haired man, followed by two servants. Seeing him so arrogant, a disciple spoke up. "Who are you? Get down here right now. The Xin Mu sect is not a place for you to act so insolently." The green-haired man, who was none other than Yin Sha, closed his eyes and shouted, "Insolent!" Then he signaled to his subordinate. Quick as lightning, the subordinate delivered a thunderous slap to the disciple, causing fresh blood to spurt from his mouth. From above, Yin Sha ordered, "Drag him here." Just as he was about to drag the disciple away, a voice rang out, causing the surprised servant to turn his head. "Stop!" The one who spoke was Zhou Tianxi. He led the elders of the Xin Mu sect over and asked, "Are you from the Xuan Yin sect?" Seeing that they didn't reply, he asked once more, "Are you people from the Xuan Yin sect?" Yin Sha casually answered, "That's right." After hearing the answer, Zhou Tianxi asked politely, "You are very young, and you have two servants by your side. May I ask which master of the world's Yin Sha you are?" Yin Sha flew down while saying, "The sect master of the Xin Mu sect still has a good eye." And then he landed right on the head of the disciple, lying on the ground. Standing on the guy's head, he introduced himself. "I am young master Yin Sha." Hearing this, Yi Ying said, "The world's Yin Sha, the two once-in-a-century geniuses of the Xuan Yin sect, are both already at the Dinghu realm, and furthermore, they possess the aptitude of a great emperor. What brings young master Yin Sha to our Xin Mu sect today? Hasn't the time for the tournament not arrived yet?" Yin Sha pinched his fingers to count the days, then replied, "Indeed, it's not time yet. Today, this young master came here under orders to set up this array." As soon as he finished speaking, a white light radiated from the giant sword. Gradually, a large circle formed in the sky, emitting 3 tendrils along with small flashes of light like lightning. Zhou Tianxi recognized it in horror, the demon-locking sword array. Zia Junyi couldn't hold back, loudly asking, "What is your Xuan Yin sect trying to do?" Yin Sha explained in a light tone, "The tournament is approaching. My sect's elders were afraid that your Xin Mu sect doesn't have any decent disciples and would run away halfway. That's why they thoughtfully asked me to come set up this array." Hearing this, the disciples of the Xin Mu sect were utterly infuriated. Yin Sha paid no mind, casually dropping mocking words. "It's nothing more than words of encouragement. Losing isn't scary, being a coward is what's truly shameful." The disciple whose head he was stepping on couldn't hold back and spoke up, "Do not insult the Xin Mu sect." These words provoked Yin Sha. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Oh, then let me insult it for you to see." After speaking, he stomped lightly. The disciple's head was driven deep into the ground, his whole body lying flat on his stomach in an extremely humiliating posture. Seeing her disciple humiliated like this, Zia Junyi angrily pointed at him and shouted, "Insolent! I have never met anyone as arrogant as you. Let go of my disciple otherwise." Before she could finish her sentence, Yin Sha interrupted in a disdainful tone, "Sigh, well, you've met one today." Next, he tilted his chin up, pointed his thumb at himself and said, "Why can I be so arrogant for so long, yet you all still don't dare to make a move? Isn't it because you fear the power of the Xuan Yin sect?" Pausing for a moment, he continued, "In this world, the strong rule. Have you ever dared to face the Xuan Yin sect head-on? Do you dare to touch a single hair on my head?" Hearing this, the people of the Xin Mu sect could only lower their heads in silence. Then Yin Sha made a proposal. "How about this? I'll give you an opportunity to practice. Just send out your disciples. As long as you can defeat my 2 servants, I will take the initiative to withdraw this demon-locking array." Quick as lightning, a green-haired disciple yelled, "Let me," and charged forward. Before he could even do anything, he was struck heavily by the servant, causing blood to flow from his eyes, nose, and mouth, looking truly terrifying. The servant didn't let him off, delivering a powerful palm strike that sent the disciple rolling on the ground. The disciples erupted in uproar, shouting, "Let me fight them! Better to die with honor than live in shame! Kill him!" Wang Heng stood in one place, listening to the chaotic noises. He gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it! If my cultivation hadn't been sealed by Li Tianyuan, I would definitely charge up and fight young Master Yin Sha." Suddenly he thought of something. "That's right." So Wang Heng said to Ma Chengyan, "Elder Ma, give me that second revolution immortal pill." The old man was surprised and said loudly, "Give it to you. This is a supreme treasure of the sect." Wang Heng explained, "Faced with young Master Yin Sha's humiliation, we cannot stand by and do nothing. Right now, I am the most suitable person to take action and defeat him, saving face for the Xin Mu sect. Besides, isn't there still a fifth revolution immortal pill? The sect still has a supreme treasure." These words made Ma Chengyan freeze, sinking into deep thought. He muttered under his breath, wondering if there was any other way to salvage a bit of dignity for the Xin Mu sect. Seeing Ma Chengyan appear swayed, Wang Heng rejoiced secretly in his heart. Sure enough, he was wavering. Right now, the most likely outcome was snatching the second revolution immortal pill from his hands. Later on, if the opportunity arose, he would try his luck with that fifth revolution immortal pill. As long as everything went smoothly, his position in the Xin Mu sect would be as solid as a rock. By then, looking down proudly upon the entire divine continent wouldn't be a far-fetched dream. Meanwhile, the disciples were still struggling against the two servants. One of them had already been gifted a strike to the side with a mace. The other one took a full blow, right to the middle of his face. Next, he channeled his power and unleashed an extremely powerful palm strike into the ground. Yin Sha burst into mocking laughter. "Quick, call out that holy maiden girl you all worked so hard to train for me to see. She shouldn't be too pathetically weak, right?" After saying that, he continued laughing uproariously as if he had just hit the jackpot. Zia Junyi couldn't endure it any longer. The sword at her waist shot out of its scabbard with a swish, and she gritted her teeth. "You've bullied others enough. Let me see what kind of skills you possess." The guy didn't take her seriously at all. He smugly retorted, "Oh, is Elder Zia planning to personally enter the fray? Then would my revered masters also be allowed to participate in the later tournament?" Realizing she was acting too impulsively, Zhou Tianxi quickly reached out to stop her. He said to her gently, "He makes a fair point. This is a battle among the junior disciples. Neither we nor the elders of the Xuan Yin sect can intervene." Zia Junyi trembled with rage. She gritted her teeth and muttered, "A bunch of daylight robbers, a bunch of hypocrites." She couldn't help but wonder if she had let Shibu Fan stay at the Xin Mu sect back then, would the situation be as tragic as it is today? Just then, another disciple charged straight at Yin Sha. He simply lifted his foot for a light kick, and that disciple was sent flying a dozen meters away. Looking at the disciples of the Xin Mu sect lying scattered on the ground, Yin Sha smirked sarcastically. "Why is every single one of your cultivations so pathetic? Let me see if this trash from your Xin Mu sect who dares to resist actually has any decent bone structure." Finishing his words, Yin Sha shouted, "I have divine insight." His eyes instantly flashed with an eerie green light. Yi Ying was terrified to the extreme. He cried out in alarm, "Eye of divine insight! To think that young Master Yin Sha is this talented. He even successfully cultivated the top-tier eye technique capable of seeing through a person's bone structure. Compared to He Yi, who is reputed to possess the aptitude of a great emperor, our Xin Mu sect truly cannot compare." He swept his gaze over the disciples' bone structures, and the result could be summed up in one word: trash. When his gaze stopped on Li Tianyuan, Yin Sha couldn't help but frown. Why was this guy completely empty, without even the most basic trace of a bone structure? Then he stared straight at him and threw an insult. HMPH, a useless person among a bunch of useless people. Only the Xin Mu sect would harbor this kind of waste. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. When his vision swept over Shi Yanhan and Zioshi, his eyes flared with green light. He blurted out, "This is..." After a moment of being stunned, he exclaimed in shock, "Could it be the legendary immortal spirit body?" Hearing this, the elders couldn't hide their astonishment either. They repeated in unison, "Immortal spirit body." In Yin Sha's mind, a vicious plan began to form. He sneered, "Excellent. With this child as a cultivation furnace, my Xuan Yin sect will definitely produce a great emperor." Feeling Yin Sha's gaze that looked like it wanted to devour her alive, Zioshi fearfully nestled against her mother and called out softly, "Mommy." He shifted his gaze to Shi Yanhan and probed, "Cultivation sealed. Could you be the former holy maiden of the Zen Mu sect, Xian Han? Pausing for a moment, he continued in a possessive tone. Indeed, your aptitude is superior to ordinary people. Then follow me back to the Xuan Yin sect. My senior and junior brothers are in desperate need of someone to satisfy their desires. Suddenly, a flash of vigilance crossed Yin Sha's eyes. He sensed an icy cold killing intent. Glancing at the weak disciples in front of him, he secretly wondered. This powerful aura couldn't possibly come from these small fries of the Zen Mu sect. Who on earth is it? At the same time, Ma Chengyan had decided to hand over the second revolution immortal pill to Wang Heng. The pill immediately attracted Yin Sha's attention. Surprised, he thought to himself, that spiritual pill is. Gripping the pill tightly, Wang Heng muttered with full confidence. Brat from the Xuan Yin sect, just wait until I absorb this second revolution immortal pill. I will show you the power of the top disciple, Wang Heng. Yin Sha shouted, snatch it from me. A streak of black aura carrying purple fragments shot towards Wang Heng. Just as he brought the pill to his mouth, the black aura tightly bound his hand. A cold voice rang out, trash. Quick as a flash of lightning, Yin Sha closed the distance, delivering a thunderous kick that sent Wang Heng falling backward onto the ground. The pill flew out of his hand. Just like that, Yin Sha snatched the second revolution immortal pill. He admiringly examined the spoils of war in his hand. Yi Ying furiously cursed Wang Heng, idiot. If you wanted to use the second revolution immortal pill, you should have swallowed it quickly. Why dawdle? Now look, it got stolen by him. Ma Chengyan stood nearby, looking as if he was about to cry, and wailed miserably. Ah, my precious treasure. At this moment, Wang Heng was being stomped right in the face by Yin Sha's foot, a total and utter humiliation. Full of hatred, he thought. Damn it. It's all because of that horse groom. If my cultivation wasn't sealed and my limbs weren't so sluggish, I wouldn't have suffered such a miserable defeat, let alone let young Master Yin Sha snatch the second revolution immortal pill. Now Yin Sha was laughing incredibly smugly. He announced loudly, excellent, excellent, too wonderful, a second revolution immortal pill and an immortal spirit body. After a moment of satisfaction, his expression turned serious as he said to Zhou Tianci, my Xuan Yin sect will temporarily hold onto these two things for your noble sect. We will decide what to do after the tournament ends. Yin Sha glanced down at Wang Heng flattened beneath his foot, unable to suppress his inner doubt. The source of that killing intent wasn't this Wang Heng. Could my senses have been wrong? Unable to figure it out, Yin Sha confidently dismissed it. Whatever, there's no way the Zen Mu sect has any top experts. Then he ordered his subordinates, take the immortal spirit body and the former holy maiden away. Xia Zhenye angrily bellowed, you dare. Right at this moment, Yin Sha felt that bone-chilling killing intent once again. He was secretly terrified. It's back. Ribbons of blue light like soft silk suddenly flew towards him. A dense killing intent erupted from Li Tianyuan's body. His face was icy cold, and his eyes bore a look that wanted to tear Yin Sha to shreds. One subordinate holding a bronze mace advanced towards Xian Han and her daughter. A heavy sounded. That guy suddenly collapsed to his knees. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stand back up. Only now could Yin Sha confirm that the killing intent originated from Xian Han's area. He immediately ordered his remaining subordinate, you, go too. Receiving the order, that guy charged straight at Xian Han without the slightest hesitation. Seeing this, Xia Zhenye anxiously yelled out, Yan Han, be careful. After speaking, she also swung her sword and dashed forward, intending to block that subordinate's path. But the subordinate's speed was extremely fast. He leaped high into the air, raising his weapon to attack Xian Han directly. Suddenly, a hand appeared, firmly grasping his bronze mace. Li Tianyuan let out a cold snort. His hand clamped tightly onto the mace, completely immobilizing it. At this point, Yin Sha could confirm it with absolute certainty. That killing intent piercing straight to the core, could it really be coming from this guy who had absolutely no bone structure? At the same time, the subordinate who was forced to his knees finally managed to stagger back up. And he immediately charged towards Li Tianyuan. A dazzling golden light erupted, blinding everyone's vision and obscuring the battle taking place. Yet Yin Sha calmly crossed his arms and watched the show. He waved his hand and tossed out a contemptuous remark. A clown here for my amusement. It seems I've overestimated you a bit. You should know that the bronze maces in the hands of my two minor generals have been specially refined to specifically counter body-refining cultivation arts, not dodging or evading but daring to clash head-on. You're simply courting death. As the golden light gradually dissipated, the revealing scene left everyone dumbfounded. Li Tianyuan was holding both subordinates' bronze maces tightly with his bare hands. Yin Sha was stunned. Li Tianyuan even dropped a provocative comment. "Oh, really?" The blue aura surrounding Li Tianyuan became increasingly dense. He offered a word of praise. "Not bad materials, I'll be taking them." Saying that, he forcefully yanked the two weapons away, simultaneously kicking both subordinates flying into the distance. Seeing the situation turning bad, Yin Sha shouted, "Form the array, obliterate him." His two subordinates moved swiftly, instantly setting up a formation. Streams of death aura surged from their bodies, carrying twisted, incomprehensible ancient runes. The aura gradually wove into a cage, completely enveloping Li Tianyuan. In the blink of an eye, the space around him was entirely swallowed by that eerie light. Zhou Tianci recognized it in horror, the concentric curse. Ma Chengyan, confused, quickly asked, "Sect Master, what kind of trick is this? I've never seen it before." He explained in detail that it was a unique forbidden curse of the Xuanyin sect. The afflicted would be stripped of their five senses, their divine consciousness gradually eroded and severed from their physical body, ultimately turning them into a soulless husk. Ordinary people could not cast this forbidden curse. Only the 12 bronze hammers, beings devoid of five senses and forged through the Xuanyin sect's secret arts, could use it. If anyone else attempted to chant the incantation, the act alone would drive them mad. Shi Yanhan looked at him with eyes full of worry. Zioshi was also terrified, whispering to her mother, "Mommy, Daddy will be okay, right?" Without waiting for Shi Yanhan to answer, he raised his head and reassured the little girl, "I am fine." Seeing that Li Tianyuan could still speak, Yin Sha was utterly shocked. He screamed, "Impossible! You clearly took the concentric curse. Even a great emperor couldn't remain completely unaffected." Li Tianyuan looked at him calmly and replied, "This level is not even a 10,000th of what I have endured." Hearing this, Yin Sha became even more suspicious. "Could it be that you bear a curse even stronger than this?" He didn't answer, merely looking down at the two bronze hammers in his hands and commenting, "The material is excellent, but it's a pity the structure is too loose." With that said, he squeezed his hands hard, crushing them together. Witnessing him effortlessly mangle the two bronze hammers, Yin Sha was so horrified that his jaw dropped, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. At this moment, streams of death aura continuously spewed from the deformed bronze hammers. Suddenly, the two subordinates coughed up blood simultaneously. They were then sent flying by an invisible force, seemingly no longer alive. Watching the two bronze hammers vanish just like that, Yin Sha clutched his head and howled in despair. "My two bronze hammers, that was a gift from my master, a symbol of my status and position." Zhou Tianci broke into a cold sweat as he looked at him. He was secretly terrified. Did he just shatter the curse backlash from a natal Dharma artifact? To think he could completely ignore the concentric curse and crush the specially forged bronze hammers of the Xuanyin sect with his bare hands. If Li Tianyuan hasn't reached the sovereign realm, then he must have cultivated an extremely unique body tempering technique. Thinking of this, he became even more horrified. Yet he had repeatedly looked down on this man. To reach such a level of cultivation in 10 years, he was a genius, an absolute genius. At this point, Yin Sha had yet to recover his senses. Clutching his head, he stood frozen, staring at the corpses of his two servants. Then pointing straight at Li Tianyuan, he roared, "I want you dead. I want you to die without a burial place." Ignoring Yin Sha's fury, Li Tianyuan couldn't care less. He looked at his fist and said casually, "This is passable." Yin Sha's blood was boiling to the absolute limit. He channeled his energy, a green aura enveloping his body, and laughed maniacally, "You have truly angered me." With that, he shouted, "Demon-locking sword array." A massive sword formation diagram appeared. From it, countless transparent swords materialized, their tips pointing directly at him. Next, he pointed at him and commanded through gritted teeth, "Slash." Thousands of swords shot toward him at lightning speed, but he remained standing exactly where he was, showing no reaction whatsoever. Zia Junyi was extremely anxious as she blurted out, "This is bad. Young Master Yin Sha's demon-locking sword array has firmly locked onto Li Tianyuan." Yin Sha sneered sarcastically, Once targeted by the demon-locking sword array, unless you break the formation, it will attack endlessly until your soul is scattered. Aren't you highly capable? Let's see how you withstand the next wave of attacks. Standing in the middle of the sword array's siege, Li Tianyuan replied modestly, just a petty trick. Afterward, he tossed the compressed metal block from the 2 bronze hammers to Sui Feng and ordered, use this to forge weapons. Sui Feng caught it and replied, understood. Zhou Tianci rubbed his eyes, thinking he had seen it wrong. He began to doubt his own sanity. Did something just flash by? Then he looked around, thinking to himself, could the Xuan Yin sect have another hidden expert? Impossible. Meanwhile, Yin Sha continuously roared, sword array, kill, 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 kill. Losing the patience to play along, Li Tianyuan uttered, breaking this array is extremely simple. Saying so, he merely flicked his hand slightly. Then, he leisurely walked toward the giant sword at the center of the formation. Looking up at it, he spoke, without the sword the array will naturally shatter. Hearing his words, Yin Sha burst into mocking laughter. Don't tell me you intend to destroy the array's sword eye. Pausing for a moment, he narrowed his eyes at him and continued with a disdainful tone. I admit you have some skills, but this sword is the core of the entire array. If you're joking, at least. Before he could finish his sentence, Li Tianyuan gently threw a punch, shattering the giant sword. Watching it burst into pieces, Yin Sha's eyes widened in disbelief as he blurted out, what? After the giant sword was destroyed, the countless small swords in the array also gradually dissipated, as if they had never existed. Xia Junyi could not believe her eyes. Is this real? Seeing this, Zioshi jumped up and down, cheering joyfully. Daddy is so awesome. Suddenly, Yin Sha burst into laughter like a madman. He pulled out a talisman, his voice full of malice. I never expected you all to be so eager to die. Then he nonchalantly declared, you force me to use my true trump card, the Bai Luo beast. Even I cannot fully control this magical beast. Once it goes berserk, there will undoubtedly be a bloody massacre. Today, I alone will annihilate your entire sect. Zhou Tianci was terrified to the extreme. Sweating bullets, he repeated, the Bai Luo beast. Recalling the records about this magical beast, Yi Ying spoke in fear. The Bai Luo beast has the ability to appraise all things, but its nature is extremely ferocious. Its strength is equivalent to the Holy Emperor realm, perhaps even comparable to a great emperor. We're doomed, truly doomed. To think the Xuan Yin sect possesses such a vicious beast, we absolutely cannot let him summon the Bai Luo beast. Zhou Tianci hastily tried to intervene. Young Master Yin Sha, please show mercy. I am now willing to offer half of the sect's resources, only hoping to appease your anger. At this moment, anger had clouded Yin Sha's rationality. He glanced at Zhou Tianci and laughed loudly. It's too late to beg now. The men of the Xin Mu sect will become slaves and the women will become prostitutes. You have no right to beg me. All of you go to hell. Yi Ying angrily cursed under his breath, lunatic. He then turned to order the disciples. While the demon-locking sword array is broken, quickly lead the other disciples and run. Yin Sha, acting like a maniac, raised his hands to the sky, laughing and screaming, feel the pain and regret. This time no one can protect you. The entire Xin Mu sect will be buried with you. As soon as he finished speaking, a brilliant golden light spread across the sky. From within that light a familiar sound echoed, meow meow. A paw full of claws suddenly burst from the ground right in front of Li Tianyuan. Someone let out a piercing scream. Shortly after, the Bai Luo beast's entire body emerged. Its eyes flashed with an orange glow as it opened its mouth and let out a resounding roar. Yi Ying exclaimed anxiously, it's over. The Xin Mu sect is doomed. If it weren't for Li Tianyuan, how could the Xin Mu sect face such a catastrophe? Xia Junyi, who was the most level-headed at the moment, told him, stop complaining and quickly lead the disciples to retreat. Save as many as we can. Yin Sha continued to laugh maniacally, ordering the Bai Luo beast, meow meow, bring me a bloody massacre. Surprisingly, the Bai Luo beast only extended one paw forward, then silently stared at Li Tianyuan. Li Tianyuan also raised his head, facing it. Looking at him, the Bai Luo beast began sweating profusely. Seeing that the Bai Luo beast wasn't moving an inch, Yin Sha urged, meow meow, what are you standing there for? Kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, the Bai Luo beast gave an awkward chuckle and said, sorry to bother you. Time to bounce, time to bounce. With that said, it immediately burrowed into the ground and vanished without a trace. Witnessing the Bai Luo beast disappear just like that, everyone was so utterly astounded that their jaws dropped. Yi Ying wondered in bewilderment. Could it be that it wasn't the Bai Luo beast? Was it just a normal cat? Yin Sha asked him in horror, just who exactly are you? Why did meow meow? Before he could finish his sentence, Li Tianyuan slightly bent his knees, dashed forward, and delivered a swift kick to him. His kick was so powerful that it made Yin Sha cough up blood. Frightened, he asked, what are you going to do? I am a disciple of the Xuan Yin sect. If you dare to kill me, the Xuan Yin sect won't let you off, nor will they spare the Xin Mu sect. Hearing this, he replied coldly, rest assured I won't kill you for now. Then he kicked him flying away and instructed, remember to call everyone from the Xuan Yin sect here, preferably mobilizing the entire sect. Yin Sha was kicked dozens of meters away. Gritting his teeth in hatred, he spat, very well, I won't let you off. I will definitely make your Xin Mu sect be buried alongside you. Li Tianyuan specially emphasized once more, don't misunderstand. I spared you so that you could go back and bring more people here. Pausing for a moment, he continued, stop blabbering and get lost. With that, he flicked a pebble straight into Yin Sha's face, making him spit out another mouthful of blood. Watching Yin Sha's pathetic figure retreating, Zhou Tianxi spoke up, this is. Ma Chengyan pointed at Yin Sha and shouted, hold on. The second revolution immortal pill is still in his hands. Why didn't you snatch it back? Wang Heng, who had stood up at some unknown point, chimed in, that's right. With the second revolution immortal pill, perhaps my cultivation could break through. Then we'd be able to deal with the Xuan Yin sect's people in the upcoming tournament. Yi Ying also took the opportunity to attack him. You are aiding the enemy. You even stupidly told him to mobilize the entire Xuan Yin sect here. Hearing this, he replied nonchalantly, I already gave the second revolution immortal pill to you all. If you couldn't keep it, what does that have to do with me? Seeing everyone treating him so unfairly, Zia Junyi couldn't help but defend him. What the hell are you guys doing? He just saved your lives. Suddenly, Zhou Tianxi praised him. Li Tianyuan, you did well in repelling young master Yin Sha. From today onwards, I shall appoint you as the head disciple. Instantly, Wang Heng voiced his loud objection. Sect master, I am the head disciple. Ignoring him, Zhou Tianxi continued speaking to Li Tianyuan. As you can see, the threat of the Xuan Yin sect against our Xin Mu sect is immense. Young master Yin Sha alone is enough to suppress our entire sect. Then he adopted a threatening tone. Therefore, I hope you can hand over the Tai Yi heart-burning art. This concerns the survival of the sect, so I have no choice but to resort to certain methods. Pausing briefly, he added, you wouldn't want to see your daughter taken away to be used as a human cauldron, right? Listening to him ramble on, he merely gave a soft warning. Those who play with fire will eventually get burned. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light flashed on a distant mountain peak. Li Tianyuan coldly snorted, perfect timing. All of a sudden, an authoritative voice resonated from the light. Sect master, elders, and key disciples of the Xin Mu sect, come see me. Hearing this voice, Zhou Tianxi and the others were dumbfounded. This voice, it's the Supreme Elder, a disciple asked in astonishment. What? The Supreme Elder is still alive. He hasn't passed away in meditation. Zhou Tianxi raised his hand to signal the elders, speaking loudly. Let's go. Elders, follow me to the back mountain. After saying that, he cast a deeply meaningful glance at Li Tianyuan. Then he invited him, why don't you come along as well? On a nearby cliff, several men were secretly observing the situation. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the sword of one of the men, making him utterly astonished, not understanding what was happening. Not long after, they all simultaneously collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood. One of them asked in confusion, what's going on? Why are we suddenly injured? A while later, Zhou Tianxi and the others arrived at the back mountain of the Xin Mu sect. In front of them was the Supreme Elder sitting in cultivation, radiating a brilliant golden aura. Suddenly, the Supreme Elder opened his eyes. Then he spoke, are you all here? I have cultivated for 10 years and finally broken through to the mid-stage of the Holy Emperor realm. Zhou Tianxi and the elders respectfully cupped their hands. We welcome the Supreme Elder out of seclusion. Ma Chengyan looked at him in awe. To think the Supreme Elder hasn't passed away. The Xin Mu sect has hope. Meanwhile, Zhou Tianxi was thinking about the Bai Luo beast. It seems the Bai Luo beast summoned by young Master Yin Sha must have sensed the presence of the Supreme Elder, which is why it hastily retreated. Yi Ying, on the other hand, thought. As expected, Zhou Tianxi overthought it. This guy Li Tian Yuan is nothing special. It's highly likely that breaking the array was all thanks to the Supreme Elder secretly taking action. First, the Supreme Elder asked Zhou Tianci about the sect situation. Has anything major happened to the Xin Mu sect over these past 10 years? He replied. It's a long story. Hearing this, the Supreme Elder closed his eyes and said, Then there is no need to speak of it for now. I have an urgent matter for you to attend to. All four of them replied in unison, Please give your orders, Supreme Elder. We will undoubtedly give our all. And then he stated, Find Li Tian Yuan, the one who used to herd horses in the Xin Mu sect. Hearing this, three of them exclaimed in shock, What? They couldn't believe their ears. Following that, Zhou Tianci pointed at Li Tian Yuan, who was slowly approaching, and said, Supreme Elder, the Li Tian Yuan you speak of. Is it him? Upon seeing him, the Supreme Elder quickly flew over. He said, It really is you. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Tianci began to tattle, Supreme Elder, our sect's Taiyi heart-burning art is in his hands. Look. Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Ying loudly interrupted, Supreme Elder, this man stole our secret alchemy art, acts extremely arrogantly, and even murdered a disciple of the Xin Mu sect, showing utter disrespect to the sect. Please take action and capture him. He absolutely must not be spared. Seeing the two of them ignoring right and wrong, pushing all the blame onto Li Tian Yuan, Zia Junyi spoke out indignantly. Supreme Elder, although he is at fault, he was the one who just saved the Xin Mu sect. Yet Yi Ying cut her off. It wasn't him. It was definitely the Supreme Elder who secretly intervened. Zia Junyi was so furious she was speechless, only managing to utter a single word. You. The two were so engrossed in their argument that they completely failed to notice the Supreme Elder's face darkening. He slowly walked toward Li Tian Yuan. Watching him approach the man, each elder had their own thoughts. Yi Ying smirked sinisterly. As expected, the Supreme Elder has a grudge against Li Tian Yuan. A fight is about to break out. Zia Junyi massaged her throbbing temples, thinking to herself, Li Tian Yuan, you're on your own now. To everyone's surprise, as the Supreme Elder drew near him, his knees suddenly buckled. He then kowtowed to him. Master above, please accept a bow from your disciple. At this moment, Ma Chengyan, Yi Ying, and Zia Junyi were all so horrified that their jaws dropped, their eyes practically bulging out of their sockets. Huh, holy crap, are we seeing things? And yet Li Tian Yuan shook his head in refusal. I am not your master. The Supreme Elder remained stubbornly persistent. Please, master, you must accept me as your disciple. Whichever direction he turned, the elder would scramble over and kneel down, begging, Please, master, accept me as your disciple. And so, whenever he turned his head away, the elder would kowtow again, an endless loop. Throwing all his dignity to the wind, the Supreme Elder rolled around on the ground, pleading with him, Master, please accept me. Take me as your disciple. Zhou Tianci watched, shocked to his very core. He couldn't comprehend what was happening. The high and mighty Supreme Elder was repeatedly groveling, all because he wanted a former horse herder to take him as a disciple. Despite his rolling around, he firmly shook his head. Your aptitude is far too poor. I don't want to accept you. Hearing his words, Zhou Tianci was so aghast that he clutched his head and cried out. He even disdains the Supreme Elder's aptitude as being too poor and refuses to accept him. Yi Ying still hadn't recovered his wits. Pointing at his own face, he told Ma Chengyan, Ma Chengyan, come here, slap me. I'm not dreaming, am I? Zia Junyi also couldn't believe it, exclaiming in astonishment, This is utterly absurd. At the same time, Ma Chengyan slapped Yi Ying so hard he coughed up blood. He stated loudly, We really aren't dreaming. The Supreme Elder sighed dejectedly and said, This disciple knows his aptitude is dull and unworthy of becoming master's student, but this disciple still has one presumptuous request. Pausing for a moment, he kowtowed once more before continuing. Since my generation, the Xin Mu sect has been in decline. To revitalize the sect, please, master, select 8 disciples of the Xin Mu sect and instruct them for a month. With that said, he raised his head to look at him, but Li Tian Yuan kept his face turned away, yielding not a single inch. And so he crawled over to his feet, bargaining, 5 people, even half a month of guidance is fine. Seeing he still had no reaction, tears welled up in the elder's eyes. Master, no matter what, back then I was the one who taught the Yan Han lass how to refine the 100 refinement pill, which ended up saving your life. Can't you fulfill this old man's tiny wish? Seeing him drag up the past again, he frowned and replied, I already cured your hidden affliction and modified the Tai Yi heart-burning art, saving you from dying of Qi deviation. The debt between us has long been cleared. Then he asked him, "Where is that piece of jade?" The Supreme Elder immediately pointed toward the Forbidden Grounds, saying, "It is still in the Forbidden Grounds." Suddenly he spoke up, "3 people, 5 days." Hearing this, the Elder said joyfully, "I will go fetch it tomorrow." And then he said to him submissively, "As for the candidates, the one with the highest talent in our sect is naturally the Holy Maiden. She is one. For the other 2, you may choose whomever is pleasing to your eyes." At this point, Zhou Tianci softly reported to the Supreme Elder, "Supreme Elder, there is still no trace of our sect's lost Tai Yi heart-burning art." The Supreme Elder turned back and asked him, "I was too agitated earlier. I didn't clearly hear what you were saying." A heavy silence fell over the 4 of them. How were they supposed to say it now? The Supreme Elder tried hard to recall, then exclaimed, "Ah, you mean the Tai Yi heart-burning art." A second later, he sheepishly scratched his head, explaining, "It's been on my person all this time. Back then, I entered seclusion in such a hurry that I brought it with me, and unexpectedly it's been a full 10 years. Oh my God, this was unbelievable. Zhou Tianci was so flabbergasted his jaw dropped, only managing to utter a single sound. Huh. Li Tianyuan was done with his business. He told him, "It's time, I have to go pick someone up." Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind him, "Remember to fetch the item for me." The Supreme Elder cupped his hands and bowed to him, speaking respectfully, "Farewell, sir." Only when he was gone did Zhou Tianci dare to ask the Supreme Elder, "Just who exactly is Li Tianyuan? Why do even you treat him with such an attitude, going so far as to continuously kneel before him?" He did not answer, but only instructed Zhou Tianci, "My appearance today must absolutely not be spread outside. The events of this period must not be leaked out either." Then he looked at Zhou Tianci with eyes full of murderous intent and said, "Otherwise." The oppressive aura emanating from the Supreme Elder was incredibly powerful. Zhou Tianci was astonished and thought to himself, "Is this the true aura of a Saint Emperor realm expert? It's so terrifying, completely different from before." Yi Ying hurriedly assured, "Absolutely, we will definitely not leak anything we have heard or seen today to the outside world." Afterward, the Supreme Elder told them, "Instructing the 3 of you for 5 days is the greatest fortuitous encounter I could secure for the sect." Zhou Tianci cupped his hands and said, "Supreme Elder, our Xin Mu sect is in grave danger. The Xuan Yin sect glares at us like a starving tiger, and demonic beasts are rampaging in the Donghuang ruins. There is a constant risk of our sect being annihilated. Now that you have reached the mid-stage of the Saint Emperor realm, I implore you to take charge of the Xin Mu sect's overall situation and revive the faith of our disciples." He closed his eyes wearily and instructed, "I will go to the Forbidden Grounds later. You must firmly grasp this opportunity. Whatever the Mr. requests, you must fulfill it." All 4 answered in unison, "Yes." Suddenly, a glint flashed in the Supreme Elder's eyes. And he asked, "Did you know that the Tai Yi heart-burning art passed down since ancient times is actually an incomplete manual?" Hearing this, Zhou Tianci was extremely surprised. Only an incomplete manual. The Supreme Elder explained, "The sect masters and Supreme Elders of all generations have learned this incomplete version. Each generation left behind some insights to perfect the Tai Yi heart-burning art, but no one was flawless. Through the accumulation of past generations, the flaws of the art have also been magnified. By the time I cultivated it, it was already very difficult to turn back." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "He was the one who supplemented it, simultaneously correcting and perfecting the errors in the annotations of the Xin Mu sect's ancestors throughout the generations." Then he looked up at the sky, unable to help but sigh, truly a talent favored by heaven. It was from that moment on that he possessed the genuine Tai Yi heart-burning art. His words left the sect master and the elders in utter amazement. Yin Sha angrily clenched his fist and slammed it on the table, causing the wine in his bowl to splash everywhere. He chugged the wine while bitterly thinking, "The 2 bronze hammer attendants who followed me were killed, the demon-locking sword array was destroyed, and even Miao Miao was scared away." Draining his bowl, Yin Sha wiped his chin and frowned in calculation. "With such heavy losses, how am I going to explain this to the sect? If I go back like this, my title of Yin Sha will definitely be stripped away." Suddenly, he remembered that he had snatched a rank 2 immortal pill. He hurriedly took it out to admire it, secretly feeling fortunate. "Good thing I got this rank 2 immortal pill. Bringing it back to the sect, I can definitely make up for my failures. He was so lost in thought that he didn't realize two figures had been secretly observing him all this time. Thinking of Li Tianyuan, Yin Sha gritted his teeth in hatred. He thought to himself, I must get revenge. Xin Mu sect, I must definitely pull the tendons and peel the skin of that brat. Suddenly a hand patted lightly on Yin Sha's shoulder, startling him. A guy asked, Little brother, that item in your hand is quite nice. Yin Sha looked up in confusion. The guy repeated once more, Little brother, that item in your hand is quite nice. Only then did he suddenly realize that his body could no longer move. The guy took a deep sniff and praised, Smells good. The fat guy next to him also approached, smiling so widely his eyes turned into slits. Yin Sha asked loudly, Who are you? What do you want? The guy resting his hand on Yin Sha's shoulder introduced himself. I am from the Bai Gui Zhang, and so is he. We've got quite an appetite. The chubby guy beside him also announced his own identity, Starving Ghost from the Bai Gui Zhang. Hearing the identities of the two before him, Yin Sha felt a chill run down his spine. Bai Gui Zhang. Why was he so unlucky to bump into these freaks here? They were a gathering of creatures that were neither human nor ghost, possessing terrifying strength. The most formidable among them were Yi Gui and Li Gui, who were rumored to have reached the illustrious Great Emperor realm, and that wasn't even counting the legendary Ghost King backing them up. Realizing the situation, Yin Sha quickly fawned over them, his face putting on a fake, welcoming smile. Oh, so it's two big brothers from the renowned Bai Gui Zhang. I wonder if you have any instructions for this little brother. Gluttonous Ghost jerked his thumb towards himself and grinned widely. We're here to make your dreams come true, of course. Starving Ghost immediately chimed in. Spot on. Didn't you want to level that Xin Mu sect? We're here to provide backup since we're dropping by there anyway. Their words made Yin Sha rack his brains in thought. He gave them a sidelong glance and probed. Do you two big brothers mean you really want to intervene in this matter? Gluttonous Ghost affirmed firmly. Of course, but we brothers never do charity. Consider this pill as the service fee. This demand pushed Yin Sha into a difficult position. He awkwardly explained. About that. Two big brothers, if you want a fee, this little brother can pay in another form. I am young Master Yin Sha of the Xuan Yin sect. My sect possesses countless precious medicinal herbs. Hearing his refusal, the two ghosts' faces darkened. Gluttonous Ghost kicked his foot onto the table and growled. So you're not going to play nice, little brother. Sensing their killing intent, Yin Sha hurriedly tried to wriggle out. You two big brothers misunderstand. Right now, this little brother is in a rush and has to rely entirely on this pill to return to the Xuan Yin sect with my head held high, back to my homeland of the rising sun. Starving Ghost completely lost his patience. Too much nonsense. As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged forward and took a deep bite into Yin Sha's arm. The excruciating pain caused sweat to pour down like rain, and he screamed in agony. Ah, my arm. Witnessing this scene, Gluttonous Ghost hurriedly pried Starving Ghost's mouth open and scolded. You brat, where are your manners? Taking the pill that was now covered in Starving Ghost's drool, he muttered in disgust. You are absolutely disgusting. With it like this, I don't even have the appetite to enjoy this immortal pill anymore. Starving Ghost, with his mouth smeared with blood, chuckled hoarsely and suggested. Then let's bring it back to Yi Gui. If he gets it, he might be happy enough to reward us brothers with a feast. With that said, Gluttonous Ghost grabbed Yin Sha's chin, lifting it up and declared, Go home and wait for the good news. The Xin Mu sect is about to be served on a silver platter. Yin Sha, with an arm almost chewed to pieces, could only tremble and reply, Yes, yes. Just like that, the two ghostly figures disappeared, leaving Yin Sha alone with his terror and a crippled arm. At the same time, at the exit area of Luanzin Cave, Li Tianyuan was standing on a high rock outcropping, quietly observing the disciples undergoing bitter training below. Suddenly, a disciple discovered Li Tianyuan's presence. Pointing at him, he shouted loudly, Hey, everyone look, it's him. Another person asked in astonishment, How is he completely unharmed? Another person chimed in, Wasn't he escorted away by the sect master's group? A fourth person interjected, I heard he has become the top disciple, being granted an audience with the Supreme Elder this time. Could it be that he has been officially acknowledged? Seeing him standing safely on the rock, Xiaoxi was overjoyed. She turned and shook Xian Han's arm. Mother, father is fine, look mother. Before the little girl could finish her sentence, Xian Han gently patted her daughter's head. She squatted down to Xiaoxi's eye level and softly asked, Zioshi, you love your father very much, don't you? The little girl nodded without hesitation. Yes. Then Shi Yanhan gently explained. But we can no longer keep interacting with your father, otherwise it will cause trouble for him. Your father has greater matters he needs to accomplish. Hearing that she wouldn't be able to stay by her father's side anymore, even though she felt deeply saddened, Zioshi acted very sensibly, replying in a small voice. Yes, Zioshi understands. Her expression would make anyone's heart ache to see. Heartbroken, Shi Yanhan hugged Zioshi tightly and whispered, I'm sorry. Suddenly Zia Junyi called out, Yanhan. She softly replied, yes. Seeing her grandmother approach, Zioshi politely bowed, Grandmother. Zia Junyi said to Shi Yanhan, Yanhan, the situation is different from before. Li Tian Yuan's status is no longer the same. You should just stay in the sect. There's no need to return to Yun Qi Peak. Go home and visit your father and Yu Nuan. Shi Yanhan didn't mince her words and got straight to the point. With the Supreme Elder's temperament, I'm afraid he is currently begging him to instruct a few disciples, isn't he? Her spot-on guess made Zia Junyi's eyes widen in sheer astonishment. Having said that, Shi Yanhan lowered her head and stated her plan. I will go see father for a bit, then I will take Zioshi back to Yun Qi Peak. From above, Li Tian Yuan quietly watched the three of them. He half closed his eyes, calming his mind and nurturing his qi. Suddenly, Zhou Tianci appeared right behind him and questioned, Why didn't you say from the start that the Supreme Heart Art wasn't in your hands? He was only coming to interrogate him now. Li Tian Yuan glanced at Zhou Tianci with contempt. If I had told you, would you have believed me? He switched to a stern tone. Even so, you shouldn't have casually declared war on the Xuan Yin sect. He didn't even bother to look at him, his tone indifferent. They dared to covet my daughter. If I don't pull them out by the roots, what am I waiting for? This logic was truly irrefutable. Zhou Tianci could only let out a HMPH and drop the matter. In his heart, he secretly sighed. As expected of the man the Supreme Elder wanted to take as his master, he truly was a madman. A moment later, Li Tian Yuan turned his head to look at him and offered a piece of advice. I'll give you a piece of advice. There are some things you'd best not touch. Zhou Tianci didn't understand and asked back, What do you mean? It was unclear whether he truly didn't understand or was just playing dumb, but Li Tian Yuan only responded with a sharp, cold look, not bothering to explain further. Then he turned and walked down, not forgetting to leave a sentence behind. The Saintess will arrive shortly. You better hurry up and choose the remaining 2 disciple slots. After Zhou Tianci left, Sui Feng landed and reported, Young master, they are out. Right at this moment, the participants of the trial walked out of the cave one by one. Zio Yi, the youngest, walked at the very back, quietly observing everything around him. A disciple pointed at the newly emerged group and said loudly, Senior brother Ma Yuan, everyone who passed the Luan Xin cave has gathered here. Ma Yuan looked at them and offered his congratulations aloud. Congratulations on successfully passing the Xin Mu sect's second trial. As of today, you are qualified to become our disciples. Li Tian Yuan's group of 3 stood on the cliff, their eyes never leaving Zio Yi. The blond man teasingly said, Palace Lord, this kid is pretty good. He has a firm will and a determination to move forward, completely unswayed by the Luan Xin cave. Below, Ma Yuan continued his speech. In the future, you will be assigned to the Sundry's courtyard. A month later, those who pass the aptitude test will have the chance to become official disciples. At this time, Zio Yi turned his head and looked around, searching for Li Tian Yuan's figure. The boy wondered, did he not come along? Suddenly, a wave of dark power surged forward. Sui Feng exclaimed in horror, Young master, there are 3 demonic beasts. Right at that moment, the 3 demonic beasts began charging in to attack the disciples. The panicked disciples speculated, could they be demonic beasts from the Donghuang forest? Why would they run all the way to the Xin Mu sect? Before they could even regain their wits, the sharp arm of a demonic beast thrust straight toward a disciple, making it impossible for him to dodge in time. Ma Yuan and the bald guy hurriedly joined forces, trying to fight back against the demonic beast. Ma Yuan thought in terror, this attack is too strong. He gritted his teeth to block it, sweating profusely, not knowing how long he could hold out. Another demonic beast unexpectedly attacked from the side, leaving him completely unable to react. He shouted in despair, I'm doomed. Just then, a translucent purple sword pierced through the wind and embedded itself straight into the demonic beast's neck. The one who acted was none other than the Xin Mu sect saintess, Shiyu Nuan. The disciples cheered joyfully. It's the saintess. The saintess is here. Shiyu Nuan and a middle-aged woman flew down. She raised her voice. Aunt, the strength of these beasts is not ordinary at all. We must combine our powers. The woman addressed as Aunt nodded. All right. Then she ordered the disciples. You lot hold off the other two. Once we finish dealing with this one, we'll come support you immediately. The disciples replied in unison. Yes. Very quickly, a demonic beast sent two disciples flying. Seeing the demonic beast about to charge, Ma Yuan shouted to Wang Heng. Senior brother Wang Heng, protect them. Leave the other one for you to hold off. They've only just passed the trial and haven't learned any cultivation methods yet. Hearing this, Wang Heng flew toward the demonic beast, grumbling, so troublesome. As soon as he approached, he was hit by the demonic beast and sent flying backward. Pushed back, Wang Heng muttered, I'm not its match. There's no need to risk my life for a bunch of nobodies who aren't even officially members of the Xin Mu sect yet. After saying that, he left behind a sentence. I'll go report to the sect master and the elders so they can deal with this. Then he turned and fled, abandoning the struggling disciples. Seeing this, Ma Yuan could only angrily call after him, Senior brother Wang Heng. Then he muttered bitterly, what a coward. Li Tian Yuan's trio remained silent, observing the battle from above. A moment later, Sui Feng said to the blond man, let's make a move. Just as the two were about to act, Li Tian Yuan raised his hand to stop them. Sui Feng called out in surprise, young master. The blond man spoke up anxiously. Facing demonic beasts, Zhao Yi doesn't have the ability to defend himself. Li Tian Yuan's expression didn't change in the slightest as he dropped a sentence. I want him to experience death once. That light remark struck like a bolt from the blue. Sui Feng and the blond man stared wide-eyed, completely frozen, their usual composure entirely blown away. At this moment, the demonic beast had noticed Zhao Yi. It swung its razor-sharp claws at the boy, forcing him to hastily roll away to dodge. Suddenly, Li Tian Yuan's instructions echoed in the boy's mind. Memorize the following incantation carefully and circulate it when in critical danger. Not knowing if it was an illusion, Zhao Yi hurriedly looked around searching for his figure, thinking to himself, he's nearby. Up on the cliff, Sui Feng asked in confusion, young master, could it be that you plan to? Before he could finish, Li Tian Yuan interrupted, get ready, use the empathic link technique to connect Zhu Yi and me. Hearing this, Sui Feng immediately volunteered eagerly, young master, let your subordinate do it. But Li Tian Yuan just raised his hand to stop him, his tone calm, I will do it myself. Then Sui Feng turned to the blond man, Ming Yu, let's begin. Ming Yu closed his eyes and replied, Immediately, Sui Feng and Ming Yu got into position, acting as guardians while Li Tian Yuan executed the empathic link. Down below, Zhao Yi was struggling immensely to dodge the demonic beast's torrential attacks. But how could a young boy, who had never practiced any cultivation methods, withstand a monster that even Wang Heng couldn't match? Very quickly, the boy was struck by one of its attacks. Zhao Yi's entire body was sent flying. The saintess and the disciples witnessing the scene all cried out in terror, oh no. Now, the demonic beast's claws were only inches away from Zhao Yi. Looking at the glowing, razor-sharp claws, the boy couldn't help but feel terrified. A second later, those claws pierced straight through Zhao Yi's body, and fresh blood gushed out wildly. The boy's eyes widened, unable to believe it. Was his life really going to end so abruptly? Then his eyes slowly closed. The boy thought to himself, is this what death feels like? Zhao Yi's memories drifted back to the days when he was shunned and discriminated against by his peers simply because he didn't have a father. They would gang up to throw stones at him, leaving his body bruised and battered while loudly insulting him. Don't play with this bastard. Beat him up. Just like that, his childhood passed in humiliation and pain. Every time he went out, he would be bullied. Zhao Shi couldn't bear it anymore. She rushed over and gave them a severe kicking, shouting loudly, stop bullying Zhao Yi. Seeing their boss attacked by Zhao Shi, they yelled, you dare hit our boss. Beat that little girl up too. And so the whole gang began throwing stones at both siblings. Zhao Shi hurriedly hugged Zhao Yi tightly, using her own body to shield her younger brother. Then she grabbed his hand tightly and pulled him to run while saying, Zhao Yi, run. Looking at the retreating figures of the siblings running for their lives, the group of children even hurled provocations. You two just wait. Tomorrow I'll call my dad to beat you to death. At Yunqi Peak, The sky was crystal clear, and the trees were lush and green, creating a heartbreakingly peaceful scene. Inside the small house, Xian Han had already prepared a meal. After the two children sat at the table, she gently said, "Let's eat, children." Seeing that there were only bowls and chopsticks for the two siblings on the table, Xiaoxi innocently asked, "What about you, mother?" Xian Han replied, "I've already eaten." Just as she finished speaking, her stomach betrayed her, letting out a rumble. Xiaoxi hurriedly pushed her bowl of rice forward. "Mother, I'm not that hungry. Please eat this for me." Xiaoyi also quickly picked up his bowl. "Me too." Right at this moment, a sack of provisions was thrown straight through the door. The bald guy who brought the supplies crossed his arms over his chest and said to her with a contemptuous tone, "Sorry about that, this month's provisions are a bit late." Pausing for a moment, he continued his mockery, "But a shameless saintess raising two little beasts deserves to starve to death anyway." Hearing those words, Xiaoyi rushed out in anger, intent on settling the score with the bald guy. The boy shouted, "You're not allowed to talk to my mother like that." The bald guy roared, "Looking for death." With that said, he launched a kick that sent Xiaoyi flying far away. When the boy just fell to the ground, the guy was still unsatisfied and leaped up, intending to add another strike. Xianhan hurriedly rushed over to hold the boy tightly in her arms, taking the full brunt of his kick. Not only that, the guy also yelled at the mother and son, "HMPH, you better know your place, otherwise don't even dream of getting this tiny bit of food." After the guy turned his back and left, Xiaoxi quickly ran over, asking anxiously, "Mother, are you all right?" Xian Han's face had swelled up, but she still tried to force a smile to reassure her daughter. "Mother is fine." The bald guy found Senior Brother Wang, grinning from ear to ear. "Senior Brother Wang, I did exactly as you instructed and took the opportunity to teach them a lesson." Wang Heng gave a thumbs up in praise. "Well done. It's time to show some fake concern." Xiaoyi had heard the entire conversation. The boy gritted his teeth in extreme anger, but he knew he was weak and isolated, completely powerless to do anything against them. Returning to reality, Xiaoyi thought dreamily, "Was that the legendary life flashing before my eyes?" The boy still vividly remembered his vow from that year. "I absolutely must become strong. I won't let anyone bully us anymore. In place of my father, I will protect my mother and sister." At this moment, the excruciating pain from his body pulled him back. The boy thought to himself, "It hurts. It hurts so much. Am I really going to die? In the end, I still couldn't become strong and I still couldn't protect my mother and sister." Xiaoyi didn't want to die. He cried out in despair, "Mother, sister, save me." When the boy screamed, "Save me," for the second time, the image of Li Tianyuan suddenly appeared beside Xian Han and Xiaoxi. A glimmer of light flashed in Xiaoyi's eyes. The boy saw Li Tianyuan walking toward him, his entire body enveloped in a green halo. The boy's eyes gradually closed. He wished that it would have been so wonderful if he could have just called him father before. In his subconscious, the boy called out, "Father." Yet in reality, the boy had been pierced through, falling unconscious right before the eyes of everyone present. The disciples were so astounded that their jaws dropped. Before them unfolded an unbelievable scene. Li Tianyuan had materialized right in front of Xiaoyi out of nowhere. Holding the boy tightly in his arms, he used his own body as a shield to take the full brunt of the demonic beast's attack. He gently placed his hand on Xiaoyi, channeling a warm stream of true qi into the boy's body. Then he tightly gripped the demonic beast's claw. With tremendous force, he shoved it backward. He cast a sidelong glance at the creature, his eyes as cold as if he were looking at a dead object. Gradually, the beast's body was corroded by his azure spiritual pressure. In mere moments, the giant demonic beast vanished into thin air, as if it had never existed. The stunned disciples began to murmur, "Unbelievable strength. He was pierced right through, yet he's completely unharmed. To think he would actually throw himself in front of a demonic beast's attack just for a child." Observing Li Tianyuan and Xiaoyi through a magnifying glass-like magical artifact, Mingyu cheered joyfully. He actually overcame the life-and-death trial. Thinking of Xiaoyi, he spared no praise. To overcome the threshold of life and death at such a young age, something ordinary people can't achieve in a lifetime. If the boy's heavenly vein soul bone is fully awakened, his future accomplishments will undoubtedly be limitless. Suddenly, Sui Feng spoke up, his voice tinged with worry. "The palace master ordered us to set up an illusion so Xiaoyi would mistakenly believe he was hit. Then, He used empathic transference to shift the entire sensation of death onto himself. Pausing for a moment, he continued hoarsely, "But the truth is, the one who just died once was the palace master." Seeing Sui Feng's panicked expression, Ming Yu remained highly optimistic. He patted his shoulder comfortingly. "What are you worried about? The palace master is immortal and invincible. He has never broken a promise." He excitedly declared his resolve. "We still have to follow the palace master to fulfill the ideals of the Tianli Palace. Besides, weren't we all personally trained by him? Are you really afraid he might fail?" Hearing his barrage of philosophy, Sui Feng couldn't help but tease. "Well, I never thought the day would come when I'd be lectured by the weakest of the 8 steeds like you." Hearing this, Ming Yu was fuming with anger. He yelled, "Don't call me that. One day I will definitely surpass all 7 of you." The remaining demonic beast roared and launched a fierce claw attack at the Xinmu sect disciples. Its razor-sharp claws sliced through the air. Out of nowhere, a sword came flying, piercing straight into the demonic beast's back and sending it crashing to the ground. From behind the mountain, Zia Junyi soared into the air. She formed a hand seal and shouted, "Cold moon shatter." As soon as her words fell, a massive surge of purple true qi enveloped the demonic beast, blasting it into pieces. Zia Junyi recalled her sword, which circled in the air before landing neatly in her grasp. Xian Han and Xiao Shi rushed over. Confused, Xian Han asked, "What just happened? Have the high-level demonic beasts of Dongwang Forest invaded the Xinmu sect?" Suddenly, her gaze stopped at a certain point. Before her, Li Tianyuan was slowly walking over, holding Xiao Yi in his arms. Handing Xiao Yi over to her, he said, "Zhu Yi is fine." She asked back anxiously, "And what about you?" With one hand clutching his chest and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, Li Tianyuan replied, "I'm fine." Looking at his condition, how could he possibly be fine? Xian Han lowered her head, her heart heavy with sorrow. As she embraced Xiao Yi, the boy's tiny hand was still clutching tightly onto the hem of Li Tianyuan's robe. Zia Junyi shouted, "Quickly heal his wounds." Meanwhile, the holy maiden and the middle-aged woman were fighting the final demonic beast with all their might. True Qi radiated intensely, and before long, the two of them managed to slay it. After taking care of the demonic beast, the holy maiden turned to look at Xian Han and Li Tianyuan's group. She ran over happily, calling out, "Mother, sister." She inquired about Xian Han. "Sister, were you allowed to leave Yunqi Peak? These 2 children, could they be Xiao Shi and Xiao Yi?" Xian Han introduced Shi Yu Nuan to Xiao Shi. "Xiao Shi, this is your little aunt Yu Nuan." The little girl greeted politely, "Greetings, little aunt." Shi Yu Nuan smiled brightly and patted the girl's head, praising, "What an adorable child." The middle-aged woman who always accompanied her suddenly spoke up in a cold voice, "Holy maiden, please be mindful of your status. Do not casually converse with others." Hearing those grating words, Zia Junyi retorted indignantly, "Dao Protector Elder, I don't recall the sect having a rule that forbids the holy maiden from even speaking." Her face twisted with malice. "Speaking is fine, but not with a sinner, especially a shameless one." With that, she turned to lecture Shi Yu Nuan. "Holy maiden, you must take her as a negative example to remind yourself. Never commit acts that defy moral principles." Shi Yu Nuan lowered her head and replied, "Yes." These words were no different from a slap to Zia Junyi's face. She ground her teeth in fury. "You." Furthermore, she approached Xian Han, pointed directly at her 2 children and said, "If I were you, the moment these 2 bastards were born, I would have strangled them and thrown them away. Letting them live is just a waste of food." And then, she continued to humiliate her. "HMPH, the most shameful thing in this elder's life is preparing to become your Dao protector back then. Just looking at you makes my eyes sore." Saying so, she raised her hand, intending to slap her. How could Xian Han allow an irrelevant person who had just insulted her children to strike her? She unhesitatingly raised her hand to block it. Yet, the woman shouted reproachfully, "You dare to block it?" Not wanting to argue, Xian Han gently advised, "Aunt, for your own sake, stop making trouble. Consider it saving your own life. He is right here. I'm afraid your life is in grave danger." Despite the warning, the woman refused to listen. She aggressively raised her hand to slap her again, yelling, "Vile spawn." Before she could land the slap, she was struck by an earth-shattering slap herself. The person struck so fast that she couldn't even see who had hit her. With one cheek swollen like a steamed bun, she furiously shrieked, "Who?" The moment she spoke, she received another resounding slap from Li Tianyuan. He showed absolutely no mercy, even though his opponent was a woman. His consecutive slaps drove her insane. She drew her sword, pointed it at him, and roared, "I'll hack you to death." Zhou Tianxi, who had just rushed over, turned pale at the tense situation. He hastily shouted, "Stop!" But it was too late. The true qi erupting from Li Tianyuan shattered her sword and simultaneously sent her flying backward with a painful grunt. Staggering to her feet, she remained unrepentant and continued spewing venomous words. "Who do you think you are? Are you trying to protect this slut Xian Han?" Daring to touch his wife and children, how could Li Tianyuan possibly spare her? He unleashed an even more terrifying aura. Without him needing to lift a finger, she was heavily injured by the sheer pressure. By now she was slumped on the ground, having lost all strength to curse. Zhou Tianxi hurried over to intervene, fearing he might kill her. "Li Tianyuan, stay your hand. Can't we talk things out calmly?" Wang Heng, trailing behind, also called out. "Sect Master." Hearing their exchange, Shi Yunuan couldn't help but be astonished. The pressure emanating from Li Tianyuan did not diminish in the slightest. He said nonchalantly, "I have neither the time nor the interest to reason with her. Therefore, I will use the most direct method to deliver a warning." The moment he finished speaking, an invisible force of true qi snapped her arm, twisting it like someone wringing out clothes. Just looking at it was enough to imagine the excruciating pain. Afterward he dropped a warning. "From now on, never appear before me again." At this moment, she looked remarkably small and pathetic. It was unknown if she was hallucinating, but she saw a monstrous head full of fangs, with blood-red eyes staring at her as if wanting to devour her whole. Speechless, Zhou Tianxi stammered, "Li Tianyuan, you." Meanwhile, Shi Yunuan spoke up to reprimand him. "How could you do such a thing? Considering your contribution in slaying the demonic beast, I won't bicker with you this time, but be more mindful in the future." Though her words sounded strict, she waved her hand and secretly sent a voice transmission to him. "Brother-in-law." She winked, flashed an OK sign at him, and continued via transmission. "I know you held back, brother-in-law, or else aunt would be dead by now. I'll help you cover this up. Just give me a token response." Instead of playing along, he walked up, patted her shoulder, and said with sheer arrogance, "The Xinmu sect can do nothing to me." Then Li Tianyuan walked toward Zhou Tianxi and asked, "You, besides Shi Yunuan, have the others selected for my instruction been chosen yet?" Li Tianyuan then pointed at Ma Yuan, who was standing next to Wang Heng, and said, "Him." Thinking the finger was aimed at him, Wang Heng shouted loudly, "What the hell? You want to teach me?" Pausing slightly, he continued to yell, "What qualifications do you have to teach me?" Seeing his misunderstanding, a nearby disciple quietly reminded him, "Senior brother Wang Heng, I think you're being a bit narcissistic." He's probably pointing at senior brother Ma Yuan. Ma Yuan was also extremely surprised. Pointing at his own face, he asked, "Me?" Wang Heng was equally taken aback. He pointed at Ma Yuan, "Him." After that, he roared furiously, "What do you mean? Do you think I'm inferior to Ma Yuan?" He gently nodded and answered curtly, "Inferior." It could be said that Wang Heng currently looked no different from a clown dancing in front of him. Even if it were true, one should at least leave him some face. Yet the clueless disciple next to him whispered, "Senior brother Wang Heng, you look a bit like a clown right now." After selecting Ma Yuan, he pointed at Xiao Yi and said, "The last one is this boy." Looking at the unconscious Xiao Yi in Xian Han's arms, Wang Heng asked in disbelief, "That little brat?" Zhou Tianxi disagreed with his choice and spoke up, "Li Tianyuan, the Supreme Elder." At this point, he recalled the Supreme Elder's warning gaze and couldn't finish his sentence. He had to change the subject. "The Supreme Elder entrusted you with a heavy responsibility, telling you to select the elite disciples of the Xinmu sect to instruct. Why are you treating this like child's play? Ma Yuan is one thing, but you chose a toddler." He simply asked back mildly, "The boy passed the Xinmu sect's test. Does he not count as your disciple?" These words were truly irrefutable. Zhou Tianxi had no choice but to utter, Another disciple boldly spoke up. "He passed 2 rounds of testing. Although he hasn't officially cultivated any techniques yet, he is indeed considered a member of the Xinmu sect." Li Tianyuan had no time to listen to their nonsense. He turned and walked away, dropping a sentence, "All right, enough nonsense. Early tomorrow morning those I've chosen come here. For now, all of you get lost." Yi Ying shouted angrily, "You!" Just as he was about to charge forward to seek justice for himself, Zhou Tianxi raised his hand to stop him and said, "Let's go." He loudly questioned Zhou Tianxi, You are the sect master of the Xinmu sect after all. Are you going to show absolutely no reaction after being humiliated by him like this? He did not reply to Yi Ying directly, but answered seriously. Let's see what kind of results his teaching will produce first. At this time, Li Tianyuan walked over to the corpse of the demonic beast. Seeing him stand there observing the demonic beast for a long time, Sui Feng spoke up. Young master, this high-level demonic beast gives your subordinate a very strange feeling. Pausing briefly, he continued. Rather than saying it evolved to a high level, your subordinate feels it looks more like a mutation. A moment later, Li Tianyuan looked toward Donghuang Forest and ordered, let's go check Donghuang Forest. Who knows, we might just run into some old friends. Not long after, in Donghuang Forest, a wisp of dark true qi rose, gradually spreading into the surroundings. At this moment, the gluttonous ghost and the starving ghost were observing a horde of demonic beasts running chaotically within a formation. The shrill sound of a flute echoed, making them increasingly ferocious. That flute was being played by the gluttonous ghost. The starving ghost, meanwhile, quickly drove a skewer straight into the head of a demonic beast. Then he laughed in delight, unhinged his massive jaw, and swallowed the entire demonic beast into his stomach without even butchering it. Li Tianyuan's group had arrived at some unknown point. He stood silently on a tree canopy, observing the situation below. Sui Feng spoke up, the 100 Ghosts faction. Ming Yu, standing beside him, exclaimed in surprise. Li Qing just reported that 2 of them were coming. I didn't expect them to be here already. Finishing his words, he pointed at them and speculated. It seems the 3 demonic beasts that attacked the Xinmu sect are related to them. Immediately, Sui Feng asked Li Tianyuan, should we strike? He raised his hand to signal no and said, let me meet them first. Down below, the gluttonous ghost asked the starving ghost, aren't you afraid of suffering qi deviation from eating too much? The starving ghost laughed and replied, I can devour anything. You, on the other hand, gluttonous ghost, shouldn't be so picky. Look at yourself, you're getting skinnier by the day. He replied softly, I only eat what I crave, only delicacies, I don't care for scavenging. All right, this temporary summoning is enough. Let's attack the Xinmu sect in one sweep first. With that said, the gluttonous ghost resumed using his flute to control the beast horde. But right at this moment, a terrifying oppressive aura descended, crushing the demonic beasts until they couldn't bear it and roared in agony. The 2 members of the 100 Ghosts faction were shocked to the point their jaws dropped. This is the ghost god's secret art. At this point, the gluttonous ghost guessed, could it be? To confirm his speculation, he turned his head to look behind him. An arrogant silhouette stood there. The gluttonous ghost blurted out, Li Gui. He stammered, Li Gui, why are you here? Li Gui walked past the 2 members of the 100 Ghosts faction as if they were thin air. Then he asked, what are you doing here? The gluttonous ghost replied, Li Gui, we were sent by Yi Gui. Explaining everything to you wouldn't quite align with the rules, I'm afraid. This answer clearly displeased Li Gui. He intensified the power of the secret art, and instantly, a demonic beast was crushed to a pulp. Terrified to the core, the gluttonous ghost had to spill the truth. Yi Gui told us to go to the Xinmu sect to retrieve an item, a jade pendant. The starving ghost chimed in. That's right, he told the inside mole in the Xinmu sect to help us find it. The starving ghost's brain was truly like mush. Completely oblivious to the gluttonous ghost gesturing for him to shut up, he blurted out all the information to Li Gui. Only upon finally noticing the gluttonous ghost's signals did he snap his mouth shut. But Li Gui was still not satisfied. Wanting to know everything, he grabbed a demonic beast and crushed it to death without the slightest hesitation. The gluttonous ghost fearfully spoke up, Li Gui, you can't threaten us like this. No sooner had he spoken than another demonic beast bit the dust, leaving his jaw hanging open in shock. Are you kidding me? Killing a demonic beast over every slightly displeasing word. At this point, the starving ghost had no choice but to honestly confess all the information. Just now, when we got here, we met a kind-hearted little brother. He gifted us his arm and a rank 2 immortal pill. Pausing slightly, he pointed at the gluttonous ghost and said, the gluttonous ghost plans to wipe out the Xinmu sect after getting what Yi Gui needs. Earlier, we sent 3 demonic beasts to test their strength. It's truly said, fear not a god-like opponent but a pig-like teammate. His mind in turmoil, the gluttonous ghost could only facepalm, utterly speechless. Suddenly, an azure, translucent hand reached into his robes and fished out the rank 2 immortal pill, shocking the gluttonous ghost to the extreme. Just like that, He watched helplessly as the rank 2 immortal pill he had gone through so much trouble to obtain fell into Li Gui's hands. He asked the 100 Ghosts faction, "Did you create this horde of mutated demonic beasts?" The gluttonous ghost replied, "No, we're only controlling them. For some unknown reason, all the high-level demonic beasts in this area have mutated, losing even their sentience." After pondering for a moment, Li Gui ordered them, "Tomorrow night after you contact the mole, go back." "How can we do that?" the gluttonous ghost asked loudly. "Just go back. How are we supposed to explain this to Li Gui? And what about the item he needs?" Before he could finish his sentence, he picked up a rock. Then he told the gluttonous ghost, "Take this, bring it back, and hand it over." The gluttonous ghost hurriedly caught the rock. Holding the rock, the gluttonous ghost muttered, "A rock!" The starving ghost was also puzzled, but Li Gui wants a jade pendant. Seeing him looking clueless, the gluttonous ghost tugged at his sleeve and said, "Let's go." As they walked, the gluttonous ghost remarked, "I don't know if my senses are playing tricks on me, but sometimes I feel like Li Gui is even stronger than Li Gui." Thus, the two from the 100 Ghosts faction departed, leaving Li Gui standing there alone. As soon as their silhouettes disappeared, Sui Feng and Ming Yu immediately approached Palace Master Li Gui, unable to hide the shock in their voices when mentioning that the Xinmu sect actually harbored a mole from the 100 Ghosts faction. Li Tianyuan removed the Li Gui mask and replied curtly, "The rat has finally shown its tail." Having said that, he unhurriedly crouched down beside a puddle of fresh blood that had yet to dry. He leisurely dipped his fingertip into the crimson liquid, then brought it up to eye level, observing it in silence. Not long after, the three figures materialized by a secluded stream bank. Ming Yu couldn't hold back his curiosity. "Palace Master, did you trek all the way here just to admire the stream? Or is there something wrong with the water?" Without a word, Sui Feng bent down and adeptly scooped some stream water into his palm. He then dipped the index finger of his other hand into the small pool of water and held it up for examination, a sequence of actions that looked somewhat bizarre. No, there was nothing bizarre about it. Sui Feng was conducting an analysis of the current, simultaneously utilizing 4 ultimate techniques: Supreme Astral Platform, Ceaseless Adaptation, Surging Qi Law, and Unorthodox Qi Mastery. In just a moment, he had an answer for Li Tianyuan. "Young Master, the root cause of the mutated demonic beasts lies here. The water contains a diluted medicinal power, yet it harbors a trace of aura from the desolate realm. Demonic beasts drinking this water over a long period will naturally develop mutations in their bodies." Hearing this, a sharp, cold glint flashed in Li Tianyuan's eyes as he called out for Li Qing. Almost instantly, a figure appeared and respectfully reported, "Palace Master, the matter regarding the young master's heavenly vein soul bone is still under investigation." Li Tianyuan nodded. I called you here for another matter." He directed his gaze toward the flowing stream and questioned, "Where does the source of this stream in Dongwang Forest originate?" Without a second of hesitation, Li Qing replied, "From the neighboring country of Dongzui Country, Risheng Country." Li Tianyuan softly repeated, his voice deepening, "Risheng Country." At this point, Li Qing continued to provide the information he had gathered. "Your subordinate just received a secret report. Recently, Risheng Country has been scheming to refine the Absolute Heaven Divine Elixir to explore the desolate realm. However, their plan failed, and the medicine cauldron exploded, causing the desolate matter, which was the raw ingredient, to leak out." Li Tianyuan immediately pointed out the crux of the matter. To purify the pollution from the desolate matter, a massive amount of resources and treasures must be mobilized, yet Risheng Country hasn't shown any signs of large-scale material dispatch. Sui Feng chimed in, his voice filled with suspicion. "Young Master, your subordinate believes that Risheng Country is intentionally channeling the desolate matter pollution from their medicine cauldrons to the outside." Ming Yu immediately followed up, his expression hardening. "That damn thing is inherently a part of the desolate realm. If it's allowed to spread, wouldn't the places it passes through basically be paving the way for the desolate realm to swallow everything? We shed blood and sweat to push it back, while those bastards pull a stunt like this." Thinking of this, Ming Yu couldn't hold back his anger and blurted out a curse. "These beasts truly treat the lives of the people in this world like worthless grass." Ignoring Ming Yu's fury, Li Tianyuan ordered Li Qing, "Li Qing, arrange for someone to notify Fang Zhou Lai and continue keeping an eye on Zhu Yi's matter. Keep a close watch on the Rai Sheng Kingdom as well. Once I finish dealing with the matters at the Xin Mu sect, I might personally make a trip there." Li Qing bowed his head and accepted the order. This subordinate understands. His gaze then shifted to Ming Yu. Ming Yu, regarding the Xuan Yin sect in the Rai Sheng kingdom, you will make a trip there with Li Qing this time. Hearing this, Ming Yu's eyes lit up, his tone unable to hide his excitement. Oh, is the Hall Master planning to flatten that sect entirely? Haha, you've finally seen my talent and are letting me do as I please, right? Li Tianyuan explained. The Xuan Yin sect still has its uses. They cannot be wiped out just yet. In 6 days, after the martial tournament with the Xin Mu sect ends, you can clean up the remnants left in their sect. Ming Yu pouted, muttering as he calculated, cleaning up the mess. Even counting the Xuan Yin sect's patriarch, there are only a handful of experts. So boring, there's no challenge at all. Ming Yu's muttering didn't escape Sui Feng's ears. He lightly tapped Ming Yu's head with his paper fan and reminded him, "It's good enough that you have something to do, just focus on getting it done." Immediately after, Li Qing and Ming Yu cupped their fists and took their leave in unison. "Hall Master, your subordinates will take our leave." At the same time, in a deserted courtyard, Xi Yanhan stood silently, her melancholy eyes gazing toward the distant horizon. A trace of sorrow flickered across her face before a clear voice rang out, interrupting her train of thought. "Sister." Shi Yu Luan had approached her side at some point and asked worriedly, "What's going on with you and brother-in-law? You two seem so distant somehow." This question slightly startled Xi Yanhan. She replied sadly, "He is not your brother-in-law." Shi Yu Luan chuckled mischievously, teasing, "Oh come on, sister, stop acting in front of me, as if I don't understand you." Mentioning Li Tianyuan made Xi Yanhan's heart grow heavy again. She lowered her eyes and whispered, "Originally, I planned to take Zio Shi and Zio Yi away from the Xin Mu sect in a year, to find a quiet place to settle down. But perhaps fate is playing a joke on me. He still managed to find us." Then she looked up at the sky, her voice distant. "The things he wants to do are earth-shattering endeavors for the sake of all living beings in this world. Perhaps, even the 5 world-defying immortals high up in the heavens are his enemies." She clenched her fists and explained, "The existence of me and the children will only become his burden, his weakness. It will give him another thing to worry about when he acts. Only by completely severing our ties can I minimize the impact on him." Saying this, Xi Yanhan lowered her head, her voice choking as if she were about to cry. "I know that preventing the children from acknowledging their father is cruel to them, but I truly cannot bear to become his burden anymore." Hearing these words, Shi Yu Luan could only sigh. She lamented, "Oh, sister, you've been this stubborn since we were young. Sometimes you just refuse to be as open-minded as I am." Pausing for a moment, she continued, "Sister, I think differently. Perhaps to my brother-in-law, having you and the children by his side is far more important than having an extra weakness." Shi Yu Luan held her sister's hands, sincerely advising, "Sister, why not try being selfish just this once? Don't always just think for him. Do what your heart truly desires." Not long after, Xi Yanhan quietly left, leaving Shi Yu Luan standing alone in deep thought amidst the serene scenery. Left alone, Shi Yu Luan closed her eyes and murmured, "Sigh, this troublesome pair of lovebirds is truly a headache. It seems I'll have to step in and sort this out myself." Suddenly she recalled a detail, her expression changing as she couldn't help but exclaim, "Huh." She muttered, her voice unable to hide her astonishment. "Wait a minute. Did sister just mention the 5 world-defying immortals?" She said to herself, "Hold on. I know brother-in-law is incredibly powerful, but are his opponents actually the legendary 5 world-defying immortals?" This thought made her jaw drop in utter shock. Shi Yu Luan scratched her head, whispering in bewilderment, "Just how strong is he exactly?" A pair of feet hurried along the mountain path. Xi Yanhan was running as fast as she could, her mind in turmoil. Memories flooded back, recalling the first time she met Li Tianyuan. At that time he was heavily injured, leaning tiredly against a tree trunk. She had timidly approached and asked, Are you all right?" Li Tianyuan simply replied, "I won't die, how should I address you?" Xi Yanhan looked up at the sky, shyly answering, "I am Xu Zhai, and you?" Just then, a light drizzle began to fall. Li Tianyuan introduced himself. "In that case, I am Yi Pian." Not long after, the weather turned chilly. The first snowflakes of the season began to fall silently. The snow grew heavier by the minute. She said to him, "It's snowing." Then she tightly grabbed his hand, pulling him along with her. Very quickly, Xi Yanhan arrived in front of the Luan Xin cave. Inside, Li Tianyuan was standing and discussing something with Sui Feng. Noticing her presence, Li Tianyuan turned to look in surprise. Without saying a word, she walked straight up to him. Then she decisively rolled up his sleeve. Her eyes were glued to the mark on his arm, where the dark aura was rising thicker by the second. Her expression turned unusually serious as she asked directly, "How much time do you have left?" He softly reassured her, 1 or 2 years, if I push it, maybe 3. Hearing his answer, she couldn't help but throw her arms around him, sobbing, "I'm sorry, please forgive my selfishness. I've dragged you down once again." Li Tianyuan held her tightly in his arms, an embrace he had yearned for a long time, and whispered, "You and I are husband and wife, sharing one heart. What is there to fear?" Shi Yanhan lifted her tear-stained face to look at him, saying, "Promise me, if anyone ever uses my life to threaten you." Before she could finish, he gently placed his index finger over her lips, stopping the ominous words. He stated firmly, "That will never happen. If anyone dares, I would slaughter this entire world without rest." Shi Yanhan said resolutely, "Since it's unavoidable, I absolutely will not drag you down. The first thing I must do now is restore my cultivation." She analyzed, "I know there are 2 ways to break the seal. One is to cripple my entire cultivation foundation from when I was a holy maiden, but that would cause Yu Luan, the current holy maiden, to lose all her cultivation. I cannot do that." Pausing for a moment, she continued, "The second way is to forcibly break it. I have been studying this reverse Yang 5-element seal for years and have managed to unravel 80% of it. With just 1 more year, I can completely destroy it." At this point, her voice dropped again, full of regret. "Originally, I planned that after breaking the seal, I would take Zio Shi and Zio Yi away to find a place where no one knows us and live out our days." Afterward, she took out 2 neatly folded pieces of paper from her sleeve and handed them to him. Then she explained, "This is the unsealing method I have researched." Finally, she said politely, "You understand sealing arrays better than I do. I'm sorry, but I'll have to trouble you again from now on." Li Tianyuan reached out and lightly tapped the tip of Shi Yanhan's nose, gently reminding her, "From now on, never say the words 'I'm sorry' to me ever again." She nodded slightly, obediently agreeing. Just as Li Tianyuan was about to turn around and enter the cave, she suddenly grabbed his hand, causing him to utter a surprised Under his astonished gaze, she said, "Let's go home. We are already husband and wife, one entity. Isn't my home also your home?" These words made joy spread across Li Tianyuan's face. And so, hand in hand, the 2 walked quietly side by side on the path back home. The next morning, Li Tianyuan began his first teaching session for the 3 Zen Mu sect disciples he had chosen. He made it clear from the start, "At the Zen Mu sect, I only have 5 days to teach you. How much you learn depends entirely on yourselves." First, he said to Shi Yu Luan, "Your talent is excellent, but your foundation is unstable, and the power within your body is too chaotic. If you don't adjust it soon, within 20 years, your body won't be able to bear it and will explode." His words shocked her so much that her jaw dropped, making her look somewhat ungraceful. He then explained, "The power of the Holy Maiden is inherited through many generations, but ultimately, it is not your own. Those without sufficient talent will not be able to escape this fate." Hearing this, Shi Yu Luan panicked and asked, Then according to Mr. Li, what should I do now?" He placed his index finger on her forehead, and a stream of golden aura flowed straight from his fingertip into her body. Soon, her entire body was enveloped by a golden aura burning like fire. He instructed, "Memorize this aura, continuously circulate it to gradually condense the chaotic energies within your body." Once Shi Yu Luan had entered a state of meditative cultivation, he turned to Ma Yuan. He looked him straight in the eyes and commented, "Your foundation is decent, but your cultivation is a complete mess. Was this technique taught by Ma Cheng Yan?" He replied, "That's right, it was passed down by my master." Immediately after, Li Tianyuan handed Ma Yuan a piece of paper and guided him, "Practice according to the technique on this." As he was absorbed in studying it, Li Tianyuan didn't forget to add, "Remember, do not be impatient to break through. Just maintaining your realm at the true human realm is enough." At this moment, he finally raised his head, asking a question that had been troubling him. "Why did you choose me? It's clear that the other senior and junior brothers have far superior aptitudes compared to me." Li Tianyuan recalled the scene where he went all out to fight back against the Yin Sha and magical beasts, which had left a deep impression on him. He answered frankly, "At the very least, When facing the Yin Sha and magical beasts, you did not back down. Finally, Li Tianyuan stepped in front of Xiao Yi, his son. His strict gaze made the boy tense up as well. Xiao Yi slightly furrowed his brows, opening his eyes wide as he looked at his father. After a long while, Li Tianyuan finally spoke. Before officially stepping onto the path of cultivation, you need to understand the current system of realm divisions. Mortal shedding, true human, descending sparrow, establishing marquis, sovereign king, sacred emperor, and great emperor. Each realm is further divided into initial, middle, high, and peak stages. Only the great emperor realm is a bit special, divided into 3 tiers: profound light, myriad manifestations, and starry river. Xiao Yi asked, "Then does each realm have any specific characteristics, father?" He replied, "For now, you only need to grasp these clearly. As for the rest, once you step into the mortal shedding realm, I will explain it in more detail." Li Tianyuan bent down to pick up a pebble and said, "Today, you only need to do one single thing." Saying that, he threw the pebble far away and then ordered Xiao Yi, "Pick it up." Hearing this, Xiao Yi was extremely surprised. It was just picking up a pebble. The boy didn't understand what could be so difficult about it. Thinking so, the boy quickly ran toward where the pebble had fallen. But unexpectedly, as the boy got closer, an invisible blast of sword chi formed a barrier, making it impossible for him to advance any further. Suddenly, 2 swords darted straight at Xiao Yi from thin air. The boy was startled and hastily dodged to the side. Li Tianyuan raised his voice, his cold tone echoing, "If you don't want to die, keep moving forward. Before you get the pebble, don't even think about stopping. The attacks will never cease." Heeding his father's words, the boy gritted his teeth, struggling to dodge wave after wave of sharp sword chi. Right at that moment, a sword grazed his cheek, leaving behind a streak of bright red blood. When Ma Yuan realized that Xiao Yi was inside the demon-locking sword array, he exclaimed in horror, "The demon-locking sword array? How do you know this array?" Li Tianyuan replied calmly, "We share the same martial origin. It's just a minor sword array. What is there to be surprised about?" Ma Yuan questioned loudly, "That's not right. Putting a child in this sword array is no different from wanting to kill him. You might as well just end him directly with a sword." Li Tianyuan didn't even bother to turn his head. He simply waved his hand, sending a blast of forceful energy straight at Ma Yuan. He warned, "Don't let your thoughts wander, focus on your own task." Ma Yuan was struck on the forehead, leaving a red patch in the middle of his brow that was slightly smoking. He raised his voice, speaking to Xiao Yi, "Don't harbor any wishful thinking. This array has already slipped out of my control. Only when you retrieve the pebble will it stop." Right then, Xiao Yi was struck by another sword on his arm, causing the boy to scream out "ah" in pain. The boy clutched his injured arm, looking desperately at Li Tianyuan. He turned his back to his son and said coldly, "At this moment, whether you live or die is up to you to decide. It has nothing to do with me anymore." Due to a moment of carelessness, Xiao Yi was hit by another sword strike, the boy howling in pain. He bit his lip tightly, looked up at the sky and told himself, "The flying swords are getting more and more numerous. I can't give up." And then he remembered the key point. The pebble. That's right, as long as I get the pebble, this array will end. Looking at the dense sword array in front of him, the boy calculated. The swords are increasing. I have to run really fast, otherwise I'll really die. The moment the boy dashed forward, another sword grazed past his body. Xiao Yi was surrounded by the sword array on all sides, no longer able to see a way out. From above, Li Tianyuan and Sui Feng were silently observing everything. Sui Feng asked worriedly, "Young master, what you passed on to Xiao Yi last time was the life and death dual arts of the 8 sufferings divine art, right?" He answered without a moment's hesitation, "That's right." Li Tianyuan explained, "He must be allowed to experience death, yearn for life, and cross the threshold of life and death. Later, by using the supreme heart-burning art to assist, only then can we create the most solid foundation for him." Before his eyes was the image of Xiao Yi struggling to hold his ground within the demon-locking sword array. At this time the boy saw the pebble. It was only a very short distance away from him. He encouraged himself, "Just a little bit more." The boy shouted loudly, as if to give himself more strength, "Before I truly become strong, I cannot die." And so, gathering the last of his strength, he lunged toward the pebble. A second later, his hand touched the cold pebble. Xiao Yi leaned his hands against the rock face, lowering his head and panting heavily. Suddenly, his body went limp, and he fell face first onto the ground. Seeing that the boy had passed the trial, Sui Feng commented. The desire to live pushed his bodily senses to their absolute peak. Zhao Yi has spectacularly overcome the threshold of life and death. Li Tianyuan quickly flew down, not forgetting to order. Sui Feng, return to the Tianli Hall and bring that item here. He immediately obeyed. Yes. In no time, he was standing beside Zhao Yi. He pricked his fingertip and let a drop of his own blood fall into the boy's mouth. After swallowing the drop of blood, Zhao Yi slowly woke up. Suddenly the boy's eyes widened, full of confusion. He sat bolt upright, asking in panic, could it be? Did I die again? Li Tianyuan walked over, his voice deep and steady. You are still alive. A while later, Li Tianyuan snapped his fingers, signaling the three of them to stop. That's it for today. Hearing this, Ma Yuan asked in astonishment. It's ending just like this. Didn't you say it would be grueling training? Li Tianyuan turned and walked away, leaving behind one sentence. No need. Learning this much for today is enough. At the same time, in the great hall of the Xin Mu sect, an out-of-breath disciple rushed in frantically. While he was still struggling to catch his breath, Yi Ying impatiently bombarded him with questions. You're back. How did Qing Yun Mountain react? Are they coming to provide backup? Did they lay out any conditions? The martial tournament with the Xuan Yin sect is in just a few days. The disciple's face was drained of color as he stammered. Qing Yun Mountain has been. He took a deep breath to calm down, then continued. The entire Qing Yun Mountain has been leveled to the ground. He recalled the sight of a vast, empty wasteland, flat as if a mountain had never existed there, and shuddered even now. At that time, he even thought he had gone to the wrong place. Yi Ying couldn't believe his ears. He growled, Level, what kind of joke are you playing? That is Qing Yun Mountain, not some mound of dirt. Seeing that the sectmaster didn't believe him, the disciple hastily confirmed. Reporting to the sectmaster, this disciple wouldn't dare lie half a word. The entire mountain is gone without a single trace, as if it never existed. Off to the side, Zhou Tianci managed to maintain his composure. It's fortunate that the Supreme Elder has come out of seclusion. He should be able to deal with the Xuan Yin sect. Hearing this, Yi Ying questioned. But he entered the forbidden grounds, and we haven't seen him return yet. Afterward, he turned his head, asking himself in despair. Could it be that our Xin Mu sect truly can only place our last glimmer of hope on Li Tianyuan training the disciples? Hearing this, Zhou Tianci put on a stern face and ordered, Tell Elder Zia to hand over the rank 5 immortal pill. At the same time, in a small house nestled behind the mountain, 6 people were gathered around a cozy dining table. Xiyu Luan and Zhao Shi were dancing about, gesturing wildly to reenact martial arts moves. Xiyu Luan happily asked Zhao Yi, How was cultivating with your dad today? Did you just run back and forth until you were out of breath? Seeing the aunt and nephew playing so joyfully, Zia Jun couldn't help but smile. At the dining table, Zhao Yi sneaked glances at Li Tianyuan while eating. He continued his meal calmly, his demeanor elegant. A small hand gently tugged at the hem of his clothes. Shi Yanhan said to him, Brother, Zhao Yi's mental knot is the most important thing. Please give the boy some more time. Right at this moment, an old man carrying a jug of wine stumbled into the room. Zia Jun quickly stood up and asked, Bu Fan, you're finally back. Where have you been these past few days? He placed the wine jug on the ground, slumped down, leaning his back against the table leg, and answered with his eyes closed. Where else but to drink? Seeing him dead drunk, Zia Jun hurriedly told her daughter, You Luan, go get me a bowl of hangover soup. The girl nodded and quickly ran to the kitchen. Then she turned to Shi Yanhan. Yanhan, take care of your father for a bit, I'll be right over. Shi Yanhan hurriedly helped Bu Fan sit on a chair. Father, please sit down. Zhao Shi and Zhao Yi greeted in unison. Grandpa. Seeing his 2 grandchildren, he approached and asked, Yanhan, are these 2 brats the children you gave birth to? His breath reeked of alcohol, making the 2 children grimace and pinch their noses, thinking to themselves, This smell of wine is awful. Suddenly, a strange light flashed in Bu Fan's eyes. Unexpectedly, he grabbed Zhao Yi's hand tightly. He held the boy's hand for a long time, seemingly sensing something that made his brows furrow deeply. Then he released Zhao Yi's hand and clutched his head in frustration. He let out a desperate smile. This old man was ambushed, my meridians completely destroyed. This boy is still so young but is lacking his innate root bone. At this point, he glanced at Shi Yanhan and said loudly, And you, your cultivation is sealed, you're also a cripple. His words left her utterly shocked. Shi Yanhan frowned, her eyes wide, unable to believe what she had just heard. Bu Fan sat there looking as if he had aged a decade, muttering nonstop, "Our whole family is exactly the same, from old to young, we're all trash." Saying this, he burst into maniacal laughter again. Just then, Zia Jun brought out the rank 5 immortal pill and said, "Bu Fan, this is the rank 5 immortal pill. Take it, perhaps it can cure you." He replied dejectedly, "It's useless. The one who attacked me was incredibly ruthless. My meridians weren't just destroyed, but more than half were completely extracted. Any immortal pill would be useless." At this time, Shi Yu Luan had finished preparing the hangover soup. She brought it over to him. "Father, drink this bowl of soup to sober up." He angrily knocked over the bowl of soup and shouted, "Drink what? I'm still perfectly sober." His sudden outburst startled Shi Yu Luan. She never expected her father to change so drastically. He was becoming almost unrecognizable to her. Shi Bu Fan leaned back against the table and said loudly, "I heard the tournament with the Xuan Yin sect is about to start again. Like I said, just surrender early and join them. How could you possibly fight against them?" Zia Jun turned to Li Tianyuan with a faint glimmer of hope. "Is it really hopeless?" He replied seriously, "It's useless. How can you save someone whose heart is already dead?" Hearing this, Shi Bu Fan burst into laughter. "You're absolutely right. That's exactly the kind of person I am. It might even be better for the whole family if I just die." Li Tianyuan spoke to him with a tone of utter disdain. "Looking at the state of you, it really would be better if you died. So what if your meridians are crippled? Now you can't even walk properly, let alone cook a meal." He continued to mock him. "All you do is sit here wallowing in self-pity, while the culprit who harmed you is still out there. Is your brain filled with water?" Li Tianyuan spoke without holding back, even though the man was his father-in-law. Yet Shi Bu Fan didn't even bother to retort, merely raising his wine jug and gulping it down. Then he smashed the wine jug onto the ground. Li Tianyuan continued to interrogate him. "With all your years of cultivation experience, have you ever offered your daughter a single word of guidance? Or have you ever actually taught a disciple of the Zen Mu sect?" Hearing this, he slumped over the table and muttered under his breath, I also had the ambition to revitalize the sect, but I." Before he could finish his sentence, Li Tianyuan kicked the broken wine jug aside and pressed on. "Besides causing trouble for your family and wasting food, what else are you good for?" Seeing her father being humiliated, Shi Yu Luan couldn't hold back anymore. She shouted, "Li Tianyuan, you are not allowed to speak to my father like that." He clasped his hands behind his back and replied sternly, "You people only dare to curse him in your hearts, but I do not." Then he leaned down and said to Shi Bu Fan, "You only think about yourself. Have you ever considered your wife and children? You are a cowardly, selfish man." Suddenly realizing he wasn't much better himself, Li Tianyuan coughed a few times and corrected himself. "Though, on this point, I suppose I don't have the right to judge you." Having said that, Li Tianyuan turned toward the door and told everyone, "I'm stepping out for a moment." At the same time, 3 disciples were pacing around in the courtyard. One of them spoke up, "Senior brother, do we really have to go and demand that rank 5 immortal pill?" Another held up a token and replied, "This is the sect master's order. Would Elder Zia dare to disobey?" The first one remained doubtful, but despite everything, Shi Bu Fan was once a supreme master. Back then, he single-handedly leveled the demonic domain with his sword, slaughtering the demonic cult until they were completely rooted. The third one chimed in, "He's nothing but a cripple now. What is there to worry about?" The 3 were so engrossed in their conversation that they completely failed to notice Li Tianyuan standing menacingly in front of them. His face darkened as he growled a single word, "Scram." One of them angrily shouted, "Who the hell do you think you are to tell us to scram? We are here to demand Elder Zia hand over the rank 5 immortal pill." The one next to him, finding the man familiar, hastily intervened. "Senior brother, he's the newly promoted disciple." Not only was the senior brother unafraid, but he arrogantly pointed his finger right at his face. "Ah, so you're the one who stole senior brother Wang Heng's position as the chief disciple. Today, I will teach you a lesson on his behalf." Instantly, the finger pointing at Li Tianyuan was bent backward, pointing right back at his own face. The man collapsed to his knees, screaming in agony. Li Tianyuan casually stepped past him and repeated, "Scram, say one more word and I'll break another finger." Unwilling to back down, the man held up the token. "This is the sect master's order. Are you trying to rebel?" And just like that, all 10 of his fingers were snapped. The man turned pale from the pain, shrieking, My hands. Ignoring his miserable screams, he didn't even spare him a glance, coldly walking away. Not long after, Li Tianyuan and Sui Feng were standing atop a tall tree. Sui Feng handed him a cloth-wrapped object and said, "Young master, this is the weapon forged from the 2 bronze maces, made for Xiao Yi exactly as you requested." Li Tianyuan unwrapped the cloth, revealing an exquisitely crafted sword inside. He picked up the sword, lifting it slightly to test its weight. At this moment Sui Feng finally voiced his doubts. "But young master, Xiao Yi doesn't possess the heavenly meridian soul bone. Even if he manages to break through the life and death threshold, true qi won't be able to circulate through his body. Ultimately Before he could finish, he was cut off. I have my own ways." Suddenly he took out the heavenly meridian soul bone, which was still radiating a brilliant light, from his robes. Sui Feng exclaimed in astonishment, "This is the heavenly meridian soul bone taken from Zhang Tong." Then Li Tianyuan fused it with the newly forged bronze mace sword. The heavenly meridian soul bone slowly merged into the blade, and a surge of azure light enveloped the entire sword. Sui Feng finally understood his intention. "Young master, so you plan to create an external pathway for Xiao Yi's true qi circulation. In the future, if you manage to retrieve his original heavenly meridian soul bone, and the time is right, this weapon might just ascend into a sentient, immortal artifact." He sheathed the sword and calmly replied, "Although this heavenly meridian soul bone doesn't belong to Xiao Yi, it is still of top-tier quality. It is perfectly suited to be forged into a weapon for Zhu Yi to carry by his side." Just then 2 figures appeared below. Sui Feng said to him, "Young master, they're here." A man dressed in black knelt before the starving ghost and the gluttonous ghost, speaking loudly, "Greetings, ghost envoys. I wonder what instructions you have for me today." The gluttonous ghost replied, "What else would we be here for?" The starving ghost whispered into his ear, "Do we need to ask about that piece of jade? Just follow the standard procedure." Seeing the 2 whispering among themselves, the man in black asked, "Lord Ghost Envoys, is there something difficult to share?" The gluttonous ghost spoke up, "We came this time because we want you to find an item like this in the Xin Mu sect." Saying so, he pulled out a piece of paper depicting a jade pendant, which was none other than the Qi Tian jade. From above, Li Tianyuan and Sui Feng quietly observed the transaction between the 3 below. He watched them with a deeply serious gaze. The gluttonous ghost threw the paper to the man in black, saying, "I think it's called the Starlight Jade." Pausing for a moment, not knowing how else to explain, he waved his hand. "In short, just find something that looks like the drawing." The man in black expressed his concern. "Lord Ghost Envoy, the Xin Mu sect is currently facing a great calamity, and the Xuan Yin sect will attack in a few days. When that happens, the Xin Mu sect will undoubtedly be conquered. I beg you 2 to lend a hand and resolve this crisis. That way, not only will we secure the artifact, but we'll also prevent the Xuan Yin sect from snatching it and causing unnecessary trouble." Finding his words reasonable, the gluttonous ghost agreed. All right, we'll sort it out for you." The man in black cupped his hands. "Many thanks, Lord Ghost Envoys." Once the man in black had left, the starving ghost asked in confusion, "Gluttonous ghost, why did you agree to his request? Do we really have to help?" The gluttonous ghost replied, "Li Gui is here. I couldn't care less if the Xin Mu sect gets wiped out. We need to figure out a way to bypass that Yi Gui first." The starving ghost finally understood. That makes sense. A second later, the starving ghost looked up at the sky and sighed. "Truly, when gods fight, the mortals suffer." On the treetop, Sui Feng said to Li Tianyuan, "Just as you predicted, young master, it's him." Then Sui Feng asked, "Young master, should I take care of him while we're at it?" He disagreed. "A traitor of the Xin Mu sect should be dealt with by the sect's own people." Meanwhile, a hand was stretched out beneath the flickering lamplight. Shibu Fan maintained that posture for a long time, staring blankly at his own hand. Zia Jun-er asked worriedly, "Bu Fan, are you still not asleep?" Suddenly, he called out to her with an unexpectedly gentle voice, "Jun-er." It had been so long since he last called her that, leaving her feeling both nostalgic and surprised. He rested his forehead on his hand and sighed deeply. "I was used to being praised by the world. Then suddenly, all those compliments vanished, replaced by pity and disdain. I couldn't handle it, so I could only use alcohol to numb myself." He continued, "That kid was right. It's just a minor setback. At least I'm still alive and my mind is still clear." These words astonished Zia Jun-er, who stared wide-eyed at her husband. Then he looked at her with sincere eyes. Jun-er, over the years, you've handled everything in this family single-handedly, while I never fulfilled my duties. I'm sorry." The husband of the past had finally returned. Overwhelmed with joy, Zia Jun-er threw herself into his arms and sobbed. "I have waited so long for this moment of your awakening." The next morning, in Zia Jun-er's courtyard. Early in the morning, Shi Bu-fan could be seen sitting properly on a chair, completely sober unlike his usual self. This sight stunned the two sisters, Shi Yan-han and Shi Yu-luan, who looked at each other as if they couldn't believe their eyes. Shi Yu-luan spoke up, breaking the silence. "Father, why are you?" He said earnestly, "It's time to get my act together. Starting today, I'm quitting drinking." Catching sight of Li Tianyuan in the courtyard, he added, "It's all thanks to that kid for waking me up." The two sisters stared in shock at him as he walked into the yard. Shi Bu-fan brought out 2 books and said, "Yan-han, Yu-luan, these are the cultivation insights I stayed up all night writing down." Then he patted his chest, speaking with confidence. "From now on, if there's anything you don't understand in your cultivation, just come ask your father." Li Tianyuan suddenly appeared right in front of Shi Bu-fan, freezing him in his tracks. Just then, Shi Yu-nuan, holding the book, chimed in with a remark that made her old man want to find a hole to hide in. "Dad, honestly, I think having brother-in-law teach me is more than enough." His inner self was screaming, tears almost welling up in his eyes. He truly felt like an absolute failure. Unlike her younger sister, Shi Yanhan carefully hugged the book to her chest, her eyes sparkling as she encouraged her father. "Don't worry, father, I will definitely treasure your hard work." Shi Bu-fan merely looked at his daughter in silence. Taking advantage of everyone's momentary distraction, Li Tianyuan made a subtle gesture, quickly adding something to the teacup. He unhurriedly offered the teacup to Shi Bu-fan, speaking up, "Father-in-law, please have some tea." Being offered tea by his son-in-law left him quite bewildered. Thus, he didn't hesitate to lift the teacup. Without a shred of suspicion, he brought it to his lips and took a sip. Before the cup was even empty, he felt an unusual surge of energy spreading throughout his body. His supposedly dead meridians seemed to be regenerating. Shi Bu-fan exclaimed in shock, "My damaged meridians have completely recovered." He held the teacup high, his voice trembling. "This cup of tea, there's something about this tea." Immediately, he whipped his head toward Li Tianyuan, only to meet his meaningful, acknowledging gaze. Without a moment of hesitation, he cupped his hands, preparing to kneel in gratitude. "For this grace of a second life, please accept a bow from Shi Bu-fan." Just as his knees were about to touch the ground, an invisible wave of spiritual energy gently stopped him. Li Tianyuan stepped forward, an invisible force lifting Shi Bu-fan back to his feet as he said, "What are you doing, father? There is no rule in this world where a father kneels to his son-in-law." Then his tone grew stern. "If you truly wish for a chance at rebirth, you absolutely must not slack off." He took out a piece of paper from his robe, handed it to him, and explained, "Your meridians have just recovered, so you need time to get used to them. Just cultivate according to what is written here. It will help you adapt much faster." After a brief pause, Li Tianyuan added, "For now, you should recuperate in secret. Wait until your body is fully stabilized before taking that rank 5 immortal pill. Then, you will be able to return to your peak condition." Overwhelming joy filled Shi Bu-fan's heart. He gripped the piece of paper tightly, his voice utterly sincere. "Son-in-law, I truly do not know how to thank you enough." Li Tianyuan replied calmly, "There's no need for formalities. In 5 days there will be an even bigger gift for you." "A bigger gift?" Shi Bu-fan couldn't hide his surprise. He immediately cleared his doubt. "We must take revenge on the person who destroyed your meridians, right?" Hearing this, his emotions erupted and he asked excitedly, "You know who harmed me?" Instead of answering, he merely patted his shoulder and said resolutely, "Just wait patiently. He will reveal himself soon enough." Amidst the family's joyous atmosphere as Shi Bu-fan resolved to find himself again, Shi Yanhan suddenly pulled him aside. "Tianyuan, come here for a moment." On the other side, Zia Junyu was still hugging her husband, her voice beaming with happiness. "Bu-fan, this is wonderful." Once the two stepped outside, Shi Yanhan spoke first. Before she was taken by Zhang Rui, Xiao Yi's heavenly meridian soul bone was perfectly intact. I was preparing to leave the Xin Mu sect at the time, so I checked her thoroughly. Li Tianyuan instantly grasped the key point. The scattered clues began to connect in his mind. He pressed. "You mean to say, Zhu Yi had his heavenly meridian soul bone extracted while being held captive?" Shi Yanhan stated firmly, It could only have happened then. She paused, a look of bewilderment on her face. But Xiao Shi and Xiao Yi were together the entire time, yet neither of them knew a thing. Even Xiao Yi himself didn't realize he had lost his heavenly meridian soul bone. After pondering for a moment, he deduced. The mastermind behind this orchestrated an extremely profound scheme. Not only did he bypass Zhang Tong and the Jiu Yun upper sect, but he also acted without anyone noticing a thing. He continued, his voice deepening. Currently, we can be certain that this person or this organization has close ties to the Jiu Yun upper sect. Perhaps we need to make a preemptive move. Shi Yanhan asked worriedly, do you think it could be him? After all, Xiao Yi shares his bloodline. Rage flared up in Li Tianyuan's heart. A surge of emerald green true qi fiercely fluctuated around him, displaying his ultimate fury. After a long while, he finally spoke with an ice-cold voice. If it really is him, things will be a whole lot less complicated. The next morning, in an undisclosed location, a figure stood atop a high flight of stairs. Below him, a pitiful young girl was bound tightly to a pillar, with sharp nails driven deep into her body. At the same time, at the entrance of the Zen Mu sect's heart-disturbing cave, Li Tianyuan and his 3 disciples were focused on their training. While Shi Yu Nuan and Ma Yuan had entered a meditative state, Li Tianyuan stood facing Xiao Yi. He handed the boy the bronze-forged sword and ordered, from today onwards, this bronze sword must never leave your side. Xiao Yi reached out to take it. The moment he let go, the boy staggered and almost fell. The heavy tip of the bronze sword dragged a long trail across the ground. Xiao Yi gritted his teeth, using all his might to lift the sword but to no avail. He cried out, "It's too heavy." Right then, Li Tianyuan tapped a finger on the boy's forehead, transmitting a stream of warm spiritual energy inside while instructing. Use this cultivation method to build your foundation first. Shortly after, Xiao Yi felt a current of warm true qi circulating throughout his body, an incredibly wondrous sensation. The boy exclaimed in amazement, "How magical! I suddenly feel like this bronze sword is a part of my body, even though it's still insanely heavy." Li Tianyuan looked at the boy and said briefly, "Just cultivate as usual." Xiao Yi quickly wiped a drop of sweat from his forehead, looked straight into his eyes and answered resolutely, "Yes." All of a sudden, he gathered a burst of true qi in his palm and launched a strike at the kid, leaving him too stunned to react. A second later, the boy was blasted onto the ground. Having no idea what was going on, Xiao Yi furiously yelled, "What the hell are you doing?" He replied nonchalantly, "Helping you practice." At this point, the kid pointed at Shi Yu Nuan and Ma Yuan, who were meditating nearby, and grumbled, "HMPH, isn't practicing a cultivation method supposed to be sitting in meditation like them?" The boy's disgruntled expression completely contrasted with his calmness. He said gently, "You are different." Then, with a wave of his hand, another surge of azure true qi materialized. The energy rushed straight toward Xiao Yi, forcing the boy to grit his teeth and defend himself. He cursed inwardly. "He's probably not joking around with me, is he?" The scene shifted to the Zen Mu sect's great hall. The disciple sent to retrieve the rank 5 immortal pill was groveling on the floor, his tone full of pain and grievance. "Sect master, that Li Tianyuan is too arrogant. He completely ignored your orders, didn't even listen to my explanation, and broke all 10 of my fingers. Please get justice for your disciple." Yi Ying slammed the table, roaring in anger. How can there be such audacity? Wang Heng couldn't sit still. He immediately dashed out, shouting, "Sect master, let me go gather the sect's elites and capture that brat Li Tianyuan alive." Just as he reached the threshold, Zhou Tianci spoke with authoritative majesty. "Hold on." He slowly stood up and ordered everyone present, "Everyone, follow me." Yi Ying watched Zhou Tianci's back, sneering inwardly. "Zhou Tianci, the Zen Mu sect is now a complete mess. You won't be able to hold onto that sect master seat for much longer. Let's see who will respect your orders then." Back at the entrance of the heart-disturbing cave, after cultivating for a while, Ma Yuan clearly felt the changes in his body. He was secretly astonished. "This feeling is so refreshing, unlike anything I've ever experienced. It seems the cultivation technique Li Tianyuan imparted to me is no simple matter." Suddenly, he spotted a group of people marching aggressively toward them from afar, which took him by surprise. Wang Heng led the group, his hands tightly clenched into fists and green veins bulging on his face, looking incredibly ferocious. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "Li Tianyuan, you dare look down on me? Today, I brought the elite disciples to see how arrogant you can still be. No sooner thought than done, he leaped forward and lunged toward him, roaring, "Li Tianyuan, give me your life." Seeing that he was about to strike, Ma Yuan hastily rushed out to intervene. "Senior brother Wang Heng, please stop." The moment Ma Yuan met Wang Heng's palm strike, it was actually Wang Heng who was sent flying backward. The trailing disciples were left wide-eyed, sweating profusely. Impossible! Senior brother Wang Heng was pushed back by a single palm strike from Ma Yuan. There's a whole realm of difference between them. Knocked away in such a humiliating manner, Wang Heng tried to save face by claiming he was careless, then charged at Ma Yuan again. The two clashed without holding back. However, with just a light palm strike, Ma Yuan sent Wang Heng flying backward for the second time. Even Ma Yuan couldn't believe his own strength. He exclaimed in shock, "Good heavens, can I really defeat Wang Heng?" The disciples once again seized the chance to whisper among themselves. No wonder Li Tianyuan didn't pick him before. He truly can't compare to Ma Yuan. Another chimed in. His title as the top disciple was just because of his uncle, Elder Yi Ying. He's nothing but empty looks. Having suffered a bitter defeat and now hearing their sarcastic remarks, Wang Heng trembled with rage. He turned back and yelled, "Did I call you all here just to run your mouths?" He stealthily clutched the burst force pill in his hand, calculating inwardly. If I can't even handle Ma Yuan, who has only followed Li Tianyuan for 2 days, how am I supposed to reclaim the title of top disciple? I never expected the day would come when I'd have to use a burst force pill on him. His mind made up, he immediately tossed the pill into his mouth. True Qi surged explosively within him. Wang Heng confidently declared, "First, I'll beat you to a pulp, and then I'll finish off Li Tianyuan." With that, he charged straight at Ma Yuan with a violently raging force, roaring, "Die!" Ma Yuan struggled to block Wang Heng's terrifying palm strike, his face contorting from the overwhelming impact. He thought to himself, how did he suddenly become this strong? But then a more astonishing realization hit him. Wait a minute, I can actually withstand this. With that thought, he let out a furious roar, channeling all his true Qi to deliver an immensely powerful counterpalm. This time, despite having consumed the pill, Wang Heng was sent flying. Seizing the opportunity, Ma Yuan lunged forward and delivered a devastating flying kick. Just like that, Wang Heng suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Ma Yuan. Sprawled on the ground, Wang Heng still couldn't accept reality. He muttered like a madman, "Impossible. Ma Yuan's cultivation realm is clearly lower than mine, and I even took the pill. How could I lose?" Even Ma Yuan himself was in a state of shock. He yelled out, "I actually defeated Wang Heng, but my realm hasn't even broken through." Then realization dawned upon him. Wasn't this all thanks to Li Tianyuan's guidance? At this thought, he immediately dropped to his knees, clasped his hands before him, and said reverently, "Thank you, Master, for your guidance." The other disciples watching this unfold were utterly astounded. Unbelievable. Just 2 days of instruction and he helped someone transform to this extent. It's truly miraculous. Li Tianyuan kept his back turned to Ma Yuan, his voice calm and composed. Cultivation realm is merely a relative measure of strength, not an absolute one. Pausing for a moment, he glanced at him and continued, "I only agreed to a transaction to guide you all for 5 days. There is no master-disciple relationship between us." Despite this, Ma Yuan remained infinitely grateful. He simply bowed his head in silent thanks. Zhou Tianci stepped forward. He recognized that the aura Ma Yuan had just displayed bore some resemblance to the Great Void mind-splitting art. To confirm his suspicion, he bluntly asked Li Tianyuan, "Could it be that you taught Ma Yuan the Great Void mind-splitting art?" This question left both Ma Yuan and the surrounding disciples stunned. Li Tianyuan stood with his hands behind his back, eyes half closed, and spoke with an arrogant tone. "I merely modified it from its foundation to suit his physique. Even if others were to practice it, they wouldn't achieve the same results as him." Hearing this, Yi Ying immediately shouted a reprimand. "You dare to pass down the secret art of our sect without permission?" He replied coldly, "He is a member of the Zen Mu sect, is he not? Why shouldn't he be allowed to learn it? It is precisely your secretive way of teaching that causes each generation to become weaker than the last." These words left Ma Yuan momentarily stunned. Pausing briefly, he cast a meaningful glance at Zhou Tianci and Yi Ying. A cultivation technique is simply a tool. Whether it is strong or weak ultimately depends on the one wielding it. On the other side, Wang Heng could no longer hold back. He began to curse furiously. Damn you, Li Tian Yuan, you bastard. Not only did you steal my position as the top disciple, but you also taught a secret art to Ma Yuan. You've made me lose all my dignity. Li Tian Yuan treated his ranting like the buzzing of flies, merely dropping a cold remark. What an annoying pest. Being compared to a pest caused Wang Heng to lose all control. He screamed maniacally, "You even killed my younger brother. Between you and me, only one will survive." Li Tian Yuan's expression remained entirely emotionless. He turned around, locking onto him with the gaze of a grim reaper, and coldly pronounced, "Then die." The moment the words left his lips, an incredibly potent azure spiritual energy surged from his body, carrying a terrifying coercive pressure. That immense force slammed directly into Wang Heng's chest, so violently that his heart felt as if it had been crushed by an invisible hand. He stood frozen in shock, unable to utter a single word. A split second later, a violent tremor racked his body. His legs gave out and he collapsed, catching himself with his hands on the ground. With a muffled grunt, his eyes rolled into the back of his head. Fresh blood gushed from his nose and mouth, while ghastly blue veins bulged all over his body, giving him a horrifying appearance. Just like that, he slumped onto the ground, drawing his final breath. Witnessing this scene, Yi Ying turned purple with rage. He roared, Did you just kill Wang Heng?" Completely unfazed, he casually admitted, "Didn't he demand a fight to the death? I was merely granting his dying wish." Yi Ying was so infuriated that he stammered, You bastard." His trembling index finger pointed directly at Li Tian Yuan's face. Before the insult could even fully leave his lips, the finger pointing at him was violently snapped backward by an invisible force. A second later, he stared down at his mangled finger and shrieked in agony. Li Tian Yuan, entirely unbothered, simply offered a soft warning. "My patience is wearing thin. One more word and you lose another finger." By now, Yi Ying's face was deathly pale from the pain, and sweat was pouring off him in buckets. Terrified, he choked out, "You." The moment the word left his mouth, he was met with a glare as sharp as a blade. And just like that, another finger was snapped. Yi Ying howled in agonizing pain, while a nearby disciple was so terrified he nearly wet himself. Finally, Zhou Tianci spoke up in reprimand. "Li Tian Yuan, there is some truth to what you said. However, you cannot go around casually disseminating our sect's supreme cultivation technique like this. Have you completely disregarded me, the sect master of the Xin Mu sect?" Instead of answering, he offered a mocking remark. "You only have a few days left to live anyway. You'd be better off cherishing what little time you have." With that, he turned back to resume guiding Xiaoyi's training, tossing out one final warning. Also, stop dreaming about that rank 5 immortal pill. Whoever dares to go after it will end up just like Wang Heng. Zhou Tianci didn't believe a word he said. He scoffed inwardly, "I only have a few days left to live. From where I stand, you're the one whose days are numbered. Just you wait. The day will come when you'll be crying without tears." 5 days later, the martial arena of the Xin Mu sect was packed to the brim with people. Everyone was gazing up at the sky, where a multitude of glowing specks was slowly drawing closer. Zhou Tianci raised his head, his face marred by anxiety, and muttered in a solemn voice, "They've arrived." Shortly after, a massive contingent of people appeared, swarming in like a conquering army. They were none other than the disciples of the Xuan Yin sect. Seeing the opposing sides' imposing momentum, Ma Chengyan couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. Almost the entire roster of the Xuan Yin sect is here. Zhou Tianci added grimly, "Even their sect master has shown up. Their ambition to annex the Xin Mu sect is as clear as day." As the group from the Xuan Yin sect touched down, Zhou Tianci immediately stepped forward to greet them. "I never expected Sect Master Gu to personally grace us with his presence for a mere disciple sparring match." The sect master of the Xuan Yin sect, Gu Shutian, stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He spoke in a cold, mocking tone. "Wasn't it your Xin Mu sect that extended the invitation, requesting the presence of the Xuan Yin sect master? Or perhaps you were hoping to use this opportunity to wipe our Xuan Yin sect off the map entirely?" Zhou Tianci quietly appraised him, a wave of terror washing over his heart. This aura, Gu Shutian's cultivation, has already broken through to the early stages of the profound saint realm. Tian He chimed in with a taunt. "Just look at this pathetic bunch of greenhorns from the Xin Mu sect." Seeing this, Yin Sha offered a quick warning. "Tian He, don't underestimate them. There's an incredibly dangerous guy in the Xin Mu sect. He even managed to shatter my demon-locking sword array. Instead of heeding the warning, Tian He scoffed disdainfully. HMPH. You, a dignified Marquis realm cultivator armed with all sorts of magical artifacts bestowed by our master, complete with a Bai Luo beast, couldn't even suppress this pathetic excuse for a sect. Having your arms severed by this bunch of nobodies. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? These words were like a dagger plunged straight into Yin Sha's pride. Gnashing his teeth, he hissed, "Mark my words, I will eventually bathe this entire Zin Mu sect in blood." At this point, Gu Shutian stared directly at Zhou Tianci and arrogantly declared, "Sect Master Zhou, let's dispense with the pleasantries. Anyone who dares to offend the Xuan Yin sect has only one path, death." This brazen declaration sent a wave of boiling fury through the ranks of the Zin Mu sect. He then laid out an ultimatum, unless, of course, the Zin Mu sect agrees to become a branch division of the Xuan Yin sect. We will become one family and you will hand over all your resources. If you do that, I might be willing to let bygones be bygones. But if you refuse, he let the sentence trail off, though everyone present knew exactly what that grim conclusion entailed. Zhou Tianci lowered his head, his face plagued with hesitation. This. Suddenly Li Tianyuan strolled out at a leisurely pace, his tone unbothered. Well, aren't we having quite the lively gathering today? The moment Yin Sha laid eyes on him, he pointed frantically and yelled, "That's him. He's the one who killed my 2 servants." In no time, he was standing directly opposite Gu Shutian, cutting straight to the chase. "You lot came here for a sparring match, didn't you? Then let's get on with it. What's the point of flapping your gums all day?" With that, he pointed a finger squarely in Gu Shutian's face and issued a bold challenge. "There's no need to waste time with one-on-one skirmishes. Tell you what, you step up, and let's end this quickly." The moment Li Tianyuan finished speaking, Tian He burst into a fit of hysterical laughter, clutching his stomach. "I thought the person who defeated you must be some peerless expert, but he's nothing more than an absolute moron. To think he actually dared to challenge my master directly." He then continued laughing as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Seeing Li Tianyuan acting so outrageously out of line, Yi Ying was frightened out of his wits, shrinking back like a mouse encountering a cat. "Sect Master Gu, please quell your anger. Offending the Xuan Yin sect was entirely Li Tianyuan's own doing. This whole mess is solely his fault." Hearing this, Gu Shutian let out a highly sarcastic, "Oh. No wonder the Zin Mu sect had the gall to act so brazenly. It turns out you've managed to groom quite the outstanding disciple." Seeing them continue to beat around the bush, Li Tianyuan lost his patience and urged, "Quit standing around running your mouths. If we're going to fight, let's get it over with." At this point, Yin Sha arrogantly pointed his finger directly at Li Tianyuan's face. "You little brat, your arrogance is about to run out. If my master were to make a move, a single finger would be enough to—" Before he could even finish his sentence, a terrifyingly oppressive aura erupted from Li Tianyuan, enveloping his entire body in an azure glow. The crushing pressure slammed directly into Yin Sha, proving so overwhelming that he instinctively clutched his chest in agony. Figuring he had made his point, Li Tianyuan temporarily withdrew the aura. Nevertheless, Yin Sha appeared to have suffered severe internal injuries. He clutched his chest, his face deathly pale, completely unable to utter a word. Li Tianyuan shot him an icy glare, calculating inwardly, "I need to hold back a little. If I scare them into running away with their tails between their legs, there won't be anyone left to fight. That would be a huge waste of time." Stepping forward, Tian He respectfully cupped his hands toward Gu Shutian. "Master, these people from the Zin Mu sect are far too insolent. Please allow your disciple to step in, reclaim our sect's honor, and teach this arrogant fool a lesson." Gu Shutian nodded in agreement. "Very well, go. Before we swallow up the Zin Mu sect, it's only fitting we crush their arrogant spirits first." With his master's blessing, Tian He stepped forward to confront Li Tianyuan. He began to circulate his energy, a faint purple aura radiating from his body. Tian He pointed directly at him and asked arrogantly, "Are you coming at me first, or are you going to have all your disciples rush me at once?" Li Tianyuan didn't even bother to respond to the provocation. He merely glanced at him and offered a casual critique. "Monarch realm. Not bad, I suppose." Then he turned and called out to Zhao Yi, "Go on up, kid." Hearing his name called so abruptly, the little boy was momentarily stunned. He had only been training for a few days. Was he really ready for a real battle? Though he was still trembling inwardly, Xiao Yi forced himself to remain calm and stepped forward. One adult, one child. The two stood facing each other in the center of the arena. The disciples of the Xin Mu sect were thrown into a state of utter shock. Good heavens, is this a joke? Sending a little kid out to fight? Does he even have the strength? Isn't this just pure folly? Seeing that his opponent was just a young boy, Tian he crossed his arms over his chest and let out a disdainful chuckle. You really are an interesting fellow. To think you'd actually send a little brat out to fight me. Li Tianyuan delivered a cold remark that caught him completely off guard. If you were to suppress your cultivation to the same realm as him, you might not necessarily win. Hearing this, Tian he wiped the smirk off his face, though his eyes still brimmed with contempt. Very well. Today, I'll lower myself and play along with your little game. Xiao Yi raised his bronze slip high and began to circulate his energy. A brilliant golden light engulfed the weapon and began to swirl around the young boy's body. Tian he scrutinized Xiao Yi, and when he sensed that the boy was only at the mortal shedding realm, his arrogance flared up once more. He sneered, "Are you having a laugh? A little brat who has barely entered the mortal shedding realm thinks he can be my opponent. I thought he'd be somewhat impressive, but it turns out he's nothing but trash." Then, adopting a hypocritically magnanimous tone, he declared, "Little brat, I'll suppress my cultivation to your realm for this bout, lest anyone say I'm bullying a child." Xiao Yi's cultivation realm left the Xin Mu sect disciples utterly astounded. "Impossible, this kid has already reached the mortal shedding realm," one gasped. "It took me nearly a year to break through to that realm," another chimed in, "and he's only been training for a few days." Standing in the background, Xiao Shi excitedly cheered her younger brother on. "You can do it, Xiao Yi. Beat him to a pulp." The young girl's shout immediately drew Tian He's attention. He pointed at Xiao Shi and asked Yin Sha, "Is that the immortal spirit body you were talking about?" Yin Sha gave a grave nod. "That's her. My divine eye technique couldn't possibly be mistaken." Upon hearing the confirmation, a sinister smile spread across Tian He's face. "Excellent. Once I seize that girl's immortal spirit body, I'll finally have a chance to ascend to the great emperor realm." Tian He spoke without the slightest hesitation, and his blatant words left the young girl wide-eyed with terror. Without warning, Xiao Yi's bronze slip was thrust directly at his head. Tian He immediately sidestepped, reaching out his hand in an attempt to snatch the weapon. The fact that this man dared to target his older sister erased every ounce of fear from the young boy's mind. Now, he was fueled solely by an unyielding desire to fight and protect his kin. With a mere flick of his wrist, Tian He sent Xiao Yi stumbling back several paces. He roared in anger, "You little brat, you dare try and ambush me." Xiao Yi suddenly recalled Li Tianyuan's instructions. Always strike first. The moment your opponent lowers their guard, unleash everything you have. Keeping that in mind, the young boy channeled every last drop of his strength and launched a frenzied assault against Tian He. Nursing a rather painful sting, Tian He couldn't help but wonder, how bizarre. What exactly is the origin of that bronze slip in the kid's hand? Why does it pack such a punch? Capitalizing on the opening, Xiao Yi relentlessly rained down blows with his bronze slip. Only then did Tian He finally react. He immediately mobilized his energy to defend himself. Fast as lightning, Xiao Yi evaded the counterattack. He thought to himself, his movements seem a little sluggish. Realizing this advantage, he instantly lunged forward to press the attack. Observing from a rooftop, Sui Feng couldn't help but marvel inwardly, having to endure the young master's high-intensity onslaughts day in and day out, combined with the life and death resolve of the Eight Sorrows divine art. Xiao Yi's senses have evolved far beyond those of an ordinary person. Since young Master Tian He has suppressed his cultivation, there is no way he can land a hit on Xiao Yi. And indeed, right from the start, Tian He had been forced entirely onto the defensive, completely unable to land even a glancing blow on the young boy. Pushed to his limit, Tian He furiously roared, "You little bastard, why do you keep aiming for my right arm?" Offering no reply, Xiao Yi simply continued to relentlessly swing his bronze slip directly at Tian He's right arm. For he clearly remembered Li Tianyuan's explicit instructions, always aim for their injuries. The more you strike an existing wound, the more it will hurt. At the time, he had innocently asked, "But what if my opponent doesn't have an injury?" To which Li Tianyuan had simply replied, "If they don't have one, make one." Now, the young boy completely grasped the underlying intention of his master's words. That was exactly why he kept pummeling Tian He's right arm. Xiao Yi yelled, Take this. He then swung the bronze slip violently down upon his opponent's right arm once more. A painful grunt escaped Tian He's lips. Sweating profusely, he let out an agonizing cry. Capitalizing on this momentary lapse, Xiao Yi leaped into the air and brought down a devastating overhead strike. His target remained exactly the same, Tian He's right arm. The searing pain radiating from his arm forced Tian He to face a brutal reality. He was no match for Xiao Yi. Gritting his teeth, he thought to himself, at the same level of cultivation, could it be? Am I genuinely not his match? Seeing Tian He momentarily distracted, Xiao Yi instantly launched another vicious strike. Reeling from the agonizing blow, Tian He couldn't hold back his curses. Damn it, you little demon. Then, Tian He began to furiously circulate his cultivation base, drawing profound qi into his body and condensing a terrifying amount of power. An immense surge of power erupted outward, violently blasting Xiao Yi away. Zhou Tianci cried out in astonishment. The monarch realm, standing beside him, Ma Chengyan's jaw dropped. To think that young Master Tian He has already attained the monarch realm while barely in his 30s. Yi Ying speculated aloud. With such talent, he is virtually guaranteed to ascend to the great emperor realm in the future and shake the entire world. In our Zen Mu sect, perhaps only senior brother Shibu Fan from all those years ago could even hold a candle to him. Furious, Xiao Shi pointed at Tian He and screamed, "You're cheating." The disciples of the Zen Mu sect were equally outraged. Young Master Tian He, didn't you say you were going to suppress your cultivation? How can you just go back on your word like that? Exactly, you have no honor. Hearing the flurry of accusations, Tian He roared in rage. All of you shut your mouths. Refusing to back down, Xiao Shi continued to scream, "You cheating, shameless coward. You couldn't even beat Xiao Yi." The young girl's words completely pushed Tian He over the edge. He whirled around and cursed, "You damn little wretch." Seeing that he was about to lunge at Xiao Shi, Xiao Yi swiftly rushed forward and positioned himself protectively in front of her. The young boy's expression was currently a picture of absolute, unwavering resolve. Tian He cocked an eyebrow and sneered at him. "Oh, playing the protective little brother are we? Ha ha ha. Fine then, I'll refine her immortal spirit body right in front of your very eyes." With that, he surged with spiritual energy, lunging directly at Xiao Yi while roaring, "Get out of my way." The sheer might of a monarch realm cultivation forced Xiao Yi into a desperate struggle just to stand his ground. Once more, he recalled his master's words from their training sessions. "You are very weak. However, if you concentrate the entirety of your cultivation into a single point and let it violently erupt, it's not entirely impossible for you to withstand the attack of a true expert." Following his advice, Xiao Yi began to channel his qi, starting from the soles of his feet. Surges of spiritual energy began to emanate from him. The spiritual energy rapidly coursed through his small body, before aggressively funneling straight into his bronze slip. Every last ounce of his spiritual energy slowly, but surely converged at the very tip of the weapon. Xiao Yi squeezed his eyes shut, pouring all of his sheer will into consolidating that spiritual energy into a single, infinitesimal point. Sensing that it was ready, the young boy swung his bronze slip in a devastating strike directly at Tian He. The two monumental forces of spiritual energy clashed violently against one another. Tian He sneered, "Are you asking for death?" Both combatants poured every ounce of their remaining strength into their respective strikes. Sui Feng's eyes went wide with shock. The death resolve is allowing Xiao Yi to unleash power far beyond his physical limits. Combined with concentrating it all into a single point, he just might be able to create a breakthrough. At that precise moment, Xiao Yi's burst of spiritual energy began to gain the upper hand. It ruthlessly pierced right through Tian He's defenses. Unable to believe his own eyes, Tian He exclaimed in terror, "What?" No sooner had the word left his mouth than Tian He was blasted violently backward by Xiao Yi's surging spiritual energy. He roared in absolute fury, "How is this possible? How could I possibly let a snot-nosed brat in the mortal shedding realm humiliate me time and time again?" He then bellowed, "Go to hell." Tian He mobilized every last shred of his strength, determined to crush Xiao Yi once and for all. Regardless of technique, the insurmountable chasm between the monarch realm and the mortal shedding realm was simply too vast. Xiao Yi was swiftly overwhelmed. The young boy was violently blasted backward, while Tian He's hand, surging with lethal spiritual energy, continued hurtling mercilessly toward him. Dazed by the sheer force of the collision, Xiao Yi struggled to open his eyes, completely unaware of the lethal danger rapidly closing in. Suddenly, a mysterious wave of azure spiritual energy radiated outward, forming an impenetrable barrier directly in front of the boy. It was Li Tianyuan. He had stepped in to intercept the fatal blow meant for Xiao Yi. With nothing more than a gentle circulation of his primordial qi, he completely neutralized Tian He's ferocious assault. He then glanced down at Xiao Yi, his tone echoing that of a stern instructor. Memorize this feeling and get used to it. In the future, when facing opponents in a higher cultivation realm than you, you must never allow yourself to panic. Xiao Yi looked up and replied blankly, yes. Seeing him make a move, Tian He couldn't help but smirk. Well, I didn't expect you to actually have some skills. Even so, he remained incredibly arrogant, sneering disdainfully. But it's useless. Since you dared to humiliate me today, I will definitely slaughter your entire Zen Mu sect. I'll kill this brat first and then. He truly wouldn't shed a tear until he saw his coffin. Before he could even finish his sentence, Li Tianyuan unleashed a finishing blow. With just a gentle palm strike, Tian He was reduced to ashes. Li Tianyuan turned around and said coldly to Xiao Yi, there are some things you need to witness with your own eyes. Witnessing his father's terrifying power, Xiao Yi turned pale with fright. He was so shocked that he pursed his lips tightly, unable to utter a single word. After casually sending Tian He to the afterlife, Li Tianyuan realized that his goal of using the Xuan Yin sect to give Xiao Yi some combat experience had been fulfilled. With his hands clasped behind his back, he coldly declared to Zhu Shu Tian's group, all right, your usefulness has come to an end. These words were like a slap to his pride, infuriating Zhu Shu Tian to the point of madness. He gnashed his teeth and gritted out every word. You bastard! What sheer arrogance! Today, I will level your Zen Mu sect to the ground. Immediately after, he commanded, deploy the 10 generals heaven and earth absolute killing array. Instantly, 10 disciples charged forward from behind, each wielding a bronze mace, fiercely surrounding Li Tianyuan. A barrier with bizarre patterns suddenly erupted, exuding a terrifying pressure that trapped him in the center. This sudden scene made Zhou Tianxi and Ma Chengyan's heart skip a beat. Ma Chengyan was sweating profusely, his voice cracking. Fuck, the 10 generals heaven and earth absolute killing array. Who the hell could withstand this monstrous thing? Zhou Tianxi hastily cried out, trying to negotiate. Sect Master Zhu, let's talk this out. Before he could finish, Zhu Shu Tian roared like a wounded beast, his eyes bloodshot. My principle has always been an eye for an eye. You killed my disciple, so I will annihilate your entire sect. While Zhu Shu Tian was boiling with rage, on the opposite side, Li Tianyuan appeared completely indifferent, as if watching a rather mediocre play. Suddenly, an unexpected development caught Zhu Shu Tian's eye, causing his pupils to constrict in sheer shock. On the other side, Li Tianyuan had activated the 9 Netherworld Void. Instantly, a brilliant orb of spiritual energy condensed in his palm, shooting out crackling arcs of intimidating lightning. At the same time, the sky above suddenly churned with dark clouds. Gigantic purple lightning bolts intertwined, forming a sphere of electrical energy identical to the one in his hand, except its sheer size blanketed the entire sky, dyeing everything in an eerie purple hue. Immediately after, he combined it with the power of the heaven-piercing killing god, then decisively swung his hand, pushing the energy sphere forward. Countless lightning bolts crashed down like a torrential waterfall. Agonized screams echoed in chaos. The disciples hastily channeled all their spiritual energy to form protective shields, desperately holding on for dear life with every passing second. Before long, the terrifying pressure from the lightning strikes exceeded their limits of endurance. One by one, they began to spurt fresh blood and collapse. The emanating aura grew increasingly ferocious, leaving the remaining disciples completely paralyzed. Their jaws dropped in awe at the unimaginable sight. After wiping out the 10 core disciples of the array, he shifted his attack toward the rest of the enemies. A bolt of lightning carrying apocalyptic destructive power slammed straight into the Xuan Yin sect's formation. Zhu Shu Tian watched in horror as his people were swallowed by the violent tornado of energy. His usually composed face was now completely distorted by panic. Li Tianyuan simply gave a light wave of his hand, and the surge of power instantly transformed into a translucent blue ribbon, as beautiful as a celestial stream. All the disciples of the Xuan Yin sect were swept away into that terrifying current of energy. It swept through like a massive blade of sword qi, tearing every single body apart. Li Tianyuan coldly observed the blue ribbon turning darker in color, entirely engulfing those who lacked the strength to resist. The Zen Mu sect disciples watching were scared out of their wits. They stood rooted to the spot, their mouths open wide enough to fit an egg, stammering, holy shit. The Xuan Yin sect just got wiped out in the blink of an eye. Not only the disciples, but even Ma Cheng Yan was utterly astounded. He trembled violently at the sight of such destruction, something he wouldn't have dared to imagine even if paid to. Unable to suppress his terror, he blurted out, "Good Lord, don't tell me this is the masterpiece of that guy Li Tianyuan alone." Yi Ying looked at Li Tianyuan's back, unable to help but acknowledge an unbelievable truth in his heart. The threat from the Xuan Yin sect. Was it really resolved just like that? Every single Xuan Yin sect disciple had perished. Only Zhu Shu Tian, thanks to his profound cultivation base, managed to cling to his last breath, albeit severely injured. He struggled to prop himself up on his hands, then with a coughed up a large pool of blood. He staggered to his feet, pointed a finger at him, and screamed the most vulgar curses. "You son of a bitch! You fucking bastard!" He merely raised an eyebrow, his tone nonchalant. "Well, you're as stubborn as a starving leech. You haven't kicked the bucket yet." Zhu Shu Tian, his blood-stained face looking like a ferocious demon, gnashed his teeth. "You dared to destroy the legacy of the Xuan Yin sect. I swear I won't let you live in peace." With that said, he suddenly raised his voice, performing an ancient ritual. "Today, I, the 56th generation sect master of the Xuan Yin sect, beseech the Xuan Yin patriarch to descend and annihilate our enemy." His two fingers tightly pinched a golden talisman, looking as though he was trying to summon help from the netherworld. And indeed, it was so. The moment his words fell, the talisman in his hand turned to ashes, from which a blazing golden tornado formed right in front of him. Inside the tornado, a human silhouette gradually became clear. Zhu Shu Tian was thrilled to the extreme, proudly introducing, "The one about to appear is the most powerful patriarch of our Xuan Yin sect." Upon finishing his sentence, he burst into maniacal laughter. Zhu Shu Tian cackled wildly as he declared, "My patriarch has arrived. You are all dead meat." Then he lowered his voice with a crazed look in his eyes. "I want all of you to be buried alongside the Xuan Yin sect." These words caused the Zen Mu sect disciples to murmur in panic, fear rapidly spreading through the air. The golden halo slowly dissipated, revealing a clone of a white-haired old man, his face exuding an indescribable majestic aura. But there was something incredibly grotesque. The old man's eyes were completely hollow, devoid of pupils. His head began to tilt gradually to one side, and behind his back there seemed to be another dark shadow standing. In less than a minute, his head detached from his neck, rolling like a watermelon towards Zhu Shu Tian's feet. He stood frozen, his eyes wide open. Holy shit, he just made a badass entrance like a final boss, and before he could even utter a single epic line, he bit the dust. The author really has a grudge against the Xuan Yin sect's patriarch. Witnessing this absurd pantomime, everyone was dumbfounded, blurting out, what the hell is going on?" Meng Yu appeared with a deadpan demeanor. He casually kicked the headless corpse of the Xuan Yin patriarch aside and declared, "All three patriarchs of the Xuan Yin sect have been hanged. From today onwards, the name Xuan Yin sect is erased from existence." After speaking, he even smugly smirked to himself, thoroughly pleased that he finally had the chance to show off his skills in front of everyone. However, instead of receiving praise, he caught a direct sarcastic remark from Sui Feng, "Cheap show-off." Zhu Shu Tian was so furious that his whole body convulsed, stammering incoherently, You. Then Ming Yu clasped his hands behind his back, turned to Li Tianyuan and reported, "Young master, the mission is complete. The remnants of the Xuan Yin sect have been wiped clean." Seemingly unable to bear another shock, Zhu Shu Tian coughed up another mouthful of blood full of resentment. He wheezed in a voice brimming with hatred, "Destroying the Xuan Yin sect means you have provoked the entire Sun Rising Empire. The great factions backing us will never let you off." Before his words were fully finished, he collapsed to the ground and breathed his last. At this moment, he patted Xiao Yi's shoulder, who was still looking completely bewildered. "Calm down, take your time getting used to it. You'll probably be seeing bloody scenes like this quite often in the future." Xiao Yi looked around, innocently asking Sui Feng, I didn't see anything. What happened, Uncle Sui Feng?" Yi Ying, still in a state of shock, exclaimed, "So, is it over just like that?" Li Tian Yuan replied with a tone full of underlying meaning. Over. No, the real good show is only just beginning. Right at that moment, a white-haired old man riding the clouds hurriedly flew over from afar. It was none other than the Supreme Elder. As soon as he gently landed, the elders and disciples of the Zen Mu sect immediately clasped their hands respectfully. Supreme Elder, the Xuan Yin sect has been. Before Yi Ying could even finish his report, the Supreme Elder interrupted. It seems the threat from the Xuan Yin sect has been dealt with smoothly. Out of nowhere, Li Tian Yuan called out his name, Si-Tu Lang. Hearing his name called, the Supreme Elder turned his head in astonishment. Then he clasped his hands and bowed with profound respect. Thank you, sir, for stepping in to relieve the Zen Mu sect siege. He did not reply to the greeting but cut straight to the chase. Where is the item? The Supreme Elder raised his head and replied, I've brought it here. With that said, he took out a pure white jade pendant. Just as he reached out to take it, the Elder immediately launched into a tirade. Sir, you have no idea. To obtain this item, this old man had to scale mountains and ford streams, braving countless dangers. It was only through sheer iron will that I finally managed to bring it back. Will you really not reconsider taking me as your disciple? Standing not far away, Yi Ying silently observed the bizarre conversation between the two. The Supreme Elder still hadn't given up, shamelessly pleading, Sir, please just consider it. Li Tian Yuan completely ignored him. Holding up the jade pendant, his sharp gaze fixed onto Zhou Tianxi as he asked, Isn't this the very thing you've been so desperate to get? Yi Ying jolted and turned to look at Zhou Tianxi, blurting out, Zhou Tianxi. Instantly, the scrutinizing gazes of all the Zen Mu sect disciples locked onto him. He snapped loudly to mask his fluster. What the hell kind of nonsense are you spouting? Li Tian Yuan showed no mercy, bluntly exposing him. What should I call you properly? The sect master of the Zen Mu sect, or Kaian Gui of the 100 Demons Horde? Li Tian Yuan stared intently at Zhou Tianxi, his tone full of sarcasm. You are the spy planted in the Zen Mu sect by the 100 Demons Horde, aren't you? His words were like a bucket of cold water dumped straight onto his face. Zhou Tianxi clenched his teeth tight, furious but not daring to utter half a word in rebuttal. Seeing him remain as mute as a clam, he dealt another critical blow. Back then, the crippling of Shibu Fan's meridians was also your masterpiece, wasn't it? Hearing this, the Zen Mu sect disciples simultaneously gasped in shock. Zhou Tianxi's face turned ashen as he bellowed, Don't you dare slander me. Then he loudly argued back, You even call me a spy. I am the sect master of the Zen Mu sect. Every major decision here is dictated by my own hands. Have you ever seen a spy rise to such a position? His words sounded somewhat reasonable. The disciples began to harbor doubts. One person spoke up, That's right, is this a joke? Another chimed in, Who's ever seen the sect master of a sect acting as an inside mole for another organization? A third added, Could it be that because he destroyed the Xuan Yin sect, he now wants to claim credit and seize the throne? Yi Ying raised his voice in warning. Li Tian Yuan, whatever you say, you must have evidence. He said that, but in his heart, he didn't like Zhou Tianxi either. He thought to himself that even though he bitterly despised this guy Zhou Tianxi, he didn't take pleasure in seeing the old man humiliated. However, this accusation was truly too baseless. Li Tian Yuan calmly replied with one word, evidence. A clear voice suddenly rang out, The evidence is right here. This statement left the group of disciples stunned once again. Before them, Xian Han and Shiyu Nuan were walking over with unhurried steps. Shiyu Nuan explained articulately, Just now, taking advantage of everyone being gathered here, I sneaked into Zhou Tianxi's room and found the badge and decree of the 100 demons. Looking at the two items in the girl's hands, the disciples were utterly shocked, exclaiming in unison, What? At this point, Zhou Tianxi began to break out in a cold sweat. He panicked inwardly, Damn it, I used a secret technique to conceal them. Aside from members of the 100 Demons Horde, how could anyone else possibly discover them? As if reading Zhou Tianxi's mind, Li Tian Yuan spoke up to answer his silent question. That's right, how could a concealment secret technique possibly be unraveled? Pausing for a beat, he continued, It's just a pity that I happen to be able to unravel it. Xian Han stepped forward, confidently finishing the thought. Even more unfortunately, he taught me the method to undo it. Li Tian Yuan quietly gave her a thumbs up. At this point, Yi Ying could no longer defend him, so he turned and asked Zhou Tianxi, Shouldn't you explain yourself a bit? Can't you even say a simple, "I'm innocent"? With the evidence clear as day, there was no way to deny it even if he wanted to. Zhou Tianci casually admitted it, coldly harumphing. What's the point of wasting more words on you people? Saying that, he lunged straight towards Shi Yunuan, roaring, "Give that to me." Instantly, Shi Bufan made a move, blocking Zhou Tianci's path of attack. The two men clashed, sparking a fierce battle. Zhou Tianci launched a vicious palm strike at Shi Bufan's back. He stomped one foot heavily on the ground to gather momentum. With his other leg, he unleashed a lightning-fast kick towards Zhou Tianci. The man immediately blocked the strike with his arm, simultaneously counterattacking with another palm. The two surges of power collided, creating a highly dramatic scene. Zhou Tianci exclaimed his name in shock, Shi Bufan. At this moment, Shi Bufan's eyes were filled with fury and hatred. He gritted his teeth and said, "It really was you." He explained further, "This distinct inner chi, along with that move just now. I have carved them into my bones and etched them into my heart all these years." Yi Ying recognized him and cheered joyfully, "Senior brother Bufan." Zhou Tianci gnashed his teeth, "You've recovered your cultivation. I really should have been a bit more ruthless back then." The truth was exposed. Zia Junyi couldn't contain her anger. She drew her sword, pointed it straight at his face, and snarled, "Zhou Tianci." When the tip of the blade was only a hand's breadth from his face, Zhou Tianci clamped it tightly between two fingers. His entire body flared up with a blinding golden inner chi. And then he easily defeated Zia Junyi. Struck by his palm, she was forcefully knocked back quite a distance. Just then, a sturdy arm reached out to catch her. Zia Junyi looked at Shi Bufan with joy. He said to her gently, "Junyi, step back. Let me handle this guy." Zia Junyi gazed up at her incredibly badass husband. Her cheeks flushed pink. The two of them acted like lovers reunited after a long time, embracing so affectionately that it gave others goosebumps. Shi Yunuan couldn't help but speak up, "Dad, Mom, do you realize what time it is? Can you stop being so cheesy?" After that, Shi Bufan loudly declared, "Zhou Tianci, the grudge between us should end here." As soon as his words fell, he dashed toward Zhou Tianci as fast as lightning. Just as the two were locked in fierce combat, the Supreme Elder intended to jump in and assist. Unexpectedly, Li Tianyuan stepped right in front of him, making the old man gasp in surprise, "Sir." Li Tianyuan reminded him, "Just let him resolve it himself." The Supreme Elder asked back in confusion, "But Shi Bufan has only just recovered his cultivation, while Zhou Tianci has had over 20 years of uninterrupted training. This." Li Tianyuan impatiently cut him off, "HMPH, just stay quiet and watch." Zhou Tianci, recalling the years of his youth, spoke with indignation, "Shi Bufan, ever since I joined the Zen Mu sect, you've overshadowed me everywhere I went. In everyone's eyes, I could never match up to you." Yi Ying, who was minding his own business, was also dragged into the fray. Zhou Tianci suddenly asked Shi Bufan, "Do you know why that guy Yi Ying has always opposed me?" At this point, he shouted aggrievedly, "Isn't it because he believes I stole your position as sect master?" Zhou Tianci yelled as he fought, as if wanting to vent all his pent-up grievances. "But did you know? I was always hiding my true strength. I was always stronger than you. From the day I managed to destroy your meridians, you should have known that." Hearing this, Shi Bufan coldly scoffed in response. It was nothing more than relying on dirty, underhanded tricks. Finishing his sentence, he channeled his energy and launched an extremely powerful palm strike at Zhou Tianci. A dull, echoed out. At this moment, he clasped his palms together. Then he soared high into the air, raised his hands toward the sky, and shouted, "Your inner demons are too heavy. You also deserve a good scolding from my son-in-law." With that said, he struck both hands straight forward. A majestic surge of inner force blasted directly at Zhou Tianci. It seemed that Shi Bufan's inner force was vastly superior to Zhou Tianci's. His golden surge of power was gradually overwhelming and engulfing Zhou Tianci's feeble purple aura. Not long after, an earth-shattering explosion rang out. Shi Bufan continued to execute the myriad heavens falling rain technique, its power radiating as brilliantly as a blazing fire. Rendering Zhou Tianci unable to defend, he coughed up blood and was blasted backward. He crashed onto the ground, unable to believe his eyes, and asked Shi Bufan, "I don't know how your meridians recovered, but how could your cultivation progress at such a terrifying speed?" Shi Bufan snorted coldly, explaining, For this, I have to thank my excellent son-in-law." Hearing this, Zhou Tianxi glanced over at Li Tianyuan, finally realizing the truth. "It seems that rank 5 immortal pill of his was prepared for you." He dejectedly lowered his head, accepting reality. "Well played. It turns out everything was within his calculations." At this moment Shibu Fan approached, his voice deepening. "Zhou Tianxi, pay for your sins." Suddenly, the man burst into loud laughter. "Did you think our 100 demons horde was that easy to bully?" Then he pulled a small flute from his sleeve. Before bringing the flute to his lips, he looked at everyone with mocking eyes. "I originally intended to leave the Xin Mu sect a way out, seeing as I've invested so much effort here. But now, as soon as I blow this flute, the great army of the 100 demons horde will swarm in. When that happens, not a single one of you will escape." His words made Yi Ying exclaim in horror, "The great army of the 100 demons horde." Ma Chengyan, standing nearby, was equally terrified. "We're dead. There's no way we can withstand the 100 demons horde." Just as Shibu Fan was about to intervene and stop him, a voice rang out, "Stop." Zhou Tianxi began to blow the flute. The disciples cried out in fear, "This is bad." The Supreme Elder's expression also changed. Only Li Tianyuan remained as steady as a mountain, closing his eyes to rest his spirit as if nothing happening around him had anything to do with him. After finishing his tune, he threw his head back and laughed uproariously at the sky. But his laughter aggravated his injuries, causing him to cough violently. 1 minute passed, then 2 minutes. A long while later, the surroundings remained eerily quiet. A surge of doubt rose in his heart. Strange, why haven't they arrived yet? At the same time, in a certain forest, the starving ghost and the gluttonous ghost had heard the command from the flute. The starving ghost, while gnawing on a massive chicken leg, chuckled and said to the gluttonous ghost, "He's calling us." The gluttonous ghost kept his head down, muttering, "Ignore him, we're not going anywhere." After a long time with no one showing up, Shibu Fan asked sarcastically, "Zhou Tianxi, where is the grand army of the 100 ghosts you spoke of?" He didn't even know it himself, so how could he answer this question? Seeing his silence, Shibu Fan had his answer. He continued to mock, "It seems the 100 ghosts don't think much of you either." Zhou Tianxi lowered his head and scoffed coldly. He suddenly spoke up, "You know what? Becoming the sect master allows one to learn many secrets, such as how to mobilize the divine artifact of the Xin Mu sect." Hearing this, Shibu Fan asked curiously, "The divine artifact of the Xin Mu sect?" Zhou Tianxi struggled to stand up and continued, "The sect master of the Xin Mu sect is the sole person who can use this divine artifact." With that said, he immediately clasped his hands and began circulating his energy to summon the divine artifact. Shortly after, a surge of purple inner energy enveloped his body. A gun gradually materialized in his hands. Zhou Tianxi gripped the gun tightly, raised it straight ahead, and aimed the barrel at Shibu Fan. The Supreme Elder saw the gun clearly and acknowledged, "It truly is the divine artifact of our Xin Mu sect." Gun in hand, Zhou Tianxi mocked the crowd with utmost confidence. "Did you think I was just playing around as the sect master all these years? Since I dared to step forward today, I naturally came fully prepared. Did you really think I pinned all my hopes on the 100 ghosts?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Tianxi pulled the trigger. A massive surge of power shot out from the divine artifact straight toward Shibu Fan. He quickly dodged to the left, narrowly avoiding the attack. The spot where the power hit exploded, leaving behind a deep crater. Witnessing the scene, Shibu Fan couldn't help but be astonished, exclaiming, "It truly lives up to its name as a divine artifact. Its power is terrifying." Zhou Tianxi snorted coldly. "So what if the 100 ghosts didn't show up? With the Xin Mu sect's divine artifact in my hands, I can establish my own sect from today onward." He then pointed the gun at the disciples and said, "I will give you all one chance. Submit to me, join me in founding a new sect, and everything will remain as it was." Pausing for a moment, he added with a threatening tone, "Otherwise, there is only one path, death." A disciple muttered in fear, "This." Ma Chengyan spoke up, his voice full of worry. "The power of the divine artifact is too great. I'm afraid we won't be able to withstand it." Seeing the crowd's silence, he smirked and sneered, "No answer. Then let me make an example out of someone to show you the might of the divine artifact." Saying that, Zhou Tianxi turned and aimed the gun at Li Tianyuan, shouting loudly, "Li Tianyuan, everything today was caused by you alone. Originally, if the Xin Mu sect had just obediently handed over its resources, I would still be the sect master, smoothly hindering the sect's development and completing the mission entrusted by the 100 ghosts. So this is why the sect has been declining these past few years. Yi Ying cursed angrily. You bastard! It really is because of this guy that the Xin Mu sect has been withering day by day. Zhou Tianci declared confidently. Li Tian Yuan, today I will show you what realm my true cultivation base has reached. Even if you can obliterate the Xuan Yin sect with a single strike, I am not the least bit afraid. Li Tian Yuan merely smirked lightly in disdain. At this moment, Shibu Fan jumped out to block in front of him, advising, Son-in-law, it's too dangerous. Step back for now. Confronting a divine artifact is no joking matter. Shibu Fan affirmed, even a great emperor might not necessarily be able to withstand the power of a divine artifact. Ming Yu angrily cracked his knuckles and shouted, Damn it, let me handle this guy for the hall master. Unexpectedly, Li Tian Yuan stepped forward and gently patted Shibu Fan's shoulder. Then, he stood facing Zhou Tianci, smiling faintly. Since he called me out by name, I suppose I should stretch my muscles a bit. Seeing he lost his chance to show off, Ming Yu let out a long sigh, thinking to himself, It seems the hall master intends to act personally. There goes another chance to shine in front of the crowd. The Supreme Elder also spoke up to dissuade him. Sir, even if you are a peerless genius, facing a divine artifact might still be beyond your capabilities. The old man was so furious that his veins popped out. He glared at Zhou Tianci, then said softly to him, You have saved the Xin Mu sect many times. This traitor should be dealt with by the Supreme Elder of the Xin Mu sect. Even if I have to risk this old life, I must protect the purity of the Xin Mu sect. As the old man was about to step forward, Ming Yu held his shoulder back. He advised loudly, Old man, don't bother my young master. It's just a measly divine artifact. It's not like we've never seen one before. Only then did the Supreme Elder turn to look at Ming Yu with a perplexed gaze, speaking up. Young man, you. Suddenly, he felt a strange change within his body. Yet he couldn't budge an inch. He was completely immobilized. He looked at Ming Yu, a terrifying thought flashing through his mind. Could this young man's cultivation be even higher than mine? Very quickly, Li Tian Yuan approached Zhou Tianci. He pointed the gun at him and said, To dare face a divine artifact, your courage is commendable. But before you die, I have one question. When did you discover my identity? This was something he had been wondering ever since he was exposed by him. He answered straightforwardly, From the first time you made a move to stop Xia Junye. Recalling that moment, he had noticed a very faint trace of demonic power hidden within his cultivation technique. Zhou Tianci couldn't believe it and asked loudly, How could you possibly recognize it? He gritted his teeth and said, An ordinary person could never sense that demonic power, let alone break the restriction I set up. As if suddenly remembering something, his eyes flashed. Zhou Tianci pointed a finger at him, stammering, Could it be? You are also. Li Tian Yuan leaped into the air, challenging, Take a guess. Then he gently launched a palm strike, defeating him. Zhou Tianci cursed, Damn it. He aimed the gun at him and yelled, Li Tian Yuan, today I will use the power of the divine artifact in my hands to obliterate you. The moment the gun fired, he gracefully dodged it. The spot where the energy bullet hit erupted with an earth-shattering explosion. Shibu Fan put a hand to his forehead and gritted his teeth, saying, It's over. Seeing the area where Li Tian Yuan stood covered in white smoke, Xiao Yi called out in fear, Father. Despite her intense worry, Shi Yanhan still tried to reassure the boy. It's all right, dear. Zhou Tianci laughed heartily, letting out a cold snort full of disdain. It doesn't matter what your identity is in the end. You're just another dead soul under the barrel of my divine artifact. But contrary to his expectations, as the dust and smoke cleared, Li Tian Yuan remained standing there tall and unyielding, completely unharmed. He drew a sword. He stood proudly, his cold eyes looking at Zhou Tianci as if looking at a dead man. Shibu Fan stared at the weapon in Li Tian Yuan's hand, exclaiming in shock, Could that be an immortal artifact? Both Xia Junye and Yi Ying's eyes widened as they cried out in unison, An immortal artifact. Shibu Fan said seriously, This is the only thing that can rival a divine artifact. According to his knowledge, a divine artifact was born from heaven, while an immortal artifact was forged by mortals. Unlike a divine artifact, an immortal artifact matured by being bathed in the blood of experts and absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Initially, it might just be an ordinary object, but through the slaughter of countless masters, it would continuously evolve, ultimately becoming an immortal artifact. The Supreme Elder spoke up. Just like immortal pills are divided from rank 1 to rank 9, immortal artifacts are also classified from the 1st grade to the 9th grade. Although I cannot discern the grade of the immortal artifact in his hand, I can be certain that to possess such an imposing aura, this immortal artifact has slaughtered no less than 10,000 experts. Looking at Ming Yu's hand still resting on his shoulder, the old man cursed inwardly. How long is this brat going to keep pinning my shoulder down? Shi Yu Nuan cheered excitedly. It looks like we have hope. Shibu Fan wondered curiously. Just who exactly is my son-in-law? Casually repairing my meridians, carrying an immortal artifact with him, and possessing unfathomable cultivation. Such a figure could never be a nameless nobody. He must definitely be a regional overlord. At this moment, Li Tianyuan and Zhou Tianxi were engaged in non-stop combat. Li Tianyuan swung the immortal artifact in a horizontal slash, radiating a terrifying surge of power. Following that, he gracefully glided closer to Zhou Tianxi. Then he chopped downwards. Zhou Tianxi defended while exclaiming loudly, "An immortal artifact! I never expected you to have so many hidden cards." Suddenly he thought of something. Wait a minute. And then he directly asked the question lingering in his mind. Could it be that the leveling of Mount Qingyun was your doing? Li Tianyuan looked at him and smirked. Zhou Tianxi asked in fear, "Who on earth are you?" He kicked him far away and said, "Why should I tell a dying man?" With that said, he unleashed Sword Qi. The weapon in his hand seemed to triple, creating dazzling illusions that made one dizzy. Li Tianyuan decisively channeled his full palm force toward Zhou Tianxi. He tried to mobilize all his true qi to defend himself, but the effort appeared pathetically weak. A loud explosion echoed, and Zhou Tianxi was blasted away. Li Tianyuan seized the opportunity, bringing his sword down toward his head. Just as he was about to slash down, the Supreme Elder hastily stopped him. "Sir, do not destroy the divine artifact. Otherwise, the Xin Mu sect will be destroyed along with it." Hearing this, he twisted the immortal artifact, causing streams of true qi to swirl around it. As he flicked the immortal artifact upwards, the twin divine artifact guns in Zhou Tianxi's hands were swept up by the current of true qi, flying up and spinning in the air. The divine artifacts left his hands just like that. Zhou Tianxi sat slumped on the ground, coughing up a large mouthful of blood, appearing severely injured. Finally, he had to accept his fate. Zhou Tianxi lowered his head and said, "It seems the mandate of heaven is on your side." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "After all, I am merely a clone of Qian Gui. From the moment I was planted in the Xin Mu sect, my destiny was already sealed as a disposable pawn." He coldly retorted, "Why are you telling me this nonsense? I don't have time to listen to your whining. Everyone has their own past. In the end, it's just the winner becoming king and the loser becoming the bandit." With that, he turned his head and said to Shibu Fan, "I leave the rest to you." Zhou Tianxi stubbornly finished his words, as if wanting to vent his entire soul. "But I've tried for so long, I refuse to accept this. I worked so hard to reach where I am today, but everything was ruined by you. I don't want to be someone else's pawn anymore. I want to control my own destiny." After that, he looked up at the sky and roared, his entire body radiating a powerful surge of spiritual energy. Xia Junyi said worriedly, "I didn't expect him to still have such spiritual energy." Despite everyone's panic, Li Tianyuan remained calm, as if nothing could ever trouble him. Zhou Tianxi frantically channeled his spiritual energy, roaring, "No one can kill me." Saying so, he laughed like a madman, the purple spiritual energy around him growing increasingly dense. He stubbornly said, "Except myself." At the same time, in a deep cavern, pink motes of light floated out from within. Inside the cave, an old man sat alone. Leaning on his cane, he spoke, "My clone in the Xin Mu sect is dead." Indeed, he was the Qian Gui of the 100 Ghosts. A masked demon of the 100 Ghosts approached and asked, "Do you know who did it?" He lowered his head and answered sorrowfully, "These clones are like my children. I can sense their life and death, but I cannot control anything beyond that." Pausing briefly, he said, "I have to retrieve the 100 Ghosts' decree that belonged to him before I can know everything he went through." The masked demon said nonchalantly. That's easy. The gluttonous ghost and the starving ghost are near the Zin Mu sect looking for the Chi Tian jade. Just tell them to bring it back while they're at it. He speculated. Perhaps they even know something about your clone's death. At this moment, an orb emitting a blue light began to show strange signs. The masked demon exclaimed in shock, Lord Ghost God. That orb or Lord Ghost God kept repeating a single name, Chi Tian Yu, Chi Tian Yu, Chi Tian Yu. Saying so, the orb vibrated incessantly. The masked demon spoke up, Kyan Gui, that's a good item. Suddenly, Kyan Gui turned and barked at him. Do not be disrespectful to Lord Ghost God. He said coldly, Lord Ghost God is an existence far greater than you, Li Gui, and even the Ghost King. He is a deity transcending this world. Did you hear the command of Lord Ghost God? Bring the Chi Tian jade back here at once. The demon quickly replied, understood. With that he left the cave. Left alone, Kyan Gui muttered, why are there 2 suns in the sky? Why are there 3 moons? What exactly is a divine artifact? What is the meaning of my existence? All the answers. Only Lord Ghost God can tell me. He promised to himself, I will definitely help you find the Chi Tian jade. At this moment, resting in the palm of Li Tian Yuan's hand, was none other than the Chi Tian jade. Sui Feng looked at Li Tian Yuan curiously and asked, Young master, is this the item you said could help you recover? Li Tian Yuan looked down at the Chi Tian jade in his hand and nodded. Yes. Then he crushed it. Witnessing this baffling scene, Sui Feng could not hide his astonishment. Young master, what kind of trick are you playing? Li Tian Yuan paid him no mind, immersing himself entirely into his cultivation process. He murmured to himself, could it be that this piece of Chi Tian jade is meant to be used in such an unorthodox way? Li Tian Yuan offered an explanation. This jade pendant was never unique to begin with. Previously, my meridians were shattered, and it was thanks to it that they were reconstructed. I suspect there is some strange connection between it and me. Childhood memories flooded back. He still vividly remembered the image of his mother handing him the jade with the instruction, Zio Tian, I hope this item will always protect you. Sui Feng looked slightly concerned and asked, then have the young master's injuries fully healed? Your subordinate can still sense that your aura is somewhat turbulent. He looked down at his hand and replied, to be honest, I'm not entirely sure myself. Aside from the surging blood and qi when my breakthrough failed, I don't feel anything wrong with my body. However, this state doesn't feel like I've attained the Tao and become an immortal either. Suddenly, Ming Yu appeared with his annoying, arrogant swagger and spoke in an enlightened tone. So that's how it is. The hall master personally taking action a few times was merely to give himself a health checkup. Huh. Li Tian Yuan half closed his eyes and gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. Seeing he guessed right on the mark, Ming Yu pushed further. Hall master, do you think you might have accidentally stepped into a completely new realm? Something like a half-immortal or ascendant immortal perhaps? Sui Feng also chimed in. That possibility is not out of the question. Suddenly, Shi Yu Nuan's frantic cries echoed from outside the door. Brother-in-law, something bad has happened. She burst through the door, panting. Brother-in-law, the envoy from Rai Sheng Kingdom has come right to our doorstep to interrogate us about the Xuan Yin sect incident. Taking a breath, she continued. Not only that, the crown prince of Dong Sui Kingdom is also on his way up the mountain. Li Tian Yuan's expression remained unruffled and he replied curtly, they're here, then let's go out and receive them. His indifferent attitude made Shi Yu Nuan clutch her head in frustration. What do we do now? We're doomed. Shi Yanhan hurriedly advised. Tian Yuan, this matter originated from the Zin Mu sect, how about you? Before she could finish her sentence, he stood up and cut her off. Leave it to me. Saying so, Li Tian Yuan led the group and strode outside. Just then, Shi Yu Nuan turned her head back, her mind a jumbled mess of questions. She immediately ran back into the room, peering around to see if anyone else had just been here. Seeing no one, she turned on her heel and followed the crowd, completely unaware that Sui Feng was hiding right on the ceiling beams. If she had just looked up a little, she would have spotted him. Outside the mountain gates of the Zin Mu sect, a massive crowd had gathered. Shi Bu Fan led the disciples of the Zin Mu sect out to welcome them, shouting in unison, "Respectful greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Unexpectedly, the envoy from Rai Sheng Kingdom stormed over, pointing directly at Shi Bu Fan's face and growling, "Tell me, what kind of tricks did you play on the Xuan Yin sect?" He threw a tantrum like a market shrew. They came to your Zen Mu sect to attend the conference, so why did they leave and never return? Not only that, the entire Xuan Yin sect is now a complete mess with not a single survivor left. A burly man beside him pointed at him and introduced, "This is the envoy from Rai Sheng Kingdom." At this, the envoy grew even more furious, roaring, "Answer me at once. What did you do to the Xuan Yin sect?" From behind, Li Tianyuan strolled forward leisurely, his voice as light as a breeze. "Just as you said, not a single survivor left." The envoy scowled at him and barked, "What kind of small fry are you?" Zia Junyi quickly interjected to introduce him. "He is the head disciple of the Zen Mu sect." Hearing this, he turned and gave a sharp glare that sent shivers down Zia Junyi's spine. This meddlesome woman, if it weren't for her status as my mother-in-law, I would have wiped her out of existence long ago. This introduction made the envoy even more contemptuous. A lowly disciple dares to interrupt the affairs of his superiors. He then turned around, cupped his fists toward the crown prince and reported, "Your Highness, please grant me the order to eradicate this Zen Mu sect." Hearing this, all the members of the Zen Mu sect turned pale with terror. Only then did the crown prince speak up. "Envoy of Rai Sheng, the truth of the matter has yet to come to light. Is your approach not a bit too hasty?" Being reprimanded right in front of the public eye, the envoy was so furious his face turned purple. He lifted his chin and asked, "It seems your Highness intends to shield the Zen Mu sect." With that, he turned away, muttering to himself, "Fine, I suppose I have to give face to Dong Sui Kingdom this once." He then pulled out a scroll, declaring loudly, "But the Xuan Yin sect is a crucial sect of Rai Sheng Kingdom. If we do not eradicate the Zen Mu sect, then sign this treaty." Two subordinates immediately unrolled the lengthy treaty, and the envoy began to read clearly. All the resources that the Xuan Yin sect had to pay in tribute annually will henceforth be borne by your Zen Mu sect. Looking at the document, Yi Ying's jaw dropped, nearly hitting the floor. He was deeply shocked. This much. Even if we emptied out the entire Zen Mu sect, I'm afraid it wouldn't be enough to cover that amount of resources. Then, the envoy of Rai Sheng Kingdom knelt on one knee before the palanquin and reported, "Your Highness the Crown Prince surely wouldn't want to incite hostilities between our two nations, right? After all, my kingdom's Xuan Yin sect vanished on Dong Sui Kingdom's territory. Alternatively, it is perfectly fine for Dong Sui Kingdom to step up and sign on behalf of the Zen Mu sect." He continued brazenly, "Regardless of who signs this treaty, I can smoothly return and report to Rai Sheng Kingdom that our two nations remain good neighbors, coexisting in harmony." Hearing this, the blonde-haired man in the palanquin smirked slightly. "What did you say?" Li Tianyuan stepped forward slowly and took the treaty. His action scared the living daylights out of Yi Ying, who yelled, "Hey, why did you accept it?" The envoy of Rai Sheng Kingdom looked at Yi Ying out of the corner of his eye and sneered. The ancients had a good saying, "A wise man submits to his circumstances." With that, he patted his shoulder, praising him profusely. "Young man, you truly live up to your title as the #1 disciple. Your enlightenment is very high." The envoy of the Rai Sheng nation pointed at the standing elders, putting on a superior air. "Why haven't you prepared the banquet yet? Are you going to make an esteemed envoy like me stand here forever? Bring the pastries here at once." He was so busy throwing his weight around that he failed to notice Li Tianyuan's face had turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He crushed the piece of paper in his hand. Then he called out, "Hey!" The Rai Sheng nation envoy turned to look at him, a look of bewilderment on his face. Without another word, Li Tianyuan shoved the crumpled wad of paper straight into the envoy's mouth, his voice freezing cold. "Is this special dessert to your liking?" Pinned down tightly by him, the old man couldn't spit it out. He felt incredibly suffocated, his face gradually turning purple as cold sweat poured down like rain. After a while, he finally let go and asked, "Is it delicious?" By then, the envoy had collapsed to the ground, coughing violently, unable to utter a single word. Once he regained his voice, he immediately roared, ordering his subordinates, "Cough, cough, capture him for me." Instantly, his lackeys drew their swords and charged at him in unison. Li Tianyuan merely used his hand lightly to subdue all 3 sword blades. Then he gave his wrist a slight twist. The swords were instantly bent out of shape, and the lackeys were sent flying far away, looking as if they had sustained rather severe injuries. Having dealt with the small fries, Li Tianyuan slowly advanced toward the envoy. The man was so terrified that he kept backing away. By now all the color had drained from his face. He could only shout empty threats. Don't do anything rash. I represent the Rai Sheng nation. If you touch me, it means war between our two nations. After saying that, he turned to the blond man and ordered, General Fang, protect me. If anything happens to me, all of you will die. Upon hearing this, General Fang immediately shouted present and lunged to attack Li Tianyuan. He threw a palm strike straight at his chest, but Li Tianyuan remained as steady as a boulder, just coldly watching him flail about like a clown. On the contrary, General Fang was pushed back several meters by an invisible force. He exclaimed in mock terror, "Oh my, he's too strong." As he was thrown back, he accidentally stomped heavily on the envoy's hand, causing the old man to scream in agonizing pain. Afterward, the envoy ordered the soldiers, "Everyone attack, don't let him harm me." Right at that moment, General Fang secretly gave the soldiers a meaningful glance. Understanding the hint, they gave a subtle nod. And so, the whole group charged at Li Tianyuan simultaneously. Just like a scripted play, all the soldiers were blown away by his oppressive aura, accompanied by miserable, exaggerated screams. Ouch, 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 too strong to block. Li Tianyuan's face darkened, looking helplessly at their clumsy acting, truly at a loss for words. From a distance, Ming Yu witnessed this scene and boiled with anger, grinding his teeth. This cunning old fox, to think his soldiers are just as good at overacting. Then General Fang stood up and announced, "This person is too formidable. It's highly likely he has reached the great emperor realm. An expert of this caliber can crush people to ashes just by using his aura." Hearing this, the envoy was scared out of his wits, imagining Li Tianyuan sneering and crushing him like a bug. The great emperor realm, just the thought of it made him shudder. The oppressive aura radiating from the young man forced him to retreat continuously. Trying to salvage his dignity, he shouted, "Stop! This matter already involves diplomatic relations between our two countries." Suddenly, the crown prince spoke up, "Stop." The crown prince of Dong Sui Nation, Xiao Mei, stepped out of his palanquin, glanced at the envoy and said, "A dignified envoy of a nation, yet you wet your pants out of fear of a small sect. If word of this gets out, it will bring shame to Dong Sheng Nation. I will keep this matter a secret for you." With that, he ordered the soldiers, "Escort the envoy back at once." Only then did the soldiers help the disheveled diplomatic group leave. Li Tianyuan shot an icy glare at Xiao Mei. He calmly met that gaze without the slightest flinch. Ma Chengyan anxiously asked Yi Ying, "Could it be that the crown prince intends to attack our Xin Mu sect?" Yi Ying said resolutely, "If he dares, we will fight to the bitter end. At worst, it will be mutual destruction. At least we'll die for the sect." Suddenly, Li Tianyuan raised his hand and said, "Everyone, please step back a bit." Just as Shi Yan Han was about to leave with the others, he added, "Yan Han, you don't need to." Before leaving, Shibu Fan, fearing he would act recklessly, whispered in his ear, "Don't do anything foolish, he's the crown prince." Ignoring his father-in-law's warning, Li Tianyuan showed absolutely no reaction. Shibu Fan could only sigh helplessly and turned to leave. Shi Yan Han looked at him with eyes full of worry. The two men, Li Tianyuan and Xiao Mei, stood facing each other, looking straight into each other's eyes. Xiao Mei smiled and greeted him, "Second brother." Li Tianyuan replied, "Third brother." This form of address left Shi Yan Han dumbfounded, her mouth agape in shock. At this moment, Xiao Mei pointed at her and smiled, asking, "This must be sister-in-law." He politely struck up a conversation. "I've heard second brother mention you before, and I finally get to meet you." After finishing his sentence, he pointed to the palanquin where a young girl was standing and said, "Second brother, I brought someone else along too." That girl was none other than the crown princess, Long Ling. The little girl rushed toward him, calling out loudly, "Tianyuan." He replied coldly, "Xiao Ling, you've grown up." The little girl raised her voice in questioning, "Why haven't you come to see me all these years? You and third brother both promised big brother that you would take care of me." Suddenly she poked her head out and waved at Shi Yan Han. "Hello, sister-in-law. You're so pretty." She nodded in return, her heart brimming with curiosity, constantly wondering what Tianyuan had been through all these years, and why he had become sworn brothers with the crown prince of Dong Sui Nation. The sky quickly faded into the night, a crimson moon hung suspended, and the lights from the buildings shone brightly. At this time, the three sworn siblings, Li Tianyuan and the others, were sitting on the roof drinking. The little girl Xiao Ling, unable to fight off sleep, had dozed off at some point, leaving only the two young men chatting. Xiaomei snorted coldly. The Dongsheng nation freely enters and exits our Dong Sui nation's territory. I was willing to let it slide, but they actually dare to extort us instead. Only the Nan Hui nation could match this level of thick skin. Li Tianyuan looked at him, saying apologetically, "This matter has caused you more trouble." Xiaomei looked him straight in the eye and replied, "You've already wiped out the Xuan Yin sect. What else can be done? If it truly comes down to a confrontation, our Dong Sui nation might not necessarily fear their Rai Sheng nation." Speaking of this, he couldn't help but sigh dejectedly. But Imperial Father's approach toward neighboring countries is truly too cowardly. A moment later, he said to him, "Whenever you want to ascend the throne, just give me a word. Your second brother will help you." Xiaomei looked at him, his eyes filled with emotion. "Yes." Then he raised his wine jar and said loudly, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Cheers, and a toast to Big Brother as well." Li Tianyuan smiled faintly. He also raised his wine jar, his voice resonant. "This cup is to Big Brother Long Xiao." Having said that, he tilted his head back and downed it all in one gulp. The sleeping Long Ling seemed to be dreaming of her beloved older brother, murmuring, "Big Brother." Li Tianyuan held the little girl tightly, while Xiaomei recounted sadly, "After the incident that year, many people set their sights on Xiao Ling. I had no choice but to use the title of Crown Princess to protect her." Li Tianyuan's eyes brimmed with nostalgia. He recalled the moment when a figure carried another unconscious person on his back, running frantically for their lives. Behind them, a mob was pursuing, screaming, "Hand over the myriad spirit blood. Don't let him escape." At that time, Long Xiao had run to the edge of a cliff. He abruptly stopped. Just a little more and both would have fallen into the abyss. He watched helplessly as small pebbles rolled down into the bottomless depths. The mob had caught up and one of them shouted, "Long Xiao, hand over the myriad spirit blood and we will spare your life. Otherwise, if we all join forces, you won't make it out alive." Long Xiao turned his head to look at him, spat in contempt, and burst into laughter. "You've just shown me what it means to use the most vicious tone to say the most cowardly words." Long Xiao turned around, his aura soaring to the heavens, ready for a life-or-death battle. "Come on. However many of you are here today, I will take you all on. My junior brother and I will kill to our heart's content." Suddenly, a terrifying pressure appeared. Two streams of black and white qi coiled together like a yin-yang fish pair. Someone in the crowd recognized it and shouted, "It's Huang Zhangxiao, the Huang Immortal of the Tai Su twin immortals." A second later, an old man appeared, looking merciful as he advised, "Long Xiao, you went through immense hardship to cultivate to the great emperor realm. There is no need to ruin your future over one person. If you hand over the myriad spirit blood, I will take you as my 11th disciple." Long Xiao looked at the old man with disdainful eyes, ruthlessly rebuking him without holding back. "HMPH, I never thought a so-called immortal would amount to only this. Just a bunch of hypocritical villains, spouting noble words, but in reality, you're nothing but trash who only care about benefits." These words enraged Huang Zhangxiao. The old man roared, "Insolent fool! Today, this immortal will sever your limbs, gouge out your eyes, cut off your tongue, and refine you into a living corpse to experience eternal pain." Lying on Long Xiao's back, Li Tianyuan weakly urged, "Big brother, put me down. It will be easier for you to escape alone." Long Xiao was incredibly resolute. "Second brother, I am the older brother. Protecting my younger brothers is only natural. If I can't even protect my own brothers, what face do I have left to be your big brother?" After that, Long Xiao took out an immortal pill and showed it to him. "Second brother, I didn't expect the immortal pill you gave me would be used in such a situation. Today, let your big brother carve out a bloody path amidst this desperate situation." Seeing the medicinal pill, Huang Zhangxiao exclaimed in astonishment, "Six-stern immortal pill." The old man seemed unable to believe his eyes. Without hesitation, Long Xiao swallowed the immortal pill. Before long, a terrifying surge of pressure erupted from his body. Next, he tossed him backward and shouted, "Second brother, if you meet third brother, apologize on my behalf. Tell him I can no longer drink with him." Long Xiao's power was exploding, his clothes gradually tearing apart. He looked up at the sky and roared, "So what if you're an immortal? Today, I will break through the limits and slaughter you bastards." Huang Zhangxiao looked in horror as he detonated his own vital essence. He never expected Long Xiao to use the six-stern immortal pill and self-destruct his vital essence at the same time. Then he executed the technique, 9 Nether Underworld Cave. Followed by heaven-piercing God Slayer. The ground shook violently and rubble flew everywhere. Li Tianyuan was stunned by the terrifying scene unfolding before his eyes. He reached out as if trying to grab the silhouette of his big brother, crying out in agony, "Big brother." Li Tianyuan could never forget the pain and absolute despair of that day. He forcefully crushed the wine jar in his hand. His voice hardened with hatred. "The face of every single one of them I have memorized perfectly. Not a single one is missing." Xiaomei looked up at the moon and said, "Not only Big Brother's revenge, but also yours, and that of tens of thousands of others." After saying that, he looked at him and sighed. "The burdens of vengeance you have to carry are truly too many." Li Tianyuan raised his wrist, where dark red strands of qi radiated like a curse. He mocked himself. "Perhaps because the people I want to kill are too numerous, heaven is only letting me live for another 2 years." Xiaomei lowered his head in sorrow, not knowing how to comfort him. A moment later he asked, "By the way, second brother, I heard from Fang Zhou Lai that you failed to break through your realm." Li Tianyuan silently nodded. Xiaomei continued, "Second brother, I just found out a secret. Someone in the Chang Yuan sect has successfully broken through and become an immortal." He frowned, warning him, "The timing of that person's ascension perfectly coincides with when you met your tribulation. I'm afraid he carefully calculated this to siphon your destiny and weaken his own lightning tribulation." Hearing this, Li Tianyuan snorted coldly in anger, "Borrowing my destiny. HMPH, let's see if he has the capability." Suddenly, a subordinate appeared and reported, "Hall Master, there is news about the Jiu Yun upper sect." He stood behind waiting for orders, but Li Tianyuan said, "We are family, there's no need for formalities." Hearing this, the man felt assured to report, "Hall Master, there is a lead on the young master's heavenly meridian soul bone. The sect master of the Jiu Yun upper sect recently acquired a treasure and immediately announced he was entering secluded cultivation. However, he only left a body double in the sect, while his true cultivation spot is near Jiangcheng." Xiaomei frowned in thought, "Jiangcheng, huh?" He then looked at him with a face full of concern. "Second brother, lately the wild regions around Jiangcheng seem unstable. I heard Fang Zhou Lai say he's also heading there in a few days. Do you think these two matters are connected?" He pondered for a moment before replying, "It's not impossible." The next morning, Li Tianyuan's family came out to see off Xiaomei and Long Ling. The little girl gave him a tight hug, not forgetting to remind him, "Tianyuan, you must come visit me, okay?" Li Tianyuan looked at the little girl in silence. She stood next to Shi Yanhan and voiced her displeasure. "Stop hugging my father, my mother is getting jealous." Long Ling pinched the little girl's cheek and said, "So cheeky, you should call me little auntie." Then Long Ling turned and asked Shi Yanhan something that caught her off guard, leaving her unable to react in time. She quickly waved her hands to explain, "No, it's not like that." Li Tianyuan patted Xiaomei's shoulder and instructed, "Big brother only has one younger sister, Xiao Ling. Take good care of her." He patted his hand in return and replied, "You have to live well too. A trivial curse like that can't hold you back." Li Tianyuan stood silently, watching the horse carriage until it disappeared down the road. After that, he turned to say to Shi Yanhan, "Yanhan, it's time we set off for Jiangcheng too. Please let father-in-law and mother-in-law know." Early in the morning, the sky was crystal clear, dotted with a few wisps of white clouds. After bidding farewell to Xiaomei and Long Ling, Li Tianyuan and his wife returned to the guest hall. At this moment, Zia Yun was saying to Zia Junyi, "Aunt, I will also be representing the Xin Mu sect on this trip. I definitely must be present." When he saw him walk in, his eyes went round with surprise. Then he approached the two of them, enthusiastically saying, "Cousin-in-law, right? It's a great pleasure to meet you." Li Tianyuan closed his eyes to rest his spirit, while Shi Yanhan looked at him in puzzlement. Suddenly, Zia Yun patted Li Tianyuan's arm lightly, smiling as he said, "Cousin-in-law is truly handsome and extraordinary. Surely your cultivation is not ordinary either." Although he didn't reply, the man kept putting on a one-man show. "This time going to Jiangcheng, there will also be a sparring competition. When the time comes, we must definitely exchange some pointers." Zia Yun grabbed Li Tianyuan's cursed arm, completely unaware that a stream of red true qi was silently spreading onto him. Not long after, he clasped his hands and said, "Everyone, see you in Jiangcheng." Saying that, he quickly left. Zia Junyi instructed the couple. Yan Han, your grandfather is holding a birthday banquet and wants to invite us to Jiangcheng. At the same time, he has also invited fellow cultivators from all over the world. It seems he has a major announcement to make. She gently replied to her mother. We came here precisely to tell you, mother. Tian Yuan and I will be going to Jiangcheng. Zia Junyi replied joyfully. That's wonderful. You two take Yu Nuan along and represent the Xin Mu sect in my place. She explained further. Shibu Fan just took over the Xin Mu sect, and there's a lot of work to be done. I have to stay behind to help. Once everything is settled, we'll head to Jiangcheng later. Recalling the incident from years ago when he snatched the bride, she couldn't help but sigh. Besides, your father caused quite a stir back then. It probably wouldn't be appropriate for him to show up on this occasion. Hearing her father's past exploits, Shi Yanhan could only offer a wry smile. Following that, Zia Junyi seriously advised. When you get there, remember to ask Zia Yun to look out for you. I see that this young man handles things very efficiently. Suddenly, Li Tianyuan spoke up. That cousin of yours, Zia Yun, is no saint. Seeing her questioning look, he explained. Just now, he secretly channeled hidden force into my body, intending to corrode my meridians. Hearing this, Shi Yanhan was furious. He did that. Are you okay? He replied, Of course I'm fine. I already reflected that hidden force right back at him. Li Tianyuan glanced toward the door and said, As for his future consequences, he will reap what he sows. Not long after, Zia Yun departed on his flying sword. Sui Feng and Ming Yu stood watching him fly through the air. Ming Yu was fuming with anger, cursing, Damn it, watch me deal with him. Sui Feng shook his head, trying to dissuade him. No need to waste your energy on this kind of person. Ming Yu immediately brushed him off. I feel like it. Are you going to do it or not? Sui Feng let out a sigh and waved his hand. Suit yourself. After that, Ming Yu actually made his move. He activated his magical power, then directed it at Zia Yun, shouting, Go. A second later, the magical power struck Zia Yun's sword. He was completely oblivious, still busy muttering to himself. I didn't expect Yan Han to end up with a guy like that. Once we arrive at the Zia family in Jiangcheng, I'll definitely teach him a lesson, so Yan Han can see his pathetic true colors. This time, all the prominent figures will be gathering in Jiangcheng. Let me see how I can use Li Tianyuan to my advantage. It'll be a perfect excuse to show off in front of the seniors. He was so engrossed in his plotting that he didn't notice the sword under his feet gradually cracking. Soon enough, the entire sword shattered into pieces. He instantly lost his foothold. Zia Yun free fell from high above, screaming in terror, Oh my God! Not long after, the day finally came for the two sisters, Shi Yanhan and Shi Yu Nuan, to leave the Xin Mu sect for Jiangcheng. Shibu Fan and Zia Junyi came to see them off. Seeing the two children, Shi Yu Nuan asked curiously, Are Zioshi and Zioyi going too? Zioyi replied, Yes. Shi Yanhan was full of questions and asked her back, On the contrary, it's you. As the holy maiden, how could the sect so easily let you come with us? Shi Yu Nuan replied nonchalantly, Don't even mention it. Right now, whenever Auntie sees brother-in-law, she turns her head away like she's dodging a debt. She has no mind to manage me. Saying that, she chuckled in delight. Shibu Fan looked at him and said, Worthy son-in-law, I'll have to trouble you all to make this trip on behalf of the Xin Mu sect. He then whispered in his ear, I really don't dare to face that old man of the Zia family. Zia Junyi also asked, How are you kids planning to travel? Do you need me to arrange a ship? Although our Xin Mu sect ships can't compare to those of the major powers, the quality is still top tier. Li Tianyuan smiled, declining her good intentions. There's no need. Then he lightly snapped his fingers. Ming Yu immediately drove a magnificent horse carriage forward. The carriage stopped right in front of Shibu Fan. Shibu Fan looked at the carriage in awe, stammering, Earlier I faintly heard the roar of a dragon. Could this be the dragon palanquin? The Grand Supreme Elder pointed excitedly at Ming Yu, exclaiming, It's that young man. Ming Yu waved back, Yo, old man. Shibu Fan touched the wheel, gasping in amazement. This whole carriage seems to be cast from platinum. If I hadn't been lucky enough to see it in my youth, an ordinary person would hardly recognize it. Only then did Zia Junyi realize. No wonder you didn't want to take the Xin Mu sect ship. Ming Yu spoke up to boast. This dragon palanquin can travel 1,000 miles a day, and inside is a separate, luxurious spatial realm. How could your broken ships compare? Suddenly, Li Tianyuan turned his head to look at a bush. causing a little girl hiding there to be so frightened her hair stood on end. The little girl stared at him curiously. Seeing Li Tianyuan staring blankly at the bush, Xi Yanhan asked curiously, "What's wrong, darling?" He lifted the carriage curtain and replied, "Nothing, let's go." As soon as they got inside, Zioshi cheered joyfully, "It's so spacious inside." Shi Yunuan looked around in every direction, asking loudly, "It's completely different from the outside. From the outside, it just looks like a normal horse carriage. Brother-in-law, how did you do it?" He explained, "Spatial stones are placed around it, combined with an array formation, that's all." At this moment, Shi Yunuan finally noticed the space stone placed in a corner. Paying her no more mind, Li Tianyuan turned to Xi Yanhan. "Yanhan, I will undo a portion of the seal on your body first. At the very least, it will allow you to regain some of your cultivation." She looked at him in surprise. Li Tianyuan said seriously, "This trip to Jiangcheng will be full of uncertainties. It is better for you to have some ability to protect yourself. Some things are about to begin." After the carriage had gone far, the green-haired girl hiding in the bushes finally dared to stand up. She breathed a sigh of relief. "I was almost discovered." Afterward, the girl returned and casually opened a door, then gently closed it. As she turned around, a man kneeling in front of her made her jump. He called out, "Miss." Patting her chest to calm her nerves, the girl said, "So it's Tian Shu. Don't appear so suddenly next time, you scared me to death." He reported, "Miss, you have stayed at the Xinmu sect for too long. The master and the eldest young master are very worried about you." The girl brushed her hair, pretending to already know. Yeah, I know." He continued, "Miss, the eldest young master hopes you can make a trip to Jiangcheng." Just as she was about to walk away, she stopped upon hearing this. Scratching her head and frowning, she murmured, "Healing someone whose meridians have been completely destroyed isn't impossible, but curing them so suddenly is not something an ordinary person can do." Then the girl asked him, "Tianshu, do you think he might be the Wan Lingzhu from back then?" Hearing this, Tianshu was astonished. "Wan Lingzhu?" The girl chuckled. "The Xinmu sect is quite interesting, but the most interesting part has been these past few days, or rather that person is interesting." After speaking, she burst into hearty laughter. With that said, the girl grabbed the hem of her clothes and gave it a light tug. In the blink of an eye, she was draped in a completely new outfit. She told him, "To Jiangcheng." "Oh my God," the subordinate was dumbfounded, his head full of question marks. What on earth? Her sentences contradict each other. Is there something wrong with the Mrs. Head? Returning to Li Tianyuan's family, he was focusing on healing Xi Yanhan. True Qi gathered in his palm, emitting a gentle blue glow that made Zioshi watch with wide, round eyes. The moment that true Qi was transmitted into Xi Yanhan's chest, a sudden, excruciating pain made her face turn pale. She couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. "Ah!" Shortly after, the true Qi circulated throughout her body, and it seemed her meridians had been partially unblocked. Seeing her pale face, Zioshi asked worriedly, "Mother, are you okay?" She replied weakly, "Mother is fine." Afterwards, she tried to channel her Qi, and a faint wisp of true Qi immediately appeared in her palm. Shi Yunuan cheered joyfully, "Sister, you can use your true Qi now." Li Tianyuan spoke up, "This is just a part of it for now. There is still one more layer of the seal, give me a little more time." Xi Yanhan's eyes were filled with hope as she nodded. Li Tianyuan looked over at Zio Yi, who was sitting quietly in a corner, thinking to himself that it was time to teach the boy a proper cultivation technique. Then he approached Zioshi and asked, "Zioshi, do you want to cultivate?" The little girl answered decisively, "Whatever is fine with me. Having father to protect me is enough." After saying that, she threw herself into his arms. He rubbed his daughter's head, briefly thinking that with her fairy spirit body, Zioshi would likely encounter her own destiny. Suddenly, a voice called out from outside, "Young master, we have arrived in Jiangcheng." The carriage came to a complete stop. Zioshi lifted the curtain and looked out. The little girl exclaimed in amazement, "The city gates are so huge." Right before her eyes, a man was ruthlessly whipping an old man. He roared, "Old man, how dare you block my way and startle my horse?" Saying that, he delivered a few more lashes. The old man tried to explain, "Young master, I truly did not mean to." The surrounding bystanders witnessed everything and gathered to whisper among themselves. One person said, "Wow, the city gates are so wide," yet he insisted on riding right where the old man was. When the old man tried to dodge, he blamed him for startling the horse. A man nearby quickly warned, "Keep your voice down. Don't you see the guards surrounding him? Who would dare mess with him?" He then pointed at the man dealing out the cruel punishment. His lashes grew heavier by the second. The old man cried out in pain, "Ouch, ouch." The man cursed angrily, "Damn old fool, you still dare to dodge. Men, tie his hands and feet for me. This young master wants to beat him to death and pull out his tendons. Let's see if he ever dares to block my way again." Two guards replied affirmatively, then slowly approached the old man. Suddenly, a crisp yet commanding voice rang out, "Bullying the elderly is not good behavior." It made the man freeze and turn around. Seeing that the speaker was just a little girl, the nearby crowd grew frightened. One person said, "Whose child is this? Quickly take her away, this is no joking matter." He frowned at Zayoshi. Then he tossed a pouch of money in front of her, speaking condescendingly, "This young master happens to be short of a maidservant. Consider this money the price to buy yourself." Hearing this, Zayoshi's face turned purple with anger. She pointed directly at his face and shouted, "I don't care to be your maidservant." He immediately ordered, "That is not for you to decide. Go, grab her for me. A maidservant is not allowed to talk back. Tie her up along with that old geezer." Gripping his whip tightly, his face darkened as he growled, "If I don't give you 10 or 20 lashes to teach you some manners, would I still be Gu Mang?" With that, he swung his whip at Zayoshi, but the whip didn't touch the little girl. Instead, it lashed onto his own subordinates. Gu Mang was bewildered. "Who's there?" Only then did his gaze shift to Ming Yu, who was sitting leisurely on the carriage. He waved his leather whip in front of him, his arrogant posture so annoying it made one's fists itch. Glancing at the leather whip, Gu Mang immediately recognized the culprit. He stalked forward and roared, "You dare touch my people? It seems your guts are bigger than the sky." As he passed by the warhorse, he couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. "Tusk, what a rare, magnificent steed." Then he pointed straight at the animal, declaring, "Your horse is pretty good. Compensate me with it, and I'll generously let you off. You just need to cripple 2 of your own fingers." Ming Yu smirked disdainfully. "Hey kid, your brain is full of mush, so why is your mouth so vicious? You want to steal my horse and chop off my fingers. I'll give you 2 words, you're crazy." Ming Yu's words were like adding fuel to the fire. Gu Mang flew into a rage, pointed at him, and screamed at his lackeys, "Charge and chop off all his limbs for me." The henchmen obeyed and rushed toward Ming Yu like a pack of hungry dogs. In no time, the entire group was sent flying like falling leaves. Meanwhile, Zayoshi had helped the old man up, her voice full of concern. "Grandpa, are you hurt anywhere?" The old man, his face bruised, managed a smile. "I'm fine, thank you, you kind little girl." Ming Yu remained comfortably seated on his horse, cracking his whip and thrashing Gu Mang's subordinates until they saw stars. After that, he lightly hopped down from the horse. He strolled closer unhurriedly, every step seeming to trample on Gu Mang's nerves. Gu Mang was so terrified that he slumped to the ground, stammering, Don't do anything rash. I am the second young master of the Gu family. My master is Ding Jai. If you touch me, you will only find a dead end." Suddenly, Gu Mang launched a pitch-black object. A dart tore through the wind, flying straight at the center of Ming Yu's face. Gu Mang was extremely smug, breaking into maniacal laughter, "Ha ha ha, trying to fight your grandpa. You're still way too green, darling." But his laughter abruptly died. Ming Yu was completely unharmed. In fact, he had caught the dart in his mouth, mocking, "Child's play." With that said, he used terrifying force to spit the dart back out, pinning it straight into Gu Mang's shoulder. Fresh blood splattered. He rolled around on the ground in agony like a worm. Gu Mang's face was deathly pale from the pain. Gritting his teeth, he warned, "I swear I'll kill." Before he could finish his sentence, Ming Yu leaned his face close, his voice cold as ice. "What do you swear to do? Tell me." A wise man knows when to bow to circumstance. Gu Mang quickly changed his tune. I will definitely respect the elderly and cherish the young, the future buds of the nation." Hearing that, Ming Yu nodded in approval. "Good boy, truly a teachable child." Saying that, he turned on his heel and headed back to the carriage. Zayoshi also waved goodbye to the old man. "Grandpa, next time you walk on the street, make sure to look both ways. If you see people with wicked faces, stay far away from them." Only then did the subordinates dare to crawl over and support Gu Mang, asking tremblingly, "Young master, are you all right?" Gu Mang roared furiously, "A bunch of useless trash. What is the point of wasting food to feed you?" While he was cursing, he suddenly noticed a massive shadow blocking the sun. The magnificent steed had somehow appeared, standing tall right in front of him. Gu Meng asked blankly, "I already let you off, what more do you want?" Ming Yu didn't bother replying, merely raising an eyebrow. "Hey, you're blocking the way, good buddy." Gu Meng couldn't hold back any more and yelled, "The city gates are wide enough for 5 carriages to run side by side. Why must you take my path?" Ming Yu replied nonchalantly, "I don't care, I like taking this path. Are you going to move? If not, I'll smash you." With that said, he cracked his whip once, and Gu Meng's carriage shattered into pieces. Next, he dropped a cold sentence. "A good dog doesn't block the way. If it does, it goes to meet King Yama." Gu Meng's group was scared out of their wits and hastily scrambled to the side, helplessly watching his carriage pass by. The surrounding citizens simultaneously gave him a thumbs up in approval. Ming Yu happily returned the gesture. Watching the carriage fade into the distance, Gu Meng ground his teeth loudly and ordered, "Investigate immediately. Find out exactly where these strays come from." One subordinate timidly suggested, "Young master, our strength is no match for theirs. Even if we investigate them, there's nothing we can do." Slap, a heavy slap landed. Gu Meng roared, "We can't beat them, but what about my father? If my father can't handle them, there's still my grandfather, not to mention my ultimate trump card, my eldest brother." The subordinate finally realized how stupid he was and hurriedly bowed to apologize. "The young master is wise." Gu Meng grabbed him by the collar, growling, "Go tell my master immediately. Tell him to rush straight to Jiangcheng right away." The subordinate frantically replied, "Yes, yes." Gu Meng clenched his fists, his face contorted with hatred, muttering, "It is never too late for Gu Meng to take his revenge. Whoever provokes me, I will send their whole family to the grave. That is the true tradition of the Gu family." Not long after, the carriage arrived at the Gu residence. Inside the carriage, Zhaoshi asked Li Tianyuan, "Father, that old man earlier was so pitiful, I just couldn't hold back and had to step in." He gently explained to his daughter, "If you want to protect the weak, you must be strong enough yourself. Otherwise, you will only end up harming both them and yourself." Zhaoshi immediately dove into his arms, giggling, "I have father. Father is my most solid pillar of support." Hearing this, he smiled kindly at the little girl. Li Tianyuan gently patted Zhaoshi's head. At this moment, she finally remembered the person who had helped her and turned to thank him. "Thank you, Uncle Ming Yu." Ming Yu flashed a toothy grin, his demeanor exceedingly roguish. In the courtyard of the Xia family, servants bustled about, creating a very lively atmosphere. Li Tianyuan and Shi Yanhan walked in side by side. She softly said to him, "Tianyuan, my maternal family and ours have never been very close. Especially after I was no longer the holy maiden, the two sides hardly interacted. Later, the people of the Xia family might say some harsh things. Please don't take it to heart. We just dropped by on the way. Your business remains the top priority." He only nodded slightly. At that moment, a young man approached, clasping his hands in a polite greeting. "Guests from the Xinmu sect, the elders are currently busy and unable to come out to receive you. Please do not take offense." Shi Yanhan introduced, "This is my uncle's eldest son, Xia He. Xia Yun, whom we met last time, is his second son. They also have a younger sister named Xia Qing." Xia He explained further, "My younger sister, Qing has always been curious about what makes the holy maiden of the Xinmu sect so special. Today, since both younger sister Yu Nuan and younger sister Yan Han are here, and it just so happens that I need to go welcome third aunt and my cousin Gu Meng, why don't we wait for them and then head to the martial arena together to join the fun?" Suddenly, a glint flashed in his eyes. A shrill voice echoed from afar, "And who might this be?" Seeing his family, Gu Meng immediately ran over to tattle to his mother. "Mother, you must take revenge for me. Tell grandfather to find them at all costs. I've grown this big and never suffered such humiliation." She ground her teeth loudly. "Who dares to hurt my son? I will definitely have your grandfather turn all of Jiangcheng upside down to find them. Our Gu family will not let this go. We must skin them and pull out their tendons to satisfy our anger." Right at this moment, Gu Meng's eyes locked onto Zhaoshi. Zhaoshi also recognized him and shouted angrily, "It's the guy who tried to hit someone." Almost simultaneously, Gu Meng pointed and roared, "It's that little brat." Then he pointed at the whole group. "Mother, they are the ones who beat me." Seeing her face filled with murderous intent, Xia He spoke up worriedly, "Third aunt." She cast a sidelong glance at Li Tianyuan's group, her voice full of sarcasm. Oh, so it's the people from the Xinmu sect. What, are you here to beg? Haven't you been completely wiped out by the Xu and Yin sect yet? Shi Yanhan stepped forward, her tone composed. Thank you for your concern, third aunt. The Xinmu sect is still doing fine. At this point, Shi Yu Nuan whispered into Li Tianyuan's ear. Brother-in-law, back in the day, my father actually stole the Gu family's bride. Recalling her mother's story, Shi Yu Nuan continued. After that incident, youngest aunt was able to smoothly marry into the Gu family. If it weren't for my father stealing the bride, how could she have gotten what she wanted? Yet, she has only grown more bitter and treats our family terribly. Shi Yanhan spoke up. I didn't expect this boy to be my cousin. But even so, one cannot indulge in thuggish behavior on the streets. He is young yet ruthless. Consider this minor injury a wake-up call. I hope third aunt will properly discipline her precious son, lest he bring disaster upon himself in the future. She smirked disdainfully. HMPH, you wretched girl, you've got a sharp tongue, just like that cheap tramp Xia Junye. You actually dare to lecture my son. With that, she pointed straight at Xiaoshi's face and yelled, You little brat, you said my Mang tried to hit you. Why didn't he hit anyone else but you? Why don't you look at yourself? Did your parents not teach you any manners? Seeing his sister being bullied, Xiaoyi immediately ran out to stand protectively in front of Xiaoshi. Li Tianyuan calmly stepped forward, his voice unruffled. So that is the logic you follow. She lifted her chin, looking at him with utter contempt. What the hell are you? As soon as she finished speaking, a loud slap echoed. Li Tianyuan had gifted her a heaven-shaking slap across the face. She was dizzied by the unexpected strike and shrieked furiously, You! Before she could finish, he cut her off, his voice ice cold. Why didn't I hit anyone else but you? Why don't you find the cause within yourself? This sentence made her fume with rage as she screamed, Guards, surround all of them. Right then, Ming Yu walked in from outside and reported, Young master, I've parked the carriage. The people here seem like they won't shed tears until they see the coffin, so I specially chose a secluded spot. As soon as he saw Ming Yu, Gu Mang jolted in fright and hurriedly pulled his mother's arm. Mother, let's settle this later. Wait until father gets here to deal with them. She stared blankly at Gu Mang, her mind full of questions. Since when did her son become so reasonable? He dragged his mother away, muttering, Mother, let's go first. Ming Yu watched their retreating backs in confusion. He scratched his head, completely puzzled. What just happened? Watching the group disappear from sight, Shi Yanhan spoke up. This time, the Gu family will definitely not let this go. Li Tianyuan looked at her and smiled teasingly. You're no pushover either. Weren't your words just now also stirring up trouble? Shi Yanhan replied nonchalantly. I only spoke the truth. If Gu Mang is allowed to continue running amok, sooner or later he'll meet a bad end. Shi Yu Nuan broke into a sweat. You two are truly a match made in heaven, completely disregarding everyone else. Xia, he finally spoke up. Since third aunt has left, please follow me to pay respects to grandfather. We can stop by the martial arena on the way. My sister Xia Qing is very eager to meet her two cousins. With that, he clasped his hands in feigned politeness. Please do not refuse. Seeing Xia He's attitude, Shi Yu Nuan found it baffling. Just moments ago he was dodging them like the plague, and now he was suddenly so eager and friendly. At the martial arena, an incredibly fierce match was taking place. The two fighters engaged in a fierce battle, equally matched, with neither willing to yield an inch. The girl with the phantom image of a phoenix behind her suddenly furrowed her brows and lunged forward. An earth-shattering explosion rang out, sending the man flying away. The audience below cheered thunderously. Lady Xia Qing's Luo Feng holy body has achieved great completion. I'm afraid among the younger generation, rarely anyone is her match. The prestige of our Xia family is solidified once again. For the old master to host this competition right during his birthday banquet, it seems he intended to let the young lady shine. Xia Qing stood in the center of the arena and said softly, Master, you let me win. He clasped his hands, his voice full of admiration. The young lady's progress is incredibly rapid. Now that the Luo Feng holy body is complete, this old man is no longer your match. Suddenly Xia He waved his hand and called out, Qing Er. Xia Qing gracefully flew towards Xia He, calling out, Big brother. Suddenly, her eyes lit up brightly. Then Xia Qing pointed at Shi Yanhan and her sister, asking, Are you the people from the Xinmu sect? Xia He quickly introduced, Qing Er, haven't you met them? This is your older cousin Yan Han and older cousin Yu Nuan. Hearing this, the surrounding disciples were in an uproar. To think it's the former holy maiden of the Xinmu sect, Shi Yan Han. She is so beautiful. I heard that after the incident she stopped showing up. I didn't expect to be able to see her in this lifetime. I'm completely satisfied. At this time, Zia he finally noticed Li Tian Yuan and asked, "And who is this?" Shi Yan Han smiled and replied, "He is my husband." The disciples felt like they were struck by lightning. What? They started whispering and gossiping. All along we thought she encountered some mishap during her cultivation. It turns out she broke the vow of chastity. Ha ha ha, it's only right that the holy maiden position was passed down to her younger sister. Not only that, one guy confidently judged, her taste is seriously flawed. To choose a guy who looks so ordinary, he's not even a fraction as handsome as me. Zia Qing also mocked her mercilessly. Ha, I thought the holy maiden of the Xinmu sect was something special. Not to be rude, cousin Yan Han, but you ruined your own future for a man. Now that you are no longer the holy maiden, has your cultivation been crippled too? Zia Qing shook her head in mock pity. Look at you, your eyes are lifeless, and there is no fluctuation of cultivation base on you at all. Tusk. Then she turned to Zia He and said, "Big brother, there's no need for you to bring them here. My Luo Feng holy body has successfully reached completion, and my cultivation realm has peaked at the Lin Jiao realm. I no longer care about the title of the Xinmu sect's holy maiden." Zia he simply replied, "Is that so?" Shi Yu Nuan looked at her with half-closed eyes, scorning. What? It's just a paltry holy body and you're already acting so arrogant. Being looked down upon, Zia Qing's face turned purple with anger. What did you say? Shi Yu Nuan crossed her arms over her chest, filled with pride. My brother-in-law is a master who can wipe out an entire sect with a single move. Only my sister has such an eye for people. Unlike you, you're just blind. This statement made the disciples widen their eyes in astonishment. Then they all burst into laughter. He can wipe out a sect with one move. Some nameless, insignificant sect. Ha ha ha. In my opinion, he's just a smooth talker who's good at deceiving women. Zia Qing also laughed until tears came out. Ha ha ha, and she was even a holy maiden. Is she stupid? By this time, Shi Yu Nuan was grinding her teeth in anger. She roared at Zia Qing's face. All of you shut your mouths. Zia Qing was completely unafraid and provoked. HMPH, are you turning angry from embarrassment because your lies were exposed? If you have the guts, do you want to fight a match? The loser has to bark like a dog 3 times. Shi Yu Nuan immediately accepted. A fight it is. You think I'm scared? And so the two girls stood facing each other, their auras surging to the heavens. Afterward, Shi Yu Nuan pointed at Zia Qing and said to Li Tian Yuan, "Brother-in-law, go up there and show them your strength." Li Tian Yuan coldly refused. "I'm not going." Hearing this, she spun around in surprise and asked, "Huh, brother-in-law, the Zia family has been making things difficult for us in every possible way. Aren't you going to take this chance to teach them a lesson?" He replied in a stern voice, "You must finish the battles you start." The disciples seized the opportunity to mock him. Ha ha ha, is this the expert you were talking about? HMPH, just a useless coward hiding behind a woman's skirt. Shi Yu Nuan ran up to Li Tian Yuan, pointed at her own face and asked, "Me? But she has the fallen phoenix holy body." Before she could finish, he interrupted, "I've instructed you for 5 days anyway. Can't you even defeat a piece of trash like that?" Zia Qing scoffed coldly. "Weren't you talking big just a moment ago? Are you trembling now that it's time to actually fight? Giving up already?" Hearing those words, Shi Yu Nuan exploded. She charged straight at her opponent, roaring, "Bring it on, you think I'm scared?" Zia Qing eagerly jumped onto the arena and shouted, "Fight!" The two girls stood facing each other, the atmosphere instantly growing as taut as a bowstring. Zia Qing made the first move, pushing off the ground and dashing toward Shi Yu Nuan. Zia Qing's fighting aura was extremely fierce, her entire body radiating a blazing golden true Kai. Zio, cried out anxiously, "Aunt, be careful." Zio Yi, standing nearby, whispered, "Sister, I feel like Aunt won't lose." Hearing this, Zio was surprised him. The little boy explained, "The gap in strength between them is too vast. I'm afraid the match will end in less than 5 moves. Zio asked curiously, "Really?" Back to the battle, the two continuously exchanged blows and parries, temporarily remaining evenly matched. Shi Yu Nuan clenched her hand into a fist. Gathering all her strength, she threw a straight punch at Zia Qing. Taking the hit to her abdomen, Zia Qing staggered backward. Clutching her stomach with one hand and grimacing, she thought to herself, Damn it. She deliberately acted weak earlier to make me lower my guard. Even Yu Nuan couldn't believe the power of her own punch. She asked herself in bewilderment, since when did I become this strong? Xia Qing leaped into the air, analyzing seriously. But once in the air, it becomes the domain of the fallen phoenix holy body. Yu Nuan is nothing to fear. Then she shouted loudly, "Fallen Phoenix holy body, full power unleashed, meteor strike." With that, she dove down like a shooting star. Seeing this, the disciples cheered excitedly. This is the strongest move the young lady has comprehended. The saintess of the Xin Mu Zong is guaranteed to lose. Unexpectedly, Xia Qing's ultimate technique did not bring her victory. The two forces clashed violently. An earth-shattering explosion rang out. Yu Nuan stood as firm as a rock, while Xia Qing was forced several steps back. Yu Nuan was utterly astonished. Following that, she launched a palm strike at Xia Qing, catching her opponent off guard. Just like that, Xia Qing was knocked flat onto the ground. The disciples' jaws dropped in disbelief. Holy shit, the young lady lost. One person spoke up. Rumor has it that Xin Mu Zong has two ultimate arts, the Tai Su Burning Heart Technique and the Saintess Holy Body. The Tai Su Burning Heart Technique is incredibly difficult to cultivate, and the Holy Body can only be inherited with a very low success rate. To think that Yu Nuan already possesses the Holy Body. Another side, wow, we really underestimated her. Xian Han, observing the match, was equally amazed. She said, "The myriad origins flowing body. You helped Yu Nuan awaken the true saintess physique." He nodded gently. Yes, her comprehension is excellent, but she lacks actual combat experience. If she wants to go further in the future, she cannot be pampered too much. Perhaps I should let her follow me to the desolate realm to temper herself. At this moment, Xia Qing still couldn't believe the reality, continuously muttering, "I lost." Yu Nuan was still in a daze, maintaining her attacking posture without retracting her hand. A moment later, she joyfully screamed, "I won." Seeing her jumping for joy in celebration, Xia Qing couldn't help but scoff coldly. It was just blind luck. I will definitely prove that I am not weaker than the saintess of Xin Mu Zong. She then walked over to her master and said, "Master, I want to continue my arduous training." Suddenly, Li Tianyuan spoke up, "Hold on." Xia Qing asked irritably, "What now?" He asked her coldly, "Where are the 3 dog barks?" This remark made the disciples suddenly remember. That's right, there was a bet. Xia Qing trembled with anger, pointed at him, and yelled, "You." Xia he quickly stepped in to mediate. "Young Master Li, it was just a childish bet." Before he could finish, he coldly cut him off. "So you're saying the Xia family intends to go back on their word?" Bluntly refuted, Xia he flushed red with embarrassment and snapped, "You." Xia Qing stealthily drew a dagger. Then she swiftly lunged to attack him, roaring, "You bastard, I've had enough of you." Suddenly, an iron grip clamped down on her wrist holding the dagger. Ming Yu tightened his grip on Xia Qing's wrist, his voice as cold as ice. "Little brat, you've been picking a fight with my young master since the moment we walked through the door. And now, you dare to make a move." With that, he twisted her arm back, pressing the blade right against her face. Xia he shouted anxiously, "Let Kinger go." Ming Yu did not answer. He only glanced at Xia he and released a terrifying coercive aura. Xia he tried to rush forward but was blocked by that imposing aura, unable to move a muscle. Unable to move, Xia he was horrified inwardly. What a terrifying aura. This guy's cultivation is monstrous. No wonder Gu Mang and Third Ant hurriedly fled earlier. Ming Yu threatened, 3 dog barks. Are you going to bark or not? If you don't, I'll carve a few lines on your face for fun. As if to prove his words, he lightly traced the tip of the dagger, leaving a small bloody trail on her cheek. Seeing that Ming Yu wasn't joking and terrified of being disfigured, she hastily barked 3 times, "Woof, woof, woof." These barks left the disciples dumbfounded, unable to believe their ears. Hearing the desired sound, Ming Yu smiled in satisfaction. Then he patted her head and chuckled, "Keeping your promises makes you a good girl." Humiliated to the extreme, Xia Qing angrily slapped his hand away. She screamed, "I won't let you get away with this," before swiftly running away. Ming Yu crouched down, watching Xia Qing's desperately fleeing back. Li Tianyuan asked Xia he, "Who was that?" Xia he answered, "That is the newly arrived Master Mu. His level is extremely high, far more formidable than the others." Hearing this, he simply let out an "oh," indicating he understood. Meanwhile, at the Xia Manor, A middle-aged man walked in and reported to Old Master Zia, "Father, I'm afraid General Fang Zhou Lai won't be able to arrive until tomorrow. Currently, we are only missing the party from Qingyun Mountain." The old master took a sip of tea and said, "Speaking of Qingyun Mountain, I already told young Zia Yun to notify both Xin Mu Zong and Qingyun Mountain." Pausing for a moment, he asked, "Why hasn't he returned yet? Haven't the people from Xin Mu Zong arrived?" Stroking his beard, the middle-aged man replied, "I'm also not sure what Yuner is doing to be so delayed. I just hope no accidents have occurred." As the two were conversing, a servant came in to report, "Old Master, young Master Zia Yun has returned." Right after the announcement, Zia Yun stumbled into the room, his clothes in disarray. His father anxiously ran over and asked, "How did you end up like this?" He let out a heavy sigh and explained, "My flying sword suddenly shattered. Fortunately, I reacted in time, otherwise I would have fallen to my death." Hearing this, his father was somewhat incredulous. "Your flying sword was forged with a large sum of money I spent. How could it shatter for no reason?" Faced with his father's questioning, Zia Yun didn't know what to say and merely bowed his head and sighed. He spoke seriously, "Let's put that aside for now. Father, grandfather, something major has happened. Qingyun Mountain has disappeared." This sentence left the other two utterly shocked. His father stepped closer and pressed, "Explain clearly, what do you mean Qingyun Mountain has disappeared?" Zia Yun explained, "It's truly gone, father. I flew around it several times to confirm. Because I was worried, I hurried back here." Old Master Zia spoke in a solemn tone, "The Zhuang family on Qingyun Mountain used to have a good relationship with me. Unless they encountered a catastrophic change, it's impossible that we wouldn't receive any news." Hearing this, his father suggested, "Father, Xin Mu Zong is right next to Qingyun Mountain. Why don't we ask them? They might know the situation." The old master nodded, "All right." Then the old man stood up and said, "It's time to head to the main hall to meet the guests." Not long after, the two arrived at the main hall. Old Master Zia sat in the seat of honor, nodding continuously in praise. "Good, very good." Suddenly, he called out, "Father." Then he pointed at Li Tian Yuan's group and introduced them. "The people from Xin Mu Zong have arrived." Seeing them, he frowned and asked, "Why is it only you few? Where is Zia Junye?" Shi Yanhan explained, "Mother is busy with sect affairs and truly cannot leave. Therefore, she told us to come and celebrate grandfather's birthday. In a few days, once her work is finished, Mother will personally come to visit. We hope Uncle will be understanding." Hearing this, he scoffed coldly, "No matter what, she shouldn't have sent you. Especially you, weren't you imprisoned? How do you still have the face to show up here?" This remark caused Shi Yunuan to misunderstand. She quickly pulled Li Tian Yuan's arm and whispered, "Brother-in-law, endure it a little. That's our biological uncle." Then he asked, "Fine then. It just so happens I want to ask, what is the situation at Qingyun Mountain which is close to your place? Do you know anything?" Li Tian Yuan answered seriously, "Qingyun Mountain was annihilated by me." Hearing this, both the Zia family father and son, as well as Shi Yunuan, were stunned. Assuming he was joking, the uncle's face darkened. "What kind of joke is this?" Then he asked him, "Who are you?" Zia, he hastily replied, "Father, he is cousin Yan Han's husband." This gave him the opportunity to humiliate the couple. "Spouting such nonsense, he must be an idiot. And you too, truly degrading yourself. Instead of choosing the excellent Changyuan sect or Kangdong City, you went and chose a guy like this." Watching his receding back, Shi Yunuan angrily shook her fist at him. Zia, he smiled amiably, "Haha, please follow me inside." At this time, Shi Yunuan curiously asked Li Tian Yuan, "Aren't you too angry?" He closed his eyes and replied, "I never cared to begin with, so why let it bother me?" Everyone stepped into Old Master Zia's birthday banquet hall. Shi Yanhan spoke up, "Greetings, grandfather. Bring up the gift mother prepared." At her words, Shi Yunuan presented a brocade box. Suddenly, a loud, clear voice rang out, "Dan Lao has arrived." Dan Lao's entourage nonchalantly walked right past Shi Yanhan's group, who were about to present their gift. He just strolled in unhurriedly, approaching the door without so much as a word of greeting. Old Master Zia had to humble himself, standing up to welcome him. "Dan Lao gracing us with your presence. The Zia family is truly honored." He smiled and said, "Brother Zia is too polite. Just a small gift, it's nothing much." With that, he had a servant bring the gift forward. Opening the box revealed a jade dragon white lotus inside. The entire banquet hall couldn't help but gasp. Dan Lao is gifting Old Master Zia a jade dragon white lotus for his birthday. Their jaws dropped in amazement. One person spoke up. It's a jade dragon white lotus. Rumor has it this flower only blooms once a millennium. Using it can consolidate a major realm, making it no inferior to a first revolution immortal pill. Another man said, for a figure like Dan Lao, even if he brought nothing, just his appearance would be giving immense face. The person next to him added, in recent years, the Zia family has indeed grown increasingly powerful. The previous person recounted, Old Master Zia's eldest son, Zia Zongtang, not only manages the family business immaculately, but he himself is also a king realm expert. Of his 3 children, the eldest, Zia He, is already a rare high-grade alchemist. The second son, Zia Yun, is young and talented, having already stepped into the marquis realm. Not to mention the youngest daughter, Zia Qing, who possesses the fallen phoenix holy body. Pausing for a moment, he continued, and Old Master Zia's third daughter, Zia Baoyi, married into the Gu family. You should know that the Gu family has Gu Niu Zhou, who is about to break through to a major realm. Who knows, the Gu family might even have a hidden great emperor. At this point, a young man spoke up. Now that you mention it, Old Master Zia's second daughter, Zia Junyi, married Shibu Fan of Xin Mu Zong, didn't she? Mentioning Zia Junyi, he couldn't help but shake his head. Back then, Shibu Fan was so dazzling, but he suddenly encountered a misfortune and fell from grace. Their daughter, Shi Yan Han, was also once a famous beauty. Countless geniuses fought over her. Then he showed a look of pity. Later, who knows what crime she committed, but her position as saintess was stripped, and Xin Mu Zong has been declining ever since. Sometime later, Zia he cupped his hands and said, I wish grandfather fortune as vast as the eastern sea and longevity surpassing the southern mountains. Afterward, he offered up a few bottles of pills, saying, these pills are 5 refinement spirit pills, including meridian nurturing pills, windstride pills, and chi enhancing pills. Speaking of this, he solemnly presented another bottle. As for this 10 refinement pill, I only recently succeeded in concocting it, just in time for your birthday. I hope grandfather will gladly accept it. Old Master Zia accepted the pill, endlessly praising him. Excellent, truly excellent. Dan Lao looked at Zia He's back and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. To be able to concoct a 10 refinement pill at such a young age, not bad at all. The guests also buzzed with excitement. Concocting a 10 refinement pill at this age, the Zia family will have a grand alchemist in the future. Furthermore, gaining Dan Lao's recognition means his future is boundless. At this moment, Zioshi curiously asked him, Father, the things these people are showing off don't seem to be as good as your pills, right? He patted the little girl's head and replied, yeah. Dan Lao shot a glance toward the father and daughter. Zia Yun also presented a piece of calligraphy, saying happily, Grandfather, this is a longevity technique scroll I acquired by chance. I wish you health and a long life. Now the crowd was astonished once again. To think it's a longevity technique. Longevity techniques are even rarer than cultivation methods and divine arts. After all, a longevity technique can mobilize vital energy, helping a cultivator's aging vitality become brimming with life again. It truly extends one's lifespan. Old Master Zia received the longevity technique, smiling. Yuner is very thoughtful. Li Tian Yuan frowned, looking at the longevity technique scroll in the old man's hand. This longevity technique. Not seeing Zia Qing, Zia Zongtang asked his eldest son, where is Kinger? He leaned in close to his father's ear and whispered something. At this time, the 2 sisters, Shi Yan Han and Shi Yu Nuan, stood in the middle of the hall. Shi Yu Nuan held the box while Shi Yan Han took out an exquisitely embroidered red brocade robe, saying, wishing grandfather all the best. This is a robe mother embroidered with her own hands. Every longevity character on it has a minor array inscribed within, which can help clear the mind, repel dust, and retain warmth. The old man merely gave a slight nod. Unexpectedly, a shrill voice rang out, truly destitute. No wonder Zia Junyi didn't dare come in person. This birthday gift is completely unpresentable. These words angered Shi Yu Nuan. She turned her head and shouted, this robe was sewn by my mother, stitch by stitch. It contains all her painstaking effort. The purple-robed man gave a cold, contemptuous snort, making Shi Yu Nuan grit her teeth in anger. Afterward, he had his servants bring up a gift, saying, these myriad longevity pills are a gift for you, father-in-law. I wish you eternal youth. This gift left those present completely stunned. They clamored in discussion. These myriad longevity pills are all 100 refinement grade pills, and such a large quantity too, as expected of the Gu family, truly generous. The birthday star of the banquet, Old Master Zia, spoke in a resonant voice, slapping his thigh in lavish praise. Excellent, absolutely magnificent. The myriad longevity pills you presented are truly divine medicine. This old man almost feels as if his youth is returning. Xian Han's aunt stroked her silk garments with one hand, while covering her contemptuous smirk with the other, speaking in a lilting tone. Father, just look at the gift from your worthy grandson, and then look at the garbage those people brought. After a moment of silence, she continued to mock the two sisters. My dear nieces, listen to your aunt. If your Xin Mu Zong has reached such a point of exhaustion, you should have just told me. Out of our sisterly bond, I would have lent you some spirit stones for pocket money. Who brings this eyesore to a birthday banquet just to be laughed at by everyone? Ending her sentence, she swung her hand and violently swatted the robe out of the girl's hands, hissing, This eyesore. You brought it here on purpose to rub ashes and mud into my father's face, didn't you? Surging anger flushed the two sisters' faces red. Just as Shi Yu Nuan was about to charge forward to retaliate, Xian Han grabbed her in time. She replied calmly, her voice without a ripple, The most important thing about a gift is the thought behind it. We have presented our gift. If we are not welcome here, we will just leave. Only then did Old Master Zia intervene, his tone mediating. All right now, that's enough. Then he pointed at Xian Han and said, But you should reflect on yourselves too. Look at the gift your third aunt's family presented and look at what you brought. It's understandable that she lost her temper. Suddenly, a cold, lazy voice rang out from somewhere, cutting through the tense atmosphere. If you want to go meet the King of Hell early, just swallow a few more of those. Immediately after that sentence, every gaze in the grand hall unanimously turned toward the person who had just spoken. Li Tianyuan stepped forward. His piercing gaze fixed firmly on the old man. Do you frequently feel a sensation like ants crawling on the back of your neck? The question was like a thunderbolt to the ears. Old Master Zia was startled and reflexively raised his hand to scratch his nape. He explained articulately, That is where the poisonous qi is accumulating the most. Before long, it will invade your brain, turning you into a puppet at the mercy of other strings. Hearing those words, the patriarch of the Gu family flew into a rage, pointing his finger and yelling, What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Get the hell out of here right now. However, he only casually glanced over at him. You're about to share the same fate. That sentence left the other party frozen in his tracks. Li Tianyuan picked up a myriad longevity pill, twirled it lightly between two fingers, and asked, I reckon you've consumed quite a few myriad longevity pills too, haven't you? He cast a sidelong glance at the old man, his voice flat as if reading a medical record. An itchy nape is just the appetizer. Recently, you too have felt a sudden surge in your cultivation power, but your Yaomen acupoint aches with a dull, throbbing pain, right? And that pain is slowly creeping toward the Lingsu acupoint. Every word he spoke struck like a sledgehammer directly into the hearts of the two men. Both of them wondered in horror. How the hell did he know about these things? Despite this, the Gu patriarch stubbornly argued, HMPH, poisonous qi. What poisonous qi? It's clearly beneficial spiritual qi. You dare say there's a problem with my myriad longevity pills? Very well, Dan Lao is also present here. I invite him to judge and distinguish black from white. Dan Lao stepped forward unhurriedly and spoke. Then let this old man take a look. The Gu patriarch approached him and threatened in a low, menacing voice. If Dan Lao examines it and finds no problems, your tongue will no longer remain in your mouth. Li Tianyuan stood still in his place, his expression as calm as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Dan Lao picked up the pill and began the appraisal process. A moment later, he raised his head and concluded with absolute certainty. It is exactly as this little brother has stated. This conclusion was like a bucket of cold water poured over them. The entire crowd was stunned, their faces turning pale. What? Dan Lao continued, his voice filled with a contemplative tone. However, as for exactly what kind of poisonous qi this is and its level of danger, it's truly difficult to conclude right away. After speaking, he held up a myriad longevity pill, turned toward Old Master Zia, and asked, I wonder if Old Master Zia could gift this old man a pill for deeper research. Old Master Zia replied calmly, Please help yourself. The third aunt panicked and spoke up. Dan Lao, you must look carefully. How could my worthy grandson scheme against my father and eldest brother? Then she hastily explained further, all medicines have 3 parts poison. Even if it contains a little toxicity with such miraculous effects, what do a few minor side effects matter? Li Tianyuan turned his back and said coldly, this kind of trash needs studying. Your reputation as Dan Lao is clearly unearned. The entire banquet hall instantly erupted, with criticisms raining down on him. You insolent brat, how dare you insult Dan Lao? Even if Dan Lao is magnanimous enough to let it slide, the major powers he has helped will tear you apart. Gu Xiankun sneered sarcastically. What a clown. Even Dan Lao isn't certain, so what gives you the right to judge that the longevity pill is flawed? He raised his chin provocatively and said, or what? Can you produce a better pill than mine? Shi Yu Nuan couldn't hold back any longer and retorted loudly, what's there to brag about? Our Tamu sect has the 100 refinements pill, which is no worse than your longevity pill. Besides, my brother-in-law has even refined a 5-revolution immortal pill. Gu Xiankun clearly didn't believe her. He crossed his arms, tilted his nose up and sneered, ha, you think threatening me with the Heart I Would sect works? And a 5-revolution immortal pill? That's a joke. His wife chimed in, trying to intimidate us with the Heart I Would sect. Ha, in the eyes of our Gu family, your Heart I Would sect is nothing. Perhaps only powers on the level of the Heavenly Departure Hall are worthy of our attention. The surrounding guests also began murmuring, this young lady is far too hot-tempered, saying anything. A 5-revolution immortal pill. How could such a thing exist? Don't even mention a 1-revolution immortal pill. This old man has never even seen a 100 refinements pill with his own eyes. Gu Xiankun hurled insults at him. You little brat, you'd better actually have an immortal pill. Otherwise, just for the crime of insulting Dan Lao, you'll die a most miserable death. Li Tianyuan suddenly shot back, and what if I do have one? This question caught the man off guard for a moment. Then he stepped closer, his voice full of challenge. If you can produce one, I'll stand here and let you slap me 10 times right now. No sooner had he spoken than a loud smack rang out. Li Tianyuan had already struck. His sudden action stunned everyone present. What the hell is he doing? Humiliated in front of everyone, the man roared in fury. You bastard, how dare you? Li Tianyuan didn't bother to reply. He simply swung his hand and delivered 9 more blazing slaps. Dusting off his hands, he calmly explained, those were the 10 slaps up front, just in case someone tries to welch on the debt. After the 10 thunderous slaps from Li Tianyuan, the man's face was swollen like a steamed bun. Covering his face with one hand and pointing at Li Tianyuan with the other, he screamed orders to his subordinates. Men, seize him. I want him torn to pieces. Shi Yu Nuan muttered in annoyance. The whole family is cast from the same mold. Li Tianyuan remained silent. He slowly reached into his chest, as if searching for something. A second later, he tossed out a pill and said, I have a 2-revolution immortal pill here, a little spit on it. Anyone want it? The moment Dan Lao saw the pill Li Tianyuan had thrown, his eyes lit up with astonishment. Just then, the Gu family's men prepared to rush forward and arrest him. Dan Lao suddenly shouted, stop. Then, before anyone could react, he lunged toward Li Tianyuan, using his entire body to catch the falling pill. The sight horrified everyone present. Dan Lao. Old Master Zia shot to his feet in panic, staring at Dan Lao sprawled on the ground, stammering, You, what are you? Dan Lao sat up straight and commanded decisively, everyone stay still, no one move. As he carefully held the pill, his eyes locked onto Li Tianyuan, who asked lazily, why so tense? Dan Lao shook his head, muttering to himself, what am I thinking? A 2-revolution immortal pill with this level of purity. I've faced countless dangers, and only at the age of 70 was I fortunate enough to successfully refine my first one. In all of Shenzhou, how many people can even refine an immortal pill? And you're so young. The husband and wife, Gu Xiankun and his wife, stood gaping in disbelief. Could it be that this really is a 2-revolution immortal pill? At this point, Dan Lao asked him curiously, May I ask, young friend, who is your master? Which great master refined this 2-revolution immortal pill? This old man has a few questions I'd like to ask your master, hoping for some guidance. The onlookers began buzzing with discussion. So this guy has a great master backing him. How could any alchemist so young refine a 2-revolution immortal pill? That makes sense. Then, as if enlightened, they said, no wonder he dared to be so arrogant. He has a solid backing. He's truly lucky. Dan Lao tried to persuade him. So, Young friend, would you be willing to part with this pill? I'll pay 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, plus 5 rare herbs no less valuable than the jade dragon white lotus. Suddenly someone raised a hand and said, "Little brother, I also want to buy it." As soon as he spoke, the two beside him turned to advise, "Don't compete with Dan Lao. He spent his whole life healing people. This pill will do far more good in his hands." The man still looked regretful, "But I really want that Two Revolution immortal pill." Just then, a man stepped forward and introduced himself. "Brother, I am Dai Si Ma of the Profitable Gate Sect. Our Profitable Gate Sect is willing to exchange 100 superior grade 7 refinement spirit pills, 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, plus 3 promises from the Profitable Gate Sect for this Two Revolution immortal pill." This price sent the entire banquet hall into an uproar. 100 superior grade 7 refinement spirit pills, 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. That fortune could buy an entire city. They whispered among themselves, "Don't forget the 3 promises from the Profitable Gate Sect. Their strength is nothing to scoff at. With 3 promises, you could basically walk sideways across Shenzhou. Then I'll also." Old Master Zia and his son turned pale upon hearing that price. Suddenly, Gu Xiankun shouted out a bid, 300,000 high-grade spirit stones. Seeing that Li Tianyuan showed no reaction at all, he gritted his teeth and raised the price. "Not enough. Then I'll raise it to 500,000. The crowd's jaws dropped once again in astonishment. He spoke to Li Tianyuan, his voice both tempting and threatening. "I'm also giving you a chance to reconcile with our Gu family." Then he issued a warning. "Hand over that Two Revolution immortal pill to me, and those 10 slaps are forgiven. Otherwise, you will face the full vengeance of the Gu family." Dan Lao closed his eyes and shook his head, saying softly, "This old man doesn't have that much money. Young friend, give it to him. Offending the Gu family isn't worth it. Staying alive is what matters most." Li Tianyuan continued to remain silent, saying nothing. After a moment he slowly spoke, "Did I ever say I wanted to sell it?" Then he turned to Dan Lao. "A Two Revolution immortal pill isn't such a big deal. If you want to study it, just take it. Since you're reasonable, if you have any questions, I'll look them over and point out a few things." The onlookers pointed at him in shock, exclaiming, "What? Teaching Dan Lao? That's the height of arrogance. But giving away a Two Revolution immortal pill like that, so generous. Is he trying to curry favor with Dan Lao? But trying to instruct Dan Lao is truly absurd." Dan Lao nodded and said, "I always fail at refining pills, and even when I succeed, the purity is far inferior to the one in your hand. However, I doubt you can answer this problem either. I was hoping to discuss it with your master." Suddenly, Li Tianyuan asked him, "Do you have any pills on you?" Dan Lao was startled for a moment, then took out some pills and handed them to him, replying, "Yes." Li Tianyuan poured a few pills into his palm to examine them. He clenched the pill and began channeling his magical power. Dan Lao's eyes widened in amazement, exclaiming, "The universe in the palm. That technique is impossible for anyone but an alchemy grandmaster." He added silently to himself, "Moreover, without profound true essence to support it, one could never reach this level." After a moment, Li Tianyuan opened his palm. The pill had turned from yellow to a fiery red. Not only that, but delicate patterns had appeared on its surface. Dan Lao couldn't believe his eyes. Its grade has jumped several levels, nearly reaching the realm of a One Revolution immortal pill. He asked himself in horror, "Impossible, impossible. How can you fuse and upgrade pills like that?" He explained as if talking to himself, "When a pill is refined, its medicinal power is fixed. Even fusing 2 identical pills would destroy the power and turn them into waste. That's why immortal pills are so hard to refine, yet you can fuse and upgrade them." Li Tianyuan tossed the immortal pill to Dan Lao and said coolly, "What others can't do doesn't mean I can't. You can only refine them one at a time. I can refine a whole batch at once. Take this pill and study it carefully. Whether you comprehend anything depends on your own skill." Then Dan Lao turned to Shi Yunuan and asked, "Young lady, that 5 Revolution immortal pill you mentioned earlier, was it real?" Shi Yunuan glared back and said, "Of course it's real." Hearing this, the crowd was once again shocked. At that moment, Dai Sima hurriedly spoke up, his voice fawning, "Brother, are you engaged yet? I have a cousin who just turned 18, as beautiful as a flower, a vision to behold." The people in the hall suddenly realized, right, a different approach. Recruiting him as a son-in-law would be 1,000 times better than buying pills. Under the stunned gazes of those around, many began to volunteer themselves. They vied to say, "Little brother, I have a granddaughter, please consider her. Here's my daughter, what do you think? I don't need a bride price." Shi Yanhan stepped to his side and declared, "He's already married, so you needn't bother playing matchmaker." Dan Lao also looked regretful. "What a shame, I have an older sister who's still unmarried." Then he leaned close to Li Tianyuan's ear and whispered, "Young friend, would you consider taking a concubine?" Shi Yunuan darkened her face and cut in, "Your older sister. Isn't she 70 or 80 years old?" Li Tianyuan turned and walked toward the door, calling to Shi Yanhan, "Yanhan, let's go." Old Master Zia, overjoyed as if at a festival, hurried after him, grinning widely, "My good grandson-in-law." This old man's attitude had done a complete 180 since Li Tianyuan walked in. Li Tianyuan didn't care. He glanced sideways and asked, "Grandson-in-law, truth be told, giving you this pill wouldn't have been impossible, but you people are too fickle." With that, he calmly walked on, but it seemed that until their goal was achieved, these people wouldn't let him leave easily. 3 masked men had already blocked his path. Gu Xiankun stood behind them, his voice full of menace. "I gave you a chance, but you didn't appreciate it, and you dared to humiliate my Gu family. Today, if you walk out of here unscathed, I'll take your surname." With that, he signaled his subordinates to charge. Just as the subordinates were about to lunge, Dan Lao moved and stood in front of Li Tianyuan. Then he turned to Gu Xiankun and said, "Mr. Gu, they are my friends. Please, for this old man's sake, don't cause them trouble." His first words were polite, but the next were full of warning. "Although I'm just an old man, my friends everywhere still show me some respect. I hope Mr. Gu can give this old man some face." Knowing that making a big scene would do no good and that Dan Lao had offered him a way out, to persist now would be truly unreasonable, the man snorted coldly and replied, "Fine, then for Dan Lao's sake." Dan Lao clasped his hands in thanks, "Much obliged." Then Dan Lao turned to Li Tianyuan and said, "But young friend, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Tonight there is indeed a major matter. Consider it as keeping me company, stay a little longer." Since Dan Lao had asked, Li Tianyuan was willing to stay. He quickly replied, "All right." Then Dan Lao smiled and turned to Old Master Zia. "Old Master Zia, my friends are staying to discuss important matters. You don't mind, do you?" Old Master Zia immediately answered without hesitation, "Everything is at Dan Lao's arrangement." Meanwhile, elsewhere, a fist slammed into a training dummy accompanied by a furious shout, "Damn it!" The one who struck was Zia Qing. She gnashed her teeth in anger and cried out in hatred, "Why can't I defeat the saintess of the Heartwood sect?" Unknown to her, Gu Mang had appeared behind her. He stood with his hands on his hips and said, "Cousin, I have a way to help you vent your anger." These words caught her attention. Zia Qing raised an eyebrow and asked, "Cousin, what way?" At this, Gu Mang frowned deeply and recounted angrily, "That bunch of people annoyed me the moment they entered the city. I'm going to make them taste my power." With that, he turned to look at Mu Wu Ming and said, "For this matter, I'll have to trouble Brother Mu to lend a hand." Once they were outside, Shi Yunuan asked him, "Brother-in-law, didn't you say you wouldn't interfere in unrelated matters? Today you seemed very eager to clash with the Gu family." Hearing this, Li Tianyuan paused for a moment. He answered his sister-in-law frankly, "Because I hate the Gu family. In the future, they will be a target I must eliminate." Shi Yunuan hadn't expected him to reply like that. Her eyes widened in stunned silence. Shi Yanhan spoke up curiously, "Tianyuan, since you've agreed to meet Dan Lao, we have to go to the Virtue Gathering Hall tonight. The evening banquet will be held there." He nodded in agreement and told her, "You all go ahead. I have a few things to take care of." Following his words, the 2 sisters and the 2 children went ahead, leaving Li Tianyuan standing alone, quietly watching their retreating backs. Once the 4 had disappeared from view, Li Qing appeared and said, "Sect Master." Li Tianyuan handed him a scroll of mental cultivation and ordered, "Li Qing, make a copy, then send it back to headquarters." Li Qing unrolled the scroll. When he saw the contents, his jaw dropped in astonishment. "Sect Master, this mental cultivation, it looks like." Before he could finish, Li Tianyuan guessed his meaning and immediately replied, "You're not wrong. This is a revised version of the demon race's cultivation technique." Then he handed him a longevity pill and instructed, "Next, go investigate how many powers possess this mental cultivation and the longevity pill." His expression turned extremely serious. When these 2 things are combined, Those who cultivate and take the pill will unknowingly become puppets. It seems someone is setting up a very large game, trying to control all the small and medium powers through these means. Back with the two sisters, Shi Yu Nuan yawned and said, "Sister, I suddenly feel so sleepy. I'm going back to my room for a nap. I'll come later tonight." Hearing this, Shi Yan Han nodded. With that, Shi Yu Nuan returned to her room. Shi Yan Han and her two children walked together through the bustling street. Along the way, Zioshi suddenly saw the old man who had been whipped by Gu Meng the other day. Ah, it's that old grandpa. Seeing a familiar face, she happily ran over and called out, "Grandpa." The old man also recognized her. "Ah, it's you, little girl." At this, the little girl asked curiously, "Grandpa, what are you doing sitting here? You're not going to poop, are you?" The old man held his stomach with both hands, looking very tired. "No, I'm just too hungry to go on. Little girl, do you have anything to eat?" The little girl scratched her head, looking apologetic. "I don't have anything on me." Thinking of something, she beamed brightly, "But I'm about to get some food." So she turned back to ask Shi Yan Han for permission. "Mom, can we bring this old grandpa along?" With her mother's approval, the little girl happily helped the old man to his feet. "Come on, Grandpa, I'll take you to a feast." Meanwhile, Shi Yu Nuan was in a deep sleep. A faint wisp of incense smoke slowly drifted into the room. In her sleep, she unknowingly inhaled the medicinal smoke. The door was gently opened by a figure in black. He wrapped Shi Yu Nuan tightly in a black blanket and hoisted her up. Then he slung her over his shoulder and quickly left the room. The door was hastily slammed shut. At the Virtue Gathering Hall, the wine feast was in full swing, attracting a large crowd of guests. The atmosphere was truly lively. The Xia family head glanced at Shi Yan Han and her two children, frowning as he muttered, "Why did they have to bring along a filthy, ragged old man? How utterly improper." He watched the three of them lead the old man to sit and eat with gusto. At that moment, Dan Lao politely invited Li Tianyuan to a seat. "Young friend, please come this way." As soon as he sat down, Shi Yan Han asked worriedly, "Why hasn't Yu Nuan arrived yet?" He leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Someone is about to kidnap her." Hearing this, Shi Yan Han turned pale with fright. "What?" Seeing her panic, he reassured her, "Don't worry, she'll be fine." At the same time, the man in black, carrying the unconscious Shi Yu Nuan, sped along the road. Suddenly, a large rock flew out of nowhere. It struck the man in black hard in the chest. He froze in pain, unable to move further. A hand gently opened a paper fan. Sui Feng sauntered over, his paper fan slightly unfurled, his voice as light as a breeze. "One of the four great masters of the Nine Cloud Supreme Sect, Mu Wu Ming, Protector Mu. I never expected you to stoop to such a dirty deed as kidnapping." Sui Feng lightly waved his paper fan, his handsome, carefree and refined demeanor like a scholar stepping out of a painting. Mu Wu Ming, carrying Shi Yu Nuan, leaped onto a rooftop. Sui Feng remained standing coolly in place. A second later, he too swiftly flew up, chasing after Mu Wu Ming. Two figures, one ahead and one behind, reenacted a classic cat-and-mouse chase across the ancient tiled roofs. Suddenly, Mu Wu Ming drew a volley of hidden weapons. He hurled them at Sui Feng. But how could such weapons trouble someone trained personally by Li Tianyuan? Sui Feng simply waved his fan, and a burst of energy sent all the hidden weapons flying back. Sui Feng continued pursuing Mu Wu Ming. The hidden weapons, deflected by Sui Feng's energy, struck a roof tile, causing it to fall to the ground and shatter. Mu Wu Ming landed on the ground with Shi Yu Nuan. Sui Feng used his magical power to probe, and realized that Mu Wu Ming's ability was to transform clarity into a barrier. Sui Feng quickly set up a barrier, trapping Mu Wu Ming inside with no escape. As Mu Wu Ming took another step, he ran into the barrier and was forced to halt abruptly. Mu Wu Ming stopped, looked around, and his face filled with astonishment as he realized he was surrounded by a barrier. Just then, a cat walked by outside the barrier, seeming completely unperturbed. Sui Feng and Mu Wu Ming stood facing each other. After a moment, Sui Feng spoke. "So your original target was the fallen phoenix sacred body. But on the night before making your move, you happened to discover the 10,000 origin circulating body of the Heartwood Sect Saintess. So you changed your mind, went along with Xia Qing and Gu Meng's request, took advantage of the situation, and kidnapped Shi Yu Nuan to offer to the sect master of the Nine Cloud Supreme Sect. Am I right?" Mu Wu Ming tossed Shi Yu Nuan onto the rooftop and said, "Since you know who I am, you must also know my strength." As soon as he finished speaking, Shi Yu Nuan was already safely settled on the roof. At this moment, Sui Feng finally replied, "Of course I know. You've just stepped into the great emperor realm." Mu Wuming pulled down his face mask and asked coldly, "I do not kill nameless nobodies. Who exactly are you?" Sui Feng introduced himself lightly. "One of the 8 steeds of Tian Li Dian, Sui Feng." The name Tian Li Dian was clearly not unfamiliar to Mu Wuming. He frowned in confusion. "Tian Li Dian, is there some grudge between my Ju Yun Shangzong and Tian Li Dian? Why can't both sides take a step back and resolve it right here?" "How could that be?" Sui Feng shook his head and replied, "Our hall master has some business with your sect master. As for the rest, you don't need to know." Then Sui Feng opened his eyes, looked straight at him, and seriously declared, "Furthermore, from the moment you learned my name, I never intended to let you leave here alive." These words enraged Mu Wuming. He erupted with power, causing his cloak to burst open, revealing a burly physique with bulging muscles. He loudly declared, "Fine. Then let me see if the 8 steeds of Tian Li live up to the rumors." Seeing him begin to channel his spiritual power, Sui Feng merely looked on indifferently. A minuscule glint flashed in his eyes. If one didn't look closely, it would be impossible to notice. As soon as he threw a palm strike at Sui Feng, our hero of the 8 steeds simply tilted his body slightly to the side, dodging it with ease. Mu Wuming knitted his brows tightly. He clenched his fist, and a surge of purple energy emitted from his hand, carrying a formidable might. He then thrust his fist forward, sending the blast of energy shooting straight toward Sui Feng. To counter this attack, Sui Feng merely gave his fan a gentle twirl, creating a solid defensive barrier. Suddenly, a shadowy figure of Mu Wuming appeared right behind Sui Feng. As if he had eyes on the back of his head, Sui Feng thrust his fan backwards, piercing straight through Mu Wuming's phantom. The phantom released a powerful surge of purple spiritual energy. Even though it was merely an incomplete illusion, the power it unleashed was not to be taken lightly. The purple energy formed a swirling tornado, its tip sharpening into a deadly point. It wasn't just one. A series of other tornadoes materialized, completely surrounding Sui Feng. Mu Wuming stood there, controlling the tornadoes as they gradually closed in to attack Sui Feng. Sensing the right moment, he clapped his palms together and shouted loudly, "Myriad Arts Destruction." Following his command, countless energy tornadoes rushed at Sui Feng simultaneously, converging at a single point and triggering an earth-shattering explosion. The blast sent dirt and rocks flying in all directions as purple spiritual energy rippled outward. The shockwave even reached the roof where Shi Yu Nuan was lying. Fortunately, she had already been shielded by a layer of Sui Feng's green spiritual energy. Shortly after, the dust settled, revealing a large clearing with no trace of Sui Feng to be found. Mu Wuming gently landed on the ground. Unexpectedly, a folding fan came flying at high speed. It flew in from behind Mu Wuming, leaving him utterly astonished. He had thought Sui Feng was dead for sure in that explosion. The fan circled once before returning to its master's hand. Sui Feng stood there, fan in hand, radiating an incredibly handsome and carefree demeanor. At this point, he finally spoke indifferently. "You people from Tian Li Dian walk the martial world barely leaving behind any names. Only now do I have the chance to witness the title the world has bestowed upon you." Sui Feng, holding his fan, looking no different from a scholar, calmly listened to him say, "The leader of the 8 steeds of Tian Li, the green-clad young master." Even Sui Feng himself didn't know he had such a title. "Oh, there's such a name for me." "But your capabilities cannot be denied, Mu Wuming. You truly live up to your reputation as one of the top 3 experts of Ju Yun Shangzong. It seems I must get serious." With that said, Sui Feng spread his arms and executed the ethereal phantom heavenly art. His entire body radiated a massive surge of green energy. Very quickly, dozens of phantoms materialized. More and more phantoms appeared, completely surrounding Mu Wuming. Following that, one phantom lunged downward. When he threw a punch at the phantom, he failed to hit it. His fist passed right through the illusion. Afterward, Sui Feng retracted the attacking phantom. The phantom then merged with the one standing behind Sui Feng. Another phantom proceeded to swoop down and attack Mu Wuming. The previous scene played out again, as his punch went straight through the phantom. Then, that phantom also merged back into the one behind Sui Feng. The green-clad young master stood in absolute silence, devoid of any expression. Just like that, He controlled the phantoms to attack Mu Wu Ming from all directions. It seemed Mu Wu Ming was starting to panic, not knowing how to deal with these phantoms because no matter how he struck, he couldn't hit them. He appeared to be running out of stamina. The phantoms struck his body consecutively. Mu Wu Ming gritted his teeth, enduring the intense pain. His entire body erupted with power. He looked up at the sky and roared. This roar sounded incredibly tragic. The phantoms surrounding Sui Feng gradually vanished. Mu Wu Ming struggled to his knees on the ground. Sui Feng landed softly. He bowed his head in defeat. Well done. The 8 steeds of Tian Li truly live up to their name. Dying by your hands is no injustice. Saying this, he coldly dropped a provocative remark. However, you will never find our sect master. Sui Feng closed his eyes and replied, that is none of your concern. With that, Sui Feng swung his fan, severing his head. Just like that, his head was cleanly chopped off by Sui Feng. Shi Yu knew and started falling from the roof. Sui Feng quickly caught her, holding her in a princess carry. Suddenly she opened her eyes, looked at the unfamiliar man before her and asked curiously, you are? Sui Feng channeled his spiritual power and said, everything is fine now, go to sleep. This magic lulled her back into a deep slumber. Mu Wu Ming's corpse was gradually consumed by red flames, vanishing into thin air. Outside the barrier, 2 people were secretly watching. The green-haired girl asked the man beside her, Uncle Tian, if it were you, what are your chances of winning? After thinking for a moment, he replied, 90%. Why are you answering the wrong question? The girl frowned and clarified, I meant against the one who won. He answered once again, 60%. Hearing this, the girl glanced at him skeptically. Oh, you rate him that highly. He explained, we are outside the barrier so we couldn't see clearly, but both of these men are in the Great Emperor realm if not already touching the profound light realm. He was able to defeat Mu Wu Ming, a long-established expert, in just a few moments. One's true strength can be seen at a glance. Saying this, he stroked his beard deep in thought. The green-haired girl also frowned in contemplation. Looking into the distance, she said faintly, why does this person look somewhat familiar? He looks a lot like someone from the Yuan family in Qijing, doesn't he? After explaining the situation to ease Shi Yanhan's worries, he said softly, that's how it happened. At this moment, Zia he stood in the center of the stage and announced loudly, distinguished guests, today is my grandfather's grand birthday. He has always cherished talent. Everyone sitting here is an outstanding youth of the Dong Sui nation. Usually, we are scattered everywhere, and only today do we have the chance to gather here. Taking this opportunity, I would like to host a friendly sparring match so that we can all improve together. Hearing this, the guests attending the banquet couldn't help but murmur among themselves. A man stroked his beard and said, this is just a competition to see which family's youth has a higher cultivation level. Another said, who doesn't know the Zia family's power among the younger generation? This is obviously just them showing off. Someone else added, it's rare for everyone to gather. A little sparring match sounds quite nice. At another table, someone said, speaking of outstanding youths, we must mention the 7 sons of King Yun Mountain, especially the 7th son, Zhang Tong, who was even accepted as a disciple by the Jiu Yun Shangzong. Another person looked towards the door and said with regret, but King Yun Mountain didn't come this time. How strange. Zia he continued his announcement. Of course, in a match there are winners and losers. This time, for the one who performs the best, the reward will be a... At this point, he paused to build suspense. Under everyone's expectant gazes, he revealed the precious prize, Absolute Heaven Divine Elixir. Hearing of such a priceless reward, all the attendees gasped in absolute shock. Consequently, the entire banquet hall broke out in an uproar. I can't believe it's the Absolute Heaven Divine Elixir. Rumor has it that only by consuming this elixir can one move freely within the wastelands. But the wastelands are currently experiencing a surge of anomalies. Even experts in the Holy Emperor realm wouldn't dare enter casually. A man said loudly, but you must know, the wastelands are a territory of infinite potential and undiscovered treasures. If one could find a few ancient divine weapons there, it would definitely shake the entire divine continent. Suddenly Zia Qing appeared and called out, Zia he, big brother. She confidently pointed at herself and said, since this match is hosted by the Zia family, how about letting me go first? With that, she stepped onto the stage. Zia he, proud of his capable younger sister, patted her shoulder encouragingly. All right, let's start with you then. Then he stepped off the stage. Left alone on the stage, Zia Qing loudly issued a challenge. Everyone, since I was young, I've heard of the prestige of the Holy Maiden of Xin Muzong. This untalented one wishes to challenge the Holy Maiden of Xin Muzong. May I be granted this honor?" Gu Mang threw Li Tianyuan and Shi Yanhan a disdainful look. His eyes held unconcealed contempt, as if he had already foreseen their utter humiliation in public. Seeing the dead silence, Zia Qing pushed her luck, her tone full of mockery. "What's wrong? Are you all mute? Ha ha ha, it's just a friendly martial arts spar." Not even daring to utter a single word in response, it seems the title of Holy Maiden is just for show. Having said that, she put her hands on her hips, her voice booming. "It's just a minor spar. Why does Sister Yu Nuan need to run away? Sister Yan Han, don't you think I make sense?" Abruptly, Shi Yan Han stood up, causing everyone around to cast astonished glances in her direction. Her voice was as cold as ice. "Yu Nuan is not here, so let this former Holy Maiden accept your challenge." Then, without holding back, she bluntly exposed the other party's crimes. "You even stooped so low as to use dirty kidnapping tricks. It seems it is time to teach you some manners." Realizing his mother had decided to fight, Xiao Yi grew extremely anxious. "Mom, that old hag is no joke. Don't go up, let me do it. I've seen a few of her moves, at the very least I can hold her off for a while." A warm feeling spread through Shi Yanhan's heart at her son's concern. She turned back to look at the boy, her eyes brimming with tenderness. She reached out and gently rubbed his head, an action that made Xiao Yi look up at his mother with wide, surprised eyes. Afterward, she leisurely approached the arena. Li Tianyuan remained with his arms crossed over his chest, eyes half closed, dropping a confident remark. "Don't worry, your mother knows her limits." Seeing her actually step onto the stage, the crowd below started gossiping. "Is that Shi Yanhan? Rumor has it her cultivation was crippled. What is she doing up there? Her opponent is Zia Qing, who possesses the falling emperor holy physique. A cripple against a holy physique, how is she supposed to fight?" Shi Yanhan and Zia Qing stood facing each other on the stage, the tension so thick you could cut it with a knife, while the audience below held their breath in anticipation. Zia Qing smirked, her eyes glinting with cunning. "Let's see how I beat you to a pulp today." Snapping out of her thoughts, she soared into the air, her voice shrill. "Sister Yan Han, then I won't hold back." The young twins shouted in unison, full of worry. "Mom, be careful." The exact moment she threw a palm strike at her opponent, Shi Yanhan merely glided gracefully upward, easily dodging it. Zia Qing couldn't believe her eyes. Fewer than 10 people had ever been able to dodge this move of hers. She blurted out in utter astonishment. She dodged it. Shi Yanhan looked down at her opponent with icy eyes, her black hair fluttering in the wind, exuding an otherworldly aura. She swung her hand, landing a resounding slap squarely on Zia Qing's face. What no one expected was that Zia Qing, the possessor of the falling emperor holy physique, was completely unable to evade an attack from someone whose cultivation was supposedly sealed. Shi Yanhan stood perfectly straight after striking, while Zia Qing staggered from the slap, stumbling to regain her balance. She touched her swollen cheek, her voice filled with disbelief. You dare hit me? How is this possible?" Below the arena, the crowd was equally stunned, turning to ask one another, did Miss Zia Qing let her guard down? On the stage, the eyes of the two women met, cold and brimming with killing intent. Zia Qing gathered all her strength, her clenched fist shooting toward Shi Yanhan. She roared with utmost confidence, "HMPH, could a cripple like you really grasp my weaknesses?" Zia he watched intently, realizing Zia Qing was going all out. He muttered to himself, "Kinger is getting serious. I wonder if Shi Yanhan can withstand it." Shi Yanhan remained completely still, her cold gaze following the fist hurtling toward her. The unimaginable happened. Zia Qing's power-packed fist suddenly went limp, drooping down powerlessly. She was stupefied. This arm was surging with energy just a moment ago. Why was it now like a dead piece of wood? Meanwhile, Shi Yanhan remained unhurried in her spot. Merely by radiating an invisible pressure, she had completely neutralized the attack. The 3 members of the Zia family were so shocked their jaws dropped. This is. Zia Qing froze, staring blankly at Shi Yanhan, her mind empty. As if reading her thoughts, Shi Yanhan spoke apathetically, left arm useless. How could she swallow this humiliation? Channeling all her remaining strength into her right arm, she resumed her attack, her eyes bloodshot, grinding her teeth as she hissed, "Bastard." Right before the fist could touch her face, Shi Yanhan gently flipped her hand, skillfully manipulating her opponent's wrist. She calmly dropped a sentence, "Right arm, no better." Zia Qing's right arm began to tremble violently. She clenched her teeth, straining to regain control, but to no avail. Some invisible force was restraining her, a feeling of frustration so intense it drove her mad. Zia Qing exerted herself to the point where green veins popped on her face, shouting loudly, "Falling Emperor!" Before she could finish, Xi Yanhan patted her on the head with one hand, her tone lecturing. Those shouts to boost morale might look cool, but they essentially just tell your opponent what you're about to do, idiot. Saying this, she channeled her spiritual energy and delivered a palm strike to Zia Qing's chest, forcing her back a few steps. Xiao Yi witnessed his mother using spiritual energy, so astounded his mouth formed a perfect O. "Mom, is that incredible?" Suddenly, Li Tianyuan chimed in to explain. "Your mother didn't become renowned everywhere back in the day just because of her looks." His voice couldn't hide his pride when talking about his talented and beautiful wife. Zia Qing stood dead in her tracks, grinding her teeth fiercely, only able to curse the word bastard, as if her vocabulary had completely run dry. Quick as a blink, Xi Yanhan appeared right in front of Zia Qing, making her jump in fright. She asked coldly, "The match isn't over yet and you're already zoning out. You are still too green." With that, she swung her long, slender leg, launching a kick toward her opponent. Zia Qing looked up in terror, only seeing the shadow of Xi Yanhan's leg flying at her. Right when the heel was a mere millimeter from the top of her head, it abruptly stopped. Zia Qing was so terrified she squeezed her eyes shut, her entire body paralyzed. By the time Xi Yanhan retracted her leg, Zia Qing had collapsed onto the floor, her body completely limp, gasping heavily for air. Xi Yanhan stepped off the stage, leaving behind a buzzing crowd. If that kick had landed on her head, she'd be dead. But where was Miss Zia's falling emperor holy physique? Why didn't it activate at all? It was then they realized the truth. Perhaps this was the signature technique that made Xi Yanhan famous, ending fights quickly, taking down opponents before they even had time to channel their power. To think that, even with her cultivation sealed, she could defeat Miss Zia so cleanly. The discussions grew more and more heated. One person exclaimed, "I don't know if it's because Xi Yanhan is too strong or because Miss Zia is too weak. Regardless, the gap between them is truly like heaven and earth." With his plan foiled, Gu Mang turned away angrily and snapped, "HMPH, what a useless fool." At this point, Zia Qing was still drowning in the shock of defeat. The spiritual energy of the falling emperor holy physique began to erupt violently around her, but it was all too late. She had lost. Zia Qing gritted her teeth and thought to herself, "My falling emperor holy physique actually failed twice. Unforgivable." Her fists clenched tight. Her resentful gaze followed Xi Yanhan's back as she left the stage. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended upon her, making her break out in a cold sweat. That pressure emanated from Li Tianyuan. The moment he sensed Zia Qing's intent to sneak attack his wife, he did not hesitate to use his aura to suppress her as a warning. Just a single glance from him was enough to make her feel suffocated. Zia Qing stood as motionless as a statue. She thought in terror, "What is that? Something immensely horrifying. I can't move at all." Right then, Zia He approached Xi Yanhan and cupped his hands politely. "Thank you, cousin Yanhan, for holding back." Zia Yun looked at Xi Yanhan's back and asked curiously, "Is cousin just stepping down like that, not continuing to compete?" She only shook her head lightly, "No." Zia Qing was helped down, her mouth continuously muttering, "What was that? So terrifying." Old Master Zia and his son silently observed everything. Not long after, Xi Yanhan returned to her seat. Xiao Shi clenched his fists, eyes sparkling. "Mom, you were so cool." Zia Yun stepped onto the stage, his voice resounding clearly. "Everyone, my little sister is not feeling well. Since cousin Yanhan doesn't wish to continue, I shall take her place." He paused for a moment before continuing. "But I also wish to test my skills against an outstanding talent. Today, that person opened my eyes to his godly alchemy skills, but it's unclear how his martial cultivation fares." Saying this, he directed his gaze toward Li Tianyuan. "Cousin-in-law, do you dare to come up here for a match?" He still had his arms crossed over his chest, his expression cold, in no hurry to reply. Li Tianyuan turned and said to Xi Yanhan, "They keep causing trouble time and again. Fine then, I'll go up and play with them for a bit." Afterward, he strolled leisurely onto the stage and spoke mildly to Zia Yun. "We can spar, but I advise you not to overexert your true qi." Zia Yun smiled, feigning gratitude. "Then thank you, cousin-in-law, for the reminder." But deep inside, he was screaming a vicious vow. The absolute heaven divine elixir, I must obtain it. As for you, you brat, your meridians have long been corroded by my true chi. Why should I fear you? He tightened his grip on his sword hilt. A stream of red spiritual aura radiated from the blade. He thought confidently to himself, just obediently act as a stepping stone for my reputation. With that thought, he swung his sword and dashed forward to attack. The shocking part was that he didn't move at all. He merely used a single finger to completely stop the razor-sharp tip of the sword. Then he lightly flicked his finger. Xia Yun was blasted backward, the sword slipping from his grasp, spinning wildly in the air. Xia Yun subconsciously stepped back, stammering in terror. How is this possible? He quickly regained his composure and asked, probing, "Cousin-in-law, you really hid your strength well. With just that one move, I'm afraid you have already reached the Dinghu realm, haven't you?" Hearing this, the crowd below was shocked once again. This young man is too incredible, already at the Dinghu realm. At my age, I barely managed to touch the Linju threshold. He is truly a genius, a rare genius. At this moment, a sinister thought flashed through Xia Yun's mind. HMPH, Li Tian Yuan, the stronger you are and the more you are praised, the more defeating you will highlight my worth. He thought with satisfaction about his previous sneaky action. As expected, planting my true chi into his body earlier was an extremely wise decision. He cursed inwardly. Li Tian Yuan, you made the Xia family lose face today, so don't blame me for being ruthless. Then he put on a kind face and reminded him, cousin-in-law, be careful. Saying that, he channeled all his strength into his fist and charged straight forward to attack. Li Tian Yuan stood still, letting the fist strike his chest directly. The moment Xia Yun's fist touched his chest, it felt like hitting a steel wall. A dull thud echoed, and his face turned pale from the pain. His feeling at this moment was like a small stream trying to topple a towering mountain. He couldn't believe it. What the hell is going on? Why isn't there the slightest reaction? I used all my strength. Suddenly, a tiny crack appeared on that wall, before it was quickly pierced through, forming a small hole. Xia Yun began to channel the Blood Chi Meridian Destroyer, a vicious and evil technique, aiming to destroy Li Tian Yuan's meridians from the inside. But things didn't go as he expected. Not only did he fail to destroy his opponent's meridians, but he also suffered a backlash, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood. The audience below was dumbfounded. How strange! Why is the attacker the one spitting blood? By now, Xia Yun had sensed the anomaly in his body. He screamed, "What's going on? My meridians, why are they?" Li Tian Yuan replied coldly, "Oh, if I didn't return all your true chi to you, I'd be the one facing this outcome right now, wouldn't I?" It could be said that the stream had shattered its own wall. Xia Yun finally understood. He glared at him, gnashing his teeth in fury. "You." A second later, he clutched his chest as an excruciating pain washed over him. Then, unable to bear it any longer, he grabbed his head with both hands and fell backward. He rolled on the ground, screaming miserably. The crowd was in an uproar again. Good heavens, what is happening? Why did he suddenly start rolling around like that? His father ran over anxiously, crying out, "Yun-er!" But Xia Yun couldn't hear anything anymore. He just clutched his head as blood continuously poured from his mouth. Old Master Xia hurriedly pleaded to Dan Lao for help. "Dan Lao, please take a look at my grandson's condition." Out of respect for Old Master Xia, Dan Lao stepped forward. He knelt down and placed his hand on Xia Yun's chest. A chaotic stream of red true chi was surging around his body. Xia Yun's father turned purple with rage and turned to question him. "What vicious trick did you use?" He replied indifferently, "A vicious trick? Why don't you ask your own son?" Seeing that he didn't answer and even retorted, he pointed directly at his face and roared, "Still dare to talk back? Watch me teach you a lesson." Just as he was about to attack, Old Master Xia spoke up to stop him. "Stop," the old man said with a stern face. "Do not act recklessly. Let us wait until Dan Lao finishes examining Yun-er before making any decisions." Hearing this, he could only shoot him a murderously glaring look. After a while of examination, Dan Lao's expression became extremely grave. He announced the situation to Old Master Xia with difficulty. "Brother Xia, your grandson's meridians are completely severed, and all his true chi has dissipated." This news struck Xia Yun's father like a bolt of lightning. He asked in panic, "What? Then doesn't that mean Yun-er is crippled?" Dan Lao looked at him with a hesitant expression. There are a few things that this old man wonders if he should say. Old Master Zia said straightforwardly. Dan Lao, please speak your mind, it's fine. With permission, Dan Lao continued. Although his meridians are severed and his true chi is gone, I can confirm that he had practiced an extremely malicious technique capable of destroying others' meridians. There is actually such a terrifying technique in this world. Everyone present gaped in horror. Dan Lao offered his speculation. Perhaps he intended to use this technique to harm his opponent, but unexpectedly suffered a backlash, ultimately bearing the consequences himself. Old Master Zia seemed to not believe his ears, asking Dan Lao tremblingly, Is this true? Dan Lao nodded. This old man has never lied. As for Zia Yun's father, he was already shivering like a leaf. He pointed straight at Dan Lao's face and yelled, Nonsense! You are clearly covering up for Li Tian Yuan. The world's respect for you is completely wasted. As soon as he finished speaking, a resounding slap from Old Master Zia landed on his face. The old man roared, Haven't we lost enough face already? The scene on the stage right now was no different from a tragicomedy of the Zia family, and the invited guests suddenly became reluctant spectators. After that, Old Master Zia bowed to everyone. I have let you all see a joke. This old man sincerely apologizes to everyone here. Then he announced, the tournament continues. Having said that, he stepped down from the stage. A young man whispered to the person next to him, truly shameless, reaping what they sow. But why doesn't the Zia family dare to refute Dan Lao? The other replied. Dan Lao is highly respected and of great moral standing. He has never spoken a false word, so why would he make up a story? Another person chimed in. Furthermore, this isn't the first time Zia Yun has pulled this trick. The Zia family always had ulterior motives. Luckily, this person possesses profound skills. If it were me, I would have definitely fallen for it. These words reached the ears of the Zia family head without missing a syllable, turning his face as black as the bottom of a pot, yet he didn't dare utter a single word. Not long after, another match ended. The winner stood on the stage, modestly clasping his hands. Thank you for yielding. And then the reward was brought out. A young man handed the winner a small box. The people below couldn't help but marvel. That's the peerless heavenly elixir. This pill can be sold for thousands of spirit stones. In the end, it was still Dai Sima from the Li Fei sect who won first place. At this moment, Old Master Zia spoke in a resounding voice. You all are the young talents of our Dong Sui nation. He continued. Surely everyone knows that our Jiang city is located near the wasteland. Although the wasteland hides countless opportunities, it is also extremely dangerous. It is covered in dense fog. If ordinary people touch it, in light cases, they lose their lives, and in severe cases, they mutate, like growing catfish whiskers, for instance. He went on. In this part of the wasteland closest to Jiang City, the fog thins out once every year. However, even if the fog decreases, unpredictable dangers still exist within. Today's tournament was also to see who among you has the capability to enter it. Dai Sima smiled and asked, Old Master Zia, why did you suddenly mention the wasteland? Could it be that some treasure is about to appear inside? The old man nodded. That's right. Then he raised his head, announcing earth-shattering news. This time, as the fog thinned, we accidentally discovered an immortal artifact inside the wasteland. This news left everyone astounded. An immortal artifact. He continued, his voice full of majesty. Standing at the edge of the wasteland, one can faintly hear the ringing of a sword. Under the suppression of the immortal artifact, all evil spirits and demons dare not approach. According to my estimation, the grade of this immortal artifact is at least tier 7, possibly even tier 8. This information was like a bomb dropping among the crowd. A tier 7 immortal artifact. Just one is enough to change the fate of an entire nation, and it's a tier 7 at that. If I could get my hands on it, wouldn't I be able to walk unhindered across the world? A moment later, Old Master Zia raised one hand and shouted loudly. This time, in the name of this birthday banquet, I invite all fellow Taoists of the Dong Sui nation to enter together, seize this destined opportunity, and revive the prestige of the Dong Sui nation. Following his rally, everyone chanted in unison, Revive the prestige of the Dong Sui nation. Suddenly, Dai Sima spoke up. Old Master Zia, but there is only one immortal artifact, while there are far too many people here. The old man pointed at him and replied, Sect Master Dai speaks truthfully. There is indeed only one immortal artifact. Who it ultimately falls to depends entirely on one's destiny. Then he looked down at the crowd, announcing, Tomorrow is when the fog in the wasteland will be at its thinnest. We will enter together, which will also make it easier to support one another. Pausing for a moment, he continued. But this old man still has one wish. Regardless of who is destined for the immortal artifact, I still hope that person will use it to contribute to the Dong Sui nation, sweep away the enemies, and revitalize the country. Dan Lao led the crowd, clasping his hands and shouting loudly. Old Master Zia is highly righteous. We deeply admire you. Suddenly, Li Tianyuan spoke up. Is this the big matter you were talking about? Hearing this, Dan Lao stared at him blankly. Then he explained. Little friend, that's an immortal artifact that can suppress an entire region of heaven and earth. If this isn't a big matter, what is? In a room, 3 members of the Gu family were conversing. The wife said furiously, Zio Zun, why didn't you make a move against that guy today? Is Dan Lao's prestige really that huge? They injured our son. Gu Zio Zun glanced at his wife, answering indifferently. Of course, Dan Lao is only part of the reason, but that brat fears neither heaven nor earth. He must definitely have some backing. Moreover, his ability to refine pills bare-handed makes even Dan Lao feel ashamed of his own skills. Do you think someone with such capabilities could have an ordinary background? Then he sat down on the chair, lowering his head. Before we clarify his origins, using Dan Lao as an excuse to back down is the best choice. But how could Gu Mang bear this grievance? He roared. Father, you really grow more cowardly as you age. If Big Brother were here, he would definitely seek justice for me. Suddenly, a subordinate walked in, clasped his hands, and reported, Master, eldest young Master Gu Feng has arrived. Just as he finished speaking, Gu Feng strolled in unhurriedly, exuding radiant confidence. He spoke. Father, Mother, I led the vanguard troops to Jiang City first. I'll go pay my respects to grandfather in a little while. Seeing Gu Feng, Gu Mang immediately rushed over, whining and snitching. Big Brother, I was bullied. Then he pulled back his shirt to show his brother the bandaged wound on his shoulder, his eyes welling up like an abandoned puppy. That arrogant bastard didn't just stab and injure me. Today he even slapped father 10 times right in the middle of grandfather's birthday banquet. Hearing this, Gu Feng frowned, his face turning pale with anger. He gritted his teeth and asked, Did this really happen? In the dark night, Gu Mang's voice rang out, full of grievance. He treats our Gu family like we're not even worth a single penny. With Gu Mang adding fuel to the fire, Gu Feng was infuriated. He slammed his hand heavily on the table, truly lawless and defiant. Seeing his eldest son fly into a rage, Gu Zio Zun hurriedly changed the subject. Feng I heard you've been promoted. Congratulations. Under your leadership, the Gu family will surely soar to the skies in the future. He explained seriously. Right now, we don't know his true strength and identity, nor do we know what faction is backing him. You have just been promoted. There's no need to bother with this trivial matter. Gu Feng disagreed. He immediately retorted, Father, nothing is more important than the face of the Gu family. He declared proudly, Now I am one of the 3 great generals of Dong Sui, the deputy general of General Fang Zhou Lai, commanding the entire vanguard guard. With General Fang backing me, no matter how powerful that person's faction is, it amounts to nothing. Even so, Gu Zio Zun still hesitated. Feng this person. He was cut off mid-sentence. Are the affairs of the Gu family for me to decide or not? Gu Zio Zun smiled, his attitude changing completely. Once you finish your training in the army and return, of course, everything in the Gu family will be yours to decide. Seizing the opportunity, he affirmed. Then from now on, I will be the one in charge of the Gu family's affairs. Gu Feng stood up straight, his entire body trembling with anger. He said loudly, Bullying the Gu family, injuring my younger brother, making our whole family a laughingstock. If we don't teach him an unforgettable lesson, what face will the Gu family have left? Tomorrow, I will deal with him. None of you need to intervene. I will definitely reclaim our family's honor. At the same time, in another room, Li Tianyuan walked in and Sui Feng spoke up. Young master. He pointed to a human head placed on the table and explained, I've retained a trace of its consciousness. It can be used for soul searching. Hearing this, Li Tianyuan placed his hand on the head. He began to circulate his energy, and a stream of azure true qi spread from his body, enveloping the head. Suddenly, the head opened its mouth and let out a miserable scream, its eyes rolling back. Li Tianyuan closed his eyes, concentrating on sensing it. Not long after, he flicked his hand slightly. The azure true qi flew out, flared up like a flame in midair, and then dissipated. A second later, he muttered. So they were hiding in the wasteland and even set up an identification formation. Then he ordered Sui Feng, call Luo Xian here. The next morning, at a building, Dan Lao came to inform Li Tianyuan and his wife. Little friend, today is the day we enter the wasteland. Everyone has already gathered. He frowned slightly. You two go first, I need to prepare a few more things. Very soon, everyone had gathered at an open field. Shi Yu Nuan yawned and said, Big sister, I have this feeling that after I went asleep yesterday, a lot of interesting things happened. She nodded, yeah, quite a lot of things. At this moment, old Master Zia raised his voice. Everyone, in half an hour, the moment when the fog is at its weakest of the year will arrive. He emphasized, but please note, even though the fog has weakened, it hasn't completely disappeared. If you don't have the peerless heavenly elixir with you, you still need to cover your entire body with true qi to protect yourselves. Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. But no one showed any signs of wavering. A young man shouted with sheer determination, Let's risk it all. I will become the top figure of the divine continent. Others also echoed his sentiments. Cowards are not worthy of this opportunity. Let's risk it. Wealth and glory wait ahead, which is far better than being suppressed forever. At the same time, a white-haired man glanced at the black-haired man beside him, nodding slightly to signal. The group began to advance into the wasteland. Suddenly, Gu Feng, riding a horse, led a squad of soldiers to block their path. Everyone looked bewildered, not knowing who this person was. This is. Gu Feng sat on his horse, clasping his hands. Your grandson pays his respects to grandfather. I have led the vanguard guard here one step ahead. The old man glanced at the crowd and said, In this operation, General Fang Zhou Lai will also arrive later, both to prevent the immortal artifact from falling into the hands of outsiders and to escort everyone. Hearing this name, everyone was astonished. Fang Zhou Lai, one of the 3 illustrious great generals of Dong Sui. The crowd was both joyful and worried. Joyful to meet a legendary figure, but worried because this meant their chances of obtaining the immortal artifact would be even lower. Old Master Zia smiled with satisfaction. Feng I didn't expect you to already be commanding the entire vanguard guard. Grandfather is very pleased. Gu Feng replied indifferently. General Fang Zhou Lai will arrive shortly, but before that, your grandson still has one matter to attend to. Saying that, he urged his horse toward Qian Han and her 2 children. Standing in front of them, he asked coldly, his voice full of anger. Yesterday, it was you who humiliated the Gu family, and also you who injured my younger brother, wasn't it? Zioshi immediately pointed her finger at Gu Mang and loudly retorted, It was you who bullied us first. And him, he even tried to hit an innocent old man. Gu Feng roared, ignoring all reason. Do you lowly scums even deserve to speak ill of the Gu family? After saying that, he ordered his soldiers to surround the mother and her 2 children. He cracked his whip, pointing it directly at Zioshi's face. You are the root of all the trouble, you uneducated brat. With that, he swung his whip fiercely at Zioshi. A sharp needle was attached to the tip of the whip. Seeing the whip about to strike her daughter, Qian Han hurriedly pulled the little girl back. Then she shielded the 2 children behind her back and shouted, Gu Feng, you've gone too far, daring to attack a child. Zioyi anxiously checked on his sister. Sister, are you all right? Gu Feng smirked contemptuously. A mere brat's life is nothing but worthless trash. This sentence completely infuriated Li Tianyuan. He erupted with tremendous coercive pressure, streams of azure true qi surging around his body. The coercive pressure grew stronger and stronger, radiating into the surroundings. Gu Feng's men had to brace themselves to withstand this terrifying power, sweating profusely, seeming as if they could no longer hold on. Soon after, he had stepped right next to Gu Feng, startling him badly. Gu Feng swung his whip at him, roaring, Who are you? Could it be that the one who slapped my father 10 times yesterday was? Before the word you could even be uttered, Li Tianyuan had tightly grabbed the whip. His face at this moment was as cold as a Shura who had just stepped out of hell. Then he violently yanked the whip. Gu Feng couldn't let go in time, and his entire body was sent flying along with it. A second later, he crashed spread-eagled onto the ground. Gu Feng gritted his teeth, scrambling to his feet. Before he could stand firm, a heaven-shattering punch from Li Tianyuan flew straight into his face, splattering fresh blood everywhere. The punch caused the needle-tipped end of the whip to pierce right into Gu Feng's cheek, making him scream agonizingly in pain. His subordinates stood frozen in shock, fear beginning to show clearly on their faces. Immediately after, they rushed forward to surround Li Tianyuan, pointing their spears at him and threatening, "Let the commander go at once, otherwise don't blame us for not holding back." The moment they finished speaking, Li Tianyuan unleashed a wave of pressure even stronger than before. That was his answer. The soldiers were blown away in all directions. How could Gu Feng endure this humiliation? He lunged at him, swinging his fists and howling in hatred. "Daring to lay a hand on me, the commander of the Vanguard Guard." But before he could land a strike, Li Tianyuan gripped his wrist tightly. He twisted his wrist forcefully behind his back. A crisp crack of breaking bones rang out. On the other side, Mingyu was stroking Xiaoxi's cheek, asking anxiously, "Xiaoxi, are you all right? Let me see." "Thank goodness, it's just a light scratch." Gu Feng used his remaining arm to point at his face, saying tremblingly, "I am General Fang's deputy. By attacking me, you are opposing the entire Dong Sui nation." Li Tianyuan didn't say a word. He proceeded to grab the arm pointing at him. He twisted it behind his back again. Just like that, his remaining arm was also broken. Gu Xiaozun and his wife ran over anxiously, shouting, "Release my son at once." Suddenly, Li Tianyuan placed his palm on top of his head, scaring the living daylights out of Gu Feng. He stammered, trembling, You can't kill me. I am the commander of the Vanguard Guard, you cannot kill me." He didn't bother listening to his nonsense, lifting his foot to kick heavily into the back of his knees. Gu Feng collapsed to the ground, begging abjectly, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have attacked the girl." Right at this moment, Fang Zhou-Lai arrived leading his troops. Seeing the general, Gu Feng suddenly burst into laughter. "I take back the apology I just made." He even hollered at him, "You dared to injure me, dared to break my arms and legs, you're dead meat, I will definitely kill you," he shrieked like a madman. Li Tianyuan only released a slight wave of coercive pressure, completely stiffening him. Not long after, he coughed up blood, fresh blood pouring from both his mouth and ears. Gu Xiaozun and his wife turned pale with fear, pointing at him and roaring loudly, "You dare to commit violence right in front of General Fang." He didn't care at all. After dealing with Gu Feng, he waved his hand and tossed him to the ground like a piece of discarded trash. Gu Xiaozun and his wife hugged their child in sheer heartbreak. He turned and complained to Fang Zhou-Lai, "General Fang, you must seek justice for my son and severely punish this bastard." Fang Zhou-Lai raised an eyebrow, looking in their direction. With his face covered in blood, Gu Feng struggled to speak. He completely disregards military rules, daring to strike me right in front of you. This is an act of contempt toward the Dong Sui kingdom. Yet the response he received was a mocking question. "Do you represent the Dong Sui kingdom? You are far from qualified." Under the horrified gazes of the three Gu family members, Fang Zhou-Lai coldly snorted, "Did I make you the commander of the Vanguard Guards just so you could abuse your power? I saw exactly what you did earlier." General Fang then announced, "From now on, there's no need for you to return to the military. Just stay home and play the role of the Gu family's young master." Hearing this, he frantically crawled closer. General Fang, what did I do wrong?" Fang Zhou-Lai explained, "He only spared the Gu family out of respect for me. Yet, you were foolish enough to attack his daughter. If this isn't digging your own grave, what is?" He then coldly issued an order, Gu Feng, for harming an innocent child of the Dong Sui kingdom, tarnishing the dignity of the military, and abusing public office for personal revenge. Today, you are stripped of all military ranks and permanently banished." Gu Feng stared at General Fang in utter despair, as if unable to believe what he had just heard. Gu Xiaozun was shocked to his core. What is going on? Gu Feng is dismissed. Fang Zhou-Lai doesn't even intend to blame Li Tianyuan. Just who exactly is Li Tianyuan? How terrifying is his background? Fang Zhou-Lai looked at him and thought to himself, "I thought he had gained a weakness, but who would have thought he just gained another reverse scale?" Li Tianyuan walked up to Xiu Nuan and Xiao Yi, tossing a small bag to the boy. He said, "You and Yu Nuan will both enter the desolate realm in a moment." Then he turned and called out to her, "Yan Han." She nodded, Right at that moment, the purple mist began to dissipate. Li Tianyuan's family, along with Xiu Nuan, gazed at the magnificent scene unfolding before them. Then, Li Tianyuan calmly strolled into the mist all by himself. The crowd was stunned, their eyes glued to his solitary back as it slowly faded from view. Nobody could believe he had the audacity to plunge into that thick mist alone. Zayoshi's heart tightened as she anxiously whispered, "Father." A man roared, "Damn it, that bastard dared to take the first step." The fear of someone else snatching this once-in-a-millennium opportunity ignited their greed, prompting them to madly rush forward. Shouts echoed all around, "Don't let him take it. The immortal artifact must be ours." Charge. Witnessing the chaotic scene, Zia Lao Tai Gong was burning with anxiety. He shouted until his voice grew hoarse, trying to warn the blinded crowd. The poisonous mist hasn't completely cleared yet. Entering now is suicide. However, his warnings fell on deaf ears. Nobody paid him any mind. Suddenly, as soon as a man touched the purple mist, his fingers sizzled and emitted black smoke, as if being corroded by acid. He let out an agonizing howl. The person right behind him heard that savage scream, his heart stopped, and his feet were rooted to the ground. The people far in the back couldn't see what was happening and continued to push and shout frantically. Caught in the middle, the terrified man screamed, "Stop pushing, please stop pushing." Just a split second later, the man who had entered the mist shrieked even more pitifully, scaring the person behind him pale. By now, the victim's face was covered in grotesque blisters, his flesh turning mushy and melting off. Yet his body remained frozen stiff as if paralyzed, leaving him to beg in sheer despair, "Save me, please save me." Before long, he collapsed to the ground. The man right behind him stared in absolute terror at the tragic scene. Immediately after, a piercing pain flared from his own hand, making him flinch and look down in panic. From behind, Fang Zhou Lai shouted, "Use your true qi to protect your bodies." The warning was like a ray of light at the end of a tunnel. The man instantly channeled his true qi to envelop his entire body. However, that flimsy layer of true qi was utterly useless. In the blink of an eye, his hand was mostly eaten away. He shrieked in extreme panic, "No, please no." With a sharp whoosh, a radiant golden sword suddenly streaked forward. The sword tore through the mist, stabbing firmly into the ground right in front of the man. Everyone behind held their breath, gazing at the sword's brilliant golden light contrasting sharply against the deadly purple mist. Fang Zhou Lai immediately ordered his troops, "Stabilize the formation, treat the wounded." Just as he finished speaking, he looked up and spotted a group of people flying over on swords from the horizon. Clad in identical golden robes, their sword-riding posture looked incredibly majestic. Recognizing the leader, Fang Zhou Lai cupped his hands and spoke in a solemn voice, "Young hero Li, son of the sword saint of Shangjiang City, Li Chengqian." Just as he finished his sentence, the group gracefully touched down on the ground. Li Chengqian politely returned the gesture to Fang Zhou Lai, "General Fang, it's been many years. You are as imposing as ever." The onlookers were dumbfounded. Nobody expected Shangjiang City to get involved in this. Everyone knew their city lord, the renowned sword saint, was hailed as the strongest under the immortal realm. Someone in the crowd voiced a disagreement. "I don't think so. The sword saint is indeed very strong, but calling him the absolute best beneath the immortals might be an exaggeration." Another quickly chimed in, "Exactly. Wu Ling Shen, the crown prince of the Kaiyan kingdom, has reached the heavenly Emperor Star River realm, just half a step away from becoming an immortal. Not to mention the elders of the Kaiyan Yuan sect, whose profound strength is unfathomable. Then there's the Holy Lord of the Tian Kai Holy Land, the sect master of the Jiu Yun Upper Sect. Masters in this world are as numerous as falling autumn leaves. Without a true life-and-death battle, who dares to confidently claim to be number one?" A young man crossed his arms and let out an arrogant smirk. "Haha, the way I see it, the one worthy of that title should be the Hall Master of the Tian Li Hall. He built such a formidable force in just a few short years. Who knows if he's actually some old monster who descended the mountain after 1,000 years of seclusion. Besides, have you ever heard of him losing a fight?" This statement left the crowd deep in thought. A curious fellow asked, "Then has the Holy Lord of the Tian Kai Holy Land ever lost to anyone?" Someone else replied, "He's never fought them." The group concluded, "In that case, nobody can truly confirm who is the strongest." One nodded in agreement, "Right, right." Right then, Li Chengqian walked past the three gossiping men with his hands clasped behind his back and his head held high, forcing them to notice him. All three instantly turned pale, their hearts pounding wildly. Oh no, didn't everything they just said reach Li Chengqian's ears? He approached Zia Lao Tai Gong and respectfully cupped his hands. Zia Lao Tai Gong, please forgive my abrupt visit this time. The old man laughed heartily and replied, ha ha ha, Shangjiang City is inherently part of the Dong Sui Kingdom's territory. To have Shangjiang City's help in this event is truly our honor. The Sword Saint's reputation is renowned everywhere. This old man assumed no treasure here could catch his eye, so I didn't dare be presumptuous enough to invite him. Li Chengqian waved his hand, acting very humbly. Zia Lao Tai Gong, you are too polite. You are Yan Han's maternal grandfather, which means you are also my grandfather. As he spoke, he opened a brocade box revealing a rank 1 immortal pill inside, and continued, hearing that it is your birthday, I specially brought a rank 1 immortal pill. I wish you boundless longevity and eternal youth. Seeing the gift, the old man's eyes crinkled with a wide smile as he hastily thanked him. Such a generous gift, this old man graciously accepts. I wonder, is the Sword Saint here in person? He narrowed his eyes slightly and replied, my father has been in secluded cultivation recently. His whereabouts are uncertain. Even I am not sure where he is. The surrounding crowd gaped in astonishment upon seeing the birthday gift. Truly people of Shangjiang City, so generous as to gift an actual rank 1 immortal pill. One guy curled his lip. A rank 1 immortal pill is definitely precious, but why does it feel somewhat underwhelming? Another chimed in, well, we just saw a rank 2 immortal pill yesterday, so seeing this suddenly makes it feel rather ordinary. A third guy shook his head. Give it a rest, guys, it's not for us anyway. Those murmurs did not escape Li Chengqian's ears. He whipped his head around, shooting them a glare as sharp as a knife. The group instantly fell silent. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he caught sight of Yan Han's figure. His face beamed with joy as he quickly ran over to her and called out loudly, Yan Han. He reached out, intending to grab her hands, his tone full of longing. I missed you so much. But when his hands made contact, the rough and large texture made him freeze. Were these a girl's hands? He looked up, only to be met with the scowling face of Ming Yu glaring right back at him. Meanwhile, Yan Han was standing quietly a step behind. Li Chengqian's face shifted from red to purple. Did he just hold a man's hands? Ming Yu violently yanked his hands back and snapped, Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing? Ming Yu aggressively brushed his hands off as if he had just touched something disgusting, grimacing and pointing at Li Chengqian. You pervert, back off. Li Chengqian ground his teeth in anger but couldn't argue back a single word, for he was indeed the one who initiated the hand-holding. He turned to speak to Yan Han. Yan Han, I heard the Xuan Yin sect crisis your side faced was resolved by Qing Yun Mountain. I actually planned to come and lend a hand. Simply using my father's prestige would have easily scared those Xuan Yin sect cowards away. Only after saying that did he turn his appraising gaze toward Ming Yu. And what is this brother's relationship with Yan Han? Ming Yu smirked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Why should I report to you? You think you're some big shot. Opening your mouth, it's always my father, my father. Do you not know how to speak without bringing up your dad? Li Chengqian ignored Ming Yu and continued pouring his heart out to Yan Han. It's been so many years, yet you remain as beautiful as ever. My feelings for you have never changed. He patted his chest confidently. As long as you nod, I will immediately come to propose. With my father stepping up, no matter how much the Zen Mu sect wants to make things difficult for you, they will have to show some respect to Shangjiang City. Ming Yu burst into laughter. Propose what? Without your father, what the hell are you? These words were like a bucket of cold water dumped on Li Chengqian's face. He trembled with fury, his hands clenching tightly into fists. He tried to suppress his anger, maintaining a cold expression as he asked, May I ask who your excellency is? Ming Yu cut him off. I am your father, your grandfather. Li Chengqian's subordinates could bear it no longer. They all rested their hands on their sword hilts, ready to charge in and fight to the death. Yet Ming Yu still stood with his hands on his hips, continuing to mock. Li Chengqian, take a good look at yourself in the mirror. 1 part arrogant, 2 parts contemptuous, 3 parts showing off, 4 parts self-satisfied. Everywhere you go, all you know is to flaunt my father, my father. Why don't you go ahead and flaunt that I am your grandfather? To put it bluntly, it's just because you yourself are too incompetent, only knowing how to hide behind your father's shadow, right? You pathetic scrub. Li Chengqian gritted his teeth and emphasized every word. If you dare spout such insolence again, do not blame me for cutting off your tongue. Hearing this, Ming Yu instantly stuck out his tongue to provoke him. Hey, my tongue is right here. Come and cut it if you have the guts. At this point, Xi Yanhan finally bowed her head politely. Young Master Li, I am already someone else's wife and I even have children. You do not need to act like this anymore. Please refrain from bothering me in the future. Her words struck like a bolt of lightning. Li Chengqian was dumbfounded, staring at her with a deathly pale face, unable to believe what he had just heard. Ming Yu stood nearby, his sharp eyes on high alert in case Li Chengqian made any hostile moves against Xi Yanhan. After a long while, he finally regained his senses and tremblingly pointed at the twins. This, could it be, they are? She nodded affirmatively. Yes, they are my children. Her answer completely petrified Li Chengqian. Right then, Zia Lao Tai Gong raised his voice to announce, "Everyone get ready, the mist is about to clear completely." Li Chengqian still hadn't given up. He patted his chest and declared resolutely to Xi Yanhan, "It doesn't matter if you have children. Wait for me to return from the desolate realm." With that, he spun around and marched step by step into the desolate realm. Ming Yu watched him with hands on hips, scoffing, "Go on, piss off quickly. Just another idiot jumping into the grave." Ming Yu's remark infuriated Li Chengqian. He turned his head and shot Ming Yu a deadly, scorching glare. Far from being intimidated, Ming Yu flipped him the middle finger in defiance. "What are you looking at? Never seen a handsome guy before." Up until now, Li Chengqian had never suffered such humiliation. Ming Yu had provoked him until his blood boiled. Pointing at two subordinates, he ordered, "Zhuo-san, Yu-san, the two of you stay back and protect Yanhan. Zhuo-yi, Zhuo-er, Yu-yi, Yu-er, follow me into the desolate realm." The subordinates answered in unison, "Understood." Ming Yu pointed right at Li Chengqian's face and snapped, "As if we need your protection." Suddenly, his eyes shifted toward Sui Feng, who was leisurely leaning against a tree trunk. Holding a paper fan and waving it gracefully in front of his chest, his demeanor was elegant and romantic, just like a cultured scholar. Fang Zhou spurred his horse over to Ming Yu and asked curiously, "Your young master and little brother Sui Feng aren't here, yet you still act so arrogantly." He whipped around to glare at him, throwing a disparaging remark at Li Chengqian, "As if a pampered pretty boy like him is worthy of lusting after my madam." Fang Zhou rode his horse past Ming Yu, saying, "I hope you can look out for us on this trip into the desolate realm." Ming Yu closed his eyes and confidently waved his hand, "Piece of cake." Before leaving, General Fang cast a meaningful glance back at Ming Yu. Then he turned and ordered his troops, "All soldiers, form teams of 10 and advance into the desolate realm." Zhao Yi gripped his sword, his entire body radiating a golden spiritual aura. The little boy muttered to himself, "No problem, I can definitely get in." Seeing her little brother preparing to rush in, Zhao Shi anxiously reminded him, "Zhao Yi, I can't go in. You and the others must be extremely careful in there. Mother and I will wait for you outside." The little boy nodded at his sister. "Okay. Even if I don't seize any fortuitous encounters this time, it is still a precious opportunity for training." Ming Yu suddenly patted Zhao Yi on the shoulder, making the boy jump. He praised, "Not bad, kid's got spirit." Shi Yunuan waved to Xi Yanhan, "Sister, we'll go in first then." At this point, Xi Yanhan spoke politely to Ming Yu, "Please keep an eye on Zhao Yi and Yu Nuan." Ming Yu patted his chest and guaranteed, "Rest assured, madam, my strength is nothing to scoff at." She stood there silently, watching as silhouette after silhouette stepped into the desolate realm. A young boy frowned and spoke indignantly, "Father, mother, I also want to enter the desolate realm." The Gu couple, who were still heartbrokenly hugging their eldest son, stiffened upon hearing their youngest son's words and looked at him with pale faces. Madame Gu frantically tried to stop him. "Gu Ming, don't go." With one hand on his hip and the other pointing at the subordinates behind him, Gu Ming said smugly, "Don't worry, mother. I've prepared a mountain of pills and I even have a Ju Tian divine pill. Plus, with so many experts coming along, it will be fine." Having said that, Gu Ming led his group of subordinates and aggressively marched into the desolate realm. As he walked, he sneered inwardly, "HMPH, to think that Big Brother is also such a piece of trash." He tightly gripped a medicine bottle in his hand, a scheming glint in his eyes. So many people fighting over the immortal artifact, it's bound to be pure chaos. I'll take advantage of the confusion and use Master's poison to kill them all. Who knows, a share of that immortal artifact might just be mine. Madame Gu turned to her husband and asked, "Xian Kun, why don't we go in and take a look as well?" He looked at his wife and reassured her, "Don't worry too much. Father-in-law and the others are in there too. They will keep an eye on Gu Ming. nothing will happen. Then he looked at his eldest son lying on the stretcher, his voice lowering. Take Gu Feng to be treated first. I also need to report this matter to the main clan. Old grudges and new enmities combined, I will absolutely flatten the Xin Mu sect. Suddenly, he spotted a streak of light flashing across the sky. That streak plummeted like a shooting star, crashing down right in front of him. The terrifying impact sent dirt and rocks flying everywhere. From amidst the dust and smoke, Ding Jai stepped out, roaring furiously, "Where is my disciple?" Recognizing the man, Gu Xiankun hurriedly cupped his hands respectfully. "So it is Mr. Ding Jai." Immediately, Ding Jai grabbed Gu Feng's wrist and squeezed hard. Gu Feng turned pale from the pain and squealed miserably. He twisted Gu Feng's already broken arm backwards, causing so much agony that Gu Feng's eyeballs practically bulged out. Ding Jai stared at him intensely, and after observing for a moment he concluded, "You are not my disciple." Saying that, he ruthlessly tossed him aside. Gu Xiankun watched in horror as his son was thrown away like a ball, his own eyes almost popping out in shock. Madame Gu ran over in a panic to help Gu Feng up. Gu Xiankun hastily pointed toward the desolate realm. "Mr. Ding, Gu Ming has already entered the desolate realm." Hearing that, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Disciple, here I come," before sprinting madly toward the desolate realm. Waiting until he was completely out of sight, Madame Gu turned to question her husband, Xiankun. "What kind of master did you find for Gu Ming? A total madman who just made Gu Feng's injuries even worse. Sooner or later, Gu Ming will be ruined under his teachings." Hearing this, his face flushed with anger. After a long while, he finally turned and told her, "What do you know? Ding Jai's ancestors once did a great favor for Bu Laoxian of Mount Tianxi." That name filled her with absolute astonishment. Bu Laoxian, isn't that one of the 5 legendary immortals? He explained, Bu Laoxian promised the Ding family he would fulfill 3 conditions, and Ding Jai is currently their sole descendant. If Gu Ming can inherit this connection, we will be linked to Bu Laoxian. When that time comes, even the main clan will have to show us respect. Inside a cavern, streams of purple true qi wafted out from the entrance, undulating like soft strands of silk. A man was sitting cross-legged in cultivation. He was none other than Si Kong Xuan, the sect master of the Jiu Yun upper sect. Suddenly, his tightly shut eyes snapped open. He spoke to a figure that had just appeared at the cave entrance. "You're here. I have reached the crucial moment of my breakthrough." He then asked, "Protector Mu, have you found the holy physique I need?" The man in black, Mu Wu Ming, only looked at him in silence. After a while he finally spoke, "Not yet." Si Kong Xuan frowned, his eyes revealing clear dissatisfaction. This was not the answer he had hoped for. He snapped, "Then why are you here? I need to quickly absorb a particularly powerful physique to enhance my strength. If things go smoothly, in less than 3 years, I will become the first immortal of the Jiu Yun upper sect. If I can also secure the immortal artifact in the desolate realm, our sect's chances at the grand assembly of myriad realms will be vastly increased." Mu Wuming asked, "Why don't you absorb that heavenly vein soul bone?" He replied, "The heavenly vein soul bone. Didn't the holy envoy take it away a few days ago to exchange for cultivation treasures for me?" Realizing something amiss halfway through his words, he paused. "Wait a minute, how do you know about the heavenly vein soul bone? You only know that I obtained a treasure, but how do you know what I used for the exchange?" Mu Wu Ming coldly stepped into the cavern. Si Kong Xuan narrowed his eyes. "Mu Wu Ming, have you been spying on me all this time?" At this moment, Li Tianyuan ripped off Mu Wu Ming's disguise and said, "I don't have that much free time. Furthermore, I am not Mu Wu Ming." Seeing his true face, Si Kong Xuan was utterly horrified. "What? The killing formation I set up couldn't see through your disguise?" Li Tianyuan clasped his hands behind his back, his voice as cold as ice. "Stop acting so surprised. Tell me about the heavenly vein soul bone." As soon as he finished speaking, a giant, transparent purple hand manifested, aiming to crush him. Immediately after, under Si Kong Xuan's control, the giant hand slammed fiercely into the ground. But astonishingly, the energy hand quickly dissipated like smoke, while Li Tianyuan stood tall in his original spot, completely unmovable. Seeing him completely unharmed, he cried out in disbelief, "You took my immortal cloud palm head-on and didn't suffer a single scratch." He glanced at him and said flatly, "Whatever, purifying your soul when the time comes will yield the same result." The moment he finished speaking, he lunged at Si Kong Xuan, attacking before the old man could even react. The two instantly engaged in an earth-shattering battle. One attacking, the other defending. It was an evenly matched fight. The battle grew increasingly fierce, with bursts of true chi and immense pressure radiating outward, shaking the entire cave. After exchanging blows for a while, he asserted, "As expected, you are also a great Emperor Realm expert. Had I known, I would have gone all out from the start." He casually dropped a single word, "wordy." Then he threw a punch that sent the man flying backward. Si Kong Chuan was sent hurtling backward by the sheer force of the blow. He brought his hands together, summoning a densely compressed purple energy sphere between his palms, and roared, "Boundless true avatar." He then thrust the energy sphere toward him. Li Tianyuan stopped the attack dead in its tracks with just one hand. Now, a colossal purple Dharma idol, gripping a sword, materialized behind his back. Si Kong Chuan's face darkened, his eyebrows knitted tightly. He said coldly, "State your name. This is your last chance." Li Tianyuan merely looked at him in silence, his eyes full of disdain. This silence thoroughly enraged Si Kong Chuan. He immediately channeled his magical power, and the giant Dharma idol behind him raised its sword to the sky. From the blade, streaks of purple light shot up into the air, piercing through a pitch-black hole at the top of the cave. The Dharma idol's other hand raised a fly whisk. The threads of the fly whisk darted toward Li Tianyuan as if to bind him tightly, while the giant sword prepared to slash down. However, instead of attacking directly, he fired a barrage of talismans that plastered all over Li Tianyuan's body, rendering him immobile. The Dharma idol's two hands tightly clamped down on him, imprisoning him within an intensely powerful purple energy sphere. Controlling the Dharma idol, Si Kong Chuan confidently declared, "You have fallen into my cage. Making a move against me in this place is no different from suicide." With that, he poured even more power into the containment sphere. Yet in the blink of an eye, Li Tianyuan shattered the cage, standing proudly amidst the purple smoke. Si Kong Chuan focused his spiritual energy into his palm and shouted, "Heart Demon Mirror." A swirling orb of spiritual energy formed in his palm and slowly rose into the air, manipulated by purple spiritual threads. He then gathered his strength, commanding the Heart Demon Mirror to attack. Standing on the outside, he said smugly, "You've been suppressed by my formation, and the Heart Demon Mirror artifact will plunge you deep into an illusion from which you cannot escape. Meanwhile, the poisonous mist of the wilderness will relentlessly corrode your body. So what if we are in the same realm? Once you lose all your combat strength, won't your fate be entirely in my hands? Rest in peace here." Finishing his words, he channeled more spiritual energy, intending to completely dominate his opponent's mind. At this moment, the Heart Demon Mirror gradually invaded Li Tianyuan's consciousness. He merely stood perfectly still in the center of the purple formation. Li Tianyuan closed his eyes. No one knew how the Heart Demon Mirror was affecting him. Suddenly he opened his eyes. A familiar call echoed in his ears, "Zhao Tian." It was back when he was as little as Zhao Shi and Zhao Yi, standing in the middle of an open field. At that time, his mother was waving at him, "Stop spacing out." She smiled, holding up a rattled drum to coax him, "Zhao Tian, come here quickly." Li Tianyuan's eyes widened as he called out, "Mother." Abruptly, an iron collar clamped tightly around his neck, suffocating him. His face began to turn purple. Li Tianyuan gritted his teeth, desperately trying to loosen the collar with his hands. A moment later, he jolted awake. He was now bound tightly to a tree trunk. When he turned his head to the right, a horrific sight struck his eyes. His mother was also tied to a tree, her entire body riddled with small blades. She had fallen unconscious. A group of figures clad in black slowly approached, endlessly cursing, "Demon, demon." Then countless small blades shot toward him. Li Tianyuan couldn't fight back. He could only watch helplessly as they flew at him. A second later, the blades pierced deep into his flesh. Li Tianyuan screamed in agony. Leading the group was someone in golden robes, flanked by two figures in blue. Behind them were numerous subordinates in black. A massive hand was raised. They began chanting vicious curses. "The curse of heavenly tribulation, may you never be reincarnated for 10,000 lifetimes." Li Tianyuan felt a pitch-black, evil aura invade his body, tearing him apart from the inside. The excruciating pain drained all color from his face. He could only throw his head back and howl at the sky in despair. The unbearable pain made a child like Li Tianyuan wish only for death. Just at his most desperate moment, his mother's voice echoed, Live on. You must live on to have hope. One morning in a small village, hidden deep within the mountains, Li Tianyuan was lying on a bed, slowly opening his eyes. At that moment he saw an old man. The old man said to him, "From today onward your name shall be Li Tianyuan." Then he raised his hand, and golden magical power swirled into a vortex around his arm. That power then blasted straight toward Li Tianyuan, sending him flying out of the house. Even the bed flew out right along with him. Li Tianyuan sat slumped on the ground. The villagers, hearing the loud commotion, rushed out to see what was happening. Very quickly, he stood up, observing the people around him. The old man in the room barked loudly, "Don't be lazy, hurry up and practice your martial arts. If you fail to satisfy me, I'll peel your skin off." As soon as he spoke, 2 massive boulders flew toward him, landing perfectly onto his 2 hands. Just like that, Li Tianyuan was forced to lift 2 boulders several times his own size with his bare hands. He gritted his teeth as he hoisted the rocks, cursing under his breath, "Damned old geezer." By nightfall, his legs were trembling violently, his knees on the verge of buckling. After all, he was just a child. Lasting until late evening was already a miracle. At this point, he couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to his knees. Li Tianyuan looked up. A flash of terror flickered in his eyes. A horde of cultivators had invaded the village. They used flying swords to set everything ablaze, the flames roaring ferociously. Many villagers had been slaughtered, their corpses strewn everywhere. The leader roared, "Kill all the demons." Saying so, he launched his flying sword at a young man pinned to the ground. His mind seemed to shatter. Li Tianyuan stared blankly as the villagers were ruthlessly massacred. Suddenly, a hand was placed over his freezing hands. A girl lying in a pool of blood struggled to whisper, "Run, quickly." Li Tianyuan wept in agony. The mob had already rushed up behind him, ready to strike. At this moment, he had nothing left to lose. He spun around, unleashing a palm strike that sent the crowd flying, and screamed frantically, "Get the hell away from me." Just as he was about to run into the house to check on his master, the old man stumbled out, covered in blood, and collapsed into his arms. Panic-stricken, Li Tianyuan held him tight. Before passing away, his master patted his young disciple's head and instructed, "Your ideals are beautiful. Always persevere on your own path." At this moment, words failed him. He could only cry silently as tears streamed down his cheeks. Si Kong Xuan's heart demon mirror possessed a mirror-like object shining down from above, shrouding the entire space in a bewitching purple hue. Li Tianyuan was imprisoned within it, with no way out. He furrowed his brows at him, declaring confidently, "Already swallowed by your inner demons, falling right into my trap, huh?" Watching him submerged in the illusion, he sneered. "However, without true qi protecting your body, how is it that your flesh hasn't been destroyed after being corroded by the poisonous mist for so long?" He retracted his Dharma idol and said coldly, "Well, being in the great emperor realm naturally comes with its perks. I will personally send you on your way." And so Si Kong Xuan proclaimed loudly, "Rest in peace right here, nameless great emperor." The sword in the Dharma idol's hand abruptly exploded. A burst of azure spiritual energy radiated outward after the explosion. He channeled his spiritual energy, his eyes widening as he stared intently at Li Tianyuan. What the hell? Li Tianyuan was standing proudly before him, completely unharmed. Si Kong Xuan exclaimed in shock, "You broke free from the heart demon mirror's control and subdued your inner demons. Just what kind of monster are you?" His pupils shifted to a blazing red. Li Tianyuan spoke up, "The faith that everyone entrusted to me, you call that an inner demon?" At this moment, his eyes were filled with nostalgia. He said sincerely, "But I must also thank you for giving me the chance to see them again." Li Tianyuan raised his hand, standing as imposing as a statue. His hand had completely seized control of the Dharma idol's sword. He confidently introduced himself, "Heavenly Lycoris Palace, Li Tianyuan." Hearing this, he was absolutely terrified and loudly interrogated, "Heavenly Lycoris Palace? You are from the Heavenly Lycoris Palace?" Si Kong Xuan frowned, staring wide-eyed at him, full of suspicion. "HMPH, why state your name all of a sudden?" He stood rooted to the spot, seemingly still reeling from the shock of his opponent's identity. From afar, a brilliant streak of purple light could be seen. And then an earth-shattering explosion resounded. Si Kong Xuan's entire body, along with earth and rocks, was blasted into the sky. The Dharma idol shattered as well, gradually dissipating into nothingness. The azure True Qi relentlessly pursued the purple True Qi, clearly holding the upper hand. Li Tianyuan's eyes shot out a cold glint as his entire body exuded an immense, overbearing pressure. Si Kongquan's eyes bulged as he realized that this level of aura was far beyond what a Star River Realm great emperor should possess. At this moment, Li Tianyuan flew towards where Si Kongquan was positioned. The two men stood face to face. Li Tianyuan raised his fist and proactively launched an attack. A heaven-shaking punch landed squarely on his right cheek, followed immediately by a precise uppercut to the jaw. In agony, his face pale, Si Kongquan glared at him and roared, "What exactly did you do? My Nine Fortunes High Sect does not fear your heavenly Lycoris palace." He replied softly, "The Nine Fortunes High Sect is merely a single link in my plan. My ultimate goal is only one thing, to eradicate the Myriad Cloud sect." Si Kongquan was struck with absolute horror. "What? How do you know of the existence of the Myriad Cloud sect?" He didn't bother answering. Instead, he channeled his spiritual energy, forming beams of azure light that surrounded the old man. Si Kongquan backed away, realizing he was no match for this man. But unwilling to accept defeat, he continued to channel the Heart Demon Mirror into his palm. The power radiating from the Heart Demon Mirror grew increasingly intense. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the Heart Demon Mirror. Naturally, he noticed it. Panicking, he thought, even the Heart Demon Mirror, which rivals a divine artifact, cannot withstand him. Are the people from the heavenly Lycoris palace all this terrifying? Thus, he immediately executed the universe evasion technique, Lightning Stride. A second later, the Heart Demon Mirror shattered into pieces. The purple True Qi faded away into the air. Li Tianyuan stood calmly watching. He muttered under his breath, "No real skills but sure runs fast." With that said, he also departed swiftly, leaving only a trail of azure aura in the air. In an open clearing, a large crowd of people had gathered. They were advancing step by step. Suddenly, three men gaped in astonishment at the scene unfolding before them. Their companion was now standing frozen in place, trembling uncontrollably. He stuttered, shivering, "This place is too terrifying." The rest turned pale looking at the young man, and one couldn't help but say, "I know it's everyone's first time entering the wilderness, but don't embarrass us like this." Zia Lao Tai Gong pointed ahead and said, "The immortal artifact is just up ahead." The young man who was shaking with fear earlier wriggled his head and said in a panic, Hey, I keep feeling like there's a pair of eyes staring right at us." Another man chimed in a desolate wasteland like the wilderness, who else is there to look at you besides us?" As he said that, he completely failed to notice a pair of glowing red eyes directly ahead. He had barely finished his sentence when a streak of black mist impaled his chest. It was too fast, too sudden. He dropped his jaw, touching the gaping hole in his chest. In front of them stood a giant wolf, a chunk of fresh meat still clamped in its jaws. It was unclear whether it belonged to an animal or a human. The entire crowd was stunned into silence, their eyes wide as saucers, their jaws practically hitting the floor. What the hell is this? A pack of bloodthirsty wolves loomed menacingly, blocking their path. Fang Zhou Lai roared, ordering the soldiers to instantly take up defensive formations. Receiving the order, the soldiers' ranks quickly tightened, and sharp spears were simultaneously leveled at the beast pack. Catching a glimpse of the ferocious beast's bloodshot eyes, Zia Lao Tai Gong's face turned as pale as a sheet of paper. He knew full well that they were wilderness beasts. In stark contrast to the elder's blood-drained face, the group of young men appeared dismissive. One of them arrogantly declared, "What's to worry about? Our numbers are overwhelming." However, just a few seconds after truly facing the pack of wilderness beasts, they realized just how pathetically naive they were. An entire horde of grotesque creatures seemingly out of a horror movie, with eyes glowing red like LED lights, razor-sharp claws and jaws stretching wide to flash stark white teeth as if they had just been bleached. They looked both terrifying and somewhat comical. The youngsters who had been talking big moments ago were now sweating profusely. One stammered, his voice trembling, "It seems they actually outnumber us." The scene was genuinely horrific. The pack of monsters charged forward with deafening roars, their gaping maws like black holes ready to devour everything in their path. Following Fang Zhou Lai's command, the brave but somewhat inexperienced army raised their weapons to confront the beasts. However, Their situation was no different from meat skewers surrounded by a sea of monsters, forced into a desperate last stand with no way out. Li Chengqian jerked his chin to signal his 4 trusted aides. Zhuo Yi, Zhuo Yu Yi, Yu gear up, sword formation. Upon hearing the command, the 4 subordinates moved like lightning, and a radiant golden sword aura formation instantly materialized around their master. The razor-sharp streams of golden light, obeying their master's will, traced deadly arcs through the air, forming a spinning shield that swept away the wilderness beasts. Just as a monster pounced on Zia Lao Tai Gong, the old man unleashed a palm of magical power to blast it away, yelling simultaneously, "Get out of here quickly, don't dawdle any longer." And so, the cultivators collectively channeled their energies, launching fierce attacks at the horde of wilderness beasts in a bid to carve out a bloody path of escape. 3 young men had barely slipped past a few beasts before they fell right into an even denser encirclement. In the blink of an eye, the wilderness beasts closed in, snapping savagely at them. One young man shrieked in panic, "Hey, does anyone have a free hand? Please save my life." Sadly, no one was able to offer backup. In mere moments, his body was torn apart, fresh blood splattering everywhere. Less than a second later, to the horror of the onlookers, he was reduced to a mottled pool of blood. The wilderness beasts had devoured him cleanly, not leaving a single bone behind. Witnessing such a gruesome death, the remaining cultivators were scared out of their wits, screaming as they fled. Run! Run right now! If they lingered for even a moment longer, their fate would be no better. Noticing the spreading chaos, Fang Zhou Lai roared to suppress the crowd's terror. "Everyone hold the formation. Do not panic." The battle between the army and the monster pack erupted with extreme brutality, echoing with the clash of weapons and vicious snarls. Shi Yu Nuan stood shielding Xiao Yi, her voice filled with anxiety. "Xiao Yi, you must pay close attention." The young boy nodded firmly. "Got it." A cunning wilderness beast silently crept up behind Xiao Yi, then abruptly lunged, baring its claws for an attack. But before it could even touch the boy, it was grabbed tightly by the neck by a hand. That person was none other than Ming Yu. The beast struggled hopelessly before dissolving into a wisp of black smoke right in his grip. The army was still fighting valiantly, but their stamina was visibly deteriorating. The wilderness beasts quickly found openings and inflicted casualties. A monster clamped its jaws fiercely onto a cultivator's shoulder, fresh blood immediately spurting out. It gave a vicious yank, and the ill-fated cultivator's entire arm was ripped off. The people around him were horrified, an overwhelming sense of regret rising in their hearts. "Had I known it would be like this, I wouldn't have been so greedy. We haven't even seen the immortal artifact, yet we're about to become food for wild beasts." Before he could even finish voicing his regrets, another beast pounced, delivering a fatal bite to his head. Blood streamed down from the crown of his head. The remaining cultivators scattered like bees from a broken hive, some terrified to the point of tears. "We're truly doomed this time. The monsters are only getting more numerous." Suddenly, a wilderness beast knocked over a young cultivator, making him fall flat on his face. It growled and leapt up, preparing to finish off its prey. He was so terrified that he could only cover his face and wail, "Save me. I don't want to die yet." Fortunately, an invisible surge of power abruptly descended, knocking the beast away. After a moment of feeling no pain, he timidly opened his eyes and exclaimed in bewilderment, "Huh, I'm still alive." Another person stared wide-eyed at the bizarre scene as the pack of wilderness beasts suddenly froze. He shouted, "Everyone look, the monsters have stopped." Zia Lao Tai Gong stepped forward, his voice deepening as he explained, "We have entered the perimeter of the immortal artifact. Its aura is enough to suppress the wilderness beasts, preventing them from daring to approach." Hearing this, the crowd of cultivators gradually regained their composure and began to scan their surroundings. Someone suddenly pointed forward and cheered, "Look over there. Is that the immortal artifact?" Before their eyes was an open expanse, and in the distance, a mysterious black object was floating in midair. The entire group of cultivators gasped in awe. "The immortal artifact is right here. No wonder those beasts didn't dare to act recklessly. It truly is a magnificent treasure." One man, unable to contain his excitement, dashed forward shouting, "Hurry! This immortal artifact was born to be mine." With someone taking the lead, others immediately followed. Everyone sped up, thinking to themselves, "I can't let him get there first." And so the whole crowd ran frantically, looking just like a pack of marathon runners sprinting for the gold medal. Ming Yu narrowed his eyes at the black object, a sense of familiarity washing over him. This sword, this place. Could it be? Seeing him deep in thought, Xiao Yi tugged at his sleeve to remind him. Uncle Ming Yu, let's go over there and take a look too. He nodded, let's go. As the distance shortened, the shape of the object became clearer. It was a black longsword, enveloped in a hazy white aura. By this time, two people had already closed in on the sword. One of them reached out, intending to grab the hilt, shouting excitedly, "The immortal weapon is mine." But before his hand could even touch it, he was blown away by an invisible force. The one who attacked was Li Chengqian, the residual spiritual energy still lingering on his hand. He glanced at the unfortunate guy with half-closed eyes and said coldly, "Not so fast." Another person voiced his grievance. "Young hero Li Chengqian, what is the meaning of this? An immortal weapon belongs to the Faded One. Are you planning to rely on the Sword Saint's power to bully us?" His eyes remained glued to the sword as he replied flatly, "Of course not." He paused for a moment, then turned to face the crowd. "But since this item is a sword, it makes the most sense for my Kang Rong city to possess it. When it comes to swordsmanship, isn't my father renowned throughout the world?" Saying that, he clasped his hands in a polite gesture. "However, I won't let you all come here for nothing. If you are willing to yield this immortal weapon, I will gift each of you a high-grade spiritual weapon. Furthermore, when you travel the martial world in the future, my Kang Rong city will also look after you to some extent." Li Chengqian's proposal caused a stir among the crowd. They began to murmur, "Instead of risking our lives fighting over it, taking a spiritual weapon and building a connection with Kang Rong city is a pretty good deal. Should we just let it go? But the immortal weapon is right in front of us." Li Chengqian stood there with his arms crossed, leisurely waiting for their answer. Suddenly, a burly man pointed right at his face and cursed, "Bullshit. Once I get the immortal weapon, do you think I'd still be afraid of your Kang Rong city?" With that, he led a group of unwilling people and charged straight ahead. Li Chengqian frowned and muttered in annoyance, "A bunch of fools who don't know what's good for them." He immediately channeled his power. With just a single palm strike from him, the entire group was sent flying and sprawling across the ground. Dai Sima rushed over, grabbed his wrist, and intervened. "Hey, young Master Li, is there really a need to act like the boss of this area?" This action greatly irritated Li Chengqian. He gritted his teeth and enunciated every word. "Dai Sima, are you picking a fight with me?" Dai Sima shrugged. "It makes no difference to me." Ming Yu and Xiao Yi stood on the sidelines watching the good show. He nudged the boy's shoulder. "A fight broke out. Things are getting interesting." Seizing the opportunity, another cultivator sneaked close to the sword and cheered in delight. "I got it." The rest of the people held their breath as they watched. Suddenly, blood spurted from the first person who rushed up 7 orifices, and the 5 fingers he had just reached out were severed. The terrifying part was that no one saw what had attacked him. A second later, he collapsed to the ground, his body sliced into multiple pieces. Li Chengqian and Dai Sima witnessed the scene, their faces turning deathly pale. Dai Sima was inherently cowardly and wouldn't dare gamble with his life. He knew his own limits perfectly well. Charging forward would only lead to a dead end. So he changed his tune faster than flipping a pancake and smiled obsequiously at Li Chengqian. "Ah, an immortal weapon belongs to the Faded One. Whoever gets it, keeps it." Afterwards, he even clasped his hands in gratitude. "I'll accept young hero Li Chengqian's spiritual weapon in advance then." Seeing this, the other cultivators also knew when to back down and echoed in unison. "Thank you for the spiritual weapon, young hero Li Chengqian." Li Chengqian stared at the sword, breaking out in a cold sweat, but he was still unwilling to give up in his heart. How could this be? The entire sword emanated a hazy white aura, its blade engraved with incredibly intricate patterns. A young man voiced his observation. "This sword isn't made of gold nor silver, neither copper nor iron." Another person pointed at it tremblingly, eyes wide open, and stammered, It looks like it's made of ceramic." A sword made of clay, a ceramic item that could actually become an immortal weapon. Just what level of an immortal was its original owner? Then someone pointed toward the hill where the sword was embedded, their voice full of terror. "Look closely, everyone, that hill is made of bones." Everyone's jaws dropped, unable to believe their eyes. Compressing bones into a mountain. What kind of terrifying power would that require? I thought we were standing on rocks. Who would have thought that everything beneath our feet were once top-tier experts? No wonder the killing intent is so heavy that it scared those desolate beasts away. At this moment, Fang Zhou Lai raised his hand to signal his troops. Ming Yu glanced at Fang Zhou Lai, frowning as he commented, "This old man coming to the desolate domain really does have his own ulterior motives." Meanwhile, Dai Sima kept mocking Li Chengqian. "Young hero Li Chengqian, why don't you try pulling out the immortal weapon? I think out of all of us here, you are the most fated one." The others immediately chimed in. That's right. Only young hero Li Chengqian is worthy of possessing this immortal weapon." After some hesitation, Li Chengqian ordered his subordinates, "Stand guard for me." Having said that, he began to channel the spiritual energy throughout his entire body. He took his first step onto the mountain of bones. Slowly, step by step, he approached the sword. Even with spiritual energy protecting his body, he still couldn't touch the sword. An invisible resistance continuously pushed him back. Although he exerted all his strength until his whole body trembled, the distance simply couldn't be closed. Blue veins began to bulge on the back of his hands. Finally, he withdrew his hand, turned back, and said to the crowd, "I think I should give everyone a chance. If none of you are the fated one, it won't be too late for me to pull the sword last." Hearing this, they broke out in a cold sweat. Who would dare to go up and try? The crowd started whispering again. Could it be that even young hero Li Chengqian can't do it? He's already amazing enough. Didn't you see how miserably those people died earlier? If it doesn't work, how about we dig up this entire mountain? Li Chengqian gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "My meridians are about to snap. With every step forward, the aura of the immortal weapon grows stronger. Could it be that I truly have no fate with it?" Suddenly Ming Yu turned to Xiao Yi. "Xiao Yi, why don't you go up and give it a try? Who knows, maybe you can pull this radish out." Hearing this, the boy widened his eyes in astonishment. Shi Yu Nuan was terrified upon hearing this. She frowned and reproached, "Brother Ming Yu, don't instigate Xiao Yi to do something foolish." He paid no mind to it and even patted the boy's shoulder encouragingly. "Just try it. I have a hunch that this sword is destined for you." Shi Yu Nuan anxiously tried to dissuade him. "Xiao Yi, don't go, it's too dangerous." But Xiao Yi's eyes shone with determination. He said firmly, "I want to try." With that, the boy slowly walked toward the sword. Witnessing a child walking toward the mountain of death, the cultivators were stunned. "Hey kid, are you really going to pull the sword? Are you tired of living?" As Xiao Yi passed by Li Chengqian, he suddenly realized, "Isn't this Yan Han's son? Should I step in and save him this once?" Before long, Xiao Yi was standing right in front of the sword. He stared at it full of doubt. Is this the immortal weapon? Sweat began to bead on Xiao Yi's forehead. He felt a bone-chilling pain the moment he stepped onto the mountain of bones. He suddenly remembered Li Tianyuan's sword. It was completely different from this one. The boy's silhouette was faintly reflected on the blade. In that reflection, he saw a familiar back figure holding a sword. That person used this very sword to slaughter desolate beasts one by one, yet he felt a strange sensation. Why did that back figure seem so familiar? Just like that, Xiao Yi kept walking, getting closer to the sword. The boy recalled the image of the desolate beast pack. The momentum of their sword aura and their attack patterns shared a bizarre resemblance. He widened his eyes, a bold speculation flashing through his mind. If that's the case, compared to Li Tianyuan's training, what was this? It could be said that the way Li Tianyuan taught him was even harsher than an Asura's hell. When the boy took another step, a sharp sword aura slashed a bloody gash on his cheek. He gritted his teeth and endured it, determined not to step back. The closer he got, the clearer the image of that figure became. Xiao Yi swung his sword, slashing straight at that phantom. He utilized the 7 forms of the god of carnage, cleaving the phantom mountain in half with a single strike. The illusion in front of the boy vanished. Xiao Yi observed in astonishment. What is this? The phantom mountain is gone. The boy was now standing face to face with the sword. The cultivators were so dumbfounded that they turned to stone. After a while, someone finally stammered, "How? How did he get over there? Are we really not even as good as a child?" All the cultivators stared at Xiao Yi with their jaws dropped, while Li Chengqian stood frozen, his eyes glued to the boy in absolute disbelief. They started whispering, "How did that happen? I saw him just walk straight in." Just now, even Li Chengqian couldn't break through the aura field around the immortal weapon, yet a little kid managed to do it. Could it be that the immortal weapon is truly destined for him? Ignoring the chatter, the boy stepped forward and tightly grasped the hilt of the sword with both hands. Everyone held their breath, closely watching his every move. Li Chengqian secretly sent a voice transmission to his subordinates. Prepare to snatch the sword, but do not hurt him. Zhuo you blocked the others. Seeing that the boy was about to succeed, the others also harbored intentions of snatching it, and they began to inch closer. Ming Yu found this sight repulsive. He despised their cowardly nature, waiting for someone else to do the work before swooping in to reap the rewards. These idiots. The moment Zhao Yi pulls out the sword, they'll all rush in to fight over it and end up seeking their own deaths. Gu Meng was in no hurry to rush forward. He clutched his bottle of poison tightly, quietly standing in the back, silently calculating. Just fight. When the melee starts, I'll release the poison. The ultimate winner must be me. Zhao Yi's tiny hands firmly gripped the sword's hilt. Following his every movement, Li Chengqian signaled his subordinates. 2 of his lackeys were already resting their hands on the hilts of the swords on their backs. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yi pulled with all his might, but the sword didn't budge an inch. The boy cried out, I can't pull it out. As a result, the whole crowd that was about to rush in and snatch it had to stop in their tracks and continue waiting. Zhao Yi exerted so much effort that his face turned entirely red, his cheeks puffed out, and his whole body trembled, but the sword remained firmly stuck in place. Unable to pull it out, Zhao Yi had no choice but to walk back dejectedly. Dai Sima couldn't help but blurt out, "Sigh, it seems this little guy's fate is also limited." As for Shi Yu Nuan, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Zhao Yi, you scared me to death." Ming Yu patted the boy's shoulder to comfort him. Not bad at all. At least you learned a few interesting things." Zhao Yi looked up at him in surprise. "I get praised even when I couldn't pull the sword out." He then asked, "Uncle Ming Yu, could it be that you knew about the technique hidden within that sword aura?" Ming Yu cast a sidelong glance at Li Chengqian and threw out a sarcastic remark. "You're far better than someone who only knows how to rely on his father's reputation. It seems someone couldn't even manage to touch the sword." Li Chengqian was boiling with rage but couldn't argue back, because Ming Yu was telling the truth. He could only glare fiercely at Ming Yu. He clenched his fists, thinking unwillingly, "Do I really have to go back empty-handed? If worst comes to worst, I'll try to move this entire mountain." Suddenly, everyone looked up at the sky in astonishment. 2 streaks of true qi, one green and one purple, were chasing each other at an astonishing speed. Si Kong Chuan was fleeing for his dear life, but Li Tian Yuan relentlessly pursued him, much like a cat playing with a mouse. Si Kong Chuan cursed angrily in his heart. "Why is this god of carnage as clingy as a leech? I'm already flying at full speed." He gritted his teeth and thought, "Do I really have to burn my life essence and lifespan just to escape?" Suddenly he paused. This aura has the immortal weapon appeared. And so the old man burst into a roaring laughter. "Ha ha ha, heaven never bars one's path." Si Kong Chuan immediately changed direction, flying straight toward the sword. He then turned back and asked Li Tian Yuan, "HMPH, do you know what my other purpose for being here is?" He looked coldly at the old man. Si Kong Chuan continued bragging, "I sensed an immortal weapon in the desolate domain. I was just waiting for the fog to clear up a bit so I could easily take it. Our strength indeed has a gap, but once I have the immortal weapon, you will no longer be my match." He glanced at the crowd below and said confidently, "Perfect timing. The moment for my comeback has arrived." Hearing the voice from above, everyone simultaneously looked up. The old man's hand was very close to the hilt, just a little bit more. A second later, his hand tightly grabbed the hilt and he declared, "When I rise." "Rise my ass." Before the old man could finish his sentence, he was blasted away by the aura surrounding the sword, coughing up fresh blood. "Oh my God, unbelievable." The young cultivator's eyes widened so much their eyeballs nearly popped out. A man with such profound cultivation couldn't even touch the sword. Li Chengqian recognized that the person who had just fallen flat on his face was the sect master of Yun Shang sect, Si Kong Chuan. He hurriedly clasped his hands in greeting and asked softly, "Senior Si Kong, why are you here?" The old man completely ignored him, burying his head and trying his hardest to pull out the sword. Even though he used so much force that his face turned purple, the sword didn't budge an inch. While he was grinding his teeth, Li Chengqian thought the old man hadn't heard him and called out again, "Senior Si Kong." It was too late. When the old man raised his head, a green streak of light had already dashed over. Li Tian Yuan had caught up. The old man frowned, looking at him. Weighing the pros and cons, the old man decided to abandon the sword and turn to run. Li Chengqian was surprised. Senior Si Kong is facing a formidable enemy. He confidently declared, "Don't worry, the son of the sword saint from Kangrong City, Li Chengqian, is here to help you." Saying so, he ordered his subordinates to channel their sword aura, and 4 swords immediately appeared behind him. Li Chengqian rushed toward Li Tianyuan, chanting his familiar catchphrase, "I, the son of the sword saint from Kangrong City, am here," as if he was afraid the world would forget his vanity title. He raised his hand, intending to attack him, shouting, "You." Before he could even utter the second word, Li Tianyuan waved his hand, sending him flying, and said with an ice-cold voice, "Get lost." At this moment, he was already standing right in front of the sword. Li Tianyuan reached out and grasped the hilt. He gently lifted it up without the slightest difficulty. Holding the sword in his hand, he continued his pursuit of Si Kong Chuan. Seeing this scene, the old man's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he roared unwillingly, "Why could you take the immortal weapon so easily?" He calmly explained, "This Zhenyu sword originally belonged to me." Hearing this, the old man was terrified to the extreme. "What? Could it be that you are its original owner? You were the one who planted it here." He nodded. "Who else?" Si Kong Chuan broke out in a heavy sweat. He muttered, "Just what kind of terrifying existence is this?" Suddenly, the old man turned his head, looking behind him. He asked loudly, "Could it be that you are the hall master of Tianli Palace?" He stared at the old man and replied, "You guessed right." Hearing his identity, Si Kong Chuan was scared out of his wits. He immediately executed a forbidden art, burning his life essence to cast lightning stride in order to escape. Li Tianyuan was in no rush to chase after him, his voice full of contempt. "Let's see how long you can keep burning it." On the ground, the cultivators could only gape and look up as the 2 figures darted away like meteors. Li Tianyuan chased so fast that in their eyes, only a streak of green light flashed by. On this side, a subordinate quickly ran over to help Li Chengqian up, the guy who had just been mercilessly tossed aside by Li Tianyuan. His face was bruised and battered, and he was trembling all over. He exclaimed in disbelief, "Just one move, and I was defeated. This guy is too terrifying." Shiyu Nuan looked at the green streak of true qi that had just whizzed by, and a sense of familiarity washed over her. She racked her brains, then suddenly remembered, turning to ask Ming Yu, "Brother Ming Yu, that person earlier was my brother-in-law, right?" He put his hands on his hips and glanced at her sideways, wondering why she would ask such a silly question. Since he had to answer anyway, Ming Yu replied straightforwardly, "That's right, it's the young master." Hearing this, Li Chengqian, who was struggling to his feet, let his jaw drop. Was his love rival actually this powerful? His eyes bulged, a nosebleed spurted out, and his face was covered in bulging blue veins. Could it be? He is. With that thought, he resolved to dash after them, not forgetting to order, "Zhu yi zhu yu yi yu follow me." Following his command, all 4 immediately gave chase. The remaining cultivators had yet to recover from their shock, so the immortal weapon has been taken away. Before they could even gather their wits, they saw a dense pack of desolate beasts looming toward them. Their blood-red eyes and razor-sharp teeth looked absolutely horrific. Someone screamed, "This is bad, the desolate beasts are here." At this moment, true fear struck. The immortal weapon had been pulled out. With nothing left to suppress them, the desolate beasts had swarmed over. Everyone was frightened out of their wits, not knowing how to escape this encirclement. No longer suppressed, the desolate beasts roared and charged at them like a flood. The young cultivators' faces turned ashen. Some were so scared they burst into tears. One guy panicked and yelled, "Damn it! The immortal weapon is nowhere to be seen, and now we are surrounded by these monsters. This is a huge loss." Another young cultivator held his head and bawled, "I don't want the immortal weapon anymore. I just want to survive and go home." But it was probably too late. Although they knew the chances of survival were slim, no one wanted to give up. The cultivators utilized all their remaining magical power, fighting desperately against the desolate beast pack. Small groups banded together, joining forces to fight. Gu Mang stood behind Ming Yu and Xiao Yi, full of anger inside. "Since I've entered the desolate domain, I can't return empty-handed. I must kill them all first and figure out the rest later." True to the selfish nature of the Gu family, he was already scheming to harm others before even knowing if they could make it out alive. Suddenly, everyone collectively looked up at the sky. An invisible power was controlling the entire pack of desolate beasts, rendering them unable to take a single step forward, no matter how hard they struggled. The cultivators were bewildered, not understanding what was happening. What the hell is going on? Why did the desolate beast stop moving? Soon, a massive object blotted out the sunlight. Everyone looked up in curiosity. Someone pointed at the sky in amazement. Look, what is that? In the sky, a whale-like monster was soaring through the air. It sprayed a misty blue smoke from its head, looking like a dreamy mobile fountain. A young cultivator stammered in fear. What is that? Old Master Zia was also observing it intently, whispering, could it be a sun-devouring sovereign? Xiaoyi repeated curiously, a sun-devouring sovereign. Ming Yu stared at the monster and explained to Xiaoyi, that is a rank of demonic beasts. They are classified into low tier, mid tier, high tier, saint tier, and super tier. Basically, the saint tier is equivalent to the Saint Emperor realm, while the super tier corresponds to the Great Emperor realm. And the rank above that is the sun-devouring sovereign. As he said this, his expression was extremely tense, showing that this was an incredibly formidable opponent. He paused for a moment, then dropped a sentence that sent chills down everyone's spine, a demonic beast on par with an immortal. Hearing this, Xiaoyi's face turned completely pale, his lips pressed tightly together, and his eyes widened as if they were about to pop out. Seeing how critical the situation was while he was still calmly giving a lecture, Shi Yu Nuan angrily reminded him, Brother Ming Yu, what time is it now to still be popularizing knowledge? What should we do? Ming Yu didn't take his eyes off the monster. Magical power was already silently circulating in his palms. He said seriously, everyone stand still, let's see what it wants to do. The other cultivators couldn't stay calm. They discussed in a flurry, a sun-devouring sovereign. Why would it appear here? This is something even a great emperor would be wary of. We're dead for sure this time. Very quickly, the fog in the desolate domain became thicker. Someone shouted in panic, the fog density seems to have increased again. Right at this moment, the Shirai Zun opened its gigantic mouth and began to suck away the true qi of everyone present. The crowd was horrified, feeling the true qi in their bodies being continuously drained. At this rate, they would be completely sucked dry in no time. A cultivator with low cultivation couldn't withstand it. Clutching his chest with both hands, blood began to pour from his eyes and mouth as he screamed in agony. Another person cried out, it's absorbing our true qi. Shi Yu Nuan and Xiaoyi were also gritting their teeth, enduring the ordeal. Ming Yu reached out toward the two of them while shouting, everyone gather closely and stabilize your true qi. With every breath, it inhales a massive amount of heaven and earth's spiritual energy and exhales poisonous gas, increasing the corrosive power of the mist. Ming Yu stared intently at the Shirai Zun, his brows tightly knitted. However, this might just be its unconscious behavior, not specifically targeting us. Hopefully, it will leave soon. A cultivator, clutching his face in tears, asked him, and what if it is targeting us? Fearless Ming Yu replied confidently, then prepare to fight. The monster, relentlessly, continued to absorb everyone's true qi. The two golden eyes of the Shirai Zun began to emit a dark aura. Looking into those eyes, Ming Yu realized with shock, this is bad, it really is targeting us. His confident expression instantly vanished, replaced by extreme tension. After accumulating enough energy, it slowly descended toward the ground where everyone was standing. As the distance closed, they could clearly feel something corroding their bodies and true qi. Unable to resist, they could only endure the gnawing pain. Ming Yu gritted his teeth, we can't hide anymore. With that said, he channeled his dharmic power into his palms, forming a blazing golden sphere of light. Out of nowhere, he had drawn a greatsword, pointing it straight at the opponent and roaring, Lion King's roar. The cultivators held their breath as they watched Ming Yu focusing on the weapon in his hand. An old man muttered, could the thing in his hand also be an immortal artifact? At this moment, Ming Yu raised his blade with one hand and formed a hand seal in front of his chest with the other, chanting an incantation. Myriad golden rays illuminate my body. Golden lions roar to protect me. Following the incantation, brilliant golden lions manifested behind him. The pride of golden lions roared and charged straight at the Shirai Zun. The two forces collided, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Ming Yu felt an immense pressure. He was secretly astonished, as expected of a Long Su Jing at the Shirai Zun level. He roared confidently, take this strike of mine. As soon as he spoke, he poured more power into the pride of golden lions. Just as the Shirai Zun opened its mouth, the golden lion seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Unfortunately, the attack was blocked. The Shirai Zun continued to open its mouth, absorbing their true qi and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The ground beneath their feet began to crack, and the fissures spread wider and wider. Shi Yu Nuan and Zhao Yi clutched their heads and screamed amidst the fierce gale that swept up dirt and rocks. Everyone was dragged and thrown off balance by the colossal suction force. The desolate domain mist spread to where Shi Yu Nuan was. The combined effect of the mist and the suction force made her head throb agonizingly. She clutched her head, sweating profusely, and cried out in discomfort, "It hurts." The ground beneath her feet split open. Caught off guard, Shi Yu Nuan fell forward. However, a sudden repulsive force pushed her backward. Seeing the dire situation, Ming Yu yelled, "This is bad." Zhao Yi called out anxiously, "Auntie," but even he was immobilized, only able to helplessly call her name. The desolate domain mist began to engulf her body. Shi Yu Nuan closed her eyes, murmuring, "It's over, I don't have a single ounce of strength left." Suddenly, a ray of golden light tore through the mist. A pair of steady hands caught Shi Yu Nuan. She slowly opened her eyes. Shi Yu Nuan was stunned, her eyes wide as marbles, looking up at the handsome man who had just swept her up into the air. This man radiated a brilliant aura, as if the entire sky was born merely to serve as a backdrop for his grand entrance. Shi Yu Nuan's eyes snapped open, and Sui Feng's figure immediately filled her vision. Paralyzed with shock, she stammered in absolute disbelief, "It's you." Sui Feng dropped a brief reminder, telling her to conceal her aura and immediately circulate her true qi to protect her body. Sui Feng's tone was as cold as ice. As soon as he finished speaking, the girl nodded furiously like a programmed machine. She muttered a tiny, "Yes," unsure herself whether it was out of comprehension or simply the fear of being scolded. Witnessing Sui Feng's hero-saving the beauty act, Ming Yu could only sigh wearily and mutter, "Damn it, I almost forgot you were tagging along too." Sui Feng gently set Shi Yu Nuan down on the ground, allowing her to circulate her own true qi for protection. Without wasting a single second, he immediately strode toward Ming Yu, raising his voice to remind him to focus entirely on dealing with the Long Su Jing. Passing by Zhao Yi, Sui Feng didn't forget to instruct, "Kid, fall back quickly." Zhao Yi obediently listened and immediately moved far away, while Sui Feng began channeling his spiritual energy to bolster Ming Yu in the battle. He said to Ming Yu, "This Shirai Zun is terrifyingly strong. Let's combine our strength and see if we can repel it." With that said, the two immediately attacked in unison. Their twin currents of power merged, erupting into the form of a fierce tiger clad in golden battle armor. Without a moment's hesitation, it let out an earth-shaking roar and charged straight at the Shirai Zun with the momentum of moving mountains and draining seas. Ming Yu bellowed, "You cursed bastard, take a hit from your granddaddy." Just like that, the two massive sources of energy collided violently, sparking an uncompromising confrontation. The power of the Shirai Zun could be said to perfectly rival their combined strength, but this stalemate did not last long. Soon enough, they began to show signs of exhaustion. Both of them felt a terrifying pressure. It seemed as if pouring in all their strength wasn't enough to withstand it. Even so, they gritted their teeth and endured, resolute not to take a step back. The surrounding cultivators were pale-faced, their stomachs tied in knots. It's over. Even those two experts with immortal artifacts in hand are no match for the Shirai Zun. Fang Zhou Lai and his army remained standing in place, silently observing the situation. Ming Yu exclaimed in alarm, "This is bad, we can't hold on any longer." Sui Feng's face was drenched in sweat by now, and he shouted, "Focus." The Shirai Zun opened its mouth wide, continuing to frantically absorb spiritual energy from the surroundings even while battling the two of them. Right in the path of the advancing tiger, a massive block of frigid ice suddenly jutted out, standing tall like a wall of death. The flames blazing from the tiger's body roared fiercely, but they were not enough to melt the ice block, merely leaving behind a few wisps of thin steam before weakening and extinguishing. Only a moment later, the ice block shattered into countless fragments. The Shirai Zun shot out two tentacles from its mouth. They slowly approached the fierce tiger. Then they suddenly constricted, tightly binding it. Right at this moment, Fang Zhou Lai suddenly roared, "Now is the time." He and his soldiers immediately deployed their military formation. As soon as the array was activated, a colossal orange Dharma idol materialized. It roared and charged straight at the Shirai-zun. The Dharma idol used its weapon to stab directly at the tentacles constricting the tiger. The two tentacles instantly loosened and retracted. The Shirai-zun spun around, swinging its massive tail in an attempt to smash the Dharma idol. At the critical moment, the tiger broke free and lunged forward to block the blow. Ming Yu furiously yelled at Fang Zhou, "Don't you know how to slice?" Feeling his good deed was being repaid with malice, Fang Zhou frowned and shouted back, "I saved your life and you don't even know how to be grateful, yet you dare insult me." The cultivators, however, placed all their faith in Fang Zhou. They cheered excitedly, "Ha ha ha, General Fang has made his move. We are saved, there's hope to fight back now." An earth-shattering explosion rang out, followed by the appearance of a spiked purple tail. A purple monster, its entire body bristling with spikes and boasting glowing yellow eyes, was sticking out its deep purple tongue right in front of them. The cultivators were scared half to death. What the hell is this now? Out of the frying pan and into the fire. Just when we had hope of escaping that Shirai-zun, this demon pops up. Who knows how strong it is? Ming Yu was almost completely exhausted by now, his face deathly pale and cold sweat pouring down. He stammered, This is another Shirai-zun." Hearing this, the cultivators were so terrified they could barely stand. "Another one? Good Lord, we are dead for sure this time. Please don't give us hope just to crush it like this. Pray to the heavens that they turn on each other and tear themselves apart. That might be our only chance of survival." The dolphin-like Shirai-zun suddenly flipped over, and the mist instantly thickened around them. Zia Lao Tai Gong observed his surroundings and shouted loudly, "The desolate domain mist here is getting denser. Everyone, do not neglect circulating your true qi for protection." A thought flashed in his mind, and Ming Yu yelled, "Why is there another Shirai-zun? Could the Long Su Jing's appearance here also be because of it?" Pausing for a beat, he turned to Sui Feng and asked, "Furthermore, why would a Shirai-zun appear beneath the land that the palace master suppressed all those years ago?" Sui Feng glanced at the newly revealed Shirai-zun and said in astonishment, "The previous riot of the desolate beasts. Could the cause be this thing?" He recalled how the young master had left behind the Zhen Yue sword to suppress the area and simultaneously neutralize the resentful energy of all desolate creatures. Could it be that, by pure coincidence, it also suppressed this Shirai-zun? Now that the young master had withdrawn the Zhen Yue sword, he had inadvertently freed it. Of course, all of this was merely Sui Feng's own speculation. There was also the possibility that the Long Su Jing itself had awakened it. At this moment, the two streams of power, one from the Shirai-zun, the other from Sui Feng and his comrade, were engaged in a fierce tug-of-war, evenly matched like two irreconcilable opposing forces. The purple Shirai-zun began lunging at the crowd of cultivators, and agonizing screams rang out endlessly. They were swatted away in all directions by it. Somehow, Zhao Yi found himself standing precariously on its head. The young boy, never having been in such a situation, screamed in terror, "Auntie!" Seeing the little boy standing on the monster's head, Shiyu Nuan's face drained of color as she called out anxiously, "Zhao Yi." The monster suddenly pitched its head up and surged forward, causing Zhao Yi to slide down its neck. In that desperate moment of losing his balance, he hastily reached out and clung tightly to a sharp spike, trying to keep himself from falling. Seeing the Shirai-zun attempting to flee, Ming Yu roared, "Where do you think you're going?" With that, he immediately mobilized all his remaining strength, his aura surging like a tempest, and unleashed a decisive strike in an attempt to take down the Shirai-zun. But ironically, no matter how much Ming Yu struggled, he couldn't move an inch. He ground his teeth and grunted, "Damn it, I'm suppressed by this beast, I can't move." Sui Feng was in a similar predicament, completely immobilized. He spoke up, "Now our only option is to focus our power on dealing with the Long Su Jing. Once we have a chance to break free, we will go after Zhao Yi." Just like that, they could only stand by helplessly and watch Zhao Yi be carried away by the Shirai-zun. The boy clenched his teeth, thinking to himself, "The desolate domain mist is getting thicker and thicker. My true qi is about to give out." Suddenly, the Shirai-zun hurtled rapidly toward a mountain. It was already extremely close, yet it showed no signs of slowing down. Zhao Yi stared ahead with wide eyes, scared out of his wits. It's going to crash. Just as the boy predicted, it slammed violently into the mountain. Zhao Yi was hurled away. his body crashing heavily into a rock behind him with a dull thud that would make anyone shudder. Xiao Yi sprawled on the ground, coughing uncontrollably. It seemed his injuries were not light. At the same time, the mist began to grow even denser. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself up, wondering, "Where am I? I need to quickly head back and regroup with Uncle Ming Yu." Right at that moment, the boy saw a figure emerging from the mist, muttering and complaining. Talk about rotten luck. Xiao Yi stood before the dense layer of mist. The boy squinted his eyes. It seemed there was a human silhouette in the mist, but he couldn't be entirely sure. Right then the silhouette spoke up, "Ah, it's you." Xiao Yi stared fixedly at the figure, furrowing his brows as he asked, "Who are you?" Out of nowhere, 3 arrows whistled through the air straight toward the boy. Xiao Yi gritted his teeth and dodged. He was only a hair's breadth away from being hit. Even though the boy didn't take a direct hit, one of the arrows grazed his cheek, leaving a long cut that began to seep blood. From the mist, Gu Mang stepped out with an expression of soaring confidence and said, "Enemies truly meet on a narrow road." At this moment, his hand still maintained the posture of having just launched hidden weapons. Seeing him, Xiao Yi asked loudly, "Gu Mang, were you also brought here by that Shirai Zun?" Suddenly, an unusual glint flashed in Xiao Yi's eyes. Wisps of black gas were gradually wrapping around the boy's entire body. Xiao Yi braced his hands against the ground and collapsed, sweating profusely, unable to comprehend what the hell was happening to him. Gu Mang didn't try to hide it at all. He smiled maliciously. "My poison is quite formidable, isn't it?" Only then did Xiao Yi suddenly realize that the 3 arrows from earlier were laced with poison. Xiao Yi's entire body went limp, devoid of any strength. Gu Mang stepped forward, placed his foot on the boy's back and said coldly, "You lot have been an eyesore to me for a very long time." Saying so, he drew out a razor-sharp dagger, his eyes brimming with killing intent, and passed a sentence that seemed to seal Xiao Yi's fate. "I will kill you first, initiating my blade with your blood." Xiao Yi desperately tried to find a way to survive, attempting psychological tactics on Gu Mang. At a time like this, shouldn't we cooperate to escape the desolate domain? How could such a naive statement sway Gu Mang? His face instantly turned ferocious, raising his dagger-wielding hand high as he shouted theatrically, "Too naive." Just as his blade was about to stab into Xiao Yi, it was stopped by an opposing force. Xiao Yi had mustered the very last of his strength to raise his sword and block the blow. But before any joy of triumph could arrive, the boy fell flat, completely defeated. The boy leaned on his sword, panting heavily, sweat pouring down his frighteningly pale face. He tried to persuade Gu Mang once more. "This place is very far from the border of the desolate domain. We have to use our true chi to support each other. Otherwise, relying on just one person, it will be extremely difficult to last until we get out." Entirely unmoved by the boy's proposal, he took out a yellow medicinal pill and said, "HMPH, do you know what this is?" Once finished speaking, he promptly swallowed the pill. After he consumed the pill, his protective barrier dissipated, leaving Xiao Yi staring at him with a look of utter confusion. Gu Mang spread his arms wide, tilted his face to the sky, and shouted confidently, "Truly worthy of the name Absolute Heaven Divine Pill. The desolate domain mist doesn't affect me in the slightest." Seeing him completely unaffected by the desolate domain mist, Xiao Yi's eyes widened in sheer astonishment. To think he actually possessed such an incredible elixir. Afterward, Gu Mang reached his hand into his robe, seemingly searching for something. A second later, he pulled out a compass, smiling as he said, "My master has also arrived in the vicinity." Pausing for a moment, he declared coldly, "Don't worry, after killing you, I'll send every single one of them down to the Yellow Springs, one by one." With that said, he brandished his sword and lunged at Xiao Yi. The boy braced himself and gripped his sword, his mind already prepared for a life-and-death battle. When he unleashed his moves, the boy had to simultaneously maintain his protective barrier and try to dodge his attacks. Due to excessive exertion, the boy's footsteps had begun to stagger. Xiao Yi had to plant his sword into the ground to keep from falling, his whole body trembling violently. Without the sword as a crutch, he probably would have collapsed long ago. Even Gu Mang was astonished by his indomitable will. He said lightly, "Being poisoned by me while having to maintain your true chi barrier. Quite exhausting for you, isn't it?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he resumed his assault, charging at Xiao Yi with his dagger. And very swiftly, the boy managed to dodge his blade once again. Gu Mang ground his teeth in fury, unable to finish him off with the dagger. He immediately switched to hidden weapons, firing off 2 arrows. Because of the poison, the boy's reflexes had slowed significantly, making him unable to evade the 2 arrows. They pierced directly into his stomach, and fresh blood instantly gushed out. Xiao Yi gritted his teeth, struggling not to fall, his body shaking uncontrollably. Yet he still hadn't died. Gu Mang pointed at him and shouted, "Are you really that hard to kill, you little brat?" And so he executed his wind sphere punch, launching continuous and ruthless strikes. Xiao Yi used the last remnants of his strength to defend himself. In stark contrast to the nearly depleted boy, Gu Mang was still brimming with vitality. He challenged loudly, "Let's see how long you can hold out." Gu Mang's face looked as ferocious as a demon at this moment, and he roared, "Die for me." Xiao Yi knew his strength had reached its limit. He thought despairingly, "I can't hold on much longer." Suddenly, a glint of surprise flashed in his eyes, as if he had discovered something. Aren't the patterns of his attacks somewhat repetitive? Maybe. Having struggled for a long while without managing to kill Xiao Yi, Gu Mang was so furious his veins bulged. He muttered, "What a stubborn brat." Unexpectedly, Xiao Yi launched a counterattack. The boy had figured out a technique to deal with Gu Mang, the god-killing 7 stances, and he immediately executed it without a shred of hesitation. Panicking, Gu Mang cried out, "What the hell is this?" Xiao Yi dashed forward like a miniature missile, striking decisively without hesitation. His whole body seemed to have toggled into superhero mode, emitting a blinding golden light that made one think a stage spotlight had short-circuited. Gu Mang's face turned purple with rage. Furiously pointing his dagger at Xiao Yi, he declared arrogantly, "I am the dignified young master of the Gu family. How could I be intimidated by a little brat like you? Go to hell." As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged forward, launching an attack that looked like he was practicing Tai Chi. Xiao Yi only needed to tilt his body slightly, as if dodging a mosquito, to evade it cleanly, and then he swung his sword to counterattack. By now, Gu Mang had slumped onto the ground, sheer terror written all over his face. With just one slash of Xiao Yi's sword, he would instantly be sent to meet his ancestors. Seeing the boy preparing to strike, he hurriedly screamed, "Wait, I was wrong. I agree to a truce with you." Hearing that, the sword stopped right in front of Gu Mang's face, merely inches away. Gu Mang felt as though he had just taken a round trip through the gates of hell, his soul hovering unsteadily. Afterward, he knelt and begged Xiao Yi, "I won't cause trouble for you guys ever again. You and I will join forces and leave the desolate domain together." By this time, the boy was completely out of breath. His entire face turning purple from the poison, Xiao Yi impatiently shouted, "Give me the antidote." Terrified, Gu Mang said, "I'll give you the antidote right away." With that, he reached his hand into his tunic. Then he slowly pulled something out. A second later, he suddenly threw a handful of powder at the boy and shouted, "Here you go." Caught off guard, Xiao Yi took the full brunt of the powder. The boy was simply too naive compared to a cunning snake like Gu Mang. Afterward, he coldly sneered, "If you want to fight me, you're still far too green. Be a good boy and hit the road." With those words, he charged forward with his dagger, intending to stab Xiao Yi. The boy frowned, glaring at him. Quick as lightning, he executed the god-killing 7 stances, defeating Gu Mang with a single, flawless strike. The golden spiritual energy radiating from the sword grew stronger and stronger, so dazzling that anyone looking would think Xiao Yi had accidentally plugged his sword into an electrical socket. And just like that, Xiao Yi thrust his sword, piercing straight through Gu Mang's abdomen. He coughed up blood. Even as the sword ran him through, he still couldn't believe he had been defeated by a child. How? How is this possible? Gu Mang looked at the sword pierced through his stomach and gasped weakly, "Am I dying by your hands?" With those words, he breathed his last, his body collapsing to his knees. As for Xiao Yi, having exhausted all his strength, he also fell flat on the ground. The boy struggled to drag himself toward the medicine bottle that had fallen out of Gu Mang's robes. Xiao Yi gritted his teeth, crawling inch by inch as he told himself, "I can't gather any more true qi." Looking at the pills right in front of him that felt 10,000 miles away, Xiao Yi thought in despair, "Am I going to die too?" The boy stared blankly at the pills in front of him. Suddenly, he recalled what Li Tian Yuan had said to Shi Yu Nuan during their cultivation. "The heaven-defying divine elixir. What he gave me is the heaven-defying divine elixir." He forced himself to reach out and grab them. Meeting his own expectations, Xiao Yi managed to grasp a pill. He quickly tossed it into his mouth. Then he collapsed like a felled banana tree, his entire body going limp. The surrounding mist immediately closed in, as if wanting to join the fun. Lying on the ground, he thought to himself, the wasteland mist is no longer corroding me, but if I don't cure the poison inside me, there's still only one path: death. Xiao Yi stared intently at Gu Mang's corpse. The boy's eyes widened as he thought, did I actually kill him? But he quickly reassured himself, if I didn't kill him, I would be the one dead. I must see if he has the antidote on him. With that thought, he struggled to drag himself forward. Suddenly, a voice boomed like thunder, "Disciple, I am here." A powerful palm strike obliterated the hill right in front of him. Gu Mang's master darted his eyes around, searching for his beloved disciple. When he saw Gu Mang's figure slumped on his knees, his jaw dropped in horror. Regaining his senses, he bolted toward him, crying out loudly, "My disciple." He grabbed his shoulders and shook him vigorously, as if doing so would wake him up. Shaking him, he wailed, "My disciple, why did you die here? Your master arrived a step too late." Hearing his words, Xiao Yi's face turned pale with fear. "I'm doomed, it's Gu Mang's master. My luck has truly run out." Then he hugged Gu Mang's corpse and wailed miserably, "My disciple, how am I supposed to live now? You were my only disciple. I still had so many ultimate skills left to teach you." After crying his heart out, he finally noticed Xiao Yi's presence. Pointing straight at the boy, he bellowed furiously, "It's you. You're the one who killed my disciple." Xiao Yi felt his body growing increasingly uncomfortable, the poison seemingly eating away at his tiny frame. The toxicity is getting worse. He stepped closer to Xiao Yi, asking in a freezing tone, "Are you the one who killed my only disciple?" Saying that, he grabbed Xiao Yi by the collar, lifting the collapsed boy off the ground and roaring, "I'll make you pay with your life." The boy thought despairingly, is there really no escaping death in the end? Yet the man suddenly uttered a sentence that left the boy utterly shocked. "From now on, you are my disciple." This was completely beyond imagination. Xiao Yi raised his pale face to look at him, exclaiming in astonishment, "Huh! Kowtow to me." With that, he threw the boy to the ground, forcing him into a highly awkward kowtowing posture. Then he grabbed the boy's hair and yanked his head up. Next, he slammed the boy's head hard against the ground, as if he were genuinely kowtowing to acknowledge him as his master. This time, the boy's forehead split open, and a long trail of blood trickled down the middle of his face. After completing this self-directed ceremony, he gripped Xiao Yi's shoulders and joyously declared, "Ha ha ha, good disciple. From now on, you are the successor of the Mad Dog Fist, my official disciple." Just like that, he dragged the boy along, jumping around like a madman, laughing and saying, "Hehe, good disciple, are you happy?" When he lifted Xiao Yi's arms and saw the boy's head slumping down, he finally realized something was wrong. So he immediately checked the boy's pulse and realized in shock, "Oh, so you're still poisoned?" What a redundant question. Since no one had cured him, how could he not be poisoned? He then tossed the boy to the ground like a bag of trash, loudly declaring, "Don't be afraid, your master will cure you." And so he began transferring his inner energy to Xiao Yi, forcing the poison out. A moment later, the poison slowly dissipated, and Xiao Yi gradually opened his eyes. The boy was surprised to realize that the man was actually curing his poison. What a weird person. Seeing him sitting in dead silence, the man asked, Disciple, why can't you circulate your qi?" Knowing he wouldn't get an answer, he probed the boy's entire body. Ignorance was bliss, but the probing left him flabbergasted. "Huh." He then stared at the boy and asked coldly, "You don't have the heavenly vein soul bone?" Pausing for a moment, he threw his head back and laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha ha. You truly are a prodigy. I have never met anyone without the heavenly vein soul bone. Someone I haven't met before is definitely a rare talent. Now I will pass on to you the core mantra of our sect's Mad Dog Fist." With that, disregarding whether Xiao Yi agreed or not, he instantly channeled the mantra into him. The moment the mantra entered his body, Xiao Yi felt an agonizing pain piercing his bones. He opened his mouth and screamed, "Ah, it hurts so much. My body feels like it's going to explode." After channeling for a while, the man realized dejectedly, why can't you circulate true qi yet? I must not have transferred enough. Yeah, that must be it." Saying that, he continued the transfer. A red aura enveloped the boy's body, growing stronger by the second. The boy screamed in agony. Right at this moment, Si Kongquan landed on the ground. He turned his head to look at the relentless pursuer right behind him and cursed through gritted teeth. Damn it, he's annoyingly persistent. If I keep running like this, I'll die from blood essence exhaustion before he even makes a move. Arriving in pursuit, Li Tianyuan was surprised to see his son receiving power from a strange man. He immediately landed in front of them and called out softly, Zhu Yi. He then forcefully pulled Xiao Yi away. Seeing his disciple being snatched away, the man pointed straight at his face and roared, "Give my disciple back to me." And so the two lunged at each other, neither willing to back down. When their powers collided, a massive explosion rang out, sending dirt and rocks flying in all directions. The man couldn't help but praise him, "Not bad." Li Tianyuan glared at him furiously, his eyes brimming with killing intent. He then gathered his strength and delivered a palm strike that sent the man flying. Ding Zhai stood there looking blankly at his own hands, shaking them as he muttered, "Ouch, that hurts. You're really strong." At this moment, Li Tianyuan checked Xiao Yi's body. He could sense a potent surge of true qi flowing within Zhu Yi's body. Fortunately, his life isn't in danger. But why is the boy here? Did something happen on Ming Yu's end? Si Kongquan stood watching the two. He realized in shock that this was the Mad God's successor, Mad Dog Ding Zhai, Senior Ding. Recognizing him, he immediately greeted, "Senior Ding, I am Si Kongquan, sect master of the Jiu Yun upper sect." Then he loudly appealed, "Today, this humble one is being hunted by a villain. I beg you to save my life. In the future, the Jiu Yun upper sect will definitely reward you handsomely." But Ding Zhai paid him no mind. Pointing at Li Tianyuan, he stubbornly demanded his disciple back. "Give my disciple back, otherwise you'll be my disciple." With that said, he charged straight at Li Tianyuan. Treated as completely invisible, Si Kongquan felt deeply humiliated. His face turned rigid as he mumbled, "Ah, you're just going to ignore me." Though he said that, a new idea had already quickly formed in his mind. However, right now, Ding Zhai is also fighting him. While Ding Zhai alone might be able to stall Li Tianyuan, why shouldn't I seize this chance to join forces with Ding Zhai and eliminate the Hall Master of Tian Li, removing a massive threat? Li Tianyuan's face was tense, so anxious he nearly bit his own tongue. He hurriedly cradled Xiao Yi as carefully as holding a fragile egg, then instantly played the role of a doctor, beginning a full-body examination on the boy. Ding Zhai stared blankly at his actions. At this moment, Li Tianyuan was infusing spiritual power into Xiao Yi. The boy was sweating profusely, his brows tightly knitted as if enduring excruciating pain. With his completely abnormal logic, Ding Zhai assumed that he was trying to kill Xiao Yi. Instantly, killing intent flared in his eyes. He shot toward him and roared, "Don't touch my disciple." One of Li Tianyuan's hands tightly gripped the hilt of his sword. With one hand transferring spiritual power to heal his son, he used the other hand to wield his sword and fight back against Ding Zhai. Surprisingly, even wielding the sword with just one hand, he managed to injure Ding Zhai. Although the man had dodged the blade, he still sustained a wound. The power from that sword strike was so intense that it sliced through a massive boulder as easily as chopping a watermelon. It was terrifying to think that if it had hit him squarely, he would have been split neatly into two halves. Ding Zhai showed no fear. He immediately unleashed the Mad Dog Chaotic Claws, attacking Li Tianyuan. The two continued their fierce clash. All the while, Li Tianyuan never stopped healing Xiao Yi. Then he swung another strike at Ding Zhai. The man dodged with lightning speed but was a fraction too slow. Li Tianyuan's blade grazed his wrist, leaving a bleeding wound. Ding Zhai stood frozen in place, halting his attacks, muttering incessantly, I'm hurt, I'm hurt." With that, he stuck out his tongue and licked the blood dripping from his wrist. Following that, he deployed the seven-star sword, and a giant, translucent pink sword materialized. The sword pointed straight at Li Tianyuan. He leaned aside to evade it. With effortless grace, he raised his sword single-handedly to block Ding Zhai's move, looking just like someone playing catch with a toddler. The only thing missing was him saying, "Hey, go easy, who's going to pay if you scratch my sword?" At this moment, Li Tianyuan stared so intently at Ding Zhai that it startled the man. He thought to himself, to think that Ding Zhai actually possesses the strength of a great emperor of the Star River realm. Furthermore, his true qi is extremely bizarre. This is the first time I've encountered an opponent like this. As for Ding Zhai, he was still sweating profusely, licking his wrist like a puppy nursing its own wound. Seeing the blood flowing endlessly from his wrist, he cried out in panic. The bleeding won't stop. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. Plucking a few strands of hair from his head, he said excitedly, "Oh, I forgot, I know a trick for this." After plucking the hair, he pressed it against his wrist, panting heavily as he chanted, "Mad blood coagulation." Not long after, the bleeding stopped. Ding Jai pointed directly at him and declared loudly, "Hey, you're very strong. I have to get serious now." With those words, he resumed his assault. Ding Jai opened his mouth and bellowed, Mad Dog's furious roar. Instantly, an incredibly powerful burst of spiritual energy erupted. Li Tian Yuan remained focused on treating Xiao Yi, sending waves of azure spiritual power surging into the boy's body. Suddenly, Si Kong Chuan appeared right behind Ding Jai. Li Tian Yuan pushed Xiao Yi away to a safe distance. He knew he had to fight both of these men now. At this point, Si Kong Chuan stepped in, launching his spiritual power at him while telling Ding Jai, "Senior Ding, keep at it. With the two of us joining forces, he's no match for us." Who knew where he got that level of confidence? By now, Li Tian Yuan had to use both hands to channel his power to defend against the two of them. Li Tian Yuan said indifferently, "No match. Let's test that theory." Infuriated by the blatant contempt, Si Kong Chuan nearly coughed up blood as he yelled, "Stop pretending. 2 against 1, the advantage is ours. Even if you have the backing of an immortal weapon, so what?" Yet the moment the words left his mouth, both Ding Jai and Si Kong Chuan were blasted away by a single palm strike from him. Li Tian Yuan radiated a suffocatingly powerful aura. He slowly walked toward the two, his voice as chilling as an usura from hell, "Quick fight, quick victory." Knocked back, Si Kong Chuan couldn't believe that even combined they were no match for him. He scowled and shouted, "How is this possible? Why do you have another immortal weapon?" Holding 2 immortal weapons in both hands, Li Tian Yuan coldly approached the two. Seeing the situation turn dire, Ding Jai executed the boundless true avatar. Instantly, a colossal purple avatar materialized behind his back. The avatar wielded a sword, pointing it directly at Li Tian Yuan's face. He raised the immortal weapon in his left hand to block it. Then with his sword, he sliced right through Ding Jai's blade. Refusing to concede, the man followed up with Mad Dog bone resistance. A gigantic crimson hound manifested behind him, opening its jaws incredibly wide. Just as the hound tried to swallow him whole, Li Tian Yuan wedged his immortal weapon between its upper and lower jaws. Seeing him stand there so nonchalantly while the hound's mouth was completely immobilized, unable to snap shut, Ding Jai's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He exclaimed in shock, "Ah, what is that thing of yours? How is it so hard that my hound's head can't bite through it?" The purple avatar took advantage of the opening to launch an attack on Li Tian Yuan. By now, he had lost all patience. A single slash completely decapitated the hound. Unfortunately, Ding Jai's severed hound head landed exactly where Si Kong Chuan's avatar was striking, resulting in the dog's head taking the brunt of the blow. Ding Jai immediately turned and condemned Si Kong Chuan, "You hit my hound's head." Unknown to them, Xiao Yi had regained consciousness. The boy watched the battle with wide eyes, a thought flashing through his mind. Is this a battle between beings who have nearly become immortals? Each of their moves looks so ordinary, but I can feel it. Every single strike harbors earth-shattering, world-destroying power, clashing against and neutralizing each other. Looking at the 3 figures facing off, he had a terrifying realization. If their powers weren't so evenly matched, this entire land would have probably been obliterated long ago. Li Tian Yuan hoisted his 2 immortal weapons above his head and loudly declared, "In this vast universe, there is nothing I cannot cut down." As soon as the words fell, without even blinking, he swung the 2 immortal weapons like a chef chopping vegetables, unleashing a devastating dual-blade combination. Extermination slash. A colossal azure pressure erupted, leaving both the avatar and the hound's head utterly defenseless. Just a moment later, the 2 men were defeated, their bodies violently blown backward as they screamed, "Ah!" Watching Ding Jai and Si Kong Chuan brawling intensely, it seemed the two were in a stalemate, neither willing to yield. Xiao Yi stared at them wide-eyed, thinking to himself, "These 2 opponents are incredibly strong. They're probably the strongest people I've ever encountered." Oh right, except for him. Yes, Li Tian Yuan always seems to be the absolute strongest. It feels like he has never faced defeat. Ding Jai and Si Kong Chuan fought for a while until fatigue set in. Si Kong-chuan panted heavily, feeling disheartened as he looked at Ding Jai, who was acting like a mad dog before him. Yet even now he was still contemplating fighting Li Tianyuan. His mind raced. The Hall Master of Tian Li, equipped with 2 high-grade immortal weapons. Could it be that truly only an immortal can take him down? Ding Jai was furious to the point of dying. He cursed loudly, "Damn it, you've covered my face in dust. I'm going to use my ultimate move now." With that, he crossed his arms in an X shape over his chest and shouted, "Mad dog!" At this moment, his entire body emanated spiritual energy as blazing red as fire. Then he instantly leaped forward to attack Si Kong-chuan. Overwhelmed by this immense power, Si Kong-chuan could barely stand, his hair standing on end. It was truly a tempestuous force. Everyone thought he was about to unleash something earth-shattering, yet he actually began to urinate, adopting the exact posture of a dog relieving itself against a wall. Si Kong-chuan froze in shock, his jaw practically hitting the floor. What the hell was this? Did such a low-class, utterly humiliating move actually exist? Right then, Ding Jai's already abnormal brain started malfunctioning like a broken machine. He muttered, "No, it was supposed to be the mad dog something, but that's not right either." Or was it mad dog slurping raw water, snatching things, and stealing dog food? Damn it, why can't I remember? Out of patience, Li Tianyuan ruthlessly delivered a heaven-shaking slap to the back of his head. Ding Jai spun around, intent on seeing who dared to strike him, while a massive lump had already swelled on his head. Craning his neck, he yelled indignantly, "Just you wait. Once I remember that move, you won't even be fit to carry my shoes." Suddenly, a colossal brown mountain loomed over them, blocking the path of all 3. Ding Jai's mind was a tangled mess as he thought blankly, "Wow, did I just execute that move? But its power was supposed to be way more earth-shattering than this." Li Tianyuan narrowed his eyes, his expression hardening as he assessed the situation before him. A gargantuan sun-devouring beast tore through space and emerged. Si Kong-chuan's face was drained of all color as he stammered, Could that thing be the sun-devouring beast Kai Chi?" Ancient texts recorded that this was a wasteland beast carrying the seed of destruction. Every time it descended, the mortal realm would be plunged into a cataclysm. Xiao Yi naturally recognized it immediately. It was this exact monster that had dragged him to this hellish place. The boy's eyes widened in sheer terror. Why did it trace them here? Could the terrifying battle of the great emperors just now have attracted it? The sun-devouring beast stretched its gaping maw wide open in front of the trio. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Tianyuan channeled his immortal weapon, preparing to execute a supreme technique. His hand clamped tightly around the immortal weapon. He raised the weapon straight into the sky and shouted, "Dragon-swallowing stance." Instantly, a majestic azure dragon materialized, roaring as it confronted the sun-devouring beast head-on. Si Kong-chuan felt the terrifying aura of the azure dragon and couldn't believe what was unfolding. Was this real? This immortal weapon actually contained the essence of an azure dragon. Could it have been forged by slaughtering an azure dragon and shedding countless amounts of fresh blood? Based on his knowledge, even the weakest azure dragon had reached the transcendent realm. Just how many mighty beings had this man slaughtered to forge these 2 terrifying immortal weapons? The azure dragon opened its massive jaws and lunged at the sun-devouring beast with wind-tearing speed. In a mere blink of an eye, it vanished completely, leaving not a single trace of its aura. The sun-devouring beast looked around in bewilderment, trying to spot the azure dragon. At that exact moment, the azure dragon materialized unexpectedly and delivered a fatal bite to the wasteland beast's neck. That bite seemed capable of tearing through solid steel, yet when it released its grip, the sun-devouring beast only bled a few drops of blood. This development made Li Tianyuan frown in calculation. He hadn't expected the hide of this Kai Chi to be that resilient. Si Kong-chuan's jaw had been dropping time and time again, leaping from one shock to another. It truly lived up to the name of the sun-devouring beast. Earlier, even with him and Ding Jai joining forces, they had struggled tremendously just to hold their own against Li Tianyuan. Now, it seemed Li Tianyuan was being overpowered. It appeared that the Hall Master of Tian Li had not truly stepped into the immortal realm after all. Amidst this burning crisis, Ding Jai suddenly went completely mad. He charged straight at Li Tianyuan, screeching, "Hey, our battle isn't over yet." The hand holding Li Tianyuan's remaining immortal weapon was forced to divert its trajectory to block Ding Jai's crazed assault. Si Kong Xuan immediately seized this golden opportunity. Dealing with two fronts at once, how could Li Tianyuan possibly evade a sneak attack? Believing this to be a godsend, he channeled his spiritual energy into his palms and lunged forward. One of his hands had to restrain the sun-devouring beast, while the other had to deal with these two lunatics. He frowned, glancing quickly at the swelling lump on Ding Jai's head. To everyone's absolute astonishment, Ding Jai clamped down tightly onto Si Kong Xuan's wrist. He stood protectively in front of Li Tianyuan, coldly questioning Si Kong Xuan. "Were you trying to sneak attack me?" Si Kong Xuan was utterly astounded. His face turned ashen as he glared at Ding Jai. This old man's brain must really be messed up. Before he could even gather his wits, Ding Jai raised his voice and interrogated him. "Hey, what the hell are you, sticking your nose into my duel with that guy?" Hearing this, Si Kong Xuan was dumbfounded. He pointed at his own chest, and only after a long pause did he manage to blurt out a "huh." Then the old man dropped a bombshell that left everyone speechless. "The two of you ganging up on me, don't you feel any shame?" Si Kong Xuan couldn't fathom what action of his had made this lunatic think that he and Li Tianyuan were on the same side. He stammered, tongue-tied, You, enemy." At that moment, Xiao Yi struggled to stand up. He thought to himself, "I have to help him. Fighting against the Shirai Zun and those two all by himself, he won't be able to hold on." The Shirai Zun snapped its jaws, tearing the azure dragon's body in half. Following that, it swiftly ripped the dragon into pieces. In the end, only a few green scales and hairs were left floating in the wind. Suddenly, the Shirai Zun's gaze locked onto Xiao Yi's position. Pinned down by its stare, the boy's face turned purple with fear. "Has it noticed me?" Thick plumes of smoke billowed from its nostrils. Then it shot like an arrow straight toward Xiao Yi. Ding Jai also noticed the Shirai Zun's movement. He hastily raised a hand to signal a truce. "Time out. My disciple is in danger." True to his words, the Shirai Zun opened its gigantic maw, seemingly intending to swallow Xiao Yi's tiny frame whole. The boy stared at the razor-sharp teeth before him, terror engulfing his mind. Am I really going to be eaten by it? Suddenly, a hand reached out, blocking the Shirai Zun. Li Tianyuan used his spiritual power to forcefully push the monster's head away. Immediately after, Xiao Yi witnessed a scene that left him stunned, unable to react. Li Tianyuan actually flew straight into the Shirai Zun's mouth of his own accord. The monster instantly clamped its jaws shut, its sharp teeth grinding together as if trying to crush him into a pulp. Xiao Yi slumped to the ground, his eyes glued to the Shirai Zun. The boy could only pray that Li Tianyuan would shatter its jaws and escape. After swallowing him, it let out heavy, snorting breaths. Si Kong Xuan thought to himself in fear, "It is a Shirai Zun after all. Palace Master of Tian Li, as long as you haven't become an immortal, your fate is sealed. You can never defy this true mountain. A major threat has finally been eliminated. This Kai Chi has also lost its intent to attack. Once I escape the Huang Yu, my path to the great Tao will be wide open once again." Xiao Yi burst into tears from the agony. His whole body trembled violently as he softly called out, "Father." The boy felt immense remorse. Before, it was also father who protected me, but I always acted so cold toward him, because I thought I didn't need a father, that I had to be stronger to shoulder everything myself. Back then he naively thought, "I will protect mother and sister. It doesn't matter if I don't have a father. I don't need a father." When he was little, the village kids often bullied him. They would throw stones at him and gang up to mock him. "Don't play with this bastard. Throw him away." He always told himself, "I don't need a father, I don't need a father." In moments of extreme pain, he would run to a cliff and scream, "I am not a bastard." But those were all lies. I also wished so much to have a father. Xiao Yi sat hugging his knees, looking up at the sky and asked, "Father, where are you really?" The boy's eyes were brimming with tears, looking exactly like an abandoned puppy. He couldn't deny the truth that ever since his father suddenly appeared, his heart had been much more at peace. "But I didn't dare to face you like sister did. I was afraid you would leave me again." That fear constantly besieged the boy's mind. The Shirai Zun suddenly soared high into the sky and opened its mouth, letting out an earth-shattering roar. The boy dragged his exhausted feet toward Gu Mang's corpse, trying to pull out the sword impaled in his chest. He thought, "My father doesn't need to be a great hero, nor does he need supreme magical powers." Xiao Yi tightly gripped the hilt of the sword. Holding the sword, he took heavy steps toward the Shirai Zun, telling himself, "I only hope father can stay by our side forever." At this moment, a massive surge of power suddenly erupted from the boy's body. Xiao Yi's entire body flared up with a crimson aura like a raging fire. His eyes were bloodshot, tears still lingering on his lashes. He roared, his voice echoing across heaven and earth, "Give my father back." He pointed the sword straight at the sky, his eyes showing the whites, hollow yet crazed. His whole body seemed to burn in the crimson light, as a tyrannical killing intent and pressure permeated the space. Ding Jai was horrified seeing the boy's explosive outburst. He yelled, "Hey disciple, be careful." Suddenly, he stood frozen like a statue. Xiao Yi's other hand tightened around the sword hilt. Right where he stood, an earth-shattering explosion rang out. The ground cracked open, dirt and rocks flying everywhere as if torn apart by a hurricane. Xiao Yi gritted his teeth, opened his mouth, and roared. The pressure emanating from the sword was so frantic that even space trembled. The boy screamed amidst a sea of crimson flames, "Ming!" The shout echoed as if wanting to tear the world apart. Thinking of his father, the boy became even more frenzied. His face was so strained that blue veins popped out. He howled, "Dong!" Both Si Kong Chuan and Ding Jai looked up at the sky. Streaks of crimson spiritual power were gradually converging into a single point. By now, the aura pressure had turned to a deep blue. Xiao Yi opened his mouth and roared loudly. Around the boy's body, the red and blue auras blended together. Si Kong Chuan furrowed his brow. Lightning magic of this caliber. Has this brat gone mad? What the hell is this? The boy had broken through. What astonished him even more was that Xiao Yi had broken through 2 realms at once, truly a rare prodigy. Unlike Si Kong Chuan, Ding Jai held his head in fear. But the kid still can't control my true chi. If he's not careful, he'll be blown to pieces. At this point, Xiao Yi's lightning magic had enveloped the Shirai Zun's body. The boy continued to amplify his power, Tong Tian. And finally, detonating with the most terrifying might, Sha Shen. Li Tian Yuan from the inside was surprised to see that scene, softly calling out in his heart, "Zhu Yi." Struck by the power of the lightning magic, the Shirai Zun thrashed about relentlessly. Its colossal head whipped back and forth frantically. Xiao Yi's tears fell freely, drenching his cheeks. Before collapsing, he continuously called out, "Father." Xiao Yi's father, who was thought to have been crushed, suddenly appeared, using his immortal chi to slash straight at the Shirai Zun. He thrust his sword through its belly and emerged outside. Seeing his figure, Si Kong Chuan was terrified to the core. How could he possibly get out? Li Tian Yuan appeared right in time, catching Xiao Yi as he collapsed. Seeing him, the boy softly murmured, "Father, you're all right." And then he threw himself into Li Tian Yuan's embrace, crying and calling out, "Father." At this moment he recalled what Shi Yanheng had told him. Actually, Xiao Yi always acts tough. The boy isn't as resilient as he appears on the outside. Give him some time, he'll open up to you. He gently rubbed his little son's head, promising himself, "Father will never leave you two again." Li Tian Yuan looked at the boy with astonishment. To think he dared to forcefully use Tong Tian Sha Shen. He recalled, if I'm not mistaken, he probably only saw me use this move once. Who would have thought he possessed such heaven-defying talent in lightning magic? The Shirai Zun was actually still alive. It struggled, opening its mouth to unleash a ferocious roar. Looking at it, he couldn't help but secretly admire it. Truly worthy of being a Shirai Zun-class demonic beast, I attacked and ravaged it from the inside, yet I still couldn't deal a fatal blow. Suddenly, its belly swelled abnormally. Then it opened its mouth and regurgitated a round object. Next, it tossed the object onto the ground and flew away out of sight. Si Kong Chuan stood looking at the egg-shaped object before him. He exclaimed in shock. That Kai Chi was beaten so badly it ran for its life. Seeing Li Tian Yuan, Ding Jai started picking a fight again. "Hey, dare to state your name, so I know who to call to deal with you." He glanced lightly at the man and coldly spat out 3 words, "Li Tian Yuan." As soon as he finished speaking, Ding Jai turned around and ran away without a trace. Before leaving, he dropped a sentence. "I can't beat you right now, but I will definitely come back to teach you a lesson. My disciple is temporarily under your care." Si Kong Chuan watched the man run for his life and was left speechless. Right at that moment, when he raised his head, Li Tian Yuan was already towering behind him. He hastily raised his hand to signal a truce. "Stop! If you dare to lay a hand on me, the Wan Yun." Before he could even finish, he swung his sword, sending his head flying. A second later, the headless corpse slumped to its knees before him. Li Tian Yuan stood there, calm and arrogant like a god. With a single stroke of Li Tian Yuan's sword, the opponent's head soared into the air. Having dealt with the enemy, he withdrew his pressure, preparing to sheath his blade. Just then, cracks appeared on the red egg. In that instant, he sensed a bizarre aura that forced him to cast a glance. The cracks grew larger, almost splitting the egg in two. Through the crack, he could see an object inside. It was a skull. This aura deeply astounded Li Tian Yuan. Without a word, he swung his blade in a decisive slash. The egg shattered into pieces. As the egg was cut open, a surging pressure and a violent gale erupted, making Xiao Yi stumble. The boy covered his face with his hands, exclaiming in shock, "Why does the shattering of that egg pack such immense power?" Following that, a pitch-black gas emerged, swirling into a tornado. The black mist enveloped the white skeleton. Li Tian Yuan speculated. Earlier, inside the Kai Chi's body, I sensed a strange energy that didn't belong to it. Could it be originating from this thing? Not long after, the skeleton's feet touched the ground, and it tremblingly stood up. Watching this bizarre scene, Xiao Yi couldn't help but be amazed. The Kai Chi's egg hatched into a human, no, a skeleton. And the boy made a bold guess. Could this be some supreme master who was swallowed by it and is now resurrecting? Within the skeleton's eye sockets, a pair of bright purple pupils lit up. Next, it dashed forward to attack Li Tian Yuan. Quick as lightning, he met the attack, swinging his sword without mercy. The skeleton dodged. A distant mountain was cleaved in half by his sword strike. It leaped high into the air, aiming to attack him from above. But how could Li Tian Yuan let it have its way? He immediately used the hilt of Long Que to block it. Then he slashed at its arm with his blade. Strangely enough, as sharp as Long Que was, it couldn't cut through. Li Tian Yuan frowned, thinking to himself, "It's too tough. Long Que can't cut it." He proceeded to try another slash. As the black mist poured out more and more, he hastily grabbed Xiao Yi and flew into the air. The skeleton stood on the ground, emitting an ever-growing volume of black mist. It seemed to possess a corrosive power no different from the fog of the Huang Yu. "Thank goodness Father pulled me away in time," Xiao Yi thought. "This corrosive ability is incredibly strong. If I had been touched by that black mist just now, would I have been dissolved too?" The skeleton took slow steps forward. Suddenly, it caught sight of a certain object. Wasn't that the headless corpse of Sikong Chuan? So it manipulated the black mist to lift the corpse. Just a second later, the body parts of the corpse began to corrode. It utilized the black mist to plunder his flesh and skin, then pasted it onto its own legs. Next were the arms, then the face, the entire body. It could be said that it had robbed Sikong Chuan of his entire layer of skin. But it still couldn't recover completely. Half of its body remained a bare white skeleton. It couldn't understand. "I can only recover this little bit, that's not right." Xiao Yi's eyes went wide, his jaw dropping in shock. Oh my God, it turned into a human. The skeleton reached out and picked up a piece of cloth from the ground, then wrapped it around its waist to cover its sensitive parts. It spoke in a chilling tone, its voice echoing as if from ancient times. "To think that Kai Chi actually spat me out. What a pity the time wasn't ripe yet." Li Tian Yuan calmly asked, "Who are you?" With a face that was half human, half demon, it replied, "I am Huang Shen Jai Zai." After getting a clear look at the newcomer, Li Tian Yuan realized it was indeed Huang Shen. It looked at him with contempt, mocking, "Ignorant fool. To hear the name Huang Shen and show no trace of reverence." He replied indifferently, "Just because you bear the word God in your name, you expect me to revere you. Does he even qualify?" Hearing this, he tilted his head back toward the sky, his voice filled with nostalgia. "It seems too much time has passed. The name Huang Shen no longer holds the weight it once did." Then he looked at him and said, "The aura on you feels familiar, as if it comes from another deity." Saying so, he raised his hand, channeling his oppressive might into it. Then, with a slight lift, Xiao Yi felt his arms being pulled by some invisible force, making the boy's eyes widen in shock. Huang Shen made an offer, "Follow me, and I will not destroy you." Recognizing his intent, Li Tian Yuan quickly pulled his son behind him to protect him. He said coldly, "I don't know why that Kai Chi vomited me out at this time, but you are indeed a fine material to aid in my recovery." Swiftly, that black true Chi morphed into a massive wave of pressure, hurtling toward him. Li Tian Yuan gripped his sword hilt tightly. He swung a breathtaking arc with his sword. The blue pressure radiating from the blade shattered the black mist. Huang Shen didn't flinch when his attack was so easily dispelled. He stood completely still, watching Li Tianyuan fly right up to him, raising his sword to stab him. Just as the sword tip was merely 2 inches away from his face, Huang Shen reached out, grabbing the blade with flawless precision. And he discovered something astonishing. To think that this sword can actually injure my divine bones. Then he brazenly declared, "Your sword isn't bad, it suits me perfectly. I want it." He asked back coldly, "Can you even hold on to it?" At this, Huang Shen intensified the black mist, aiming to lock the blade in his grip. But he was instantly slapped with reality. A split second later, Li Tianyuan forced him to drop to one knee. Then he was bent over like an old man. Li Tianyuan roared, unstoppable force, and forcefully drove the sword forward. To counter him, he unleashed the manifestation of Huang Shen. The black true qi radiated all around his body. One would think he was incredibly powerful, who knew Li Tianyuan just needed a light wave of his hand to send him flying. Huang Shen tried to salvage his pride. "I've only just awakened, I'm still weak." Refusing to yield, he continued gathering black mist into his palms, shouting, "Qi, come." The black mists wrapped around Li Tianyuan, and his son like bands of silk. Even if he wasn't affected, Xiao Yi was a different story. Therefore, he used his true qi to shield the boy. The blue true qi enveloped Xiao Yi like a sturdy protective barrier. The sword fell in front of Xiao Yi, and the boy quickly ran closer. Li Tianyuan's gaze followed the little boy as he called out, "Protect!" A deep blue flame flared up in the palm of his hand. The moment he finished speaking, the true qi used the sword as a core, forming a large sphere around Xiao Yi. Outside, the black mist was spreading everywhere. Xiao Yi called out to him anxiously, "Father." He cast a glance at the boy and instructed, "Next up, I might not be able to keep an eye on you. Just stay put. Zhen Yue can keep you safe." On the other side, Huang Shen continued amassing his true qi. The black mist diffused wider and wider. An object materialized in his hand. The object resembled a gun. Huang Shen raised it with utter arrogance. Xiao Yi turned pale with fear. The boy had never seen such a thing before. Could that be a divine artifact? Huang Shen aimed the gun at Li Tianyuan. He had also rapidly focused his pressure into his weapon, ready to fight at a moment's notice. One of his eyes emitted a purple light. Huang Shen spat words of disdain. "You won't even have the time to wail." With that, he pulled the trigger. A blast of black mist shot straight toward him. Li Tianyuan raised his blade to block it. He shouted loudly, "Break," and slashed with his blade, obliterating the blast. The gas was deflected into a nearby mountain. In just a brief second, it corroded the entire massive peak. Its power was truly horrifying. Li Tianyuan twirled his blade, sweeping the mist into the mountain, causing it to collapse rapidly. Just like that, mountains fell one after another. He continued to spin his blade. Then he delivered a kick, slashing horizontally through the gas. It was instantly sent flying away by him and ceased spreading. Suddenly, Xiao Yi cried out in panic, warning him, "Father, watch out on your right." Li Tianyuan reacted with extreme speed, immediately leaning to the side to dodge. At the same time, he couldn't help but be amazed by his son's capabilities. To think Zhu Yi's vision can keep up with my movements and Huang Shen Zhai's eyes. It seems that during this journey to the Huang Yu, he has grown immensely. The unfortunate mountain struck by the blast instantly crumbled into pieces. Not stopping there, Huang Shen proceeded to use Touch of Huang Shen. In that very moment, a long fissure appeared on the ground, widening rapidly, its depths glowing red-hot like magma. A multitude of black hands reached out from it. They stretched toward Li Tianyuan, wanting to grab him. Even so, he already had a countermeasure. Li Tianyuan concentrated his pressure into the blade, causing blue currents to ripple around it. Feeling he had gathered enough power, he unleashed a slash toward the rising hands, shouting, "Bah!" The blue pressure gradually engulfed Huang Shen's black mist, flying back toward him. Seizing the opportunity, he charged along the current, bolting toward Huang Shen. In a flash, he appeared right before his horrified eyes. As he raised his blade to slash, Huang Shen threw up his bony arm to block. His blade spun in a circle. Then it suddenly changed direction, thrusting toward his lower abdomen. Huang Shen hastily dodged to the left. Good thing he reacted fast, otherwise there would be a hole in his belly by now. At close range, he raised his weapon, aiming at him. Quick as lightning, Li Tian Yuan used his blade to pin it down, preventing him from firing. It cannot be denied that you are unaffected by the threat of a divine artifact, but in the end, you are merely a mortal dreaming of defeating the son of a god, truly delusional. Whether it's delusional or not, we won't know until we try. He didn't get to be arrogant for long before Li Tian Yuan's blade shattered one of his ribs. Huang Shen was heavily shocked. He couldn't believe his eyes. How is this possible? Li Tian Yuan's face remained utterly cold as he bluntly declared, "Son of a god, huh? Let me see if you bleed." Huang Shen stubbornly deluded himself. "Mortal, I must admit you are very strong, but you want to make me bleed. You can't do it." At this moment, the two were locked in a stalemate, so he was confident he wouldn't fall by his hands. Unexpectedly, Li Tian Yuan's aura erupted with terrifying power, setting off a massive explosion that shook the heavens and earth. Xiao Yi held his breath watching the battle, exclaiming in awe, "Is that all of Father's power?" Li Tian Yuan continued to unleash his blade aura. He spun the blade aura in his hand. Then his grip on the hilt tightened, and he delivered a decisive, downward slash. The blue oppressive aura pierced right through the black true qi. A flash of golden light gleamed, and the black mist gradually dissipated. With a clank, the gun he was holding fell to the ground. Huang Shen had his body pierced by a single slash from him. He glared at him with deep resentment, unwilling to accept defeat at the hands of a mere mortal. His divine artifact gradually shattered into tiny fragments. Those crimson shards looked like dazzling gemstones. Huang Shen spoke coldly, "To think that even after using a divine artifact, I still couldn't defeat you." A blazing red glow engulfed the space. The mountains exploded, sending rocks and dirt flying in all directions. Huang Shen asked him curiously, "Mortal, what is your name?" He confidently uttered 3 words, "Li Tian Yuan." Before closing his eyes, he whispered, "I will remember it." Just like that, Huang Shen was buried under the collapsing rocks and dirt. A moment later, Li Tian Yuan stood atop a mountain peak. Using his pressure, he recalled the Zhen Yue sword. The sword spun in midair, gently carrying Xiao Yi back to him like a swallow returning to its nest. The father and son glided into the air, leaving the land that was about to be reduced to ashes. Xiao Yi's eyes widened in shock as the massive mountain in front of him suddenly collapsed. His little mind couldn't comprehend it. He curiously asked his father, "Father, why did this mountain collapse?" Li Tian Yuan explained, "The divine artifact, the origin of this mountain, was severed by me. Therefore, the mountain collapsed along with it." Xiao Yi looked at him with great interest. The young boy felt as if his horizons had been broadened. It was something he had never expected. "I didn't expect a divine artifact to be the origin of this mountain. Could it be that this place used to be the estate of some sect?" He spoke to the boy as if he were an adult, frankly sharing his hypothesis. "According to my speculations, all things in this world have the potential to become divine artifacts." The more he listened, the more confused he became. Li Tian Yuan continued explaining, "There is also another possibility. All things in the world are formed by divine artifacts, and the rivers and mountains are merely their outward manifestations." The father and son leaped away. Xiao Yi still didn't understand, so he continued to ask, "The world is formed by divine artifacts. If that's true, this is too shocking. Then what are those divine artifacts? Are they creations left behind by the gods?" He answered his son honestly, "These are all just my speculations. However, I have clashed with divine artifacts many times. Their forms vary greatly, unlike anything forged by human hands." That was what troubled him. "I have tried to study and replicate them, but what I created only shared a superficial resemblance. Its power was not even a tenth of a real divine artifact. Its strength could merely punch a small hole in a wooden plank." Looking straight ahead, Li Tian Yuan continued to lecture his son. "As for the divine artifacts reinforced and enhanced by the sects, they are even stronger. For example, those of the Xin Mu sect and Qing Yun Mountain possess greater power than the divine artifact in the hands of Huang Shen Jai Zai." This deduction raised a question for the boy. "Father, if divine artifacts are truly the origins of rivers and mountains, then why didn't the Xin Mu sect collapse after its divine artifact was destroyed by you?" He shook his head slightly and explained, "Because I never completely destroyed the Xin Mu sect's divine artifact. I only broke it." Recalling the appearance of the divine artifact when it vanished, Xiao Yi still couldn't understand. He asked, "But the way Huang Shen Jai Zai's divine artifact vanished was identical to how the Xin Mu sect's vanished. Both had strange symbols appearing, only differing in color, I think. Frowning, he replied softly to his son, the special symbols that appeared when the divine artifact vanished. I have seen them in ancient tomes. They are called numbers. What exactly are those numbers? Li Tianyuan continued to speak of things that Xiao Yi couldn't comprehend. Those numbers are 0 and 1, respectively. Xiao Yi had a bold thought. Could it be the numbers we normally use? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He still didn't understand. If they share the same meaning, then why must they be represented by these strange symbols? His son truly had 100,000 whys. Li Tianyuan had to tell the boy, if you want to delve deeper into this, I will bring the ancient tomes for you to read next time. That sounds quite interesting. Xiao Yi raised his brows in excitement and nodded. Yes, I am very curious. Could these numbers be the foundational building blocks of this world, perhaps even affecting our methods of cultivation? Suddenly, he caught sight of 3 figures hurriedly flying toward them. Everyone quickly landed on the ground. Seeing the little boy safe and sound, Shi Yunuan called out loudly. Xiao Yi, she dashed toward the boy like the wind, exclaiming emotionally, You're safe, thank goodness. Upon seeing him, she was extremely surprised and asked curiously, Brother-in-law, was it you who found Xiao Yi? He nodded in response. Only then did she bend down to examine Xiao Yi's small body. Seeing that the boy wasn't seriously injured, she breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known how to face my older sister. After making sure Xiao Yi was fine, she asked him, Brother-in-law, how did you run into Xiao Yi? Oh right, why did you secretly enter the desolate region earlier? What were you really here for? He replied concisely, to do a few things, kill a person, and then I ran into Zhu Yi. Sui Feng reported respectfully, Young master, after you left the Zhen Yue Palace, the dragon-whiskered whale attacked this place. Afterward, another sun-devouring beast emerged from the heart of the mountain and took Xiao Yi away. Based on our comparisons, the beast that took Xiao Yi was most likely Kai Chi. He nodded and replied, I have met Kai Chi. It has retreated deep into the desolate region. Its next move is temporarily unknown. Only then did his face darken as he remembered. Where is the dragon-whiskered whale? Shi Yunuan answered blankly, Brother-in-law, that dragon-whiskered whale was incredibly fierce. Brother Sui Feng and Brother Ming Yu had to join forces with General Fang's group just to temporarily hold it off. Sui Feng continued after her. Fortunately, the dragon-whiskered whale wasn't targeting us. It left shortly after Kai Chi flew away. At this moment, Shi Yunuan remembered an important detail. Also, every time the dragon-whiskered whale breathed, it sucked away our true energy, almost entirely draining us. Luckily, Brother Sui Feng gave me an absolute heaven divine pill, otherwise I really wouldn't have been able to hold on. He looked up at the sky, muttering softly, Dragon-whiskered whale, Fang Zhou Lai. Having said that, he told everyone, let's leave the desolate region first. Suddenly, Xiao Yi felt a bone-piercing pain. Unable to hold back, he let out a soft groan. Then his whole body swayed as if he were about to collapse. Shi Yunuan anxiously ran over and asked, Xiao Yi, what's wrong? Sui Feng immediately checked on Xiao Yi and exclaimed in shock, Xiao Yi has already reached the peak of the true person realm. What's even stranger is this berserk true energy inside his body. This is not the true energy that a true person realm cultivator should possess. Li Tianyuan explained, Zhu Yi had a massive amount of true energy forcibly transmitted into him. Earlier, he even temporarily broke through to the Lin Kuei realm. Hearing this, all 3 were horrified and cried out in unison, What? Ignoring their shock, he urged, let's get out of the desolate region first. There are a few matters that must be set in motion earlier than planned. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the desolate region, Huangshen Jiazai was streaking through the air, as if fleeing for his life. Even more surprisingly, he had been spotted by Lu Chengqian. The two glared at each other like mortal enemies, full of vigilance. Lu Chengqian unleashed his spiritual energy, launching an attack at Huangshen Jiazai. He roared, Where do you hail from, you wicked demon? This palm strike triggered a massive explosion. At the same time, Li Chengqian's figure suddenly split into 5 illusions. Each phantom dashed forward like a tornado, utilizing an unpredictable movement technique, phasing in and out of the battlefield. It sent the enemy spinning in a dizzying array where true and false could not be distinguished. Li Chengqian waved his hand, his vital energy converging into a swirling pillar of light aimed straight at Huangshen Jiazai. With divine authority flashing in his eyes, he bellowed decisively, "Get back here!" A pitch-black mist, taking the shape of countless skulls, slowly condensed into a humanoid form. This sight left Li Chengqian utterly astounded. The moment his vital energy left his hand, Li Chengqian realized something was wrong. Before his Taoist power could even touch the target, it was deftly guided and effortlessly dissolved by Huang Shen Zhai Zai. Every stream of energy was cleanly absorbed by the opponent, like a spring melting into the earth. It was too late to withdraw it. This situation terrified him out of his wits, causing him to blurt out, "Who exactly are you? Or are you some lost alien creature?" Huang Shen Zhai Zai spoke in an icy tone. "Compared to Li Tianyuan, you are nothing but trash." The subordinate standing behind him couldn't bear seeing his young master insulted. Gripping the hilt of his sword, he roared, "Insolent fool, how dare you spout such nonsense to the young master?" With that said, he followed Li Chengqian's example, channeling his vital energy and fusing it with his sword technique to charge straight at the opponent. Just as the tip of the sword neared Huang Shen Zhai Zai's face, a surge of black mist erupted to suppress it. He merely waved his hand lightly, yet the sword was bent out of shape like a noodle. At the same time, a terrifying rebound force traveled straight to its wielder, snapping his arm at an impossible angle. The excruciating pain nearly made him pass out on the spot. A streak of black mist swept past, and the man's arm was severed from his body. In this situation, they could only rely on a formation. Li Chengqian did not hesitate, ordering his 3 remaining subordinates, "Form the array." The 3 replied in unison, "Understood, young master," and immediately deployed the formation. Countless illusory swords materialized behind Li Chengqian. He spread his arms to control the formation, and spiritual runes glowed brilliantly in all directions. The sword intent from the center converged like a rising tide. Only a heaven-shaking shout was heard. "Amber sword array, slay demons and eradicate evil." As soon as the shout faded, countless sword phantoms tore through space. Every blade transformed into a dragon of light, descending like the punishing thunderbolts of heaven striking down evil. The entire sword array hurtled toward Huang Shen Zhai Zai, but he remained as still as a statue, making no defensive moves whatsoever. A second later, all of those swords shattered into tiny fragments. A subordinate cried out in horror, "Impossible! An attack concentrating the full power of all 5 of us, yet he is completely unscathed." Huang Shen Zhai Zai glanced at them with disdain. "Such pitiful scratches. Allow me to borrow your lives for a moment." Saying so, a pitch-black demonic energy emanated from his body. Even with the protection of the formation, Li Chengqian could not withstand Huang Shen Zhai Zai's power. He was sweating profusely, his face pale as a corpse. Terror consumed his mind. What the hell is this thing? This bone-chilling sense of terror. Impossible, this isn't an opponent I can face. Right at that moment, a loyal subordinate mustered all his strength to land a palm strike on Li Chengqian, pushing him out of the encroaching black mist, while shouting, "Young master, run." As soon as the words left his mouth, his entire body was corroded by the black mist, riddled with holes like a honeycomb. Before meeting his ancestors, he did not forget his duty, struggling to yell, "Young master, hurry." Very quickly, the loyal subordinate was completely absorbed by Huang Shen Zhai Zai. The skeletal parts of Huang Shen Zhai Zai's body began to fill out, gradually recovering. Only 3 subordinates remained. One decided to stay behind to buy time, while the other 2 supported Li Chengqian. The one staying behind ordered, "Escort the young master out of here." Hearing the order, the other 2 immediately supported Li Chengqian and fled. The one left behind attacked with all his might. Li Chengqian looked back anxiously and called his name, Zhu Er. In the blink of an eye, he had closed the distance to his opponent. Huang Shen Zhai Zai simply grabbed his head with one hand. Fresh blood slowly oozed from his eyes, nose, and mouth. In less than a minute, he had crushed the man's skull. After absorbing another life, his body continued its recovery process. Given the situation, it was highly unlikely for the 3 of them to escape. Another subordinate volunteered to stay back as the rear guard, shouting, "You I leave the young master to you. I'll go hold this monster off." With that, he spat a mouthful of fresh blood onto his blade, muttering to himself, "I offer my core essence blood and my lifelong cultivation to ensure the young master's safety." This technique was evidently extremely powerful. His strength exploded, transforming into a giant ethereal sword. Li Chengqian cried out in pain, "Yu Ye." Yet another sword hurtled toward Huang Shen Zhai Zai. Unsurprisingly, with just a wave of his hand, the sword shattered into 100 pieces. That wave of the hand simultaneously cleaved Yu Yi in half. Having dealt with the final obstacle, he shot over to stand in front of the two people desperately trying to escape. The last remaining subordinate also chose to sacrifice himself to protect his master. He forcefully pushed Li Chengqian away and said, "Young master, take care." Saying that, he lunged forward and hugged his legs tightly, screaming, "Monster, die with me." The black mist slowly encroached upon his body. The black mist gradually expanded, surging like dark waves before ultimately coalescing into a dense, viscous cloud that swallowed the light of heaven and earth. Li Chengqian collapsed to his knees on the cold ground, his eyes vacant as he watched his final trusted subordinate be engulfed by the black mist, without a scream, without a final word, entirely vanishing in an instant. His hands trembled, his spiritual energy was depleted, his will remained but his strength was spent. He punched the ground hard, roaring in helplessness and rage, "Zhu Yi Zhu Yu Yi Yu it's all my fault. You all died because of a useless person like me." Suddenly a voice rang out making him jump, truly useless indeed. Unknown since when, Huang Shen Zai was already standing right next to him. Li Chengqian turned pale with fear and stammered, "To think you." Before he could finish, his throat was choked by Huang Shen Zai's bony hand, drawing fresh blood. He looked at Li Chengqian with curiosity. "I'm very curious. What is so special about someone like you, who had those people risking their lives to protect?" After pondering for a while and still finding nothing outstanding, he shook his head and muttered softly, "Mediocre. Boring." Li Chengqian's neck was squeezed so tightly that his veins popped. He gritted out each word, "My father is the Sword Saint. He will definitely avenge me." Even though he didn't know who the Sword Saint was, just from the title alone, he could guess this was a formidable expert. Li Chengqian snorted coldly, "My father is the strongest man in this world." Hearing this, Huang Shen Zai became even more interested. He decided to spare his prey's life and ordered, "Take me to see him." Li Chengqian scrambled to his feet, frowning as he probed, "What's scared now? What business do you have with my old man?" Huang Shen Zai did not hide his intent at all. "Draining those 4 earlier only helped me recover a fraction of my injuries. Only the flesh and blood of an elite master can allow my body to completely regenerate and restore my true power." To Li Chengqian, it felt like a thunderbolt striking his ears. Sweating from fear, he stammered, You want to absorb my father." In the dead of the silent night, 2 orbs of energy, one blood red, the other poison purple, hovered near the moon. They radiated a flickering light, making the sky appear as if it were torn apart by a terrifying anomaly. Zhao Yi was meditating in his room. Suddenly, Li Tianyuan walked in and stood before the boy. He spoke calmly, "You forcibly executed the heaven-piercing god-slaying technique. That caused Ding Zhai's true energy to invade your body. Currently, that true energy has entered your internal organs and is still running rampant everywhere. I originally planned to wait until your foundation was more solid before passing this on, but now it cannot be delayed." With that said, he immediately channeled his Dharma power, condensing it at the tips of his 2 fingers. Then he transmitted a stream of azure true energy into his son's body. It began to penetrate Zhao Yi's body, clashing against the rampant crimson true energy inside. Zhao Yi closed his eyes, receiving his father's true energy. He formed hand seals and listened to his father's instruction. "The cultivation art I am about to teach you is called the 9-9 origin art. This is also the main technique I cultivate." After explaining, he began guiding the boy on how to return the Taoist aura to its origin, thoroughly fusing and absorbing the chaotic true energy to make it his own. The boy closed his eyes and introspectively observed his qi. The crimson true energy erupted even more violently. A golden silhouette appeared in Zhao Yi's mind. Li Tianyuan tapped an acupoint on the boy's chest and shouted, "First revolution, guide the malice to the meridians." A stream of fiery red spiritual energy blazed up, weaving through the meridians across his body like a fire snake piercing through his spine, making the boy's body tremble under the terrifying pressure of heaven and earth's spiritual qi. Zhao Yi coughed up a mouthful of blood. He continued to clear the pathways. Second revolution, refine malice in the furnace. The father and son sat within a golden ring of light, resembling a formation. Li Tianyuan's azure true energy was continuously poured in to harmonize the chaotic true energy inside his son's body. The boy's entire body was burning hot, as if engulfed in scorching flames. He placed his hand on the crown of his son's head, deploying a yin-yang formation. Third revolution, quake the origin. That chaotic true energy was drawn out. It looked like ribbons of red silk floating in the air. His small body sat firmly amidst that powerful true energy. A while later he looked up and said to Li Tianyuan, "Father, I feel much better now." He nodded. From now on, just continue cultivating this art. The true energy of all things in the world can gradually be converted into your own. Given your current condition, once you cultivate to the 10th tier, you will be able to completely control and freely wield this true energy. Xiaoyi asked curiously, "Father, this art is called the 99 Origin Art. Does that mean it has a total of 9 times 9, 81 tiers?" He explained patiently, "The number 99 signifies the infinite and endless. As for exactly which tier one can cultivate to, that depends entirely on one's own heavenly destiny and effort." This reminded him of Sui Feng. Take Sui Feng, for example. He has cultivated to the 69th tier. Xiaoyi was utterly shocked upon hearing this. He asked, "Then what about Uncle Ming Yu?" He shook his head. "He cannot cultivate it." The father and son conversed in the room, completely unaware that Ming Yu was standing outside the door, hearing the entire conversation. Thus he went to find Sui Feng, squinting at him scrutinizingly. "You've cultivated the 99 Origin Art to the 69th tier. So between you and Wu Sen, who is stronger now?" Sui Feng modestly gave a non-committal answer. "Either way, I'm still not a match for the Palace Master." This answer made Ming Yu's blood boil. Frowning at Sui Feng, he snapped mildly, "What's the point of being so humble at a time like this?" Saying this, Ming Yu glanced at the father and son in the room, unable to help but sigh. Still, Xiaoyi's innate talent is truly top-notch, being at the 3rd tier at such a young age. Sui Feng continued, "Unlike us, Xiaoyi has to cultivate while constantly guarding against true energy backlash. Furthermore, his foundation isn't truly solid yet, which is why the Palace Master had to transfer a portion of his own true energy to help him cultivate faster. Luckily, Xiaoyi has already mastered the life and death dual arts, so his adaptability is stronger than ordinary people. As for how far he can walk on this path in the future, that is up to heaven's will." Ming Yu wondered, "With us protecting him, what does the kid have to fear?" Right at this moment, Shi Yanhan and Shi Yunuan ran over, asking anxiously, "How is it?" The room door swung open. Li Tianyuan led Xiaoyi out. He affirmed, "Everything is fine now." Seeing his mother, the boy's eyes lit up and he called out softly, "Mother." Shi Yanhan asked worriedly, "Xiaoyi, how are you feeling?" The boy boasted proudly, "Yes, father taught me a new cultivation technique. I'm all better now." She looked up at him, a gentle atmosphere spreading between them. Shi Yanhan spoke up, "This experience might not necessarily be a bad thing. Finding a way to survive in the face of death will surely bring about a completely new metamorphosis." Li Tianyuan said to everyone, "Rest for the night. Tomorrow we will head to the Jiu Yun Supreme Sect." A giant question mark popped up in Shi Yunuan's head. Jiu Yun Supreme Sect, why do we have to go there? As he walked past Shi Yanhan, he gently patted her shoulder and said softly, "I'm going to look for Fang Zhou Lai for a moment." Having said that, he simply walked away. When she saw the bloodstain on Sui Feng's back, Shi Yunuan was extremely surprised. She spoke up, "Big brother Sui Feng, you're injured." He tried to search his memory. "I was probably hit during the confrontation with the dragon whisker whale." Sui Feng felt a bit embarrassed and hurriedly turned to leave, saying softly, "It's nothing serious, I'm going to change my clothes." He walked away so hastily that he didn't notice the jade pendant at his waist had fallen off. That jade pendant fell right into Ming Yu's hands. He stared blankly at Sui Feng walking away, as if fleeing. This demeanor was completely unlike his usual self. Ming Yu was puzzled. Why is Sui Feng so absent-minded today? He even dropped his things. Could it be that the injury from fighting the dragon whisker whale is very severe? Shi Yunuan took the jade pendant from Ming Yu's hand and said, "I'll go check on big brother Sui Feng. I also need to thank him for saving me." After saying that, without waiting for Ming Yu to react, she took the jade pendant and hurried away. Ming Yu was so mad his lungs could explode. "Hey, I had a part in saving you too, why not thank me as well?" He felt his heart deeply wounded. Sui Feng returned to his room and began to take off his clothes. His body was covered in crisscrossing scars, both large and small. At that exact moment, Shi Yu Nuan pushed the door open and walked in, calling out cheerfully, "Big brother Sui Feng, you dropped your jade pendant." Her sudden appearance startled him. He stood frozen like a statue, staring blankly at her. Shi Yu Nuan's eyes widened at Sui Feng's bare body, her cheeks involuntarily blushing red. A second later, she immediately turned her face away and muttered, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Sui Feng calmly put his clothes back on and shook his head slightly. "It's fine." Then he took back the jade pendant and didn't forget to thank her. "Many thanks." Shi Yu Nuan anxiously turned her head back to ask, "Big brother Sui Feng, is your injury all right?" He lowered his head, his voice indifferent, "Just some unpleasant memories." Seeing his melancholic expression, her heart ached. Shi Yu Nuan asked softly, "Big brother Sui Feng, are you really okay? Is something weighing on your mind? You can tell me." "Ah, big brother Ming Yu also mentioned you seemed a bit distracted today." Sui Feng replied sorrowfully, "My older sister's death anniversary is approaching." Shi Yu Nuan looked at him with eyes full of sympathy. Knowing he needed some personal space, she walked to the door and gently comforted him before leaving. "Big brother Sui Feng, please restrain your grief. I'll take my leave now." Upon reaching the door, she suddenly remembered something and turned back to ask, "By the way, big brother Sui Feng, I was in a daze last night but it seemed like someone had kidnapped me. Was it you who saved me then?" Sui Feng nodded slightly. Only then did she realize in astonishment, "So it turns out I wasn't dreaming that day." He closed his eyes and explained, "The young master arranged for me to secretly protect you a long time ago." Having received her answer, she nodded gently, her voice like a spring breeze. Thank you, big brother Sui Feng." In the deep night sky, 3 orbs of light appeared. One was as bright as the full moon, while the other 2 were as red as blood and as purple as poison. Li Tianyuan went to meet Fang Zhou. As soon as he arrived, he went straight to the point. "The purpose of your trip to the desolate realm this time was for the dragon whisker whale, wasn't it?" He glanced at him and nodded, "Yes." Then he channeled his spiritual power. A brilliant golden stream of spiritual energy surged in the palm of his hand, shining brightly like a miniature sun in the dark of night. Fang Zhou introduced the golden orb in his hand. "The whisker of the dragon whisker whale is called the dragon saliva whisker. It is a crucial material for refining the elixir of immortality." Li Tianyuan asked curiously, "The elixir of immortality?" He unhurriedly lowered his hand, and the orb of the dragon saliva whisker slowly dissipated. He spoke in a calm voice, "His Majesty is getting old. It is only natural for him to desire the elixir of immortality. It just so happens that Lin Xiang proposed he could refine this elixir, which is why we had our encounter today." He curled his lips into a faint smile, "To seek the dragon whisker whale and actually find it immediately. Your luck is truly quite good." He replied coldly, "Lin Xiang has his own capabilities. This time, the thinning of the mist in the desolate realm and the precise location of the dragon whisker whale were all divined single-handedly by him." According to what Li Tianyuan knew, this Lin Xiang has always opposed the third brother, while also wanting to support the fourth prince to become the crown prince, correct? Fang Zhou looked up at the sky and let out a sigh. "Alas, the crown prince has made it very clear. He hopes you won't interfere in court affairs. He can handle it himself." After a moment, Li Tianyuan sat down on a nearby chair. Fang Zhou looked at him and said, "The elixir of immortality is such an absurd concept, yet the crown prince didn't stop it and even let me lead this operation. Do you know why?" Pausing for a moment, he continued, "He also wants to see if Lin Xiang can truly refine the elixir of immortality, to know if that elixir can help prolong your life." He replied listlessly, "Life and death are destined, why force longevity?" Fang Zhou recalled, "Indeed, I also advised him the same way, but he just laughed heartily without refuting it. I am but a subject, I cannot dissuade him." Then he spread his hands and said nonchalantly, "Who asked him to value you more than the throne itself?" Suddenly, he patted his chest, his face showing obvious anxiety, and asked him, "Hey, are you really not afraid? A fortune teller told me I wouldn't live past 60, and I've been losing sleep and appetite over it for a long time." Li Tianyuan pondered for a long time, then looked up at the sky and said softly, "I will burn my own life to make a gamble, to try and change the fate of our descendants. If this still fails, Sui Feng will take my place as the next palace master of the Tianli Palace. As long as the will remains, I do not fear death. Besides, My wife and child are right by my side now. Following that, he asked him, and you, are you still not planning to acknowledge Ming Yu? Fang Zhou closed his eyes, his words as light as a passing breeze. I've already said it, perhaps I will pass away when I reach 60, or maybe even sooner. Although there is some regret, I am very much at ease with the boy staying with you. Sometimes, being a good uncle is much easier than being a father. The two men, each with his own burdens, faced each other silently in the quiet night. Neither said another word, letting the midnight breeze speak the feelings that could not be expressed. The next morning, at Tianxi Mountain, a very loud voice rang out. I beg Mr. Bu Laoxian to seek justice for me. The one speaking was Ding Jai. He knelt before a large building, begging loudly, help me teach a guy named Li Tianyuan a lesson. He stole my disciple and I can't beat him. Mr. Bu Laoxian must lend me a hand. A Taoist boy holding a horsetail whisk stood at the door, watching him quietly. Ding Jai looked up at the Taoist boy and continued, Mr. Bu Laoxian once promised to do 3 things for my Ding family. The Taoist boy, exasperated, said coldly, for hundreds of years, the Ding family has never used Mr. Bu Laoxian's promise. Today, you want to use it just to teach one person a lesson. Ding Jai felt overjoyed and replied, exactly, why shouldn't I use it? The Taoist boy advised awkwardly, doesn't this matter require more careful consideration? Ding Jai pointed at his own face, looking thoroughly perplexed. Consider what? Right now, I'm the only one left in the Ding family. It's my promise, and I'll use it if I want to. The Taoist boy was helpless against this simple-minded fool and sighed softly. Afterward, he went inside to report to Mr. Bu Laoxian, then came out to inform Ding Jai. Mr. Bu Laoxian is aware of it. Hearing this, Ding Jai grew excited. So he will teach that Li Tianyuan a lesson for me, right? The Taoist boy nodded in confirmation. That's right. In the quiet room, there was an empty sitting mat. A half-burnt candle flickered with yellow light, and the curtain swayed gently in the faint breeze. In a deathly silent room, old Patriarch Zia was sitting absent-mindedly on a chair. The old man was completely unaware of when someone had entered the room. He dejectedly bowed his head and let out a sigh. I don't know if this mission can even be considered completed. At this moment, a murky gray aura radiated from the back of his neck. He muttered, the Zhai Qi appeared smoothly, and there are no new orders. It should be considered completed. Just as he lifted his head, he saw a person standing tall right in front of him. Old Patriarch Zia asked in astonishment, Zong Tang, why are you here? Caught off guard by the sudden question, Zia Zong Tang was too surprised to react in time. He scratched his head awkwardly, and 3 words slipped out of his mouth. I don't know. Then he spoke up. I remember we were analyzing this operation. Mentioning Li Tianyuan, old Patriarch Zia sighed heavily. Alas, what a pity. We were planning to rely on everyone's luck to obtain the immortal artifact, but unexpectedly, Li Tianyuan ruined it. Zia Zongtang asked his father, Father, that immortal artifact is already in Li Tianyuan's hands. What more can we do? Hearing this, the old man's eyes lit up, revealing a calculating look. It's only temporarily in his hands. Whether he can keep a firm grip on it remains to be seen. The next morning, Li Tianyuan's family was preparing to board their carriage and leave. Just as he was about to step onto the carriage, old Patriarch Zia led a group of people over and asked courteously, Is my grandson-in-law getting ready to leave? The old man smiled, expressing his goodwill. Although Jiang City is small, it is still a 1,000-year-old ancient city. Why not stay for a few more days so we can fulfill our duties as hosts? Hearing this, Ming Yu tilted his head, waiting for his answer. Li Tianyuan flatly refused, no need. Then he smirked mockingly. How did the young master suddenly become your grandson-in-law? Your attitude wasn't like this the other day. Zia Zongtang approached him, expressing his wish. I heard that during this trip to the desolate realm, my grandson-in-law obtained an immortal artifact. I wonder if you could let us broaden our horizons. After all, the appearance of an immortal artifact is something every cultivator in the world anticipates. Hearing this, the eyes of the crowd behind him immediately lit up with anticipation, and they all looked towards him in unison. By this time, he fully understood their objective. Old Patriarch Zia even feigned nobility as he asked for his opinion. Grandson-in-law, although an immortal artifact is excellent, carrying a treasure makes one an easy target for disaster. How about handing it over to the Zia family to keep it safe for you? What do you say? Of course, I will also provide an item of equivalent value in exchange. After speaking, the old man clapped his hands lightly. Immediately, a young man stepped forward from behind, respectfully holding an object covered in silk. Old Patriarch Zia reached out and gently lifted the red silk, revealing the item underneath, causing everyone's eyes to widen in shock. That bead radiated a blazing red spiritual energy. The old man introduced it. This is the true essence body-protecting treasure orb. It can. Before he could finish, Ming Yu loudly mocked, "Keep it safe. The Zia family really knows how to scheme, don't they?" Interrupted while speaking, Zia Zongtang was fuming with anger. He frowned and shouted furiously, "Insolent Junior, we kindly offer to help, yet you don't know what's good for you." At this moment, someone accompanying the Zia family spoke up. An immortal artifact has appeared. It truly should be safeguarded by a major faction to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands. Gu Mang's family had also arrived. The father pointed straight at his face without any scruples and asked loudly, "Hey, where is my Manger?" Gu Mang's mother had a murderous look on her face. Her trembling finger pointed at Xiao Yi, her voice as cold as ice. "Someone saw our Manger, and this little brat being taken away by the sun-devouring venerable. Why has he returned, but my Manger hasn't?" Xiao Yi seemed frightened. The little boy stared at her blankly. Seeing him say nothing, she became even more impatient, repeatedly pressing, "Speak. Where is my boy? Did you harm him?" Li Tianyuan softly delivered a chilling verdict. "He's dead." Gu Mang's parents felt as if struck by lightning. Their vision darkened, and their faces turned pale without a drop of blood. Next came Li Chengqian's subordinates. One of them pointed at him and interrogated, "In the desolate realm, I heard our young master was also pursuing you." The other chimed in, "Our young master still hasn't come out of the desolate realm, nor can we contact him. Shouldn't you give our Azure Wolf City an explanation?" Just like that, the entire crowd surrounded him, interrogating him like a criminal. Ming Yu couldn't stand seeing his palace master being bullied. He raised his voice and warned, "Too noisy. Do you believe I'll kill every last one of you?" Gu Mang's mother pointed at his chest, grinding her teeth. "What do you mean Manger is dead? If you don't return Manger to me, I'll kill." Before she could even finish her sentence, she received a heaven-shaking slap from Li Tianyuan. After slapping her, he stated indifferently, "Gu Mang was arrogant, tyrannical, and had a wicked heart. Even death cannot atone for his crimes." She clutched her swollen cheek, stammering to curse, "You." Gu Mang's father roared indignantly, "You harmed 2 of my children. My Gu family will fight you to the bitter end. You're just seeking a path to the Yellow Springs." The gaze he fixed on them was brimming with killing intent as he coldly declared, "Ha, the Gu family, your turn is coming soon." Things having reached this point, old Patriarch Zia still wanted to play the good guy, shamelessly uttering grandson-in-law in every sentence. Grandson-in-law, it seems that if many things aren't explained clearly, it will be quite troublesome. Then he feigned benevolence, advising him, "It would be better to accept the treasure orb and hand over the immortal artifact. The Zia family will ward off disaster on your behalf. After all, we are all one family." Li Tianyuan stepped past the old man, glancing at him and asking, "You want the immortal artifact?" Old Patriarch Zia remained silent, treating it as an affirmative answer. Li Tianyuan slightly channeled his spiritual power. An azure aura spread out like mist, and something gradually materialized in the palm of his hand. Everyone present strained their eyes to watch, as if afraid that blinking would make them miss a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation, glued to the gradually emerging immortal artifact. The azure aura emitted an increasingly terrifying spiritual pressure. That pressure surged like ferocious waves, crashing straight into their souls wave after wave, causing those with lower cultivation to be unable to withstand it. Their bodies trembled before they knelt down one after another. Not long after, old Patriarch Zia himself began to show signs of distress. He gritted his teeth and circulated his qi, his internal spiritual energy forcing itself to resist the pressure bearing down like Mount Tai. His entire body shivered violently, and cold sweat poured down like rain, drenching his clothes in the blink of an eye. Li Chengqian's 2 subordinates tried to channel their qi to resist, but it seemed to be too much. They were about to collapse. Only then did he indifferently ask a single question, "Do you have the qualifications to demand it?" With those words, he increased the power. Zia Zongtang couldn't bear it anymore and dropped to his knees. He gritted his teeth and said, This is truly an immortal artifact." Li Tian Yuan sneered at those who overestimated their own strength. It seems you are indeed unqualified to demand it. Having said that, he retracted the immortal artifact and led Shi Yan Han and her son onto the carriage. The entire crowd remained kneeling on the ground, looking as if they were paying their respects to see him off. Gu Mang's mother refused to believe her son was dead, continuously telling her husband, Xian Kun, quickly send people into the desolate realm. Manger definitely isn't dead yet. Gu Xian Kun's face darkened, recalling the past when Shibu Fan snatched his bride, filling him with pent-up rage. Back then, Shibu Fan stealing my bride was already a tremendous humiliation. Now this group has harmed my child. Your family. I will definitely make you pay. This won't end until one of us is dead. At the same time, Li Chengqian's two subordinates discussed with each other. The mist in the desolate realm has returned to normal. It can no longer be explored. Yusan, you stay here and wait for the young master. I will return to Azure Wolf City to report. As Li Tian Yuan's carriage rolled into a vast clearing, they saw a group of people dressed in yellow waiting for them. The leading elder cupped his hands in a respectful salute, his voice full of reverence. Mr. Li, to be able to meet you during this trip to Jiang City is truly a stroke of immense good fortune. Recently, I built an alchemy room in the Dong Sui Imperial City. Please do come for a visit. Li Tian Yuan glanced at the elder, his voice indifferent and devoid of emotion. We'll see when I'm free. The elder frowned slightly, his gaze holding a mix of curiosity and wariness. Mr. Li, I heard you obtained an immortal artifact in the desolate realm. The coercion in the city just now must have been emitted by that immortal artifact. At this point, he shook his head and sighed. The temptation of an immortal artifact to mortals is too great. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to find me in the Dong Sui Imperial City. Furthermore, I also have a favor to ask. After the old man recounted the whole story, Li Tian Yuan frowned slightly, his eyes darkening. Without another word, he waved his hand to urge the carriage forward. When the carriage had gone quite a distance, only a faint voice echoed back in the wind. 15 days later, I might take a trip to the Imperial City. Having obtained his promise, the elder felt somewhat relieved and respectfully cupped his hands in a salute. This old man will wait in the Imperial City for Mr. Li's esteemed arrival. Please take care, Mr. Li. Just like that, the carriage continued smoothly along the road. When Li Tian Yuan stepped into the carriage, standing before Xiao Yi, who was earnestly cultivating, the little boy opened his eyes upon seeing him enter. His tone was somewhat worried. Father, by displaying the immortal artifact like that, I'm afraid they will be even less likely to let the matter rest. Li Tian Yuan half closed his eyes, his tone remaining calm. It's not a problem. No matter how much the flies buzz, they cannot shake a mountain. Displaying my strength appropriately will make some people realize their place and back off, saving us some trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Li ran over and hugged Xiao Yi from behind, laughing as she said, Little brother Xiao Yi, you're finally willing to call him father. This trip to the desolate realm truly wasn't in vain. The little boy smiled brightly and nodded. Suddenly, Sui Feng's hurried call came from behind, carrying a rare sense of gravity. Young master Si Kong Chuan. In contrast to his urgency, Li Tian Yuan was unusually calm. He said indifferently, I performed a soul search on Si Kong Chuan, but when it came to the crucial memories, everything became blurry and unclear. As soon as he finished speaking, spiritual energy gathered in his palm, condensing into a sphere of blue light. Inside the sphere, a scene from Si Kong Chuan's memory gradually became clear. He was bowing and scraping as he reported to a mysterious figure. Venerable one, the items you ordered, I have gathered them all. Besides, only I know about this secret room, so it is absolutely safe. The figure addressed as Venerable One only had his back turned to Si Kong Chuan, making it impossible for Li Tian Yuan to identify his appearance. He could only determine that it was a man wearing pitch-black clothing. Sui Feng suddenly noticed a strange point. This segment of Si Kong Chuan's memory seemed to have been interfered with and forcibly distorted by some external force. He explained in detail that this was a spell used to manipulate thoughts. To know exactly what was said in that conversation back then, the only way was to find the person in Si Kong Chuan's memory and confront him directly. At this time, Sui Feng voiced his concern. Young master, could Xiao Yi's heavenly vein soul bone be among the items he just mentioned? Li Tian Yuan withdrew his spiritual power, and the energy sphere instantly dissipated. He said mildly, "Fortunately, I have located the secret room in his memory. We'll head there first to see if there are any clues." Li Tianyuan's face suddenly turned cold, his sword-like eyebrows knitting slightly. An invisible killing intent began to spread, making his whole body exude a majestic aura like heaven and earth. It was time for the Yun Shang sect to be wiped out. The clattering of carriage wheels echoed steadily on the dirt road. Suddenly, the carriage pulled its reins and came to a dead halt. The group of people inside the carriage was stunned, not understanding what had just happened. Shi Yu Nuan was the first to react. She poked her head out of the carriage window and called out, "Brother Ming Yu, why did the horse suddenly go on strike?" He frowned and replied, "Beats me. It just suddenly threw a temper." Sui Feng happened to appear and said thoughtfully, "The senses of a dragon steed are no ordinary matter. For it to stop so abruptly, I'm afraid there's trouble ahead." However, the scene before their eyes was strangely tranquil, showing no signs of danger. Right at that moment, a rustling sound came from a nearby bush. Ming Yu immediately pointed in the direction of the sound and shouted, "There's someone over there." From behind, Xiao Yi also pointed at the bush and cheered with excitement, "I know that old grandpa." With that said, the little girl nimbly jumped out of the carriage and dashed toward the old man, chirping brightly, "Grandpa." Just as Sui Feng was about to step in and stop her, Ming Yu reassured him, "It's fine. I met this old man when we first entered Jiangcheng. He's just an ordinary person." By now, Xiao Shi tilted her little head, her big, round eyes sparkling with curiosity. She tugged at the old man's sleeve and asked in a childish voice, "Grandpa, are you out for a walk all by yourself again?" Seeing the adorable little girl in front of him, the old man's mood seemed to brighten significantly. He replied gently, "Ah, if it isn't the little young miss." Seeing the old man stand up, Xiao Shi trotted over, her tiny hand supporting his arm, her eyes shining with care. The old man smiled faintly, his voice deep and warm yet tinged with a hint of melancholy. "Me, I am waiting for someone." This answer only made the little girl more confused, waiting for someone in such a desolate place. Right at that moment, the old man's gaze suddenly shifted toward the carriage. Li Tianyuan and his wife stepped down from the carriage together. The old man coldly dropped a single word, "Him." Xiao Yi turned her head to look at her father, asking in bewilderment, "My father?" Her eyes wide, the little girl asked the old man, "Grandpa, do you know my father?" Li Tianyuan slowly walked toward the old man and the child. He gently told his daughter, "Xiao Shi, get back into the carriage first." The little girl obediently agreed. Following her father's words, the little girl returned to the carriage. Even so, before completely getting on, she didn't forget to look back over her shoulder. The two of them, one old and one young, stood facing each other. The old man looked straight at Li Tianyuan and spoke in a chilling voice, "Li Tianyuan." He did not avoid the gaze, bluntly admitting, "It is me." Knowing he had found the right person, the old man explained, "I came here at the request of the Ding family's descendant." The Ding family's descendant. If he remembered correctly, the only one left of the Ding family lineage was Ding Jai. The old man nodded in confirmation, "It is him." Li Tianyuan also guessed the old man's identity, Tian Xishan, Bu Laoxian. That's right, this elderly man was none other than Bu Laoxian of Tian Xishan. The old man didn't say another word and merely raised his hand slightly. In the blink of an eye, a majestic surge of Dharma power erupted like an erupting volcano, sweeping away the surrounding dirt and rocks. The mighty aura made the entire space seem to freeze. Almost simultaneously, Li Tianyuan circulated his spiritual energy, creating a terrifying pressure field to confront Tian Xishan's fierce attack head-on. The clash of pressures was so horrific that Sui Feng and Ming Yu had to hastily join forces to erect a protective barrier around the carriage. Ming Yu gritted his teeth to endure it, sweating profusely. He shouted, "Good heavens, the pressure is insane. Is this old geezer an immortal or what? Can we even hold out?" Sui Feng maintained a calm facade, though his situation was hardly better than Ming Yu's. He tried to reassure his comrade, "Ming Yu, stay calm. If things go south later, you must evacuate everyone immediately." As Sui Feng channeled his defensive arts, he kept his eyes glued to the two figures silently matching internal energy in the distance, his face clearly showing unease. "This person is probably the strongest opponent I have ever faced." Hearing this, Ming Yu, who was standing nearby, turned sharply and pressed, "Even stronger than the palace master." Sui Feng's face paled slightly, his eyebrows knitted tightly. He lowered his voice, speaking with a rare sense of reverence. I'm afraid so. At this moment the two of them, one old and one young, were still clashing with internal energy, their surging auras ceaseless, as if both wanted to crush the other with absolute pressure. Xi Yanhan and her daughter anxiously followed his every move. Xiaoxi's childish voice, mingled with fear, broke the tense as a bowstring atmosphere. Father will be all right, won't he, mother? Xi Yanhan frowned as she watched, as she herself couldn't predict the outcome of this confrontation. The terrifying pressure continued to pour out, sending dirt and rocks flying chaotically, but the two main figures stood as firm as boulders, neither uttering a single word. Li Tianyuan furrowed his brows slightly as he looked at his opponent. Although his face had grown somewhat pale, his gaze remained unusually resolute, leaving his counterpart secretly astonished. Even the old man himself was surprised by those eyes of his. Then he softly spoke, so that's how it is. The old man was forced to view him in a new light. I cannot deny it, you are one of the very few who can push me into such a position. Pausing for a beat, he sincerely suggested, we can stop here, Tianli Palace Master. Upon saying that, the old man slowly withdrew his internal energy. Li Tianyuan also took the cue and stopped. He looked at him with admiration. You truly live up to the title of Tianli Palace Master. As expected, you have touched the fourth stage of the Great Emperor Realm, the Zhai Tian Realm. The space suddenly became dead silent. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. The old man couldn't help but speak first. Could we have a brief chat? Thus, Li Tianyuan used his Dharma power to move a set of table and chairs out from the carriage. He gently placed it on the ground. Then he gestured, inviting the old man to sit down, preparing for a serious conversation. Ming Yu's brain felt like it was short-circuiting, his eyes rolling back in shock. What the hell is going on? Just 5 minutes ago they were about to level heaven and earth, and now they are sitting down for a cozy chat like reunited soulmates. He completely failed to keep up with the thought processes of these two. Just a moment ago it felt like the apocalypse, so how could they suddenly do a 180 and sit down for tea? Li Tianyuan spoke first. What advice does Bu Lao Xian have for me? He coughed lightly and replied humbly. The title Bu Lao is nothing more than an amusing rumor spread by the world. How can anyone truly never age? If the palace master doesn't mind, just calling me old immortal is fine. He asked curiously in return. I have never revealed my background, so how did you ascertain my identity? Bu Lao Xian recounted slowly. Recently, a few people have undergone heavenly tribulations to become immortals, but only one truly succeeded. The rest all failed, including the Tianli Palace Master. I have interacted with the people of Tianli Palace before. Your cultivation methods share many similarities, so I took the liberty of guessing. Suddenly, the old man felt a bit nostalgic. It is quite a fateful coincidence. The first time I met someone using this cultivation method was a very long time ago, and that person's surname was also Li. He added, my maternal grandfather. Bu Lao Xian continued, it wasn't until that thing on your face shattered that I could be certain you were old Li's descendant. Tianli Palace, huh? How truly fascinating. But you didn't hide it at all, choosing instead to pass this peerless cultivation method entirely onto your subordinates. No wonder Tianli Palace rose to power so quickly. This is something very few people can do. He calmly explained, a cultivation method is merely an external possession. The person is the deciding factor. Old immortal, since you knew my grandfather, surely you didn't seek me out just to reminisce about the past. Bu Lao Xian didn't expect him to cut straight to the chase so quickly. He said softly, every major cultivation realm has 4 stages: early stage, middle stage, high grade, and peak. For example, in the Great Emperor realm, the world usually only knows of 3 tiers: Xuan Guang, Wan Xiang, and Xinghe. At this point he shook his head, but that is actually not the case. The Great Emperor realm also has a corresponding 4th tier. That is exactly your current realm, the Zhai Tian realm. It can be said that most people who become immortals break through from the Xinghe realm, so very few know of this realm's existence. Back then, I only sensed it when I was right at the threshold of becoming an immortal. You could say I am one of the few who broke through from the Zhai Tian realm. This explanation unraveled the lingering doubts in his heart. The Zhai Tian realm. So the reason I could sense Wu Zhai's call that time was because I had reached this realm. Thinking so, he frankly shared, Currently, I don't feel anything unusual with my body, and lately I can even vaguely sense destiny. Bu Laoxian nodded in confirmation. Therefore, it's not that your breakthrough failed, but rather you succeeded in a way far superior to those of ordinary immortals. He tilted his head back to look at a blue butterfly fluttering in the air, his voice turning gentle. Just take your time to comprehend this realm. Once you have fully mastered it, it won't be too late to become an immortal then. I'm afraid that by that time, this old man will have been left far behind by you. Li Tianyuan sincerely bowed his head. Many thanks to the old immortal for your enlightenment. He stroked his beard and smiled. Don't be so quick to thank me. The path to becoming an immortal will only get more arduous from now on. By doing this, I could also be seen as delaying your progress. Suddenly, the old man asked him, during your tribulation, did you count exactly how many bolts of heavenly lightning you endured? He replied without hesitation, 28 bolts. Bu Laoxian said slowly, did you know? Those who undergo tribulations to become immortals were originally not meant to endure any heavenly lightning at all. Li Tianyuan still didn't understand. Then where did those lightning bolts come from? He explained in a deep voice, I fear you might have vaguely guessed it. Every time someone cultivates to become an immortal, they entrust a portion of their power into the heavenly tribulation, intending to obstruct those who come after them. A speculation flashed through his mind. 28 bolts of heavenly lightning. Doesn't that mean that from ancient times to the present, there have been at least 28 immortals in this world? Having thought about it, he asked him, Old immortal, I have a matter to ask of you. Bu Laoxian appeared magnanimous. Ask away, I will answer whatever I know. He hesitated slightly. With my current strength, if I were to confront the Tai Su twin immortals, what would the outcome be? Bu Laoxian gently stroked his beard, slowly analyzing. The Tai Su twin immortals. Those two underwent the tribulation together to become immortals, which is no different from cheating by splitting the pressure of the heavenly lightning in half. Therefore, when they combine forces, they are strong, but when separated, they are significantly weakened. With your current strength, if you were to face one of them, it's not certain that you wouldn't have a chance to win. He nodded, I understand. The conversation was considered over. Bu Laoxian pushed against his knees and stood up. All right, what needed to be said has been said. It's time for me to leave. Seeing him about to leave just like that, he couldn't help but wonder, didn't you promise Ding Jai that you would teach me a lesson? Bu Laoxian shrugged and casually replied, I only promised to consider his request. I never said I would definitely carry it out. Suddenly, Bu Laoxian's gaze landed on Zioshi. He asked him curiously, an immortal spirit body, don't you plan to nurture the girl? He looked at his daughter with eyes full of love and gently shook his head. My hostile energy is too heavy, and the cultivation method I practice isn't suitable for her. If I were to teach her, reaching my level would probably be her limit. The old man lowered his head, uttering an "oh" as if he understood. Right at this moment, Zioshi jumped down from the carriage, ran toward the two of them and loudly questioned Bu Laoxian, Grandpa, it turns out you are a bad guy. Why did you bully my father? Bu Laoxian smiled helplessly and sincerely apologized to the little girl. I'm sorry, little miss. After that, the old man handed Zioshi a token and said, You have helped this old man twice. I don't have anything precious to thank you with, so consider this a keepsake. The little girl didn't dare to accept it on her own, so she looked up at her father, waiting for his approval. Li Tianyuan looked at his daughter and gave a slight nod of agreement. With her father's permission, Zioshi finally took the token from the old man, whispering her thanks. Thank you, Grandpa. Before the little girl could even finish her sentence, the old man strode away, laughing as he walked. This old man takes his leave here. After walking a few steps, he suddenly called back, And those two over there, do you plan to just ignore them? He softly replied, I'm also preparing to shake them off right now. The old man left only the words, I'm off. Then his figure turned into a blur, disappearing like a gust of wind. Li Tianyuan stood in silence, his gaze following that back until it vanished completely. When Li Tianyuan and his daughter returned to the carriage, two figures suddenly popped out from the roadside bushes. The girl tilted her head slightly, asking curiously, Uncle Tian, did you hear what they said? The old man stroked his beard and replied, From the moment that old geezer appeared, I couldn't hear anything at all. His cultivation base has likely far surpassed the Xinghe stage of the great emperor realm. Hearing this, the girl couldn't help but widen her eyes in astonishment. Is he that strong? Suddenly, a flash of panic crossed the girl's eyes. Without her knowing when, Li Tianyuan was already standing tall right in front of them. He bent down and stared at her intently, scaring the girl so much that she let out a shriek. Li Tianyuan said nothing, only silently watching the old man and the young girl peeking from behind the bushes. The two eavesdroppers felt a guilty conscience and didn't dare utter a single word. Finally, the girl was the one to break the suffocating atmosphere. She raised her hand, waving it as she stammered, hello. Li Tianyuan coldly said, "You have been tailing us from the Zen Mu sect all the way here. It's time we went our separate ways." Hearing his words, the girl realized she had been exposed long ago. She cried out in panic, "What? You've known we were here the entire time." He didn't answer, simply turning around and ordering, "Sui Feng, see our guests out." The girl awkwardly spoke up, Hey, considering we've followed you for such a long journey, there's bound to be some fate between us. Let us travel with you for just a bit longer, please." Li Tianyuan didn't reply and simply walked away. Just as the girl was about to follow him, Sui Feng raised his hand to stop her. "You too, it is time to leave." Seeing that she couldn't sway him, the girl could only sigh and admit, Fine. I originally had a favor to ask of you guys." After that, Sui Feng also stepped away, following behind Li Tianyuan, leaving the old man and the young girl standing there in a daze. Suddenly the girl called out after him, "Hey, wait a minute. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Is your surname Yuan?" Hearing that surname, Sui Feng froze as if struck by lightning, his previously ruddy face instantly turning pale. Right then the girl blurted out a name. "I remember now, Yuan Sui Yun." This name was like a spark igniting a powder keg within Sui Feng's heart, his eyes flashing with a cold, killing intent. Without any warning, he unleashed a lightning-fast palm strike aimed straight at the girl. The moment his hand was about to touch her face, another hand unexpectedly grabbed Sui Feng's wrist. Carrying a powerful oppressive pressure, it completely blocked his attack. Sui Feng and the old man erupted their auras simultaneously. Two streams of coercion, one blue and one azure, clashed fiercely in midair like two colliding tsunamis. The girl had just narrowly escaped death, yet she showed no fear at all. She clenched her fists, her voice filled with excitement. "Such a strong reaction, it seems my memory didn't fail me. The young master of Yuan Qi Jing, the illustrious Lord Yuan of the Wu Lang divine dynasty." By now, Sui Feng had completely lost his usual composure. His eyes harbored a deep-seated hatred. He gritted out every word, warning, "You too, never mention that name in front of me again." Taking advantage of the old man's slight lapse in attention, Sui Feng unleashed another palm strike toward the talkative girl. The girl took the hit and was severely injured by Sui Feng's internal energy, her whole body staggering and on the verge of collapsing. The old man called out anxiously, "Miss." Just as the battle between the two was reaching its climax, Li Tianyuan uttered a single word, "Let's go." Seizing the moment Sui Feng was distracted, the old man flung his hand away. He then embraced the girl and flew away, leaving the scene. Lying in the old man's arms, the girl still didn't know what fear was, calling back, "Hey, next time I have a favor to ask, I'll treat you to a meal." The old man broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this, quietly reminding her, "Miss, please just keep quiet for a moment." When only the two of them were left, Li Tianyuan said to him, "Sui Feng, you don't need to follow us on this trip to the Jiu Yun Shang sect." Hearing this, he was stunned and hurried over, intending to say something, "Young master." He didn't give him a chance to explain, only gently patting his shoulder and instructing, "Go and take care of your own business first." Sui Feng had followed him long enough to understand his personality. His words were final. He could only nod in compliance, "Yes." Afterward, both returned to the carriage. Before the carriage started rolling, Sui Feng carefully instructed Ming Yu, "Take good care of the young master. Remember to be attentive, don't." Before he could finish, Ming Yu lost his patience, pointing straight at Sui Feng's face and snapping, again with "Be attentive. Is Ming Yue the only capable one, while I always have to be attentive?" Sui Feng showed no mercy, rubbing salt right into Ming Yu's wound. "Ha, you are at the bottom of the three talents after all." Ming Yu was so furious that smoke practically came out of his ears, gritting his teeth as he cursed, "Damn it." But cursing was cursing. He couldn't argue back because it was the harsh truth. After teasing Ming Yu, Sui Feng turned and left. As Li Tianyuan was about to get into the carriage, Ming Yu asked curiously, "By the way, young master, who on earth was that old man just now?" This was also Shi Yu Nuan's question. She turned her head and asked him, "That's right, brother-in-law, who was that person?" Li Tian Yuan lifted the carriage curtain and replied indifferently, "Someone from Tian Shan." Ming Yu rubbed his chin, muttering, "Tian Shan." Instantly, a name popped into his head, causing his expression to change drastically as a creeping terror entered his mind. Could it be Bu Lao Xian? Shi Yu Nuan's jaw dropped, exclaiming, "Ah, Bu Lao Xian, the Bu Lao Xian among the 5 world-defying immortals." At the foot of the Jiu Yun Shang sect's mountain, there was a bustling town named Chongyun. By this time, Li Tian Yuan's carriage had entered the town. Holding the reins, Ming Yu sensed a strangely gloomy atmosphere. The pedestrians all looked haggard, their heads bowed to the ground, walking lifelessly like puppets. He announced into the carriage, "Palace Master, we have arrived at Chongyun town." Inside, Xiao Yi was fully focused on cultivation. He held Shi Yan Han's hand, his voice slightly apologetic. "Yan Han, Xiao Yi needs continuous cultivation. It's been hard on you having to guard her." She smiled and nodded. You must also be careful." Bored sitting inside the carriage, Xiao Shi poked her head out, curiously observing the streets. The little girl looked at the pedestrians, turning to her father to ask, "Father, why do the people here look so strange?" Shi Yu Nuan shuddered, feeling a chill run down her spine. That's true. The yin energy in this place is way too heavy. Just then a little girl was hugging a man's leg, crying and begging, "Father, please don't go. I don't want you to go anywhere." The man completely ignored her and ruthlessly pushed the little girl away, warning her coldly, "Do not follow me." Despite this, his eyes looking at his daughter still gleamed with reluctance to part. He softened his voice and instructed, "Be a good girl and stay at home with Grandma." Having said that, he decisively turned his back and walked away, ignoring his daughter wailing and calling his name from behind, "Father, father." Suddenly, Xiao Shi jumped out of the carriage. She ran over to help the other little girl up, asking considerately, "Big sister, are you okay?" The other little girl spoke between sobs, "I don't want my father to go. If he leaves, he will never come back." Before anyone realized it, Shi Yu Nuan had crouched down in front of the little girl. Gently wiping away her tears, she asked, "Little sister, can you tell us what happened?" The little girl sobbed, "It's the immortals. They come to our place every month. They take the townspeople up the mountain, saying it's to work for the exalted immortals. Everyone reveres them and is willing to do whatever they ask." At first, everyone thought it was a great fortune and eagerly followed the immortals up the mountain. But the strange thing is, more and more people left, yet not a single one has ever returned. Every time they only bring back things like immortal fruits and nectar, calling it compensation. "I don't want immortal fruits, I just want my father to stay with me." With that, the little girl burst into tears. Shi Yu Nuan gently coaxed, "Then I will take you to find your father, okay?" Hearing this glimmer of hope, the little girl happily thanked her, "Thank you, big sister." Xiao Shi ran over, grabbed Li Tian Yuan's hand and pointed ahead, pleading, "Father, let's go take a look too." In a crowded area, a woman's mournful, sobbing voice rang out, "Immortal, my husband is truly ill, I am not lying to you. Could you please let him go next time?" Barely had she finished speaking when she received a brutal slap from the man claiming to be an immortal. He warned coldly, "The quota is set. Let alone being sick, even if he is on the verge of death, he must drag his body here." The woman, unwilling to give up, knelt and begged, "Exalted immortal, I beg you. I beg of you." But the response to her plea was not mercy, but a sword strike slashing straight into her arm. Clutching her blood-soaked arm, the woman turned deathly pale and screamed in agony. Looking down at the trembling woman at his feet, he spat disdainfully, "Are my immortal robes something a lowly peasant like you can touch?" After saying that, he ordered his subordinates, "Send 2 men to drag this bitch's husband here." The other men standing nearby could only shake their heads in dismay. There's no escaping. Begging only brings disaster. Losing an arm didn't solve anything. After dealing with the woman, the disciple called out, "Next person, step up and register." The person who stepped forward was none other than the little girl's father. Just as he was about to sign his name, he heard his daughter calling "Father." Thinking he had misheard, he turned around in astonishment. It was indeed his daughter, being led over by a beautiful young woman. At that moment, the so-called immortal bellowed, "Whoever dares to cause a disturbance and offend the prestige of the immortals shall be killed without mercy." Hearing this, the father was terrified to his core. He immediately knelt down and pleaded, "Exalted immortal, please don't." The bystanders turned pale and whispered to each other, "It's over. Another innocent life is about to be lost." Swiftly, the disciple drew his sword and swung it down, aiming to slash at the little girl. Suddenly, an overwhelmingly terrifying spiritual pressure descended. He looked up in shock. What is this, such terrifying power? Ming Yu clamped the sword blade firmly between two fingers. The aura he radiated forced his opponent to take a step back. He raised an eyebrow, sweeping a contemptuous glance over the flashy-haired punk in front of him, and mocked. What kind of breed is this? Flailing around like a soggy noodle, are you sure you're okay, you plucked chicken? The man, still reeling from the shock, widened his eyes. How is this possible? My strike, even a cultivator at the Dinghu realm couldn't block it so easily. Thus, he loudly interrogated Ming Yu. Who exactly are you? How dare you meddle in the affairs of our Jiu Yun upper sect? Ming Yu smirked, a half-smile playing on his lips. Following that, he waved his hand, delivering a devastating palm strike directly to the chest of the self-proclaimed immortal. With just one blow, the man collapsed to the ground, groaning and howling in pain. Ming Yu casually sat on the man's back and asked leisurely, "Well, weren't you acting all high and mighty just a moment ago?" He then grabbed the man's hair, forcefully jerking his head, and asked flatly, "Ah, so you do know what pain feels like?" Li Tianyuan stepped forward, lightly cutting his own finger. Passing by the injured woman, he let a single drop of his blood fall onto her wound. Merely a second later, the wound healed completely, leaving not even a scar. The man struggled to his feet and drew his sword, its blade gleaming with a cold light. His bloodshot eyes locked fiercely onto Ming Yu, his face darkening with fury as he roared, "How audacious!" As soon as the words left his mouth, he executed the cloud-breaking sword art. Following the incantation, "Cloud-breaking sword, go!" His sword soared into the sky, radiating a majestic purple spiritual energy. From a single sword, it split into hundreds of identical blades, all aimed directly at the townsfolk present. As the sword aura rained down, the people scrambled in panic, trying to flee in vain. They cried out in despair, "No, please, save us." Ming Yu furrowed his brows. It seemed he was getting annoyed. Without hesitation, he condensed his spiritual power into a brilliant golden sphere and shouted, Hey, are you just attacking indiscriminately?" Saying so, Ming Yu hurled the energy sphere towards the descending shower of swords. Ming Yu's power swiftly overwhelmed the cloud-breaking sword. A blinding golden light spread outward, forcefully shattering the enemy's technique. While his opponent's eyes were tightly shut against the glaring light, Ming Yu slowly approached him. With one hand, he tightly grabbed the opponent's hair, making the man yelp in pain. Then, he used his other hand to violently smash the man's head into the ground. At the same time, the blonde-haired man pulled out a golden token, tossed it into the sky, and shouted, "A powerful enemy has invaded, send backup immediately." However, before the message could even be transmitted, the token exploded in midair. The man's face turned livid, his hair smoking, his eyes bulging as if he still couldn't believe the truth. Number impossible, how could the sect's jade talisman explode? He slumped down despondently, his entire body shivering uncontrollably. At this moment, Li Tianyuan led Xiaoshi past them, glanced at Ming Yu and said softly, "Stop playing around." Ming Yu nodded, "Oh," and stepped over the blonde man. The man's two accomplices asked in sheer terror, "Who exactly are you people?" Li Tianyuan didn't reply. He merely shot them a glare as sharp as a knife, simultaneously releasing a terrifying spiritual pressure that made their legs buckle. The invisible pressure quickly engulfed them, making both feel as though they were about to be forced to their knees. Following that, a loud explosion echoed. Xiaoshi was about to turn her head to look, but Ming Yu quickly stood in front of her, blocking her line of sight. Just as the group was about to leave, a man spoke up. "Exalted immortals, please leave quickly. The Jiu Yun upper sect has countless experts. Take advantage of their delayed response and run." Ming Yu crossed his arms over his chest and arrogantly replied, "Telling us to run? On the contrary, I want to ask you, being oppressed and enslaved like this, why do you still cling to this place instead of finding somewhere else to live?" The man shook his head slightly and answered in despair, "We can't leave. The villages within 100 miles have all been controlled by the immortal arts of the Jiu Yun upper sect. For generations to come, we can only remain here. If anyone dares to escape, their entire family will be hunted down to the bitter end." At this, everyone lowered their heads, despair evident on every face. Hearing this, Shi Yunuan was utterly outraged. She shouted, to think that an immortal sect claiming to be high and mighty could act so despicably. While everyone was busy talking, Li Tianyuan had already walked quite a distance away. He instructed them, "Wait for me here." Shi Yunuan asked curiously, "Brother-in-law, where are you going?" Ming Yu, all too familiar with this scene, advised her in a low voice, "Just wait. The dark clouds hanging over their heads are about to dissipate." A moment later, Li Tianyuan walked alone up the endless stone steps leading to the mountain. He called out Li Qing. Li Qing instantly appeared behind him, clasping his hands in a respectful bow. "Hall Master, the half-demon slaves and innocent people within the Jiu Yun upper sect have been secretly protected by us." He nodded, "Good." Then, looking ahead with eyes brimming with murderous intent, he coldly enunciated every word. "Next, arrange men to guard all the key routes. Do not let a single person from the Jiu Yun upper sect escape." Li Qing immediately obeyed. "Yes, Hall Master, please allow your subordinate to accompany you." Li Tianyuan did not agree. He told him, "Having Luo Xian accompany me is enough." Saying this, he stared intently at the structures of the Jiu Yun upper sect, his gaze resolute. "This time, I want to test my true strength." Just like that, Li Tianyuan advanced alone towards the Jiu Yun upper sect, which was currently enveloped by a sky-filling lightning array. Deafening thunder clapped, and streaks of lightning crisscrossed as if aiming to tear through the very fabric of space. At the same time, inside the sect, lightning struck incessantly, casting a blinding white glare everywhere. Amidst the dense clouds, a thick miasma spread, concealing countless eerie, ghostly shadows that made the atmosphere exceedingly heavy and suffocating. Suddenly, the two gatekeeping disciples of the Jiu Yun upper sect widened their eyes in unison, their hearts pounding wildly. Right in front of them, Li Tianyuan was slowly walking in. They immediately blocked his path, pointing straight at his face, and bellowed, "Who dares to enter our Jiu Yun upper sect?" Before they could finish speaking, both were suppressed by his spiritual pressure. Their chests tightened so much it felt hard to breathe, as if they were about to explode. The eyes of the two disciples gradually blurred, their minds seemingly invaded by an invisible force. Amidst the intertwining flashes of lightning, they panicked as they saw Li Tianyuan's figure seemingly multiply into 4 or 5 silhouettes. As he walked past, both simultaneously coughed up fresh blood and collapsed to the ground. Rocks, both large and small, began crashing down from the cliffs with a thunderous rumble. Boulders weighing hundreds of pounds smashed onto the path right in front of Li Tianyuan. Inside the training grounds of the Jiu Yun upper sect, the disciples were still diligently practicing their martial arts. Li Tianyuan leisurely strolled in, his demeanor as tranquil as drifting clouds and flowing water. Yet, the extraordinary aura he exuded caused the man instructing the disciples to freeze, so utterly astounded that he was rendered speechless. It took a while for the man to regain his composure. Furrowing his thick brows, he pointed a finger directly at Li Tianyuan's face and roared imperiously, "Whose brat is this? New here and already ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Scram back to where you came from right now." The practicing disciples had to stop what they were doing and began whispering among themselves. "Who is this guy with guts as big as the sky? Must be a clueless newbie. Senior brother Li has been cranky lately. This poor bastard stepped right into a fire ant nest. We're in for a good show." By now, Li Tianyuan had stepped onto the terrace, closing the distance with the self-proclaimed senior brother Li. Seeing him completely ignore the warning, the man's fury blazed intensely as he continued to bellow, "Are you deaf? I told you to get lost, didn't you hear me?" Even so, Li Tianyuan still treated him like air. His steps remained poised without the slightest hesitation. Rage turned the young man's face pale. Gnashing his teeth, he hissed through them, "Looks like you want a taste of sect punishment." With that, spiritual energy gathered in his palm, and a blazing golden sphere of light, as scorching as a miniature sun, flickered in his hand. However, his eyes suddenly rolled to the back of his head. Just a split second later, he clutched his chest as fresh blood spurted unstoppably from the corners of his mouth. Li Tianyuan nonchalantly stepped past the body that had just collapsed onto the floor. The overbearing aura radiating from him made the very air seem to solidify, stifling every breath. Abruptly, a terrifying pressure exploded like a tsunami, sweeping across the entire area. The disciples present were all violently shaken. Their bodies grew heavy, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on them. One by one, they lost control and collapsed to the ground. Someone in utter panic screamed, "What the hell?" Before long, the wretched screams were abruptly cut short. The entire crowd had fallen, their breaths faded, and life entirely vanished. Amidst this scene, his back remained perfectly straight, his face as cold and emotionless as a statue, as if everything that just happened was nothing more than a passing breeze. From the peak of the mountain, a middle-aged man sensed this horrific wave of power and hurriedly rushed out. Smelling the pungent stench of blood in the air, his expression turned incredibly grave. He narrowed his eyes with high vigilance. This scent of blood is... His intuition telling him that a disaster had struck the sect, he muttered, "Damn it," and his entire body blurred, disappearing without a trace. In just a flash, his figure materialized right in front of Li Tianyuan. With raging flames in his eyes, he roared, "Which little punk dares to come cause trouble at the Jiu Yun upper sect?" Just as the man threw a palm strike at Li Tianyuan, he merely sidestepped lightly to dodge the blow, simultaneously releasing an even stronger pressure in retaliation. In the blink of an eye, the man's sword was cracked by the crushing aura, with faint patterns radiating from the fissures. The crisp sound of crack echoed, causing his expression to change drastically. His hand holding the sword trembled violently as the spiritual energy in his entire body was ruthlessly suppressed. Before he could even think of a countermeasure, the precious sword in his hand shattered into countless pieces. At the same time, an invisible palm force struck him, causing him to vomit blood and fly backward. Just like that, he plummeted headfirst into the ground right in front of him, looking utterly pathetic and devoid of any grace. He had to struggle for quite a while before managing to stand up. His body shook incessantly, and his eyes were filled with horror as he looked at him. His voice cracked with fear. "Holy Emperor Realm. No, it's the Great Emperor Realm. Who exactly are you? Why have you invaded our Jiu Yun upper sect?" The very instant he stood up, Li Tianyuan increased the pressure, completely crushing his opponent. The overwhelming power was so terrifying that the man's eyes bulged, and fresh blood poured profusely from his 7 facial orifices. Then, with a loud boom, his body exploded. After cleanly dealing with the obstacle, Li Tianyuan continued walking forward. Right at this moment, from a distance, a group of people could be seen flying through the sky. The person leading them was Elder Su, one of the 4 great pillars of the sect. Seeing the scene below, he ground his teeth in pure rage and roared, "Daring to murder the people of the Jiu Yun upper sect, no matter what sacred deity you are, you shall pay in blood." Saying that, he commanded his entourage, "Everyone join forces. Execute the gathering of wind and clouds, 10,000 swords unleashed." As the order rang out, hundreds of swords immediately shot up into the air. They spun and intertwined, forming a colossal tornado of sword aura in the midair. Witnessing this majestic sight, the disciples below beamed with excitement and began buzzing with conversation. As expected of Elder Su, "Just one move and it shakes the heavens and the earth," someone exclaimed. "Of course. He is one of our 4 great experts, possessing the cultivation of the myriad manifestations Great Emperor Realm." Another chimed in, "I heard Elder Su once used this immortal cloud sword art to lop off the heads of 3 other great emperors. This time, even if that guy had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough." Now that Elder Su had unleashed his sword art, combined with the spiritual energy of the other disciples, they firmly believed they could obliterate the intruder. Hundreds of swords shrieked through the air, diving straight toward Li Tianyuan like a school of predatory fish. They collided with their target, triggering an earth-shattering explosion that rocked the entire mountain. Elder Su looked immensely satisfied with his masterpiece. He leisurely stroked his beard, nodding with a facade of righteousness. "Daring to run wild in the Jiu Yun upper sect, this is the price you pay." Immediately, the disciples below cheered enthusiastically. "Elder Su is divinely mighty. You truly are the pillar of the sect, possessing matchless prestige." However, their rejoicing didn't last long. The dust and smoke from the explosion gradually cleared, revealing the tall figure of Li Tianyuan. He still stood towering in his place, without a single scratch. A disciple stammered in shock, wait, he's still alive." That sentence startled Elder Su. He quickly spun around, blurting out, "What?" When his eyes clearly saw the scene, his entire body froze. How is this possible? How could that guy be completely unscathed after taking such an attack head-on? Li Tianyuan merely brushed some invisible dust off his clothes. His thin lips curved up slightly as he dropped a blunt remark. "A clown's trick." Elder Su was horrified to the extreme. "He blocked my full-strength attack. Could he be an elite master of the Star River realm? But he is so young, this is truly unbelievable." After a moment of consideration, he decided to probe the opponent first. Thus, his attitude took a 180-degree turn, his tone becoming much milder. Who exactly is this friend, and why do you insist on making things difficult for our Jiu Yun upper sect? Pointing a finger at him with his overwhelming aura completely unhidden and a face as cold as ice, he spat out word by word. Used to sitting up high, you know nothing of the pain of others. Get down here. The moment those words left his mouth, he channeled his power to conjure a roaring blue tornado, plunging straight from the sky down toward Elder Su's position. The instant the tornado struck, the disciples immediately felt their whole bodies weigh a ton, their chests constricting as if being crushed. All of them sprawled flat on the ground, screaming in panic. Ah, what is this? The whole crowd rolled around, their faces pale, desperately crying for help. It hurts. I can't breathe. Save me. Even Elder Su had to muster all his strength to resist, his entire body trembling fiercely. He couldn't help but mutter, unbelievable, just one finger, yet the power is at such a level. In this critical moment, hanging by a thread, another massive wave of spiritual power suddenly appeared, blocking Li Tianyuan's attack. Elder Su looked up at the sky, extreme joy flashing in his eyes. It's the sect master. To resist the surging pressure from him, the sect master hastily executed the immortal cloud palm. In an instant, two colossal sources of energy clashed fiercely, creating an intense confrontation in midair. The immortal cloud palm erupted, transforming into a gigantic purple hand towering in the sky. Beneath that hand were the two men, while Li Tianyuan just stood silently, watching them with calm eyes. The disciples below cheered in unison. It's the sect master. The sect master has arrived. That's right, those two are the sect master and Elder Liu. They looked at the sect master as if seeing their savior, shouting joyfully. Our sect master possesses the strength of the Star River Great Emperor realm, just a single step away from being a true immortal. This time, that brat is definitely dead. Swiftly, Elder Su flew to the sect master's side and whispered in his ear, Sect master, this person might be a master of the Star River realm. This statement caught the sect master by surprise. An elite of the Star River Great Emperor realm. There are only a handful in this world. Is it the Sword Saint or the Heavenly Departure Hall Master? No, he looks far too young. A top-tier expert at this age. Unable to figure it out, he decided not to guess anymore and asked him directly, Are you the first prince of the Wu Ling divine dynasty? Li Tianyuan didn't answer. He merely raised an eyebrow, staring intently at him with deep, unfathomable eyes. Despite being ignored, the sect master continued his monologue. We and the Wu Ling divine dynasty have always stayed out of each other's way. First prince. Li Tianyuan lost all patience and cut him off. Stop your blabbering. I am no first prince. I came here today with only one purpose, and that is to level your Jiu Yun upper sect to the ground. Hearing the phrase level to the ground, how could the sect master maintain his composure? His spiritual power exploded, sending rocks and dirt flying around him as he roared in anger. If your excellency has come with malicious intent. Pausing for a beat, he turned and ordered the disciples. Everyone, calm your minds and focus your spirits. Form the array with me and eradicate this enemy. Following the sect master's command, all the disciples immediately channeled their energy and simultaneously executed the formation. A heaven-soaring killing intent surged relentlessly toward Li Tianyuan. At this moment, the sect master channeled his Dharma power, creating a massive rainbow-colored formation. Standing at the center, he declared arrogantly, The sky has 9 layers, the clouds have 9 transformations. This formation harnesses the power of the heavenly clouds, transforming them into 9 endless cycles of tribulations. Even if an immortal were to descend, it could rival them in battle. Saying this, he glared at him, his voice as cold as ice. Even if you are a Star River Realm Great Emperor, once you fall into this formation, there is only one path to death. If you want to blame someone, blame your own arrogance for daring to storm my Jiu Yun High sect alone. Activate. As soon as his words fell, Dharma power surged out from the disciples sitting below. He controlled this entire source of energy, enveloping the whole space in a mystical purple glow. Massive currents of power surged fiercely into the high sky. They swept away rocks, dirt, and tree canopies, creating a scene that was both ferocious and breathtakingly beautiful. Li Tianyuan raised his head and asked calmly, Rivals and immortal, you say? As soon as he finished speaking, he also began to channel his own Dharma power. He said softly, Then I will also restrain my power and give it a try. With that, he waved his hand, unleashing an ancient character that flew straight toward them. The ancient character expanded, forming a solid shield that blocked all the incoming debris. When the Grand Formation's attack was easily blocked, all the members of the Jiu Yunhai sect were left slack-jawed in astonishment. Impossible! An attack with the power of an immortal was blocked so easily. Could it be? He is a true immortal. Impossible! There is no one in this world who has successfully broken through to that realm. The sect master had poured all his strength into the formation. His face was pale, dotted with cold sweat. He thought to himself, even a Star River Realm expert could not so casually block my 9 Heavens Cloud Net Grand Formation. No, he must have used some kind of secret technique. Thinking this, he boldly declared, "Let me see which will last longer, your secret technique or the power of heaven and earth." Saying that, he continued to amplify the formation's power. Ancient runes appeared, carrying destructive energy. Suddenly, he ordered the elders, Elder Liu, Elder Su, execute the combined attack technique. Both immediately obeyed. Understood, sect master. And so, an earth-shattering attack was launched. The ancient runes pierced through the flying debris, striking directly at Li Tianyuan's shield, determined to shatter it. At this moment, the sect master continued to shout, 9 Heavens Transformation, 9 cloud dragons appear. Very quickly, dragons made of clouds materialized. They let out a deafening roar, shattering Li Tianyuan's shield. Just as one dragon opened its jaws to swallow him, Li Tianyuan timely created another protective barrier. Currently, the Jiu Yunhai sect was gaining the upper hand. The disciples cheered excitedly. Excellent! The enemy has been repelled. As expected of the combined attack technique of 3 great emperors, its might is truly unparalleled. That brat is dead meat this time. Before long, the 3 cloud dragons breached the barrier. Debris grazed past Li Tianyuan, but he still stood firmly. He looked at the 3 dragons, his cold voice ringing out. Is this the power of an immortal? Thank you for helping me test it. Now I know the extent of my true strength. However, a fake is, after all, still a fake. No matter how similar it looks, it can never become real. With those words, he unleashed his familiar oppressive aura, stronger than ever before. This aura caused the 3 cloud dragons to halt, unable to advance even a single step further. Li Tianyuan's hand twitched slightly as he focused all his Dharma power into it. Then he unleashed a decisive palm strike. With just a single move, the 3 cloud dragons were blown away. The oppressive aura formed a tornado that shot straight into the sky, accompanied by lightning bolts crashing down upon the Jiu Yunhai sect's formation. Rocks, dirt, and trees were blown hundreds of meters away. The sect master suffered a miserable defeat, falling to his knees. It seemed he was severely injured. Clutching his chest with one hand, he wheezed, You actually. At this moment, the aura on his hand had yet to dissipate. Li Tianyuan said in a deep voice, the power of an immortal is nothing more than this. As he spoke, killing intent began to emanate from him, his gaze unwavering. The test is over. Now you can all die. The heavily injured disciples kneeling on the ground, having suffered a humiliating defeat, unwillingly cursed, Bastard, why is it like this? Even the sect master and the elders can't do anything to him. Damn it, he treats us like a whetstone. Just as everyone was in despair, an elder spoke up. Don't be afraid, we still have the sect protecting divine artifact. These words were like a flickering light in the dark night. That's right, he hurriedly urged the sect master. Sect master, quickly activate the sect protecting divine artifact. At this time, a sharp object, emitting a faint glow, began to manifest. The white-haired elder continued to persuade. Sect master, with the current situation, we can only invite the sect protecting divine artifact to strike. Seeing the sect master still hesitating, the other elder continued to convince him. With the sect protecting divine artifact, we can definitely kill him. Seeing his silence, the disciples were somewhat puzzled. One person asked, Sect master, what are you still hesitating for? The sect master was speechless. He didn't know how to explain it now. Li Tianyuan coldly declared, he can't do it. As soon as the words fell, he reached out and plucked off the sect master's head as easily as picking a fruit. Then he threw it onto the ground. The head rolled around like a ball. Only then did everyone realize that it was the head of the real sect master. They couldn't help but cry out in terror, Sect master, what? What is going on? Both elders turned pale. What the hell is going on? Are there 2 sect masters? A moment later, an elder stammered as he asked him, You killed Sikong Chuan. The two elders turned back to question the impostor, firing off one after another. If that head really belongs to the sect master, then who are you? That's right. Who are you to dare impersonate the sect master? The impostor dodged the question. Two elders, now is not the time to distinguish true from false. The urgent matter is to repel the enemy and save the sect. Only by gathering the power of the entire Jiu Yun Hai sect can we defeat him. Then he spread his arms wide and loudly proclaimed, "The sect is in peril. I am willing to offer myself as a vessel to bear the power of the entire sect and summon the divine artifact." One elder voiced his opposition. "Condensing the power of the entire sect into one person in such a short time, you won't be able to endure it." But the impostor wouldn't listen. He clasped his hands together and ordered the entire sect, "Disciples, hear my command. Transfer your cultivation power to me. I want to use the power of the divine artifact to annihilate the enemy." The white-haired elder was still hesitating, but before he could finish his sentence, the other elder interrupted. "Repel the enemy first, everything else can be settled later." Once both elders agreed, the disciples simultaneously transferred their cultivation power to the impostor, chanting loudly. 9 clouds reached the heavens, 9 transformations returned to 1. Suddenly, the two elders turned to look at each other in horror. Then they too transferred their power to him, shouting, 9 clouds reached the heavens, 9 transformations returned to 1. At this moment, the power of the entire sect was converging into the impostor's body. It formed a massive sphere of energy hovering above his head. Right at this time, the disciples' bodies began to tremble and they screamed in unison, "Ah, what is happening? I can't control myself anymore." The white-haired elder roared in terror, "What are you doing? My cultivation power." The green-haired elder realized it too late. "As expected, you have wicked intentions. You are a fake." The impostor didn't explain, only saying lightly, "For the survival of the Jiu Yun Hai sect, I hope you all make a little sacrifice." Ha ha ha. Besides, Si Kong Chuan also used this cultivation method to plunder the holy bodies and cultivation bases of others. By now, the disciples had collapsed to the ground, their fate unknown. The impostor was intently watching the energy sphere in his hand, nodding in satisfaction. "Not bad, my cultivation has improved. Keep up the good work." The headless corpse of the sect master on the ground nodded slightly and replied, "Yes." His shadow spread its arms wide, its voice filled with unwavering resolve. "Even though I have only been his shadow since childhood, I was never resigned to it. All the affairs in the Jiu Yun Hai sect were handled by me alone. I am the one who truly cares about this sect. I have cultivated diligently, advancing step by step. Who says a shadow cannot surpass its original body?" Saying that, he raised his hand, his muscles bulging and tearing through his clothes. Following that, his eyes lit up and he declared in a deep voice, "From this moment on, I am the true Si Kong Chuan. This is my real name. I am Si Kong Chuan, the sect master of the Jiu Yun Hai sect." As he spoke, he manipulated his Dharma power, creating a colossal tornado in midair. The tornado grew larger and larger, reaching straight into the azure sky. The white-haired elder looked on in sheer amazement. The divine artifact has resonated with him. He truly did everything for the Jiu Yun Hai sect. A moment later, the divine artifact, taking the form of an ancient sword, appeared in his hand. The shadow of Si Kong Chuan threw his head back and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha! Finally, I have been acknowledged by the Jiu Yun Hai sect. Ha ha ha!" Just as he was immersed in his joy, Li Tian Yuan coldly spoke up. "This divine artifact doesn't seem to be complete, does it?" As he finished speaking, a small sword appeared behind him, accompanied by a sight that looked like a gun barrel. He pointed the divine artifact at him, his entire body radiating ribbons of purple energy, and loudly declared, "So what if it's incomplete? Now I have the cultivation power of the entire sect and the divine artifact in my hands. Go to hell." With that, he began to swing his sword, generating sharp arcs of sword chi. Accordingly, a fierce aura erupted, cracking the ground beneath their feet. He was extremely satisfied with this divine artifact, looking at it with absolute fondness. Laughing, he said, "Truly worthy of being the sect-protecting divine artifact. There is no one in this world who can block its attack. Ha 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 ha." The other disciples, though pale from having their spiritual chi drained, couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Is this the might of the divine artifact? To think that while still alive, I get to witness the scene of the divine artifact destroying an enemy with my own eyes. At this moment, he stood looking at the dense smoke in front of him, curling his lips into a smile. Now it's finally settled. Very quickly the smoke dispersed, and a foot stepped out. It was Li Tianyuan, the one who was supposedly buried by the divine artifact. He walked and spoke. "All right, the test of my own strength is just about complete." He drew his weapon and said in a deep voice, "I must also thank you all." By now, the impostor's energy had dissipated, and he was incessantly coughing up blood. He collapsed to his knees, staring at him with a look of sheer disbelief. "You, not a single scratch could it be. You really are an immortal, impossible, absolutely impossible." Li Tianyuan coldly swung his weapon. His oppressive aura erupted fiercely, his voice as icy as an Asura from hell. "It's time to end this." Then he swung his weapon, delivering a single sword slash. The heads of the remaining disciples fell like autumn leaves. Si Kong Chuan's eyes widened in horror. These disciples had all been finished off by a single move from him. It was truly unbelievable. His hands hung down in utter despair, the divine artifact slipping from his grasp and falling to the ground without him even noticing. Very quickly, the divine artifact shattered into countless pieces. He was once again struck by his aura, coughing up blood. Si Kong Chuan was like a madman, bowing his head and muttering, "Why is it like this? Why? Just who exactly are you? Why do you want to destroy my Jiu Yunhai sect?" Li Tianyuan nonchalantly advanced toward him. He coldly spat out 3 words, "Lingyun Cave." Si Kong Chuan muttered softly, "Lingyun Cave, so that's why." Then he glanced at the head of the real Si Kong Chuan and said disdainfully, "In the end, you are all birds of a feather. Hypocritical on the outside, but in reality blinded by greed." Having said that, he incinerated Si Kong Chuan's head with a palm strike. Following that, he punched himself in the face with tremendous force. As blood dripped onto the ground, his head remained bowed, but a maniacal laugh burst from his mouth. "Ha ha ha ha! Lingyun Cave has a grand secret formation set up by an immortal, and only this face can open it." He raised his half-destroyed face, his voice firm. "Ha ha ha ha! Even with the destruction of the Jiu Yunhai sect, I won't let you get what you want. Ha 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 ha." Li Tianyuan looked at him and said casually, "Breaking the formation myself would indeed be a bit troublesome." Pausing for a moment, he gave a faint smile. "However, Si Kong Chuan's face can directly dismantle the formation, right?" Saying that, he called out, "Luo Xian." Just a second later, a man appeared behind him. He looked at the appearance of the newly arrived person and was horrified. "This is him." Indeed, it was the real Si Kong Chuan. He clasped his hands and bowed to him, "Palace Master." This phrase was like a bolt from the blue. He roared, "Who exactly are you?" He stated coldly, "The Palace Master of Tianli Palace, Li Tianyuan." With that, he walked step by step toward his opponent. The impostor still couldn't believe his ears, crying out in terror, "Palace Master of Tianli Palace. You are the Palace Master of Tianli Palace. You are so young. What did my Jiu Yunhai sect do wrong? Why must you hunt us to extinction?" Li Tianyuan's face was dark as ink as he growled out every word. "Your Jiu Yunhai sect has always been my target. I want you all turned to ashes." At this moment, he suddenly realized his true objective. Could it be? Your target is the Wanyun sect. Do you dare? Before he could finish his words, he delivered a kick, sending him flying. He slumped to the ground, muttering softly, "Impossible, impossible." Just like that, he died with intense grievance. After dealing with the Jiu Yunhai sect, Si Kong Chuan asked him, "Palace Master, the Jiu Yunhai sect has been destroyed. However, isn't it a bit of a pity that the divine artifact was ruined?" Li Tianyuan glanced at him and asked in a deep voice, "Am I the kind of person who leaves utter destruction wherever I go?" He spread his hands and casually asked back, "Are you not?" Li Tianyuan ignored him, continuing to walk forward as he ordered, "Go to Lingyun Cave." A short while later, the two of them arrived at Lingyun Cave. Inside was a complex formation, with countless heavenly vein soul bones encased in transparent spheres. Si Kong Chuan looked at his own face reflected in a sphere and spoke. "Lingyun Cave is arranged meticulously, aligning with the laws of heaven. It is truly a masterpiece of an immortal. Without this face, anyone else who enters would inevitably destroy the structure here, leading to mutual destruction." Li Tianyuan used his aura to make the spheres move, saying, "I fear that all this time, the Jiu Yunhai sect has been secretly seeking out ordinary people with potential, but no backing, systematically excavating their heavenly vein soul bones." Saying that, he closed his eyes and began to sense for Zio Yi's heavenly vein soul bone. Minutes passed as he continued to search among the tens of thousands of heavenly veined soul bones in the cave. Si Kong Chuan asked curiously, with so many heavenly veined soul bones, what on earth did the Jiu Yun High sect intend to do? It seems the young master's heavenly veined soul bone must surely be here too. Suddenly his brows furrowed tightly. He called out loudly, "Palace Master." Suddenly he opened his eyes. He looked at the heavenly veined soul bones in front of him. Then he uttered faintly, "It's not here." Hearing this, Si Kong Chuan was extremely surprised and asked loudly, "How is that possible?" He immediately replied, "I am not mistaken. Zhu Yi's heavenly veined soul bone is not in this place." Thus he asked loudly, "Palace Master, the formation here is very profound. Could there be some secret area we haven't reached?" He affirmed firmly, "This formation is primarily for protection. It has no concealment effect." Hearing this, Si Kong Chuan's eyes widened in surprise and he asked loudly, "Palace Master, what should we do next?" He explained, "I want to utilize this grand formation to review the trajectory of Si Kong Chuan's activities within it, hoping to find a clue." Following that, Li Tianyuan chanted a spell. Numerous ancient characters appeared in the air. Then he reached out his hand, pronouncing each word emphatically. "All heavens, soul tremor, invert the cosmos." After that, he clenched his fist and shouted, "Manifest." Spiritual chi and dust swirled densely. Within the smoke, an image appeared of Si Kong Chuan talking to a faceless person. That person told him, "Make use of the time to cultivate. The situation in the royal capital of the Dong Sui Kingdom has been arranged. When the time comes, there will be no shortage of opportunities for you to contribute." Upon seeing this image, he muttered, "The royal capital of the Dong Sui Kingdom. Could it be?" Very quickly, the images dissipated. Si Kong Chuan asked him, "The royal capital of the Dong Sui Kingdom isn't that?" A stream of spiritual chi fluttered through the air. Li Tianyuan closed his eyes, released his aura, and pinched his fingers to calculate. A moment later, he exclaimed in surprise, It's not a bad thing but a coincidence." Si Kong Chuan asked curiously, "Not a bad thing, Palace Master. Could it be you mean that the young master losing his heavenly veined soul bone is not a bad thing?" He replied softly, "It's hard to say, but when I sensed the heavenly secrets just now, it was an auspicious sign." A large number of people were gathering in front of the Jiu Yun High sect's gates. After completely dealing with this sect, he flew down to land in front of his subordinates. Seeing Li Tianyuan's figure appear, his subordinate immediately bowed and reported, "Palace Master, the half-demons and the villagers controlled by the Jiu Yun High sect have all been rescued." He cast a cold glance at the trembling, disorderly crowd before him. Then he loudly declared, "The Jiu Yun High sect has been destroyed. You are no longer bound. From now on you may go wherever you please." Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed to the extreme. The sudden happiness made even grown men shed tears. They shouted loudly, "Thank goodness the exalted immortal destroyed the Jiu Yun High sect. We are finally free. This is wonderful. We can finally descend the mountain. I miss my mother so much." At this moment, a man walked up to him, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle and said sincerely, "This lowly one is Wang Fu. On behalf of the people of Changyun Town, I thank the exalted immortal for saving our lives." Following that, he told him a secret. There is something the exalted immortal might not know. Even though the Jiu Yun High sect has been destroyed, this place is still within the range of a formation. There is an invisible barrier that prevents us from leaving for all eternity. Even if the exalted immortal lets us go, we wouldn't know where to go. The Jiu Yun High sect has many allies. If they were to find out, we would definitely die without a burial place. Hearing this, he cast his gaze around the vicinity of the Jiu Yun High sect. Then he gently raised his hand, executing his Dharma power. Not long after, the formation was broken. They looked up at the clear blue sky before them, as if seeing the hope of a better future. And then one of his subordinates spoke up to remind everyone, "The restriction is no more. You are free to come and go." A moment later, a massive fissure appeared on the mountain of the Jiu Yun High sect, and golden light illuminated the entire space. Ming Yu, with a blade of grass in his mouth, said proudly, "As expected of the Palace Master, such high efficiency." The signboard of Jiu Yun, Shangzong also cracked apart, then shattered into pieces. The crowd looked up at the sky in astonishment, unable to hold back their joyful cries. "The sky has broken, the clouds have dispersed. We can go down the mountain. We can leave." At that very moment, a young woman knelt before him, pointing at the crowd and asked, "Exalted Immortal, can we half-demon slaves also leave this place just like them?" He used his spiritual power to gently lift the girl to her feet, saying, "There is no need for this before me. I will remove the soul-binding locks on your bodies and set you free." His words were like a thunderbolt to their ears. Everyone's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Remove the soul-binding lock? Really? Once put on, aren't they impossible to take off for the rest of one's life? Li Tianyuan walked up to the girl and grasped the soul-binding lock. He then channeled his spiritual power into it. The girl stared at his hand in amazement. At this moment, the sharp-tipped chains piercing into the soul-binding lock on her neck became vividly visible. The sheer force of the spiritual power caused it to crack. A minute later, it shattered into pieces. The lock on the girl's neck sprang open and fell to the ground. Holding the broken soul-binding lock in her hands, the girl cheered excitedly. "It's off! It's really off!" Something she had never dared to dream of before had now become a reality. Then the girl clasped her hands together and asked him, "Then, this humble servant boldly asks, could the exalted immortal take us in and give us a place to call home?" Li Tianyuan remained silent, but a subordinate standing beside him answered instead, "Our palace master is inherently benevolent. If you sincerely submit, you can naturally join Tian Li Dian." Hearing the name Tian Li Dian, the girl could not help but exclaim in shock, "Tian Li Dian, Tian Li Dian." Without hesitation, she knelt down and expressed in a sincere tone, "This servant is Yang Yue, willing to loyally serve the master. Even if it means going through boiling oil or blazing fire, I will absolutely not refuse." The others followed her lead, submitting to Tian Li Dian and spoke in unison, "Please, master, take us in." Li Tianyuan gestured to them, "Everyone stand up." Pausing for a moment, he solemnly stated the rules of Tian Li Dian. The first rule when joining Tian Li Dian is no kneeling, and from now on, you are absolutely not allowed to call me master. Furthermore, to join Tian Li Dian, one must undergo a soul-searching test. Only those without any issues may join. You decide for yourselves. The group turned to look at one another. Then, as if by prior agreement, they said in unison, "We are willing to join Tian Li Dian." Hearing this, he ordered Li Qing, "Li Qing, you make the arrangements." He immediately replied, "Yes." Suddenly, his gaze darkened and his voice turned extremely cold. "Ju Yun Shangzong has been destroyed. They will probably make a move. Keep a close watch at all times." Under the warm sunlight, Ming Yu and Zio Shi were sitting together leisurely. The little girl asked him in her tender voice, "Uncle, when is my father coming back?" Ming Yu shifted his gaze to a speck of light on the distant horizon and replied with a smile, "Look, your father has returned." Indeed, that speck of light rapidly condensed into the figure of Li Tianyuan. He quietly landed in front of the two of them. Zio Shi ran over joyfully, throwing herself into her father's arms and asked coquettishly, "Father, have you finished handling everything?" He affectionately stroked his daughter's hair, his voice warm, "Yes, everything has been settled." Witnessing him emerge from Kaio Yun Shangzong safe and sound, the villagers suddenly burst into an uproar like a disturbed beehive. Unbelievable! He came down the mountain without a single scratch. Could it be that Kaio Yun Shangzong was really flattened by him? Or maybe he's just putting on an act. What if he never actually went up the mountain and is just deceiving us? Hearing her father being suspected without reason, Zio Shi could not stand it. She puffed out her cheeks in anger, put her hands on her hips and argued, "My father never lies." Suddenly, a man pointed forward with trembling hands, his voice cracking with fear. Look over there quick." As the group of half-demon slaves slowly emerged, an invisible pressure enveloped everyone. Someone was so terrified that they slumped to the ground, stammering in horror. "Half-demon slaves, so many of them. It must be the people of Kaio Yun Shangzong coming to slaughter us. We shouldn't have trusted him. We've been tricked." And then chaos ensued as screams rang out. "Run! If we don't run, we're definitely dead." Just as the crowd was about to flee in a panic, another group of people appeared from the direction of the mountain. One of the villagers recognized them and shouted in astonishment to draw attention, "Wait, look! Those are the people who were captured and taken up the mountain." In mere moments, tearful reunion scenes unfolded everywhere. Heart-wrenching cries of brother and father echoed. Whispered words burst forth in overwhelming emotion. "I thought you had died up there. Thank goodness. It was this exalted immortal who saved us." A father and son embraced each other, the son sobbing uncontrollably. "Father, we're back. We're really back." The father, with tears in his eyes, nodded repeatedly. "Fire, my son. I thought I had lost you forever." The son then pointed at Li Tianyuan, his voice filled with reverence. "Father, it was this exalted immortal who single-handedly wiped out Kaio Yun Shangzong and shattered their immortal formation to save our lives." Hearing those words, the crowd's attitude instantly did a 180-degree turn. Someone asked doubtfully, "Is that true? Has Kaio Yun Shangzong really been annihilated?" A rescued person replied, "It's true. The mountain is now a river of blood. Not a single person from Kaio Yun Shangzong survived." Immediately, another loudly cursed, "Serves those beasts right. They deserve to die." Following that, everyone simultaneously clasped their hands toward him and said with deep respect, "Thank you, exalted immortal. Thank you, exalted immortal." Their eyes looking at him were now filled with reverence, as if gazing upon a savior. Endless words of gratitude echoed. "Thank you, exalted immortal, for saving the people of Changyun Town." Li Tianyuan did not say much, only briefly announcing, "The restrictions in this place have been dissolved. From now on, you are free to come and go as you please." Although this was good news, everyone's expressions sank. They looked at each other, their voices filled with uncertainty. "Leave? But where can we go now? What should we do next?" Suddenly, a man pointed straight at him, loudly sowing seeds of fear. "He's the one who doomed us. Kaio Yun Shangzong has countless allied factions. Now that they are destroyed, we will definitely face retaliation and die without a proper burial." Amidst the panic, another man suddenly made a request. "Exalted immortal, could we perhaps join Tian Li Dian, just like those half-demon slaves?" This shocking piece of information made everyone burst out in astonishment. They cried out as if they had just met their idol. "Heavens! Tian Li Dian, that is a supreme faction. Would they even accept mere mortals like us?" Li Tianyuan replied coldly, "It is possible, but you must pass a soul-searching process." Just hearing those words, everyone's faces turned deathly pale. They asked him in confusion, "Soul-searching? Why? Why must we do that?" He did not waste words explaining, simply stating indifferently, "It depends entirely on your own volition." A man patted his chest and shouted boldly, "I agree to the soul-searching." Once someone took the lead, the rest quickly chimed in. "I also agree. My life was saved by the exalted immortal. What is there to hesitate about?" Two middle-aged men also stepped forward. "The exalted immortal saved my son and rescued the entirety of Changyun Town. This old man has no reason to refuse. I only beg the exalted immortal to make proper arrangements for the folks here, so they won't have to suffer retaliation from Kaio Yun Shangzong's allies." The person behind them added, "We are also more than willing." Besides them, there were still a few who hesitated, their faces pale as they looked at each other, stammering speechlessly. Even though their hearts were filled with anxiety because they didn't understand what soul-searching entailed, they still resolutely agreed. "We agree too." Seeing their expressions, Ming Yu spoke up to reassure them. "No need to get your knots in a twist. Soul-searching is nothing to be afraid of. As long as you've lived peacefully and harbor no evil intentions, nothing will happen to you." Pausing for a moment, he smirked with hidden meaning. "But if anyone harbors malicious intent, well, he." Li Tianyuan was not as verbose as Ming Yu. He merely raised his hand and ordered, "Since you have agreed, let us begin." With that, he activated the Super Soul Formation. High in the air, a gigantic golden magical formation materialized, pouring dazzling streams of spiritual energy down upon the top of everyone's heads, as if trying to pierce straight into their very cores. Some people appeared extremely serene and relieved. But there were also those who seemed to be enduring excruciating agony, sweating profusely, their faces as pale as corpses. Ming Yu noticed a man shivering violently. He narrowed his eyes and softly uttered, "Oh." His curiosity piqued. He immediately used his spiritual power to see what horrifying secrets this guy had to be so terrified. Moments later, a scene flashed before Ming Yu's eyes, the man being brutally tortured with swords by the people of Kaio Yun Shangzong. The man begged incessantly, "No, spare me, spare my life." At that moment, a blonde-haired man ordered him, "You must keep an eye on these mortals for me. If there is any movement, report it immediately." The man accepted a pouch of money from the blonde-haired man. Then, obeying his orders, he brutally murdered other innocent mortals. After witnessing the entire sequence of events, Ming Yu's expression turned as cold as ice. He growled, "So it's a spy planted by Kaio Yun Shangzong. You even took the opportunity to violate the wives and daughters of others, then murdered their whole families to silence them. No wonder you were so terrified of the soul-searching. A middle-aged man, hearing this, trembled with rage. He pointed straight at the spy's face and roared, You once said my nephew's entire family was taken away by Kaio Yun Shangzong. Could it be? You were the one who did it. Speaking up to this point, surging resentment caused him to cough up a mouthful of fresh blood. The surrounding crowd was utterly outraged and unanimously began cursing the man. I never imagined you were this kind of person. How could you be so heartless as to harm your own brothers? I actually thought those deeds were all committed by the scums of Kaio Yun Shangzong. If the exalted immortal hadn't performed the soul-searching, we might have all been led by the nose by you. With their true colors exposed, he and his accomplices ground their teeth in fury. One of them suddenly drew his sword, attempting a sneak attack on Li Tianyuan. As he lunged forward, he shouted, Die. He remained standing there nonchalantly, not moving an inch. However, before the sword could even touch the hem of his clothes, it clattered to the ground. Standing nearby, Ming Yu burst into mocking laughter. Oh, for heaven's sake! Did you really think the entity who single-handedly wiped out all of Kaio Yun Shangzong would easily fall for your pathetic little trap? As soon as he finished speaking, the aura emanating from Li Tianyuan flared up fiercely. Under that terrifying pressure, the assassin sprawled onto the ground, trembling violently. Under that horrifying pressure, his face began to contort and twist. Then it exploded like a watermelon. Seeing that gruesome end, his accomplices were scared out of their wits and hastily yelled, Split up and run. Quick as lightning, Ming Yu blocked their path, his voice freezing cold, still thinking of running. Only a second later, the men attempting to flee suddenly exploded into pieces. Before Ming Yu could even make a move, he could only stare in wide-eyed astonishment. He frowned, turning to complain to him. Hey, you should at least leave me some room to show off. Li Tianyuan paid him no mind, merely commanding the crowd, Continue. And so, the Super Soul Formation was put into operation once again. At this moment, a girl among the half-demon slaves spoke up. Palace Master, why didn't you strike personally? What if this soul-searching technique has flaws? Wouldn't it mistakenly harm the innocent? Saying this, she seemed to realize she had overstepped her bounds and hurriedly explained with an embarrassed look. This little servant is just worried. I absolutely have no intention of doubting your decisions. Li Tianyuan replied in a deep voice. Joining my Tian Li Dian is entirely voluntary. I do not force anyone. As for whether the soul-searching has flaws, he continued, no matter how advanced a soul-locking technique is, any method that interferes with memories will have loopholes. If concealed memories or anomalies are discovered, we will conduct special observations and pay close attention. But once it's confirmed that they are spies, there is no need to show mercy. After finishing his explanation, he told the girl, From this moment on, you are a member of Tian Li Dian. There is no need to be so restrained when speaking to me. The girl let out an "oh," looking at him with sparkling eyes, her cheeks flushing pink with bashfulness. Ming Yu threw in a teasing remark. He, look at that expression, another one has fallen into the net of love. A while later, Li Qing approached and reported, Palace Master, the soul-searching has been completed. No further issues were discovered. He nodded, Good, Li Qing, take them back and arrange for their training. He respectfully replied, Understood, Palace Master. Returning to the carriage, Shi Yan Han and Zio Shi were fast asleep. Li Tianyuan gently approached Shi Yan Han, who was now standing near where Zio Yi was focused on cultivating. She looked up at him, asking worriedly, Zio Yi he. Knowing what she was about to ask, he simply shook his head slightly. Following that, Shi Yan Han asked, What do you plan to do next? He looked at his wife and said gently, We will go to Dong Sui Imperial City. Mi Li left behind some clues and I want to investigate them. Aside from Zio Yi's matter, the restrictions on your body also need to be completely dispelled. In Dong Sui Imperial City, there is an old friend of mine who is highly proficient in formations. Shi Yan Han leaned into his embrace and softly reminded him, You must also take good care of yourself. His eyes were brimming with deep affection for her. Li Tianyuan patted her hand gently to reassure her, Rest assured. Just like that, the husband and wife held each other in the quiet space. It seemed as though heaven and earth had paused just for this very moment. At the same time, in another location, Sui Feng was standing before a massive ancient tree. He looked sorrowfully at the grave at the base of the tree, whispering, "Sister, I have come to visit you." Engraved on the stone stele were 3 characters: Yuan Su Zhen. He confided in the departed, "I was saved by the young master. Over the years serving the young master, everything has been going very well. You don't need to worry." As he spoke these words, the scene of himself being tightly bound in a dark room involuntarily surfaced in his mind. His face back then was covered in blood and crisscrossed with wounds. At that exact moment, Li Tian Yuan threw open the door, appearing like a saving god, liberating his dark life. Back then he reached out his hand and said, "Follow me." After a moment of hesitation, he decided to go with him. That very choice completely changed his life. Snapping out of his reminiscence, he asked the person beneath the grave, "You didn't expect this, did you? I am now at the great emperor realm. No one will ever be able to bully me again." As he spoke, he brushed away the layer of dust clinging to the stone stele. Suddenly a strange noise rang out. Sui Feng's eyes widened as he shouted, "Who is it?" An iron chain hurtled towards him. Sui Feng merely tilted his body slightly, and the chain brushed past his clothes, leaving a freezing gust of wind by his ear. The clanking of iron chains clashing echoed sharply in the air. His hand tightened around the hilt of his sword, murderous intent flaring up fiercely. A man wearing a black cloak landed softly on the ground. He raised his head and spoke in a hoarse voice, "You've finally appeared. I have waited for you here for 7 years. No, it should be 8 years. I knew you would definitely return to this place." Sui Feng recognized the face of the person before him, his expression instantly turning deadly cold. He spat out every word, "Life-claiming ghost." The man swung his chain, forming a circle in the air, and said coldly, "If I cannot take your life, I cannot go and claim the life of the next person." Sui Feng quickly executed the drifting shadow's heavenly art. Instantly, countless phantoms of him appeared, making it impossible for the opponent to distinguish reality from illusion. Sui Feng, along with those phantoms, simultaneously charged and attacked the life-claiming ghost. The man seemed to look at him in a new light. "To think you have already broken through to the great emperor realm." Sui Feng did not reply. The pressure radiating from his body grew stronger and stronger. When the 2 streams of power collided, a loud, muffled grunt echoed out. The life-claiming ghost frantically swung the chain, creating whistling sounds that tore through the air. Suddenly, his eyes bulged, seemingly unable to believe what was happening. "What the hell is this?" His iron chain had been shattered into fragments by Sui Feng's overwhelming pressure. Sui Feng increased his power, sending the man flying far away. After stabilizing himself on the ground, he turned back to look at him, his eyes revealing clear suspicion. If he wasn't mistaken, that was an immortal weapon. Sui Feng kindly explained, "This sword is called Nai Lin, forged from the reverse scale on an azure dragon's neck and millennium-old cold iron, crafted personally by the young master." With that said, he swung his sword, unleashing a merciless strike. Fresh blood splattered across the ground. The moment Sui Feng landed on the ground was also the moment the life-claiming ghost collapsed. He sheathed his sword and said coldly, "I am no longer the me of the past." Right at this moment, the life-claiming ghost's hand twitched slightly. He slowly stood up, a long tongue sticking out, as blood from his wound dripped down his arm onto the ground. Quick as lightning, he lunged toward Sui Feng. He turned his head in shock. This life-claiming ghost is still not dead. Meanwhile, in Dongsui Imperial City, Li Tian Yuan's carriage was rolling smoothly into the city. The lavish and magnificent carriage made passers-by turn their heads, curiously gossiping. Whose family owns such a grand carriage? I don't know. I've never seen one like this, even in the manners of high officials and nobles. Could it belong to a feudal lord from another region? Inside the carriage, Zhao Yi had his eyes closed in cultivation. His entire body radiated a red aura of pressure, completely different from Li Tian Yuan's blue one. Shi Yanhan looked at her son, unable to hide her worry. These past few days, Zhao Yi has frequently shown signs of pain. Could it be that something went wrong with him cultivating your 9-9 origin art? After all, this cultivation method is not something just anyone can practice. Hearing this, Zhao Shi was also extremely frightened. She looked worriedly at her little brother, then tugged at Li Tian Yuan's sleeve and asked in a small voice, "Father, is Zhao Yi going to be okay?" He rubbed his daughter's head and gently reassured her, "It's all right. For him, this is actually a good thing." Zhao Shi looked at him with wide, round eyes, asking blankly, "A good thing?" Suddenly, Li Tian Yuan placed 2 fingers on Zhao Yi's forehead. Through this, he carefully probed his son's meridians and condition. Afterwards, he explained to Shi Yan Han, Xiao Yi's cultivation is different from ordinary people. Thanks to the bronze slip I forged for him, he was able to create his own path of true power. However, because his innate talent is too outstanding, his blood vitality strengthens his body too quickly. Coupled with the integration of Ding Zhai's special true power, it caused his true power to become impure. That is why his cultivation hasn't been smooth. Pausing for a moment, he gently held her hand and comforted her in a low voice. Don't worry too much. Once we enter the city, I'll go look for some blood vitality spirit herbs, which will help Xiao Yi stabilize. Right at this moment, Ming Yu's voice rang out from outside. Young master, I see the Wan Dan Pavilion. The carriage stopped right in front of the Wan Dan Pavilion. Unexpectedly, a loud shout rang out. Get out of the way, move aside, don't block our young master's path. A pair of feet strolled forward unhurriedly. The newcomer wore yellow robes, fanning himself with a paper fan, his eyes staring coldly at the people in front of him. A helpless old woman asked him, Young master, how have we offended you? Why did you overturn our stall? He lifted his foot, showing off his shoe, and replied nonchalantly, These shabby stalls are blocking my view, making it hard for me to admire the shine of my new shoes. Seeing him appear, the commoners all turned pale and hurriedly whispered to one another, Oh God, this jinx is out again. Hey, step back quickly. If he notices you, you're asking for trouble. Right. Suddenly, a silver ingot flew straight into a young man's face, drawing blood. The culprit was the young master in yellow robes. He sneered arrogantly, What are you staring at? This young master is handsome and loaded. Are you jealous? With that, he repeatedly kicked the young man, shouting as he did so, Remember this well, keep your mouth shut. Consider this money as your medical expenses. Is it enough? Is it enough? The young man clutched his head, crying out in pain, It's enough. I was wrong. Could anyone save him? The bystanders, though willing, were powerless. They could only watch in terror, trembling like leaves. After beating the young man to a pulp, he tossed out a few more gold ingots as medical fees, took out a handkerchief to wipe his hands, and said leisurely, What this young master hates the most is people whispering behind my back. Glancing at the people standing nearby, he raised an eyebrow and asked, What? Do you guys want some medical fees too? Hearing this, they turned and fled in terror. Having chased the crowd away, his mood instantly improved. He laughed gleefully. That felt great. When he opened his eyes, he saw a horse-drawn carriage slowly approaching. Instead of making way, he arrogantly blocked its path and ordered, Hey, stop the carriage. Ming Yu curled his lips, picked his ear, and asked in a low voice, Am I blocking your way? Are you planning to smash this carriage or what? The young master walked a circle around the carriage, examining it closely before concluding, Premium materials, highly likely to have a spatial array inside, both soundproof and comfortable. I like it. From today onwards, it belongs to me. With that, he stepped in front of Ming Yu and bluntly declared, This young master fancies your carriage. Name your price. Ming Yu was fuming. He wondered if there was something wrong with this guy's brain, gritting his teeth as he spat out every word. You lunatic, get out of my sight. Not only did the man not leave, but he also smugly shot back. You know who I am, yet you still dare to be so arrogant. Ming Yu looked at him as if looking at an idiot, pointed at his face, and asked, Did I mention your name? Why would you assume I know who you are? The man tossed some money and began his proud introduction. I am Qian Duo, son of Qian Ko Duo, the #1 billionaire of the Dong Sui nation. The martial world gave me the nickname throwing money like dirt. It is your honor that I have my eyes on your carriage. Having said that, he threw a pouch of gold at Ming Yu's face and asked haughtily, Is this amount enough? Ming Yu casually waved his hand, deflecting the gold pouch right back into the man's face. Just like that, he was forced to his knees by Ming Yu's invisible power. His subordinates stood there dumbfounded, unable to react in time. Ming Yu frowned and warned, There are some things you cannot casually covet, and even less so, casually reach out to take. Qian Duo, kneeling on the ground, glared at Ming Yu with bloodshot eyes. Pointing straight at his face, he roared, You hit me. You dare hit me. Even my father has never hit me. You dare to lay a hand on me today. Do you believe I will crush you to death with my money? Then he ordered his subordinates, Men, get him. Following the command, 3 servants simultaneously lunged at Ming Yu. 3 crisp, smack sounds rang out. Ming Yu gifted each of them a heaven-shaking slap, sending them flying into the distance. Qian Duo still hadn't grasped the situation and continued to roar, Beat him hard." Before he could even finish his sentence, his subordinates were already lying scattered all around. A second later, he finally realized that all his subordinates had hit the dirt. Who was left to listen to his orders? He stared in horror at his motionless subordinates on the ground. Only then did he feel fear. Trembling like a leaf, he stammered, You dare hit me. I want you to pay. I will definitely make you pay until you are utterly ruined." Ming Yu acted generously, patting his shoulder and replying, "All right, I'll pay you back." The man's face turned ashen and he let out a shriek, "Ah." And so, Ming Yu also gave him a resounding slap, sending his entire body flying quite a distance. Next, Ming Yu smugly pointed at his own hand and began a one-of-a-kind advertisement. "This slap of mine, you see, is nurtured by heaven and earth, imbued with morning dew, and infused with the essence of the sun and moon. Take one hit, and your mind will clear, your spirit will refresh, and you might even live a few years longer." As he spoke, Ming Yu walked up to him and asked, "Tell me, isn't this slap worth 1,800,000 taels of gold?" The man clutched his cheek, which was swollen like a steamed bun, and roared through gritted teeth, "You." Ming Yu was faster, blurting out in one breath, "You what you? Aren't I paying you back? Don't be greedy. Is my slap not worth as much as your few gold ingots?" While speaking, he continued to swing his hand, slapping the man's face. This time he truly turned into a pig's head. The heaven-shaking slaps rained down continuously. Not only that, but Ming Yu also asked relentlessly, "Is it enough? Is it enough yet? Say something." Receiving no answer, Ming Yu hit even more enthusiastically. And then Ming Yu finished with a throw, tossing the man away like a ball. The man lay sprawled on the ground, his face swollen like a pig's head, tears streaming down. He said with difficulty, You have to let me speak. You just kept slapping me." He struggled to his feet, his voice ice cold as he spat out every word. "Even my father has never beaten me like this." Ming Yu crossed his arms over his chest and arrogantly replied, "Oh, so my beating is even more impressive than your father's. In that case, you can just call me Grandpa." At this moment the man declared, "It's time to show you my trump card." Saying that, he pointed to the sky and cried out twice, "Meow meow." As soon as his words fell, a violent squall suddenly appeared. The pedestrians affected by the squall couldn't stand firm. They all tumbled to the ground screaming, "What's happening? Help!" The city guards rushed over asking, "What's going on?" Suddenly the young master froze. In front of him was a cloud of pitch-black smoke, and even stranger, that smoke had two glowing eyes. Two guards stammered to each other, What is this? A demonic creature." Not long after, the black smoke gathered into the shape of a giant cat. Caiyan Duo stood in front of it and laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha, this is the Bai Luo beast, a super strong magical beast that I spent a fortune to tame. Ha ha ha, scared now, aren't you? I will make you regret messing with me." At this moment, Li Tianyuan lifted the carriage curtain and spoke in a cold voice, "What's all this noise?" When he stepped outside, the Bai Luo beast suddenly trembled violently. Its eyes widened as it stared at him, cold sweat pouring down like rain. Caiyan Duo was completely oblivious to the Bai Luo beast's fear. He pointed at Ming Yu and loudly tattled, "Meow meow, this is the guy who just hit me. I want you to beat him into a pig's head." Meanwhile, the nearby commoners whispered among themselves, "I didn't expect Caiyan Duo to have a magical beast follower of this caliber. HMPH, a dog threatening others based on its master's power. Oh wait, a man threatening others based on his cat's power." These words reached Caiyan Duo's ears. He pointed at the two of them and yelled, "All of you shut up. Do you want coffin money? Huh. If you keep running your mouths, this young master will deal with you too." Next, he ordered the Bai Luo beast, "Meow meow, attack." The Bai Luo beast stood behind him, still sweating profusely. Li Tianyuan slowly walked over. The oppressive aura radiating from him was so powerful that it scared the beast out of its wits. It screamed inwardly, "Oh my God, why is it this almighty boss?" Ignorant of the Bai Luo beast's terror, Caiyan Duo continued to command loudly, "Meow meow, finish him. After this is done, I will prepare premium spirit food for you and even have people serve you a bath. Hurry up and beat him." Seeing no reaction from it, Caiyan Duo turned around to look, and, oh my, what the hell was this? His cat was so scared that it had completely frozen like a statue. He gently nudged it and called out softly, "Meow meow, why are you standing still?" Ming Yu grabbed Caiyan Duo's head, his voice full of menace, "Beat me into a pig's head, little nephew. It seems you haven't had enough of a beating yet, huh?" He looked at Ming Yu in terror, stammering, "No, it wasn't me." Ming Yu continued to deliver heaven-shaking slaps. Kyan Duo could only cry and beg for mercy. "I was wrong. I was wrong. Stop hitting my face. Grandpa, Grandpa, I won't dare do it again." Seeing this, the Bai Luo beast followed suit, dropping to its knees and admitting its mistake. "I was wrong." Kyan Duo's jaw dropped. He couldn't believe his ears. His Bai Luo beast was actually apologizing. He called out loudly, "Meow meow." Li Tianyuan told Ming Yu, "Stop wasting time." Heeding his words, he delivered one final slap to Kyan Duo, sending the man flying like a ball. Then he shrugged and said, "Little nephew, one should be humble in life, otherwise you could turn into a pig's head any day." Seeing his two subordinates scrambling to their feet, he yelled angrily, "What are you staring blankly for? Let's go." Just like that, his two subordinates supported him as they left. As they walked away, he looked back and roared, "You just wait. We'll see who turns into a pig's head next time." When Li Tianyuan's carriage rolled down the street, everyone turned to look. Everyone was thoroughly astonished and couldn't stop exclaiming, "Who is that person in the carriage to make even a magical beast submit? I don't know, never seen him before. This person has the aura of an emperor. He is definitely no ordinary figure." Seeing the Bai Luo beast trailing closely behind, Ming Yu couldn't help but ask, "Why are you following us?" It lowered its head and heaved a long sigh. "Life is not easy. Meow Meow also has to work for a living." Ming Yu teased, "Hey big guy, other great Emperor Realm experts usually seclude themselves to cultivate, so why are you wandering everywhere like this?" It replied dejectedly, "It took me so much effort to trick a rich fool, and yet you guys ruined it." Ming Yu was displeased and warned coldly, "Hey, it's your own lack of strength, yet you dare to blame my young master." It pointed at its cat face and voiced its grievance. "Hey, do you know how hard it is to peacefully earn a meal in this day and age? Originally, I was living very comfortably in the profound Yin sect." Pausing for a moment, it continued, "Kyan Duo might be stupid, but he's loaded. Not only was he respectful to me, but he also provided me with all sorts of resources. Otherwise, I'd have to run out and fight on my own, which is so dangerous. But they just had to provoke this almighty boss," it said. "Now I have to worry about my livelihood again." Saying this, it even shed a few crocodile tears, not forgetting to shoot Li Tianyuan a reproachful glance. Hearing this made Ming Yu's blood boil. He glared at it and questioned, "If I remember correctly, you're the type who bullies the weak and fears the strong. The moment things look bad, you abandon your master and run. How can you brazenly blame us instead?" It immediately retorted, "How can you blame me for that? This is called being adaptable. Those who are blind to the situation have long died in some random corner. The fact that I'm still alive proves my intelligence." When it looked at Li Tianyuan, it was like looking at a savior. It tried to act cute to persuade him. "Oh, in these hard times where rice is like pearls and firewood is like kasha, not eating means starving to death. How about, the almighty boss takes me in." Then it began to show off its strengths. "Look at me, my claws are sharp, my fur is silky smooth, and my eyes are full of spirit. I am the #1 choice for a house pet. I can even appraise treasures and cultivation bases for you." Li Tianyuan bluntly delivered a single sentence, "You are too weak." These words struck the Bai Luo beast like lightning, making it feel as if it were coughing up blood. It argued stubbornly, "I am a dignified Bai Luo beast, how am I weak?" Before it could finish its sentence, it was enveloped by the oppressive aura radiating from him, making its entire body tremble and rendering it speechless. And so it rolled on the ground, crying and throwing a tantrum, "Boo-hoo, I am too weak, I really am too weak, boo-hoo." Just as it was wallowing in utter agony, Ming Yu spoke up, "Stop, stop right now. Can you keep your voice down a bit? You're scaring all the pedestrians." The Bai Luo beast glanced at the fearful crowd and nonchalantly replied, "Huh, fine." With that, it transformed into a tiny, adorable kitten. Ming Yu witnessed the scene before him, his eyes almost popping out of his head. Jaw dropped, he exclaimed, It can really shrink." Right at this moment, Zioshi popped her head out. Seeing the kitten, she couldn't help but cheer, "Father, it's so cute." Then she approached to observe the Bai Luo beast, one person and one beast, face to face. And then, the Bai Luo beast realized this was its golden opportunity. It immediately threw itself into Zioshi's arms, trying its best to act spoiled, which made the little girl extremely happy. It thought gleefully to itself, "Haha, from now on I have a backer." As long as I protect this little princess well, my future life will definitely be carefree. I really am too smart. Lying in Xiaoshi's arms, the Bai Luo beast said to him, exalted immortal after all, I was once an overlord of a region. Setting other things aside, just protecting the little lady here will be no problem at all. Xiaoshi really liked this kitten. She looked up with sparkling eyes and asked him, Father, can I keep it by my side? Li Tianyuan couldn't bear to refuse his precious daughter. He sighed and reluctantly agreed, all right. Although its strength is a bit lacking, it's fine for it to be your pet. Having received her father's approval, the little girl thanked him joyfully. Thank you, father. Then he conjured a sphere filled with spiritual energy. Tossing it toward the Bai Luo beast, it held the sphere in its paws and asked him curiously, Almighty boss, what are you doing? He replied, a little insurance in case you betray us. It asked fearfully, what happens if I betray you? Li Tianyuan only curled his lips into a cold smile. The Bai Luo beast was so terrified that its fur stood on end. A man ordered his subordinate, quickly go report to the Lord, that person has returned. Not long after, the carriage slowly came to a halt in front of the Myriad Pill Pavilion. Li Tianyuan stepped down from the carriage and instructed his wife and daughter, wait for me here. With that, he stepped into the Myriad Pill Pavilion alone. In contrast to the quiet scene outside, the interior was extremely bustling. Li Tianyuan walked slowly. The salesgirl looked up at him in surprise. She stood up and asked, does the young master need anything? If you are buying medicine, you can find me, but if you are looking for an alchemist, please turn left. Li Tianyuan replied, I'm looking for Dan Lao. She answered, Dan Lao, he is very busy. If it's truly urgent, you can go upstairs to meet him. Following the direction she pointed, he looked up to the upper floor. Then he handed her a pouch of money and said, please prepare Netherworld Lingjai, Millennium Blood Ginseng, 9 Heavens Jade Dew, and Soul-Severing Grass for me. Hearing this, she couldn't help but be surprised, asking him, Blood Ginseng and Lingjai combined with 9 Heavens Jade Dew are used to enhance vitality, but the Soul-Severing Grass is incompatible with them, and it's even highly toxic. What are you buying it for? At this moment, another man approached, answering on Li Tianyuan's behalf. To win over the young lady's favor, of course. Lately, quite a few people have been using the excuse of seeking Dan Lao to visit the Myriad Pill Pavilion, but in reality, they harbor ulterior motives and unpredictable intentions. He then cast a disdainful look at Li Tianyuan and spat contemptuously. What I despise the most are rich dandy boys like you, who only know how to spend money to buy a beauty smile. These medicinal herbs could be life-saving medicines for others. They are not toys for you. He then handed money to the girl. Miss, I wish to refine the meridian-mending pill. I will take the soul-severing grass. The girl looked at the two men in front of her in bewilderment. The girl pushed Li Tianyuan's money pouch back, tactfully refusing. I apologize, young master, but medicinal herbs should still be sold to those who truly need them. He stepped in front of her and said slowly, using soul-severing grass to compound the meridian-mending pill, once consumed over a long period, will be extremely dangerous. By doing this, you are harming him. The other man sneered at him. What an ignorant piece of trash. You don't even know the prescription for the meridian-mending pill, yet you're here bluffing. Get lost. The people present began to whisper among themselves. Did he say the meridian-mending pill refined with soul-severing grass is poison? How is that possible? Exactly, he's just spouting nonsense. Li Tianyuan only half closed his eyes, shaking his head slightly in resignation. To those determined to seek death, words of gold and pearls were just passing wind. The man acted as if his tail had been stepped on. His face turned flushed red and his trembling finger pointed straight at Li Tianyuan. What? You little brat, who did you just say is seeking death? Everyone heard it clearly. Demand justice for me and throw this wet behind the ears punk out of here right now. Right at that moment, the medicinal salesgirl suddenly spoke up with her clear voice. Wait a moment. Since this friend here insists that it is poison, he must also be an expert in the art of alchemy. In that case, please enlighten us. If the meridian-mending pill doesn't use soul-severing grass, which herb should it be replaced with? Yin-yang grass, Li Tianyuan replied curtly. The girl's delicate brows furrowed slightly, clearly revealing her doubt. Yin-yang grass naturally grows where two streams of qi intersect, and its efficacy in subduing blockages is real. But to use it for the meridian-mending pill. Before she could finish, an elderly man interjected, his voice full of questioning. Yin-yang grass is absolutely unacceptable. This old man is the chief steward of the Myriad Pill Pavilion's main hall, and I can tell you that people tested it long ago. The yin energy in the yin-yang grass, once refined into a pill, will only make the patient's meridians even more clogged. A man stood with his arms crossed, pouting arrogantly. That's right, any alchemist in the Myriad Pill Pavilion knows this detail. Another man immediately chimed in. I thought he was some eminent expert, turns out he's just a bragging little punk. That is because you used the wrong method, Li Tianyuan replied with a voice as cold as ice. At this point, a middle-aged man spoke up, his eyes scrutinizing. Then tell us, how should yin-yang grass be properly processed? Li Tianyuan calmly explained. Yin-yang grass fundamentally cycles between life and death qi. Refining the herb directly will cause the fire qi to stimulate the death qi. If you want to activate the life qi, you must use wine to refine the water qi. As soon as his explanation finished, the entire hall erupted into mocking laughter. Ha ha ha, what kind of joke is this? Using wine for alchemy? Or did this dandy drink too much and come here looking for fun? This is the Myriad Pill Pavilion, not a brothel where you can spout whatever nonsense you want. The chief steward frowned, looking at Li Tianyuan with a stern expression. Medicinal herbs are the core of pills. You cannot just make things up. You speak wildly and deceive people. From now on, if you want to buy medicine at the Myriad Pill Pavilion, you will have to pay 10 times the price as a warning. Li Tianyuan merely shook his head slightly, his voice flat and indifferent. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. A man in purple couldn't contain himself. Pointing straight at his face, he roared, You little brat, get out immediately. The Myriad Pill Pavilion doesn't welcome your kind. Don't stand here blocking us from buying medicine. This statement seemed to hit the crowd right where it itched, and they all booed in unison. That's right. He knows absolutely nothing but loves to show off. Haha, what a weirdo. Ignoring everyone, Li Tianyuan placed a heavy pouch of money on the counter and said to the medicinal salesgirl, Buying medicine. The surrounding crowd collectively snorted, throwing looks of utter disdain at him. The salesgirl, however, was completely dumbfounded. Her large, round eyes glued to him as she stammered wordlessly, You. Another man jumped out and said loudly, Miss, do you see? This guy is clearly here to cause trouble. I still want to refine the meridian-mending pill. Please sell the soul-severing grass to me. The girl regained her serious demeanor, her voice firm. The profession of alchemy involves human lives. The matter of the soul-severing grass must be clarified. Otherwise, the consequences could be unpredictable. After pondering for a moment, she turned to Li Tianyuan, her eyes full of inquiry. Since this young master insists on his viewpoint, why not show a bit of your strength and broaden everyone's horizons? How do you feel about participating in an alchemy competition? An old man immediately agreed. That's right. Whether it's real or fake, just test it once and the truth will be revealed. Li Tianyuan did not show any objection. He leisurely approached the wine jug. He casually reached out and effortlessly lifted it up. Then, glancing around the hall, his confident voice rang out. In that case today, I will let you all witness what the water alchemy method truly is. This name was completely foreign to everyone. They looked at each other in bewilderment. Water alchemy method? What the hell is that? Is he planning to use water to refine pills? How could the temperature be sufficient? Let's just see what kind of trick he's playing. With that, Li Tianyuan handed the girl a piece of paper and instructed, Prepare all the medicinal ingredients listed here. The girl looked at the paper and muttered, Top-grade yin-yang grass, extreme yin snail, dark orchid mushroom. These things. Hearing the list of ingredients, the crowd was once again in an uproar. How is he going to refine the meridian-restoring pill with those? They are all highly toxic and extremely cold in nature. Is he trying to kill someone? Exactly. The girl, who had been deep in thought, suddenly looked up and shouted, Everyone be quiet. She warned the crowd. Once entering the alchemy area, the participant is protected by the rules of Wandan Pavilion. Before the pill is fully formed, absolutely no one is allowed to interfere. Anyone who violates this will be permanently expelled from Wandan Pavilion. You all better stand and watch quietly. After speaking, she turned to Li Tianyuan. The medicinal ingredients you requested will be brought right away. Not long after, the girl returned with all the requested ingredients. Li Tianyuan merely waved his hand, and all the ingredients flew into the air. The refinement process officially began. He tilted the wine jug, letting a clear stream of water flow out as his voice echoed softly. Water alchemy method. using water to nourish all living things. The rare, medicinal ingredients quickly submerged into the water. Immediately after, Li Tianyuan channeled his true qi, enveloping all the ingredients. He spoke in a steady tone, "Extract the essence, eliminate the impurities." In an instant, the stream of true qi began radiating vibrant ribbons of color. The girl was so astonished that her jaw dropped. My goodness, how incredible! This person's true qi is so profound. His strength must have reached the Dinghu realm. Only now did a new question pop into her mind. Could it be that everything he had said from the beginning was true? A moment later, those ribbons of color blended together, forming a dazzling mass of golden light. Li Tianyuan spoke again, his voice seemingly carrying a magical power. Heavenly essence converges, the great furnace ignites itself. He pointed his finger at the mass of golden light and shouted, "Gather." A blinding flash of emerald light erupted, engulfing the entire room. The crowd hastily raised their hands to shield their eyes as panicked screams echoed out. "Ah, my eyes, what the hell is this? I can't see anything." The girl was also deeply horrified, her mind reeling. Impossible. How could he manage such an incredibly high temperature? A moment later, the blinding light shifted into a mystical purple hue. A pill adorned with intricate patterns was successfully refined. Li Tianyuan summoned it into the palm of his hand. Looking at the pill in his hand, everyone could not help but be astounded. Did he really succeed? This color, this level of perfection. It is undeniably the meridian-restoring pill without a doubt. Even so, some remained unconvinced. A man spoke up with a skeptical look. "Are we supposed to just take your word for it? Who knows if this is a fake pill or not?" Li Tianyuan nonchalantly replied, "Whether it is real or fake, testing it once will make it clear." This statement made the man hesitate a bit. With so many toxic ingredients in there, what if he lost his life? He still cherished his life too much. Suddenly, another man stepped forward, standing in front of Li Tianyuan. His voice was cold yet resolute. "I was born without meridians in my left arm, and the meridian-restoring pill is simply too expensive. I've never been able to afford it. It's a gamble anyway, so let me test it." Li Tianyuan nodded in agreement. "Fine," and handed the pill to him. Receiving the pill, the man didn't hesitate for a second, immediately popping it into his mouth and swallowing it down. Just a second later, the veins on his body bulged wildly, and cold sweat poured down like rain. The excruciating pain made it impossible for him to hold back a heart-wrenching scream. He then rolled around on the ground, looking absolutely agonizing. The onlookers couldn't help but be horrified, whispering among themselves, "What happened? Could it be? The toxicity is acting up." Suddenly, a man pointed straight at Li Tianyuan's face and yelled, "As expected, this guy is up to no good. How bold, daring to publicly commit murder right here. Guards, arrest him." As soon as the words left his mouth, his subordinates quickly surrounded Li Tianyuan. Right at that moment, the medicine-selling girl gestured for them to stop. "Wait, look at his arm." Only then did everyone focus their attention on the left arm of the writhing man. It was tensing up, the muscle fibers twitching incessantly. A minute later, his hand was able to move flexibly. The man sat bolt upright, staring blankly at his hand, his voice trembling in sheer disbelief. Am I cured?" He instantly stood up straight, cupped his hands together and bowed deeply to thank Li Tianyuan. "Thank you, benefactor, for bestowing this medicine. I am endlessly grateful." Li Tianyuan did not reply. He simply turned to the medicine-selling girl and asked a single question. "Have you seen clearly now?" Knowing she had misjudged him, the girl sincerely admitted, "The truth is right before our eyes. We were blind and wrongfully blamed you, young master." Now everyone in the hall, without a word, had their eyes wide open in sheer amazement. A cacophony of chatter erupted like a broken beehive. Recovered in the blink of an eye. How is that possible? This near-fatal alchemy method. Is it actually real? As a result, without prompting, the entire crowd frantically rushed forward to surround Li Tianyuan, their voices brimming with excitement. "Young master, do you have any more pills? We can make a trade with you." "Yes, we also need the meridian-restoring pill. We beg the young master for mercy. May I ask, could you possibly sell this alchemy method to us?" By this point, Li Tianyuan was extremely annoyed, and an invisible, overwhelming pressure began radiating from his body. The chaotic crowd suddenly felt this terrifying aura. Their bodies instinctively trembled, and they did not dare to take another step forward. At this moment, the medicine-selling girl asked, If your pill is the correct one, then what will happen to those who continue to consume pills made with the original alchemy method? He replied coldly. Their meridians will be corroded, their souls chained, and eventually they will become mindless husks. This answer sent a shockwave through everyone. No one had expected the consequences to be so severe. What? How could that be? The one who provided this alchemy method has truly committed a heinous crime. Suddenly, an authoritative voice boomed from the entrance. How audacious! Elder Xuan Qing, leading a group of men, stormed in aggressively. The man who had just ordered his subordinates to arrest Li Tianyuan hastily bowed his head in deep respect. Greetings, Elder Xuan Qing. He shot Li Tianyuan a murderous glare and bellowed. HMPH, who do you think you are to spout such demonic lies and deceive the masses here? The alchemy method for the meridian restoring pill was meticulously collected by the current Prime Minister Lin, who then gifted it to Wan Dan Pavilion. It has been jointly verified by numerous grandmasters. How can we allow a nameless nobody like you to smear it? Before Li Tianyuan even needed to speak, the crowd clamored to explain. Elder, he just successfully refined the meridian restoring pill. That's right, we witnessed with our own eyes this man's arm being cured. He didn't believe a word they said and let out a disdainful scoff. HMPH, didn't he intentionally create a blinding flash of light just now? Who knows if he secretly played a trick, using the substituting the plum for the peach technique to sacrifice someone in order to deceive you all. Hearing this, the man whose arm had just been cured began to look bewildered. Li Tianyuan spoke up, requesting the girl, show me the alchemy method. Elder Xuan Qing instantly flew into a rage, moving to surround him while roaring. Who do you think you are to pull tricks at Wan Dan Pavilion? Watch me capture you. A glowing chain descended from the sky, tightly wrapping around his body. Li Tianyuan remained calmly standing in his place. He let the man deploy all his tricks. More and more chains appeared, restricting him tightly. It seemed Elder Xuan Qing was beginning to lose his strength. His face turned pale, and cold sweat streamed down. He thought to himself, this brat is so young, how can he possess such terrifying strength? Could he be an enemy from some rival family, intentionally coming here to make things difficult for Prime Minister Lin? At this moment, a man stepped forward to advise him. Elder, hold your hand. This young man's strength is unfathomably deep. I'm afraid he might have the power of a great emperor. The moment he finished speaking, Li Tianyuan used just one hand to effortlessly snap all the chains. The medicine-selling girl was incredibly anxious and cried out inwardly, this is bad. She hurriedly stepped between the two and loudly mediated. Gentlemen, our Wan Dan Pavilion values the Tao of alchemy. If there are any doubts, please resolve them through an alchemy competition. Do not resort to violence. She then turned to Li Tianyuan and said, the alchemy method you requested, I will bring it right away. After saying so, the girl glanced at Elder Xuan Qing. He snorted coldly. Fine. Since you keep insisting that the alchemy method has issues, then this elder will use the Tao of alchemy to debate with you. Li Tianyuan nodded in agreement. All right. Not long after, the girl brought the alchemy method, handed it to him and said, please take a look, young master. If you can point out the flaws in this method, it would also be a great blessing for everyone. Li Tianyuan began flipping through the pages. Elder Xuan Qing still didn't believe it. He muttered, stone bone grass combined with mystic jade marrow, with 100 spirit fruit aiding the fusion, and the dosage of soul-igniting flower strictly controlled. As for the pill fire, it is naturally managed by experienced alchemists. How could it be as terrible as you claim? In just a few moments, Li Tianyuan finished reading. He closed the book and tossed it straight at Elder Xuan Qing. Everyone cried out in shock. Impossible! Could this method really have a problem? We're doomed. My young master is also taking this pill. What do we do now? Elder Xuan Qing was so furious that his face turned bright red. He pointed at Li Tianyuan and roared, You are speaking nonsense and viciously slandering people. Then he turned to explain to the crowd. Stone bone grass combined with mystic jade marrow, with 100 spirit fruit aiding the fusion, and the dosage of soul-igniting flower meticulously controlled. As for the pill fire, it will certainly be managed by a mature alchemist. How could it be as terrible as you say? I see you are just nitpicking and deliberately stirring up public unrest. His explanation seemed somewhat reasonable, and a few people began to nod in agreement. That sounds logical. The girl suddenly recalled what Dan Lao had once said. Although these alchemy methods are effective, there are some combinations of medicinal ingredients that are baffling. She began to harbor doubts. Could what this man said actually be true? Elder Xu Wenqing continued sternly. Moreover, whether your meridian restoring pill is truly effective or not, I must test it once more to prevent you from using fakes to confuse the real thing. Saying that, he pointed at the man whose arm was just cured. You, come here. I want to use the pill testing device, drawing your blood to examine it. After saying this, he turned his head and glared at the man. Very quickly, a pill testing device shaped like a kiln was brought out. He glanced at Li Tianyuan, secretly despising him in his heart. HMPH, you little brat, who told you to be so arrogant and ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Afterwards, a subordinate took a drop of the man's blood and dripped it into the device. The drop of blood landed right on the kiln's tongue. Its two eyes suddenly flared brightly. Then its entire body seemed to burst into flames. It opened its mouth and let out an earth-shattering roar, lunging straight at the crowd. The girl was so terrified that she screamed and ran away. Li Tianyuan only cast a slight sideways glance. The oppressive aura radiating from his gaze caused the ferocious kiln to abruptly freeze in midair, completely immobilized. A man rushed out and struck a palm at it, shouting, "Watch out!" The kiln instantly shattered into pieces. The subordinate anxiously ran over and helped the girl, who had fallen to the ground, back up. "Miss, are you all right?" The girl shook her head and replied, "I am fine." He breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. If anything happened to you, we wouldn't know how to explain it to Dan Lao." Everyone present in the room was scared stiff. Their faces were deathly pale, and their mouths gaped open in extreme horror. Elder Xu Wenqing pointed at Li Tianyuan's face and continued scolding. "You bastard! Your thing isn't a meridian-restoring pill at all. It's clearly a demonic pill meant to snatch souls and steal spirits, luring people into demonic possession." His subordinates also chimed in to criticize. "To think you are an alchemy grandmaster, yet you concocted such a toxic pill, and even publicly slandered Wan Dan Pavilion's alchemy method. What exactly are your intentions?" The man who had just tested the medicine anxiously pleaded with Elder Xu Wenqing for help. Why is it like this? Am I dead for sure? Elder Xu Wenqing, please save me." Public opinion began leaning toward the elder. People whispered and gossiped. Is it really a toxic pill? But earlier it was so clear. "I told you, what teenage grandmaster? He's a complete fraud." Elder Xu Wenqing told him, "Your matter will be dealt with later." With that, he commanded, "Heed my orders. Activate the Wan Dan Pavilion array and subdue him." As soon as his words fell, the array was immediately activated, and streams of purple spiritual energy enveloped the entire room. The girl widened her eyes in astonishment and loudly tried to stop them. Elder Xu Wenqing, wait. He said coldly, "Miss Yan, step back. We are doing this for the prestige of Wan Dan Pavilion. Please do not interfere." The girl thought to herself, "It seems I have to find someone who can manage this situation." With that thought, she turned and hastily left. Li Tianyuan shook his head slightly and said coldly, "As expected, even in Wan Dan Pavilion, not everyone is a pure alchemist like Yan Kai." Xu Wenqing immediately denied his words. "What nonsense are you spewing? It is obvious that you slandered Wan Dan Pavilion's alchemy method and used a toxic pill to deceive people. The evidence is irrefutable. What else is there to deny?" Li Tianyuan gave a thumbs up, mocking him. "Irrefutable evidence. It truly is exactly that." The moment he finished speaking, one of the elder subordinates was suddenly set ablaze by an invisible fire, screaming in sheer agony. He cried out for help in terror. "Save me!" The flames flared up more intensely. Elder Xu Wenqing pointed at Li Tianyuan's face and yelled, "You brat! You dare! Suppress this villain at once lest he hurts anyone else." Hearing his command, the subordinates continued to power the array. The streams of purple spiritual energy formed into ropes that tightly bound him. The elder sneered. "Within Wan Dan Pavilion's array, even if you were a great emperor, you wouldn't be able to escape." Li Tianyuan stood there, without moving an inch. He spoke sarcastically. "This river confinement technique of Yang Ming is of the lowest grade. It seems he wasn't fully committed when he helped Wan Dan Pavilion set up this array." Li Tianyuan casually walked forward, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. How is this possible? Why are you still able to move?" He looked at the man burning in the flames and began to explain. "Black kiln powder, odorless and colorless." Upon contact with fire, it burns the heart and hollows out the bones. As he spoke, a small flame suddenly ignited on his fingertip. You secretly slipped it in, didn't you? Saying that, he glanced at Elder Xuan Qing with a profoundly suggestive look. A second later, the elder and his subordinates all spat out blood simultaneously. A man loudly retorted, "You are slandering us. There's no way we would do such a thing." Another added, "Elder Xuan Qing's judgment is never wrong. Brat, do you have the guts to bet on the Tao of alchemy with him?" The crowd, enjoying the drama, all joined in. "Elder Xuan Qing, don't be afraid of him. Challenge him in the Tao of alchemy." "That's right, high or low ability. Testing it once will reveal everything. If you dare to compete, then we will believe you." Elder Xuan Qing appeared worried and spoke up. The medicinal ingredients required for an alchemy wager are quite precious, if it's just for a nobody like this." Right then, a generous voice rang out. "Get out of the way, everyone. This young master will cover the cost of the ingredients." The person who just spoke was Caiyan Duo, the one who had recently been beaten until his face was swollen like a pig's head. They asked each other in bewilderment, "Who is this pig head? Isn't this young master Caiyan? How did he end up in such a state?" Caiyan Duo pointed at the two whispering people and scolded, "What are you chattering about? Shut your mouths." Following that, he said to the elder, "You are Elder Xuan Qing, right? There's no need to worry about the ingredients. You just focus on performing your best." His excuse to back down had been ruined. Elder Xuan Qing found himself in a slightly awkward position. Before he could finish, Caiyan Duo loudly declared, "Since it is a bet, there must be a prize. From what I see, the wager should be." Li Tianyuan softly spat out, "Our lives." Everyone present gasped in shock. "What? Betting so big? Are you crazy?" He then continued, "As alchemists, you have cast aside your dignity, so I will help you retain your final shred of face. Let's begin." At this moment, Caiyan Duo leaned close to Elder Xuan Qing's ear and whispered, "He dared to order his servant to beat me. This young master wants his life. If you can achieve this, I will definitely gift you countless wealth." These words solidified his resolve even more. "Very well. I have immersed myself in the Tao of alchemy for so many years. How could I be afraid of a mere brat? Moreover, I still have my secret magical treasure." With that thought, he spoke up, "I understand. Rest assured, young Master Caiyan, he is as good as dead." He then pointed at Li Tianyuan and said, "Since you want to bet with lives, then this old man will play along to the end for the honor of Wandan Pavilion. Today, I will make your soul scatter and your spirit shatter within the pill fire of Wandan Pavilion." Saying this, he spread his arms wide, his voice echoing, "I have a way to win, but I need the help of my fellow alchemists here. Once this is done, I will impart my personal insights on the Tao of alchemy to you all." Caiyan Duo gave a thumbs up, praising him. "Excellent. Elder Xuan Qing is truly worthy of being the top alchemist of Wandan Pavilion. So responsible indeed." He threw 2 large bags of money onto the ground, declaring grandly, "As long as you can win, I will give you heavy rewards." The people present began murmuring, discussing animatedly. Arms shot up enthusiastically. "Great, count me in." With young Master Caiyan throwing his full support behind this, what is there to fear from this guy? "Me too, I will lend my strength to Elder Xuan Qing." "Me too." Feigning gratitude, he announced, "Thank you, fellow Taoists. With your help, I am certain to defeat this villain." A man spoke up, "Elder, could it be that you want to?" He nodded and replied, "Exactly. The hearts of the people can be utilized. I can perfectly seize this opportunity to display my strength, preventing the world from only knowing Dan Lao and not us." In his heart, he felt secretly fortunate. Thank goodness Prime Minister Lin anticipated this situation and gave me the magical treasure in advance. Today will be the time I elevate my own name. After that, Elder Xuan Qing stood in the center of the room and began chanting the incantation. "Sun, moon, and stars, refine all creations. I invoke the treasure cauldron to eradicate evil and subdue demons." As soon as the words fell, a gigantic treasured cauldron appeared. The people present couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. Could this be the burning heaven immortal cauldron? Elder Xuan Qing maintained his imposing posture and laughed arrogantly. "Ha, exactly. This is the alchemy immortal artifact, the burning heaven immortal cauldron. With this treasured cauldron in hand, even a grandmaster cannot compare to me." An old man shook his head slightly, stroking his beard with a sigh. "Alas, what a pity." The man standing next to him chimed in, With an immortal cauldron, Elder Xu Wenqing is completely on par with a grandmaster. At this moment, Elder Xu Wenqing stared fiercely at Li Tianyuan like an eagle. He spoke with a voice like an Usra from hell. Let's see if you can still be this arrogant later. Today, I will let you die knowing exactly why. We will compete in refining the realm-breaking pill. Pausing here, he loudly challenged Li Tianyuan. Well, do you dare to refine this type of pill? Even as he issued the provocation, he was already confident in his heart. I obtained this pill recipe from Lin Xiang 5 years ago and have long since mastered it completely. Combined with the burning heaven immortal cauldron, I will definitely crush this brat. Then, pointing to the alchemy furnaces in the room, he feigned generosity. Now that we have all the ingredients, I'll let you choose your furnace first, lest others say that the Wan Dan Pavilion lacks manners. Li Tianyuan shook his head in refusal. No need, just start already. Upon saying this, Elder Xu Wenqing and 2 others from the Wan Dan Pavilion began their refinement. The 3 of them channeled their spiritual energy into the furnaces together, producing a loud boom. The alchemy furnace radiated a blinding golden light. Next, they arranged the necessary medicinal herbs and tossed them all into the furnace. While they were all highly concentrated on refining, Li Tianyuan stood completely motionless, looking entirely unbothered. Qian Duo muttered suspiciously. HMPH, this guy is playing tricks again. Is he just standing there trying to figure out how to run away later? Having thought of this, he ordered his servant. In a moment, go inform the Imperial City Guards and the escorts of the Wan Dan Pavilion to completely seal this place off. We can't let that brat lose and make a run for it. Suddenly, Li Tianyuan spoke. The Li fire is 3 parts too strong. The can water is delayed by 1 breath, causing the azure indigo herb to lose its optimal efficacy. You are truly just making up the numbers. The person whose flaw was exposed couldn't help but flinch in panic. He glared furiously at Li Tianyuan. You. Without letting him finish, Li Tianyuan continued. The wood spiritual chi of the red pine wood is too excessive, swallowing its fire chi. Forcing the speed out of stubbornness is simply a waste. Right at this moment, one of the men coughed up a mouthful of blood. Then he collapsed to his knees. The one whose flaw was exposed earlier stared wide-eyed, his jaw dropping in disbelief at what he had just seen. Li Tianyuan kindly explained. Unstable pill fire, shallow foundation, wasted materials, jumbled order of medicinal catalysts, and inverted roles of primary and secondary ingredients. You are only harming yourself and others. Hearing this, Elder Xu Wenqing was so enraged that smoke practically came out of his ears. Burning with anger, he roared. Despicable cur, are you trying to use this method to distract us? Li Tianyuan replied coldly. Just a bunch of jumping clowns. Elder Xu Wenqing continued his refinement. He sneered at Li Tianyuan and shouted a warning. Since you're so arrogant, don't end up empty-handed later, and don't use this as an excuse to play dirty tricks. A while later, a translucent purple dragon flew out from the alchemy furnace. Someone shouted excitedly. The realm-breaking pill, it's a success. Elder Xu Wenqing retrieved the pill into his hand. He held up the realm-breaking pill and sneered, Brat, my pill is right here. Where is yours? The onlookers gaped in astonishment upon seeing the pill in his hand. They exclaimed one after another. This luster has almost reached the level of a rank 1 immortal pill. Elder Xu Wenqing is truly formidable. It seems that besides Dan Lao, the Wan Dan Pavilion has gained another genius capable of shouldering great responsibilities. Qian Duo laughed gleefully. Ha ha ha, can't pretend anymore, can you? Elder Xu Wenqing's immortal pill is out of the furnace. There's only the time of 1 incense stick left before the match ends. Even an immortal wouldn't be able to make it in time. Don't tell me you want to run away now. Li Tianyuan merely gave him a fleeting, indifferent glance. By this time, the subordinates had already surrounded him from all sides. Qian Duo stood behind him, arrogantly declaring, Even if you want to run now, it's too late. In front, Elder Xu Wenqing pointed at his face and berated, Brat, surrender without a fight and stretch your neck out for the blade. Completely ignoring them, Li Tianyuan took out some vials containing pills. Then he tightly clenched his fist. Now 2 streams of chi, 1 azure and 1 crimson, appeared and intertwined. The people present were deeply astounded, completely clueless about what he was doing. Someone asked, What is he doing? Another replied, We have never seen anyone perform void alchemy like this. Even a blind man could see that this technique is probably even more incredible than universe in the palm. Could it be? This person is not just an alchemy grandmaster, but a legendary supreme grandmaster. Elder Xu Wenqing couldn't believe his eyes. He muttered, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Using pills to refine pills, I've never even heard of such a thing. He just knows he's about to lose, so he's gone mad and is just messing around." From within his clenched fist, hues of azure merged with gold and crimson, intertwining in a visually stunning display. When he opened his hand, everyone was even more astounded. There lay a pill with intricate patterns, radiating a brilliantly bright golden aura. Someone cried out in sheer horror, This is a rank 1 immortal pill." Hearing this, everyone was thoroughly shell-shocked. What? They hadn't heard wrong, had they? Qian Duo rubbed his eyes, muttering to himself, "Are my eyes playing tricks on me, or am I dreaming?" Then he told his subordinate, "Pinch me." The subordinate didn't hold back at all, pinching hard on his swollen, dumpling-like cheek. Qian Duo yelped in pain. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. It's real, it's actually real." Enraged, he punched the subordinate who had just pinched him so hard that the man coughed up blood. His face turned deathly pale as he looked at Li Tianyuan, murmuring, "To think, it really is a rank 1 immortal pill." Elder Xu Wenqing mumbled deliriously, "Impossible. I only managed to refine mine with the help of the burning heaven immortal cauldron. How could he?" The crowd seized the opportunity to murmur and gossip. "So who won in the end? Can't you tell? They are both rank 1 immortal pills. Who do you think won? No matter how potent a realm-breaking pill is, it simply cannot compare to the efficacy of a true rank 1 immortal pill." Elder Xu Wenqing refused to believe what was unfolding before his very eyes. He pointed at Li Tianyuan's face and cursed, "Impossible. How could a rank 1 immortal pill be refined so easily? It must be a fake." Qian Duo chimed in, "That's right, can anyone prove it? Have any of you ever seen one before?" These words actually made sense. The people present nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we've never seen the real thing." "Me neither. I've only heard that a rank 1 immortal pill has unique pill veins. Moreover, when it appeared just now, it was indeed." Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling Qian Duo. "I can prove that this is indeed a rank 1 immortal pill." The person who spoke up was Dan Lao, standing right in front of his daughter. Elder Xu Wenqing hastily filed his complaint. "Dan Lao, this person came to the Wan Dan Pavilion, relying on his alchemy cultivation to turn black into white and falsely accuse our Wan Dan Pavilion's pill formulas of being flawed. I implore you to activate the killing array and suppress this villain." Suddenly, Li Tianyuan used his spiritual energy to snatch the pill right out of the elder's hand. Elder Xu Wenqing cried out in shock, "What?" In the blink of an eye, the pill was resting securely in Li Tianyuan's hand. He then used the medicinal power of the rank 1 immortal pill to stimulate the realm-breaking pill. Someone gasped in disbelief. Using the medicinal power of a rank 1 immortal pill to stimulate a realm-breaking pill. Is this something a human can even do? A wisp of black mist rose, mingling with the red aura. Qian Duo was so flabbergasted that his entire body seemed to lose all strength, standing frozen in place like a statue. A moment later, the pill in his hand emitted a red aura. He said indifferently, "An unorthodox refinement method with conflicting pharmacology. It may look effective, but in reality, it is full of hidden perils. Prolonged use will undoubtedly cause abnormalities." At this point, the onlookers finally believed his words. They murmured to one another, "Ah, so what he said was true. Elder Xu Wenqing's immortal pill really does have side effects." Just now, when the two immortal pills interacted, the medicinal essences vaporized, forcing the pill toxins out. Elder Xu Wenqing still refused to accept it. Stubbornly trying to clear his name, he pointed at Li Tianyuan and yelled, He is slandering me. He's slandering me." Suddenly, Dan Lao spoke up. "Whether it is slander or not, the truth is laid bare before our eyes." Following that, Dan Lao cupped his fists and politely said to Li Tianyuan, "Mr. Li, today's incident was caused by a petty villain. The Wan Dan Pavilion has been lax in its management, making a laughingstock of ourselves before you." Elder Xu Wenqing turned purple with rage. Gritting his teeth, he squeezed out every word. "Dan Lao, what are you doing? A petty villain? Could it be you are referring to me?" Dan Lao shot him a razor-sharp glare and spoke coldly. "As an alchemist of the Wan Dan Pavilion, you actually resorted to drugging and harming others. A jar of profound scale powder was originally under your supervision. Are you going to tell me you don't know how it ended up there?" After that, Dan Lao declared, "From this day forth, Xu Wenqing is stripped of all his positions, expelled from the Wan Dan Pavilion, and shall never be hired again. Without a shred of remorse, he arrogantly warned, "Fine, very well, Yan Kai. To think you would actually expel me from the Wan Dan Pavilion. I hope when the time comes you won't regret this. I will go find Lin Xiang to demand justice." With that, he decisively spun around to leave the Wan Dan Pavilion. Before he even reached the door, he was blocked by Li Tianyuan. Opening his mouth, he spat out 2 words, "The wager." At this point, the elder completely lost his composure, pointing at his face and screaming, "The wager? Do you actually want the life of?" Before he could even finish his sentence, he coughed up blood and collapsed. With just a single finger, Li Tianyuan had sent him to the afterlife. Dan Lao and all the witnesses were absolutely stunned, their jaws practically dropping to the floor. Elder Xu Wenqing was now nothing but a lifeless corpse sprawled out on the ground. The atmosphere sank into a suffocating silence, with no one daring to utter a single word. Li Tianyuan shifted his gaze toward Dan Lao. The girl trembled as she exclaimed, "Thank goodness the servant was quick-witted enough to call for reinforcements earlier. Otherwise, with this man's towering murderous intent going berserk, he probably wouldn't be satisfied until he had turned heaven and earth upside down." Dan Lao shook his head slightly in weariness. It was all because Xu Wenqing was boundlessly greedy, ultimately bringing death upon himself. Luckily, the situation was still under control. Dan Lao hastily had someone bring up several rare medicinal herbs, then respectfully cupped his fists. "Here are the Nether Spirit Mushroom, the Millennium Blood Ginseng, the 9 Heavens Jade Dew, and the Soul-Severing Grass that you requested, sir. All are of the highest quality. Please accept them and quell your anger." The premium medicinal herbs were neatly arranged on a silver tray. Li Tianyuan nodded in satisfaction. Dan Lao kindly offered a gentle reminder, "Sir, although Xu Wenqing is dead, the one backing him is the current Lin Xiang, whose power overshadows the very skies. I'm afraid trouble will find its way to you in the future." It turned out that Lin Xiang's wild ambitions had always been brewing. He had even interfered in the internal affairs of the Wan Dan Pavilion on multiple occasions, secretly roping in countless alchemists, truly a man with the heart of a wolf. Speaking of this, he shook his head in distress again, especially regarding the refinement of the elixir of immortality for His Majesty. He pulled the strings to make the Emperor issue an edict, pushing this heavy burden onto me. Li Tianyuan suddenly asked, "The elixir of immortality?" The girl turned her head to look at him. Li Tianyuan waved his hand indifferently, his tone nonchalant. "A measly Lin Xiang is nothing in my eyes. The walls have ears here. Let's find somewhere else to talk. I need to deal with Zhu Yi's problem first." Dan Lao nodded repeatedly. Yes, then please, Mr. Li and Madam, let's head upstairs to talk where it's more convenient." Returning to the carriage, while Xiao Yi was fully focused on cultivating, Li Tianyuan used the medicinal herbs he had just obtained from the Wan Dan Pavilion and immediately set to work refining a pill. Before long, a spiritual pill lay perfectly in the palm of his hand. He gently placed the pill into Xiao Yi's mouth. After the little boy swallowed the pill, he proceeded to channel his spiritual energy into his son's body. Xiao Yi focused on absorbing the energy, and an azure aura began to envelop his body. Dan Lao stood by watching, nodding in admiration. So that's how it is. Even if the medicinal ingredients clash, they can still be harmonized through special techniques, producing miraculous effects. Perhaps the elixir of immortality can also be refined this way. I have truly been enlightened. Li Tianyuan shook his head slightly, cutting him off. "No need. Comprehending it yourself is your own serendipity." Shi Yanhan asked worriedly, "Xiao Yi, is he?" Guessing what she was about to ask, he answered directly, "His true energy is already flowing smoothly. He just needs to regulate his breathing for a moment and he will be fine." Hearing the good news, her mood immediately brightened, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. "That's wonderful then." Suddenly, Dan Lao dropped to his knees before him, pleading earnestly, "Sir, you are truly a master. In the past, this Yan Kai was complacent about his alchemy skills, but seeing you today made me realize I am merely a frog in a well. I beg you to show mercy and accept this humble one as your disciple. Yan Kai is willing to serve you day and night just to receive your guidance." Li Tianyuan looked aloof and shook his head. "I will not." Dan Lao persisted in his pleas. "I know my knowledge is shallow and my aptitude is poor, but this disciple is willing to offer my entire life's devotion to alchemy, including the immortal pills and all the assets of the Wan Dan Pavilion, just hoping you will illuminate a path for me. Yet, Li Tianyuan still paid him no mind. All of a sudden, Dan Lao shouted, "If you do not accept me, sir, Yan Kai's path in alchemy is essentially over. Living is meaningless, I might as well just die." With that, he raised his hand to commit suicide, causing the girl standing nearby to scream in panic, "Don't!" In the nick of time, Li Tianyuan intervened and stopped Dan Lao. Seeing this scene, Zhao felt a pang of compassion and pleaded, "Father, please just accept him." Zhao also chimed in, "That's right, father. Dan Lao is a good person. He helped us a lot along the way." Li Tianyuan turned to look at Dan Lao, meeting his unwavering, resolute gaze. Then he glanced at the two pairs of sparkling, expectant eyes beside him, feeling utterly helpless against this trio. Finally, he gave in. "Very well, I will provisionally accept you as an in-name disciple." Receiving his approval, Dan Lao kowtowed in sheer joy. Disciple Yan Kai pays his respects to master. The girl beside them rubbed her forehead, truly at a loss for words regarding her family. Dan Lao looked worriedly at the girl. She bowed her head apologetically. "I suddenly feel a bit tired. Please excuse me, I will go back to my room to rest." Zhao watched the retreating figures of Dan Lao and the girl, curiously asking Yan Han, "Mother, that big sister?" She shook her head gently, indicating she didn't know either. Right at that moment, the father and daughter stepped into the room. The girl sat quietly in a corner. Afterward, Li Tianyuan asked him, "That is your older sister, isn't it?" The question caught him completely off guard. He turned back in panic. Master, you already knew." Zhao felt as if struck by lightning upon hearing this. Her eyes widened in astonishment. That big sister just now is Dan Lao's older sister, but Dan Lao's hair is completely white while she looks so young. He gently explained, "It's not that strange. She suffers from a rare condition, which is why her appearance hasn't aged, making her look entirely different from Dan Lao." He bowed his head and explained, "Master is very perceptive. This disciple's sister slumbers all year round, only awakening for a little over a month every decade. This disciple has spent a lifetime studying the alchemy Tao purely with the initial goal of refining a cure for her, so she could live a normal life." Saying this, he let out a self-deprecating laugh. "Ironically, I hold the title of the #1 alchemist of Dong Sui, yet I am completely powerless against my sister's illness, only able to watch helplessly as she sleeps year after year. Every time she awakens, it is merely a fleeting reunion. And then it is followed by another endless, deep slumber. As a useless younger brother, in those moments, the two of us can only look at each other and swallow our tears." Hearing the story, the two children couldn't hold back their tears. Zhao sniffled, "Dan Lao is so pitiful. His sister stays young forever while he grows old." Zhao nodded in agreement. "That's right. If I only got to see mother for 1 month every 10 years, I wouldn't know how to live." Yan Han gently patted and comforted the two children. Li Tianyuan asked Dan Lao, "How long has your sister been awake this time?" Dan Lao replied sorrowfully, "Reporting to master, it's been over 20 days. He instructed, "Over the next few days, pay close attention to her condition. As for her illness, I already have some clues." Dan Lao felt like he had grabbed a life-saving straw in the midst of despair, his voice trembling. Master, are you telling the truth? My sister, can she really be saved?" He nodded in confirmation. "Indeed, but before that I need to look into someone." Dan Lao curiously asked who it was. Li Tianyuan coldly stated a name, "The formation master, Mr. Ming Hao." Dan Lao recounted what he knew. "From what I've heard, Mr. Ming Hao seems to be at the military camp outside the city, helping the emperor set up some sort of formation. For what matter does master seek him?" He walked past him and said, "Do not ask so many questions. Just wait here, I'll be back in a while." Dan Lao cupped his fist in compliance. "Yes." Zhao and Zhao reminded him in unison, "Come back quickly, father." A short while later, he arrived at the city gates. Li Tianyuan stood before the city gates, which were heavily guarded. The guard blocked his way and shouted, "Military restricted area. Unauthorized personnel are forbidden from entering." Li Tianyuan spoke up, "I am here to see Mr. Ming Hao." Hearing this, the guard held out his hand and asked, "Do you have a passage token?" Seeing him remain silent, the guard knew he didn't have one and flatly declared, "No entry without a token. If you have no business here, then leave at once." Right at that moment, a man leading a squad of soldiers came galloping over. The leader introduced himself. "I am Chief Commander Wang Shuang. Open the gates for me." The guard asked politely, "May I ask if the chief commander has any military orders? Do you have a token?" Wang Shuang's face turned icy cold as he frowned and asked back, "A token?" Following that, he swung his whip at the guard, sneering arrogantly, "My brother-in-law is Lin Xiang's son-in-law. My face is the token." Wang Shuang lashed his whip once more and cursed, "What the hell are you to dare block my path? Open the gates." The guard still did not obey Wang Shuang, standing entirely motionless. He gritted out his words coldly, "Very well. It seems you brutes are deliberately opposing Lin Xiang." With that said, he ordered the subordinates behind him, "Teach them a lesson." And so his lackeys rushed forward and beat the guards mercilessly, punching and kicking while cursing, "You blind dogs!" Suddenly, Li Tianyuan unleashed a kick, sending them flying. Seeing someone meddling, Wang Shuang roared furiously, "Who the hell are you, daring to touch my men?" He retorted in an ice-cold voice, "Lin Xiang's prestige is quite terrifying, isn't it? Even a random bootlicker dares to throw his weight around in a military camp and bully the soldiers." Wang Shuang had never been insulted like this before. Growing even more furious, he pointed straight at his face and shrieked, "You little brat, whose backing do you have to dare act so brazenly? You look extremely suspicious to me. You must be an enemy spy. How dare you collude with the enemy and let a spy into the military camp without permission? You've got some nerve. Capture him for me." With that, he ordered his subordinates to charge forward and attack him. Li Tianyuan remained standing where he was, but the imposing aura he exuded made others tremble. Seeing the crowd not daring to move, Wang Shuang urged loudly, "He's just bluffing. Catch him for me." As soon as his words fell, all of his subordinates were sent flying by Li Tianyuan's overwhelming pressure. He jumped off his horse, pointed at Li Tianyuan's face and stammered, You dare to commit violence right in front of the military camp." Suddenly, Li Tianyuan tightly grabbed his wrist. Then he lifted him completely off the ground. Wang Shuang screamed in agony, "Ah, let go, you dare to attack a superior. Guards, save me." Right at that moment, a middle-aged man led a group of soldiers over, his voice cold. "This is a military zone. Who dares to cause trouble?" The newcomer was Liu Jiangjun. Seeing him, Wang Shuang hurriedly yelled to lodge a complaint. "Liu Jiangjun, you came at the right time. I was ordered by Lin Xiang to supervise the formation deployment. This guy intentionally caused trouble. He must be a spy. Arrest him at once." Liu Jiangjun, however, acted politely toward Li Tianyuan. "Sir, please put this chief commander down first." Li Tianyuan glanced at him. Then he unceremoniously threw Wang Shuang to the ground like a bag of trash. Wang Shuang couldn't believe Liu Jiangjun's attitude. He questioned, "Why are you being so polite to him? Could it be that Liu Jiangjun also plans to rebel and join the enemy? Wait until I report this back to Lin Xiang. None of you can even dream of receiving this year's salary." These words coincidentally reached the ears of the crown prince, who was walking toward them. He shouted coldly, "You certainly talk big." Seeing him, Wang Shuang turned pale with fear and stammered, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Before his bulging, utterly shocked eyes, the Crown Prince stepped in front of Li Tianyuan and bowed respectfully, "Mr. Li, you have arrived." Afterward, he glared at Wang Shuang and warned, "I will speak to Lin Xiang about what happened today. Now take your people and get lost." Wang Shuang prostrated on the ground, sweating profusely, and replied tremblingly, Yes, Your Highness." As he turned and walked away, he thought resentfully, "Damn it, that bastard is the Crown Prince's man. It seems I have to go back and ask my eldest brother to step in and help me." After chasing him away, the Crown Prince spoke softly to Li Tianyuan, "Second brother, I've made you watch a joke. Since you're already at the military camp, how about coming inside for a cup of tea?" He politely declined. "There is no need to go in. I only came to look for Mr. Ming Hao." Pausing for a moment, he asked Liu Jiangjun, "Since when did you all become so cowardly? Even a dog from Lin Xiang's house dares to come here and bark wildly." He bowed his head dejectedly and explained, "Sir, you might not know, but right now, 80 to 90% of the imperial court's military logistics are in Lin Xiang's hands. From provisions and salaries to elixirs, everything depends on his mood. Even if the soldiers are disgruntled, they have to swallow their grievances. Even General Fang can currently only struggle to maintain the situation, being suppressed by him in every possible way." At this moment the crown prince spoke up. Second brother, you came at a bad time. A few days ago, Mr. Ming Hao went out to look for the dragon-suppressing stone to set up a formation. He is currently not in the military camp. He asked indifferently, not here. The crown prince then enthusiastically invited him. Since second brother has come to Dong Sui, why not stay and relax for a few days? If Mr. Ming Hao returns, I will immediately send someone to inform you. How about it? He nodded in agreement. That works. For the next few days, I will be staying temporarily at the Wan Dan Pavilion. If anything comes up, just look for me there. Suddenly, a soldier ran out in a panic and reported, General, many soldiers in the camp have suddenly collapsed. The military doctors are temporarily unable to determine the cause. Liu Jiangjun shouted, What? Take me to see them immediately. With that, he hurriedly ran inside. The crown prince said with a serious face, Second brother, an emergency suddenly occurred in the army. I cannot see you off. Suddenly, Li Tianyuan thought of a possibility. Wan Dan Pavilion. Could it be? The next morning, inside a magnificent building under a clear blue sky, a man hurriedly barged into the room, shouting as soon as he pushed the door open, Brother, you have to get justice for me. I was beaten up. At this time, the man inside the room was still leisurely practicing calligraphy. Seeing that he wasn't paying attention, the other continued to complain. He even cursed Lin Xiang, and he didn't even put you in his eyes. Hearing this, the man finally stopped his brush. He then looked up and asked, What does he look like and what does he do? Recalling Li Tianyuan, he immediately described, He is the crown prince's man, black hair, white clothes, with profound strength. My people saw him coming out of the Wan Dan Pavilion. The name Wan Dan Pavilion made the man frown slightly. A moment later he asked, Wan Dan Pavilion, could it be the one who dealt with Elder Xu Wenqing? After saying that, he stepped forward, helped the other man up and said, It seems the crown prince has also started to make his move. The other man gave a thumbs up and said, Brother, he keeps ruining our plans, how about? Before he could finish his sentence, he was slapped fiercely by the man. After slapping him, the man shouted, Have you gotten so used to relying on your status to act recklessly that you think you are invincible? Do you think Elder Xu Wenqing is someone you can easily dispose of? Holding his face, he continued to endure the scolding. Use your brain when you do things. Pausing for a moment, he continued, Just wait. Wait for the time to be ripe. When he is hated by the masses, I will personally lead the troops to encircle and kill him. At that time, even the crown prince won't be able to save him. At the same time, in the military camp. In the military clinic, both the crown prince and the general were present. After examining two soldiers, the young woman reported, I have checked. There is no problem with the food and water supply in the camp. The things they came into contact with are exactly the same as everyone else's, but they just suddenly collapsed. After a moment of consideration, the crown prince ordered, impose a lockdown on the entire camp. Have someone clear out a separate barracks for these soldiers. If there are similar cases, bring them here immediately. The general clasped his hands to receive the order and shouted, Understood. After the general left, the crown prince asked the young woman, Miss, did you discover anything? The young woman pulled out a hairpin from her head. Holding it out in front of the crown prince, she explained, This hairpin is called the 100 Herbs hairpin. Legend has it that it is a medical treasure forged by an immortal. The young woman used the hairpin to pierce the hand of an unconscious soldier and said, Look, Your Highness. From the spot where the hairpin was inserted, a stream of black mist began to spread. The crown prince exclaimed in astonishment, It's poison. The young woman nodded, That's right, not just poison but pill toxicity. Then the young woman asked, Does Your Highness know what happened at the Wan Dan Pavilion a few days ago? He nodded and replied, I've heard bits and pieces of it. A second later, the crown prince understood. He asked in surprise, Are you saying that the epidemic in the army is related to Xu Wenqing and Lin Xiang? The young woman affirmed firmly, Exactly. When Mr. Li fought against Xu Wenqing, he pointed out that his alchemy methods were flawed. In reality, it harbored hidden dangers. I didn't expect it to manifest today. The crown prince shook his head, voicing the doubt in his heart. But why would Lin Xiang want to cause trouble in the army and the city? Is it aimed at me, or? Before the crown prince could finish his sentence, the young woman interrupted, The cure is still unknown. I humbly ask to take my leave. Saying that, she handed over a prescription and instructed, These medicinal herbs can sustain the lives of the soldiers and preserve their combat strength. Your Highness can send someone to buy them. The crown prince took the prescription and sincerely thanked her. Many thanks, Miss Yan Fang. I will leave the matter of detoxification entirely in your hands. I will dispatch someone to escort you back. Before leaving, the young woman instructed, I will go back and discuss this with Dan Lao and try to find an antidote as soon as possible. As for the escort, it won't be necessary. At this time, drawing attention is not a good thing. I can return on my own. Listening to her, the crown prince could only let her go alone. As the young woman walked alone on the deserted street, the sound of the wind suddenly shrieked. 3 men in black appeared, blocking Yan Fang's path. Terrified, she asked, Who are you? One of them spoke up, Yan Fang. Another shouted, The time is near, capture her. With that, all 3 rushed in to attack. Yan Fang crushed a pink elixir pill and threw it toward the men in black. They hurriedly covered their mouths and shouted, Careful, it's poison. One of them didn't flinch at all, confidently charging forward with a disdainful voice, Cheap tricks, break. And to her surprise, he actually managed to break it. Yan Fang cried out in panic, Oh no! The man quickly chased after her, yelling, Where do you think you're going? A sword unexpectedly flew right in front of the man in black. The sword spun a few times and struck him, sending him flying far away. The man fell to his knees on the ground and loudly demanded, Who is it? Who dares to ruin my business? A pair of tiny hands tightly gripped the sword hilt. Xiao Yi and Xiao Shi slowly stepped out. When Yan Fang saw the 2 children, she was incredibly surprised. Zhu Yi, Wu Zhai, why is it you 2? The man in black stood up and mocked. I thought it was some great master, but it turns out to be just 2 little brats. Saying that, he ordered his subordinates, Just kill them and grab the target. The men in black answered in unison, then lunged to attack Xiao Yi. The young boy stood his ground fearlessly, ready for battle. The sword in his hand radiated a brilliant golden light. Then, applying the moves Li Tianyuan had taught him, the boy quickly took down all 3 men in black. The leader almost couldn't believe his eyes. He glanced at Xiao Shi, a sinister idea popping into his head, 3 useless fools. That boy is a tough nut to crack, so I'll catch this little girl to threaten him. Acting on his thought, he immediately lunged toward the little girl. Yan Fang realized his intention and called out in panic, Wu Zhai, watch out. The man in black laughed arrogantly, Haha, too late. Just as he was about to grab the little girl, the Bai La Beast suddenly appeared, speaking up. Oh, it looks like there's some work for me to do. By the time the Bai La Beast's claws were about to touch him, the man in black cried out in terror, Ugh, what the hell is this? With just a single slap from the Bai La Beast, he was sent flying away, coughing up blood. Beaten until he spewed blood, he stammered, Impossible, could you be the Bai? The Bai La Beast with bloodshot eyes stood towering before him, speaking arrogantly. You recognize me. It seems you have some knowledge. Daring to touch the master of the great Lord Mel Mel, tell me, how do you want to die? He frantically ran for his life, muttering as he fled, Damn it, why is it a Bai La Beast? I can't take her away this time. I must quickly return and report to the master. But escaping wasn't that easy. The Bai La Beast darted after him as fast as lightning, snorting coldly, trying to run. In just the blink of an eye, with 2 swipes, his body was torn into 3 pieces. After dealing with the enemy, it quickly shrank into the shape of a docile little kitten. It then jumped into Xiao Shi's arms to act cute. Yan Fang asked the 2 children, Why are you 2 here? Could it be that Mr. Li is also nearby? Xiao Shi replied, Father isn't here, it's just the 2 of us. This time out, we were afraid you might be in danger, so we followed to protect you the whole way. Hearing this, Yan Fang was bewildered, pointing at her own face and asking back, Protect me. Why? Xiao Yi said matter-of-factly, Of course. Dan Lao has acknowledged my father as his master, so we are his senior brother and senior sister. As our junior brother's older sister, naturally, we must protect you carefully. Furthermore, this was also a chance for me to test the results of my cultivation. Yan Fang covered her mouth and laughed, teasing the 2. Then I must thank you too, little senior brother and little senior sister. After the joking, Yan Fang turned serious and returned to the main point. But why did these people want to capture me? Xiao Yi suggested. How about we go back and ask my father? Yan Fang thought for a moment and replied, All right, it's also time I report the situation in the military camp to Mr. Li. At the same time, at the Wandan Pavilion, a large crowd of citizens was kneeling in front of the Wandan Pavilion, begging in unison, Dan Lao, I beg you to save my father. Divine doctors of Wandan Pavilion, please have mercy. Two young men supported an unconscious old man to stand before Dan Lao, speaking in a panic. Dan Lao, this is our family's patriarch, please save him quickly. Dan Lao quickly fed the old man an elixir pill. Following that, he channeled his inner energy into the old man's body. Dan Lao's expression grew increasingly grim. He said coldly, "How strange. This old man has never seen such a bizarre illness. This person seems to have lost their soul." As soon as he finished speaking, many others also chimed in. Dan Lao, the elder of my family, is the same. He was perfectly healthy but suddenly fell into a coma overnight. That's right, my eldest brother is like that too. The seniors in my family as well. Dan Lao pondered for a moment before saying, "According to my guess, this might not be an illness but poison." Hearing this, the young man who brought the old man gasped in shock. Poison. Right at this moment, a voice rang out. Exactly right. Yan Fang leaned against the door, panting as she spoke. A similar situation has now appeared in the military camp. At this rate, I'm afraid it won't be long before those who are poisoned will not survive. Seeing the young woman, Dan Lao asked worriedly, "Sister, what happened to you? Did you encounter any danger?" Before Yan Fang could answer, a squad of soldiers appeared. Their leader shouted, "It's them." Very quickly, they drew their swords and rushed in, surrounding Dan Lao and everyone else. He pointed at the soldiers and bellowed, "What are you doing? This is the Wandan Pavilion. I am an alchemist ordered by His Majesty to refine the elixir of immortality. Who allowed you to be so insolent here? Get out, all of you." One of them pointed at Yan Fang and sneered, "He, Dan Lao is highly respected, so we naturally wouldn't dare to be disrespectful. But these people are different. They are connected to the strange disease spreading in the city, so we must take them away." These words caused an uproar among the people in the room and discussions broke out. What? The strange disease is related to them. Is it this woman and those two children? Is that true? Dan Lao immediately stood in front of Yan Fang to defend her. "What nonsense are you spouting? She is my family member, and these two are the family of my master. You dare to speak recklessly at the Wandan Pavilion." The leader held up a token and solemnly declared, "I am under Lin Xiang's orders to investigate the strange disease. I received a report that a few days ago, a man surnamed Li came to stay at the Wandan Pavilion, making him highly suspicious. Therefore, everyone related to him must be taken away." Those words were like a spark thrown into a powder keg. Dan Lao furiously grabbed the man by the collar and roared, "Spouting nonsense, making baseless accusations. Daring to insult my master here, are you tired of living?" Provoked, the man merely snorted coldly and retorted loudly, "Baseless accusations. Dan Lao, or is it that you have a guilty conscience and are trying your best to protect him because you know everything? I know full well you are on the Crown Prince's side, but the evidence is clear. Today, I must take them away." With that said, he waved his hand, signaling, "Everyone capture them all." Just as the crowd was about to swarm in, Li Tianyuan strolled over leisurely, his voice steady. "You said you have evidence, friend. Let me take a look." His accomplice immediately presented a scroll of paper, declaring, "Here is the evidence. We have investigated thoroughly. You have had shady dealings with the Rai Sheng country, conspiring to cause chaos in the imperial city and plotting a rebellion. These letters are undeniable proof." As soon as the accusation fell, the surrounding citizens instantly erupted in anger, murmurs buzzing like a disturbed beehive. "Good heavens! Colluding with the enemy Rai Sheng country. Turns out he's a traitor. What a treacherous scoundrel to think he harbored evil intentions toward our Dong Sui kingdom. He deserves to be beheaded. Isn't he the Crown Prince's man?" Riding on the momentum, the man stepped forward and loudly accused Li Tianyuan. "You secretly joined hands with the Rai Sheng country, using the Wandan Pavilion as a place to concoct illicit elixirs. Poor Elder Xu and Qing accidentally discovered your plot, only to be silenced by you, dying without an intact corpse. You truly have the heart of a viper." Dan Lao swept his gaze over the newcomers. The aura radiating from them told him that these were all formidable experts. Realizing that the opponents were no pushovers, his face turned pale, and he hurriedly whispered into his ear, "Master, this group came to pick a fight." Paying them no mind, Li Tianyuan coldly shot a sharp glance at the man who had just accused him. "Is this what you call evidence of colluding with the Rai Sheng country?" The man held the two sheets of paper high, wearing a triumphant expression. "Absolutely correct. Once we escort you back to the magistrate's office, With all witnesses and material evidence present, the bizarre epidemic in the city will naturally be explained. He frowned slightly, his tone sounding as if he were pronouncing a death sentence upon the man. Don't you have more convincing evidence? If not, you can go to hell now. The man immediately turned to the two leaders, his tone imploring. Two lords, this guy stubbornly refuses to confess and even intends to silence me. I respectfully ask you two to execute justice. As for all other details, my father-in-law has already given clear instructions. Almost instantaneously, the two figures lunged straight toward Li Tianyuan. He remained standing in place as a terrifying aura, like an awakening beast, enveloped the area. Right at that moment, a man with golden blonde hair suddenly appeared. With a single strike, he sent both attackers flying. He dusted off his hands and spoke with a sarcastic tone. Oh, two Saint Emperors, huh? It seems you guys invested quite a bit this time, but you didn't even bother to research your opponent. I think there's something wrong with your brains. Li Tianyuan slightly raised his hand. An invisible spiritual energy began to gather. He aimed straight at the man who had been framing him from the very beginning, delivering a strike across the air. Fresh blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as the man screamed in panic. I am a court official, the son-in-law of Lin Xiang, you dare. With his words left unfinished, he collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open with a sense of grievance. His accomplice was stunned. Pointing a finger at him, he hissed, You've got some nerve. He casually held out a token engraved with the words Xian Jia, his voice steady. This thing, do you recognize it? The token in his hand made the man freeze in terror. Xian Jai token. When this token appears, all enemies in sight can be executed. Even the royal family is no exception. How do you have it? A person in the crowd voiced a guess. Xian Jai. Could he be Li Binghuo, the general of the Xian Jai battalion, the #1 trump card army of Dong Sui? Hearing this, the people of the Wandan Pavilion couldn't help but be shocked. What? He is the god of war, General Li. The Xian Jai battalion is the steel wall protecting Dong Sui. General Li is a loyal official and righteous warrior. Another voice chimed in, breaking the admiration. HMPH, as I see it, there are hidden motives here. Who knows if this is just a dirty play directed by Lin Xiang and the Crown Prince? Ming Yu jutted his chin toward the man in yellow clothing and smirked. Oh, it seems your eyes are quite sharp, knowing what's genuine and what's fake. That small fry dared to frame our lord, and now he has received military punishment. You two better scram quickly to clear the air. Don't pollute the Wandan Pavilion. Li Tianyuan only now spoke up about the epidemic in the city. Once the antidote is concocted, someone will inform you. Having said that, he turned his back coldly, leaving only an arrogant and mysterious silhouette. The man hurriedly ordered his subordinates, Quickly, hurry back and report to Lin Xiang. A massive storm is about to hit the imperial city. The next morning, inside the imperial palace, the emperor announced, As for the mysterious epidemic in the imperial city, I originally intended to assign it to the fourth prince. But now that Li Binghuo has returned to the capital and taken it upon himself, that's excellent. The subsequent tasks will be given to the crown prince with full authority. Lin Xiang, you no longer need to worry about this. Following that, the emperor issued an imperial decree. The crown prince received the decree, bowing respectfully. I obey the decree. Your subject will definitely work with General Li to investigate this matter thoroughly. Standing nearby, the fourth prince's face was as gloomy as an impending thunderstorm. All of his painstaking efforts had just been poured down the drain. Lin Xiang cast a meaningful glance at him. Only then did the fourth prince reluctantly regain his composure. The emperor turned to Lin Xiang and instructed, Lin Xiang, the concoction of the immortality elixir must be sped up. Do not let these trivial matters cause delays. After speaking, he leisurely stroked his long beard. Lin Xiang immediately bowed his head in obedience. Your subject obeys the decree. Outside the grand hall, the ministers gathered and gossiped. I wonder what the purpose of the god of slaughter Li Binghuo returning to the capital this time is. HMPH, other than backing up the crown prince, what else could it be? That's right, I suspect this strange disease is completely directed and staged by the crown prince himself. That might not be true. An angry shout echoed within a secret chamber. What do you mean by this? The fourth prince growled at Lin Xiang. We had planned this thoroughly. We were going to seize this opportunity to eliminate the crown prince's faction and let me take his place. Why did Imperial Father suddenly change his mind? And you, Not only did you not say a word to help me, but you also stepped up to stop it. Lin Xiang explained unhurriedly. His Majesty changed his decision because of Li Binghuo and the Xianji battalion in his hands. With that man's assistance, even if our plan had been perfectly executed, we couldn't have done anything to the Crown Prince. He angrily crushed the cup in his hand, grinding his teeth. Damn that Li Binghuo! Why did he have to return right at this moment? All the efforts we painstakingly set up, are they just going to go down the drain? He handed him a paper packet, his voice lowering. Not necessarily. Even if he wants to cure the pill poison, it will still take him a considerable amount of time. Before then, the fourth prince only needs to control all the medicinal supply sources in the imperial capital. That will naturally force the crown prince into a dilemma. Therefore, the crown prince taking over this matter is also a good opportunity. Here is a list of the major medicinal merchants in the city. Their combined power is not inferior to Wan Danji. Hearing this, his mood improved slightly. He patted Lin Xiang's shoulder, laughing. Excellent. Lin Xiang truly deserves to be called the pillar of the Dong Sui nation. Once I ascend the throne, I will certainly not treat you unfairly. Afterward, the fourth prince left triumphantly. A figure wearing a black cloak emerged from the shadows, speaking in a hoarse voice. What are your plans? Xu Wenqing is dead, the Fen Tian treasure cauldron is damaged, and we still haven't even captured that woman. What should we do about the immortality plan? He replied indifferently. What other choice do I have? The Jigun Hai sect was wiped out overnight, and sect leader Si Kong has vanished without a trace. If you guys hastily initiate the plan now and he spots a flaw, all of us will end up buried alongside it. The cloaked man emphasized. The medicinal primer is almost complete, and that person's patience is wearing thin. Lin Xiang set his teacup down on the table, his tone resolute. The more crucial the moment, the more we must know how to wait. The cloaked man asked curiously. Wait for what? Lin Xiang glanced at him. My people have found out that Li Binghuo came to Dong Sui this time to find the array master, Mr. Ming Hao, and I have already lured him to the Wuling Divine Empire using bait. Even if Li Binghuo can temporarily help Xiao Mei, he will eventually have to leave for Mr. Ming Hao. The cloaked man wondered, but once he's gone, the pill poison will surely be cured by then. When that happens, how will we activate the primer? He already had a strategy in mind. Once he leaves, we will use the Dong Sui royal family to continue. Brothers killing brothers, family slaughtering family. By then, the Dong Sui imperial capital will still be submerged in a sea of blood anyway, won't it? Hearing this, the cloaked man couldn't help but sigh, his tone tinged with pity. Poor fourth prince from beginning to end, he's merely a puppet in your hands. You've calculated everything, so I shall await your good news. With that, the dark figure quickly melted into thin air. Only Lin Xiang remained alone in the room. He tilted his head back, letting out a soft sigh. Immortality, huh? At Wan Danji, Li Tian Yuan was drinking with Dan Lao. He handed him a large chest, saying, Here is the complete list of medicinal ingredients that Xu Wenqing's group was responsible for logging at Wan Danji. Li Tian Yuan picked up a ledger to examine and replied, Regardless of the enemy's motive, the answer definitely lies within the medicinal ingredients they came into contact with. Next, I need to verify a few hypotheses. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in frantically, reporting urgently. Dan Lao, this is bad. All the medicinal supply channels are experiencing issues, he asked in shock. What? He hastily sprang to his feet and turned to him. Master, let me go see what's happening. Li Tian Yuan showed no reaction whatsoever. He merely glanced at him, his voice calm. It's nothing but the enemy's stalling tactic. It's useless even if you go. The situation will be hard to change. With that, he stood up and ordered, Ming Yu, come out with me. He asked curiously, Where to, Hall Master? I haven't been able to stretch my limbs these past few days. I'm practically growing moss here. He replied as he walked, to find someone who can solve this mess. Then he turned to Yan Kai. As for you, focus on categorizing the medicinal ingredients in these prescriptions. He immediately bowed his head. Your disciple obeys. In a luxurious room, Caiyan Du was gulping down wine like water. His subordinate couldn't bear to watch and advised, Young master, stop drinking. Let's hurry to General Li to apologize. He hugged the wine jar, crying pitifully, Li Binghuo is the #1 god of slaughter in Dong Sui. I offended him. What use is apologizing? Didn't you see Lin Xiang's son-in-law? One palm strike and he went straight to the afterlife. Oh heavens, I'm definitely dead this time. Right at this moment, The room's door was pushed open by a hand. Before the astonished eyes of the two, Li Tianyuan and Ming Yu strolled in leisurely. Caiyan Duo screamed in panic. "Ah, gee, General Li." The master and servant hastily hugged each other and dropped to their knees, trembling as they said, Why are you here? I was just momentarily possessed by a ghost. I didn't mean to oppose you. Please be magnanimous, don't kill me." Ming Yu approached, teasing. "Oh, it seems that slap last time was quite effective. Why aren't you acting so arrogant this time? What did I tell you to call me last time?" Caiyan Duo sobbed as he called out, Grandpa. It was because my dog eyes failed to recognize Mount Tai earlier. I didn't recognize General Li's identity. You must know, the person we people of Dong Sui worship the most is you." Speaking up to here, he began to flatter. "General Li, you are the idol in my heart. Please be generous and forgive this lowly one's disrespect. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I won't dare go west." Ming Yu crossed his arms, looking at him with disdain. "I didn't expect you to be a hardcore fan." Li Tianyuan sat down on a chair, his voice ice cold. "Fine, since you put it that way, I do have something for you to do." Caiyan Duo immediately patted his chest. "Just give the order, General Li. In this Dong Sui nation, there's nothing our Caiyan family can't handle." He asked directly, "Between now and tonight, I want all the medicinal merchants in Dong Sui to cooperate with Wan Danji. Can you do it?" He thumped his chest heartily. "I've heard all about the events of the past few days. Since General Li has spoken, even if the mastermind is the heavens themselves, Caiyan Duo, will make him wail in agony, losing his bait along with the fish." After that, he made a small request. "However, after the matter is done, I hope General Li will promise me one thing. I want to acknowledge a master." Li Tianyuan was a bit troubled. "I don't take disciples." Ming Yu picked up a teapot, took a sip, and pouted. "Do you know what kind of figure our hall master is? A little brat like you shouldn't have such pipe dreams, like a toad lusting after swan meat." He scratched his head, his expression sincere. "I know General Li is the idol of all Dong Sui. I wouldn't dare aim so high. The person I want to take as my master is you." Hearing this, Ming Yu, who was drinking tea, was horrified and spat out a mouthful of tea, even dropping the teapot. He furrowed his brows and pointed at Caiyan Duo's face. "What the hell? You want to take me as your master? Did my slap short-circuit your brain?" He looked at Ming Yu with eyes full of admiration. "Well, I don't know how to describe it, but I just felt a very special aura from you that drew me in. In short, you're very cool." Before Ming Yu could react, Li Tianyuan nodded on his behalf. "All right." While Caiyan Duo was as ecstatic as if he had struck gold, Ming Yu's eyes widened, his jaw dropping in shock. He pointed at his own face, stammering as he asked him, "Hall Master, me." Meanwhile, Caiyan Duo had quickly knelt down to kowtow to Ming Yu, shouting loudly, "Thank you, General Li, for making this happen. Master above, please accept a bow from your disciple." At this moment, Ming Yu leaned in and whispered to him, "Hall Master, this kid doesn't look reliable at all. Why are you making me take him as a disciple? Isn't this setting me up?" He patted Ming Yu's shoulder, comforting him. "I see that his nature is pure. With a bit of strict guidance, he could be considered a talent. Moreover, now that you're a master, you should become more mature. Stop being so eccentric all the time." At this point, Ming Yu could only bow his head in compliance. What else could he do? After mentally preparing himself, he cleared his throat and put on the air of a superior towards his new disciple. "I got it. You may rise." Before that, he didn't forget to lay down the law. "Let me be clear, I am very strict when taking disciples. If you slack off, you'd better watch out." Caiyan Duo jumped up in joy. "Yes, sir. Rest assured, master, from now on I will obey your and General Li's every word. Now I'll go find my father and deal with those blind medicinal merchants. As long as they still want to do business in Dong Sui, they'll have no choice but to be obedient. You two just wait for my good news." Saying that, he sprinted out the door. Only Li Tianyuan and Ming Yu were left in the room. He asked him, "Hall Master, after dealing with the medicinal merchants, what do we do next?" He replied with a serious expression, "We wait for the rabbit to hit the stump. I want to see if the mastermind behind this has enough patience to reveal themselves." After Caiyan Duo took action to deal with the medicinal merchants, an angry roar echoed in the fourth prince's room. "This is too much." He questioned Lin Xiang. "Lin Xiang, those medicinal merchants dared to defy my orders and brought all the medicinal ingredients to Wan Danji." He rubbed his chin, his expression profound. This old man also just received the news. I didn't expect the crown prince to have ties with the Cayenne family. The fourth prince roared, "What the hell is the Cayenne family? I'll send people to assassinate all of them." He shook his head slightly. "Fourth prince, you mustn't. The Cayenne family holds the financial lifeblood of all of Dong Sui, and behind them is even His Majesty's endorsement. We cannot act recklessly. Once we make a move, I'm afraid you yourself will be closely monitored." Hearing this, the fourth prince couldn't sit still. He asked anxiously, "This won't work, that won't work. Then tell me, what should we do now?" He replied, his voice full of mystery. "The fourth prince does not need to intervene in this matter. Naturally, someone will go to Wan Danji to eradicate Li Binghuo." Back at Wan Danji, Yan Fang was directing everyone to organize their tasks. Dan Lao brought a ledger over and told her, "I have finished investigating what Master instructed. All the medicinal ingredients that Xu Wenqing's group intentionally used are recorded in here." She opened the ledger to look, muttering, "Phoenix blood flower, scarlet sun vermilion fruit, jade crystal stone." The more she read, the paler her face became. Her voice dropped. "How is this poisoning? Why are all these medicinal ingredients used to prolong life and replenish vitality?" Just then, Li Tianyuan returned. He spoke up. "Those ingredients are indeed correct. They merely exploited the mutual generation and restriction properties of the herbs to concoct the pill poison." Dan Lao was a bit curious. "Master, then what is their goal? Could it be simply to cause chaos, then step in to save the day to win the people's favor, helping the fourth prince target His Highness the Crown Prince?" His expression darkened, and he asked coldly, "Do you know what these ingredients, if combined with the pill refining method the Emperor gave you, would create?" Hearing this, he finally realized, stammering, Is it the elixir of immortality?" Yan Fang handed the list of ingredients to him. Li Tianyuan affirmed confidently, "Exactly. This is an experiment by a certain faction." Pausing for a moment, he explained further. "In other words, they are treating all the living souls in this city as a giant pill cauldron to place a bet on immortality." Upon hearing this, Yan Fang could barely stand, cold sweat breaking out. She couldn't believe it. Using tens of thousands of lives in the Dong Sui imperial capital to refine the elixir of immortality. Has His Majesty gone mad because of this ambition? Seeing her pale face, Dan Lao rushed over to support Yan Fang's trembling body. He offered a speculation. "From what I see, His Majesty might not necessarily know the details of the refining method. After all, from the proposal to the pill refining formula, everything was presented by Lin Xiang." Hearing this name, her eyes couldn't help but widen. She pointed at herself and stammered, "Lin Xiang, then the people who came to capture me that day were also Lin Xiang's men. In that case I—" Before she could finish, Li Tianyuan confirmed, "That's right. It seems you have also realized what is missing in this gamble. It's the medicinal primer." Saying this, he glanced at Yan Fang, making her shudder. Hearing this, Dan Lao excitedly grabbed his hand. "Master, do you mean? My sister is the primer for the elixir of immortality. How is that possible?" Li Tianyuan explained. "I was suspicious from the very beginning. Her condition is far too peculiar, actually being able to maintain an unchanging appearance for decades." At this time, Ming Yu asked him, "Hall Master, could Miss Yan be the legendary myriad spirit blood?" Dan Lao turned his head to look at his sister, repeating the three words myriad spirit blood in shock. Yan Fang was also extremely surprised, wondering, "But isn't myriad spirit blood something born from heaven and earth? Before falling ill, I was no different from an ordinary person." Li Tianyuan softly explained, "That's why I said this is a gamble. Someone is experimenting with creating artificial myriad spirit blood from your body. Once his plan succeeds, the Dong Sui imperial capital will drown in a sea of blood. Countless people, including all of you, will become sacrifices for the elixir of immortality." Terrified and in disbelief, Yan Fang stammered as she asked him, "From decades ago, they were already tampering with my body. Then it definitely isn't His Majesty or Lin Xiang. Who on earth is it?" Li Tianyuan tucked the list into his robes and closed his eyes, replying, "To be honest, I also very much want to know who the mastermind behind this is." Then he took out a piece of paper and handed it to Dan Lao. "Now that we have enough ingredients, just follow this method to refine the pills. Once these pills are created, the pill poison in the city will be neutralized. When that happens, the mastermind will surely not be able to sit still any longer." After instructing Dan Lao, he handed Yan Fang a medicinal pill, his tone full of confidence. As long as I am here, their conspiracy will not succeed. If you trust me, take this. Under her surprised gaze, he continued, I believe the mastermind will definitely make a move against you again. Very quickly, the medicinal pills were taken out to be distributed to the commoners. The person handing out the pills shouted loudly, Don't push, people. There are plenty of pills. The Crown Prince has ordered that anyone with the strange illness will receive one. You cannot collect them on behalf of others, and resale is strictly forbidden. Everyone was overjoyed, clasping their hands in gratitude. Thank you, Dan Lao. Thank you, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Thank you, General Li. After taking the pill, an unconscious old man suddenly woke up slowly. The two young men beside him cheered in delight. He's awake. Our patriarch has awakened. At the same time, Dan Lao told the Crown Prince, Master's level of alchemy is truly extraordinary. The pills are effective immediately. His Highness can now rest easy. He replied softly, Indeed, my second brother has always been a prodigy. The things that stump others have never posed a problem for him. After all, his path is the path of immortal cultivation. The girl accompanying the Crown Prince asked him curiously, It's so rare for Tian Yuan to return to the imperial capital. Are we really not going to see him? He promised to visit me last time. Dan Lao explained on his behalf, This is Master's intention. Right now, Wan Danji is the center of the storm. It's best if the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess do not get involved. No one knows what will happen next. If anything were to happen to you too, it would be disastrous. The Crown Prince added, Second brother has always been this cautious. If you want to see him, wait until everything settles down. The Crown Princess nodded, All right. At a nearby building, Li Tianyuan quietly observed them from afar. Shi Yanhan approached and asked him, Are you really not planning to see them? He replied, Right now, the enemy is in the dark and we are in the open. Next, Wan Danji will become a battlefield. Meeting them now will inevitably lead to misunderstandings from the enemy, putting them at a disadvantage. Suddenly, Shi Yanhan fell into a fit of incessant coughing. Li Tianyuan asked anxiously, Yanhan, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? She reassured him softly, It's nothing, don't overthink it. Li Tianyuan used his spiritual energy to probe Shi Yanhan's body. Suddenly, a sharp cold glint flashed in his eyes. He asked her seriously, Since when has this been happening? Why did you hide it from me? She lowered her head and explained, Just for the past few days, it must be an issue with the seal. Although my cultivation is gradually recovering, my chest occasionally hurts sharply. Li Tianyuan escorted her back to her room, instructing, Rest well for the next few days, let me handle everything. Once this matter is resolved, we will quickly go find Mr. Ming Hao. She told him, After you're done dealing with the enemy, go see His Highness the Crown Prince. Perhaps he knows the whereabouts of Mr. Ming Hao. Li Tianyuan replied, I know. Before we leave, I will make proper arrangements for our third brother's matters. That night at Wan Danji, Dan Lao looked out the window. Countless dark figures were soaring through the night sky. His expression turned grim and he hurriedly ordered, Activate the array. Not long after, a golden halo of light enveloped the entire building. Those attempting to attack Wan Danji could only stand outside, looking in helplessly. The cloaked man said to Lin Xiang, The plan in the imperial capital has failed. We must bring that woman back at all costs. I will hold them off shortly. You guys act according to the situation. Lin Xiang replied, Understood. Then he ordered an old man beside him. Elder Tang, you are the sole survivor of the Jigun Hai sect. The enemy is right before your eyes. It is time for your revenge. He swallowed a medicinal pill, his voice hesitant. I know, but after I die, what about my daughter? The cloaked man affirmed, She will live a peaceful life at the Wan Yun sect. After consuming the pill, his power surged drastically. The old man channeled his spiritual energy, launching a fierce attack at the array, roaring, Break! A massive surge of energy crashed into the array. He shouted loudly, HMPH, I've thoroughly studied Wan Danji's array beforehand. Do you think this tortoise shell can block the attack of someone at the great emperor realm like me? Unexpectedly, his power rebounded right back. The massive surge of energy backfired, hurtling straight toward him. The old man screamed in terror. What? An earth-shattering explosion rang out. Unable to believe it, he turned to ask the cloaked man, How is this possible? An array within an array. It's Mr. Ming Hao. He's at Wan Danji. The cloaked man immediately denied it. Impossible. Mr. Ming Hao has already been lured to the Wuling Divine Empire by the dragon-suppressing stone. He can't be here. Could it be him? Right at this moment, Li Tianyuan appeared calmly. He asked, his voice dripping with sarcasm, "Did you say Mr. Ming Hao went to the Wuling Divine Empire?" When Li Tianyuan lifted his head, the cloaked man called his name coldly. "Li Binghuo, Li Tianyuan." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Or should I say, Hall Master Tian Li? I am truly curious, exactly how many more identities do you have?" Saying that, he waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to surround him. Li Tianyuan stood there calmly, standing tall amidst the enemy's encirclement. At this moment he asked indifferently, "Cloud and Rain 3 talents array. You are from the Wan Yun sect, aren't you? It seems I've met you somewhere before." He replied with a disdainful tone, "To think that the brat forced off a cliff by immortal Huang back then has actually achieved so much today. However, our target today is not you. We just need to stall you and take that woman away." With that said, he pointed at him and ordered, "Attack." Li Tianyuan raised his hand, and spiritual energy surged out to form an invisible barrier. His face suddenly turned ice cold as he stressed every word. "So you were the one from back then. It's just as well. It's about time to collect some interest on the debt owed to my eldest brother." Just like that, he condensed his spiritual energy into a transparent sword, pointing it directly at the man in black. However, the sword was gradually eroded by the man in black's spiritual energy, leaving it riddled with holes. With a confident smirk, he kindly advised him, "Don't waste your breath. Within this cloud realm illusion, reality and illusion are intertwined. This is the work of an immortal. You won't be able to escape until we capture that woman." He then turned and ordered, "The Myriad Pill Pavilion never had this formation before. They must have just set it up. Everyone, hear my command. Focus your attacks on the array nodes and drain its energy." Upon hearing the order, his subordinates unleashed a barrage of attacks. Surges of power continuously bombarded the formation's protective barrier. Meanwhile, inside the Myriad Pill Pavilion, Qian Duo ordered his men to wheel in cart after cart of spirit stones. Tilting his chin up arrogantly, he shouted, "HMPH, you want to test your endurance against this young master. Let's see what runs out first, your true energy or my spirit stones." Zio and Zio Yi stared in awe as cartloads of spirit stones were poured out. Zio Yi gasped in amazement. So many spirit stones. Holding the Bai Luo beast in her arms, Zio she whispered, "He really is rich." Right at that moment, Ming Yu appeared before the two children and asked seriously, "Stop staring at that rich guy showing off. I'm leaving the enemies trapped in the formation to you too. Can you handle them?" The two children stared at him with wide, completely bewildered eyes. Ming Yu cracked his knuckles and instructed, "I'm leaving this place in your hands. I'm going out to deal with the ones outside." With that said, he darted outside and came face to face with an old man. The old man glared at him and scoffed disdainfully. "HMPH, a mere brat at the Holy Emperor realm dares to stand in my way. Go to hell." Upon saying that, he unleashed the remnant cloud sword art, lunging at Ming Yu. Unwilling to back down, Ming Yu roared, "Golden Lion's Descent." A sharp sword materialized in his hand as a formidable surge of spiritual energy erupted from his body. The two terrifying forces collided, triggering a deafening explosion. The old man couldn't believe his eyes. "What, this is an immortal artifact?" Realizing his opponent was far stronger than anticipated, he executed Remnant Cloud Spreading Rain, summoning countless razor-sharp golden rays of light around him. At that moment, a colossal golden lion manifested behind Ming Yu. Ming Yu swung his sword down, roaring at the top of his lungs. Golden Lion's wrathful roar, certain death. A massive explosion echoed out, but it didn't come from Ming Yu's position. It came from his opponent's. The old man stumbled out of the thick white smoke, his face covered in bloody scratches, and bellowed, "Bastard, you're nothing without that immortal artifact. I will kill you." Ming Yu charged forward, sword in hand, attacking as he mocked, "Cut the crap and fight, take this." Caught completely off guard by the sheer speed of the strike, the old man gasped, "What?" and frantically scrambled to block the blow. Although it seemed like Ming Yu held the upper hand, he was actually beginning to tire. His lips turning a faint shade of purple, he gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "Hall Master, you have to hurry. I won't be able to hold them off for much longer." Meanwhile, Li Tianyuan was trying to find a way to break the man in black's formation. The spiritual energy he unleashed was immediately swallowed whole by a white dragon. The man stared at him and stated coldly, "During this time, I have thoroughly studied your trump cards. Inside the Cloud Realm illusion, whether it's your immortal artifacts or your Star River Realm cultivation, everything will be completely suppressed." Li Tianyuan's expression remained completely unfazed as he continued to channel his spiritual energy. Seeing this, the man in black sneered coldly, "Stop your pointless struggling. The power of an immortal is not something you can ever hope to resist." Suddenly, razor-sharp spikes materialized all around Li Tianyuan. The man in black ordered, "Pin him down." Instantly, the spikes surged forward, tightly binding his immortal artifact. Li Tianyuan tilted his head up, gazing into the vast, blindingly white sky of the illusion. Amidst the endless expanse of white, he spotted a faint, flickering speck of blue. Under the horrified gaze of the man in black, he coldly uttered, "I found you.